What would your fate be if you lived in a world where the awakening ceremony at age 18 was the sole measure of human worth? Mages represent authority, warriors represent power, and knights represent glory. These are the golden tickets into the upper class. However, a crack has appeared in human history, an exception that lies beyond all laws of creation. A man deemed the absolute trash of all trash, when he awakened in a classless state. Indeed, among tens of thousands of geniuses he is the only one without a single orthodox skill. That young man is Su Chen, and his journey to defy fate and rewrite his destiny is the masterpiece that Bala Manhua Recaps is about to explore with you right now. Don't let the classless title fool you, for Su Chen possesses a mysterious system with skills so bizarre they make even the gods tremble. He can summon 10,000 divine donkeys to ravage every hell-grade secret realm. He has no need for heavy shields or solid armor, because his Protect the King skill can force his very enemies to step forward and take fatal blows for him. From a man spurned by his girlfriend and expelled from his academy, Su Chen made the whole world bow in respect when he single-handedly slaughtered the fallen god, rising to the rank of Major General before he even received his graduation certificate. What is the true power hidden within a classless individual? Is he the ultimate savior or a new nightmare for the entire spirit realm? Are you guys ready? Join Bala Manhua Recaps as we begin Su Chen's god-slaying journey, filled with legendary plot twists and insane reversals starting right now. In a cramped room, a young man with white hair clad in tight black attire that accentuated his robust physique was buried in his work, counting his push-ups. 9,994, he growled, sweat beading on his forehead. With a look of steely determination, he pushed through the 9,995th rep, his movements crisp and sharp as if he were breaking his limits. Upon reaching 9,996, Su Chen finally sprang to his feet, his breath coming in ragged gasps like a survivor of a storm. He gritted his teeth and shouted in frustration, "Damn this system, I finally transmigrate here only to be forced into this. It makes me do push-ups from the very start. It's exhausting." Suddenly the door swung open and a figure rushed in, his voice frantic. "Su Chen, the awakening ceremony has started." It was Zhao Zilong, his best friend. "It's almost our turn, hurry up." Still seething, Su Chen grumbled, "Hold on, let me just finish a few more push-ups." But Zhao Zilong gave him no choice, grabbing his arm and yanking him along. "Let's go, the awakening ceremony is the most important event of our lives, we can't be late. How do you even have the mood for push-ups?" Zhao Zilong grumbled as he dragged Su Chen out. Su Chen followed reluctantly, merging into the dense crowd at the square. The place was buzzing with excitement and tension. "No one's awakened a top-tier combat class yet," someone whispered. "Mages, dragon knights, and other peak classes aren't easy to get. The odds are only 1 in 1,000, however." Someone had already awakened a rare class like Assassin, sending a wave of excitement through the onlookers. As long as it wasn't a life class, even a support class would be acceptable. "I'd take anything," another person added, their voice filled with hope. In the crowd, a brown-haired girl seemed unconcerned, shouting excitedly, "I'm here to see Senior Murong." The Senior Murong she referred to was Murong Liuyan, the peerless prodigy of the Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. Her fame was so widespread that some dreamed of merely getting her autograph. Zhao Zilong and Su Chen squeezed through the crowd, breathing a sigh of relief that they weren't too late. Su Chen silently recalled how 7 days ago a massive earthquake on Earth had sent him to this strange world. Here, everyone must undergo an awakening ceremony upon turning 18. Each person receives a profession from among thousands of combat, support, and life classes, along with countless variants. On the high platform, a girl named Zhao Lu had just awakened as a mage. She gripped the radiant power in her hand, her face beaming with pride as thunderous applause erupted from below. In the stands, people whispered about her. Zhao Lu was a student from Class 3, usually a Cinderella figure. No one expected her to become a goddess overnight. Zhao Zilong nudged Su Chen's shoulder playfully. "If I remember correctly, isn't Zhao Lu the girlfriend you just won over?" Su Chen frowned and gave a vague reply. "I think so." Searching the memories of his body's original owner, he remembered that the guy had pursued Zhao Lu for a year or two, even buying her a set of armor recently just to get her to agree to be his girlfriend. Behind Zhao Lu, a long line of male students swarmed her, competing for her attention. "Goddess Zhao Lu, let us share in your good fortune," one shouted. "Are you free for dinner tonight? I've already booked a celebratory feast at Dayu Restaurant," another chimed in. Some even tried to exchange contact info, hoping to team up later. Zhao Lu merely brushed her hair back with an arrogant expression and walked away, leaving the chattering crowd behind. Standing behind the girl, the young man thought silently. From this moment on, his life would take a new direction. Carrying the original owner's memories, Su Chen walked up to Zhao Lu and whispered, "Congratulations." Zhao Lu didn't even turn her head, merely casting a cold sideways glance. At that moment, Zhang Lei appeared and said irritably, "You're just in time. Let's break up." Su Chen froze, quickly correcting him, "I'm Su Chen." Zhao Lu coldly pulled a brown notebook from her pocket, flipped through a few pages and stated flatly, "Su Chen, right, wait a moment, let me check the list." After a quick look, she delivered her verdict bluntly. "You're dumped too." With that, she snapped the book shut. Su Chen felt a pang of injustice for the original owner and grumbled unhappily, "I'm dumped too? Damn, is this a mass layoff?" Zhao Lu scoffed disdainfully. A layoff would imply you were worth hiring, but a lickspittle like you was always going to end up with nothing just then. A guy with fluffy golden hair walked over, calling out in a fawning tone, "Lulu." His name was Li Lingxiao, and he acted with exaggerated humility in front of Zhao Lu. "I just finished my awakening. I'm almost a gunslinger." Pausing for a moment, he boasted, "While it's no match for your top-tier mage class, it's still one of the powerful combat professions." He turned back to Zhao Lu, seeking her favor. "Let's celebrate tonight." Su Chen, hearing that nauseating tone, glanced at the blonde man, wondering who he was. Zhao Lu, beaming, took Li Lingxiao's hand and said she wanted a seafood feast. He immediately squeezed her hand and replied excitedly, "If you wanted the stars in the sky today, I'd pluck them down for you." Then he turned to Su Chen, tilting his chin up arrogantly. "Hey kid, I'm looking for someone to serve tea and run errands. Interested?" Standing to the side, Zhao Zilong felt the sting of the insult on his friend's behalf and spoke up. "Su Chen hasn't taken the test yet. You'll regret insulting him like this later." Li Lingxiao sneered, his face full of contempt. "Stop dreaming. Everyone at the Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy knows that less than 20 awaken combat classes. Most of those are noble scions like me, who have been supplemented with elixirs since birth. Aside from peerless geniuses like Zhao Lu, the rest of the commoners only awaken trash classes." Finally, it was Su Chen's turn to take the stage. He strode up, facing Li Lingxiao with confidence, and announced loudly, "Just wait to get on your knees and call me daddy." Li Lingxiao gnashed his teeth and roared. "A big-mouthed brat like you is asking for death." Su Chen walked up slowly, his heart full of bravado. As a transmigrator, he was convinced he would awaken a top-tier class that would shock the world. A ding resonated from the giant screen, signaling the start of the test. The progress bar gradually filled. Su Chen shouted toward the heavens, "Bring it on, I am ready for your worship." A sudden cold breeze swept past his back and a line of text appeared on the screen. Su Chen, classless. The crowd below erupted instantly, everyone wearing expressions of disbelief. "What happened?" Li Lingxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, shouting arrogantly, "This is hilarious. Seriously, he's that much of a loser, he didn't even awaken a class." The surrounding crowd began to buzz. "I've never heard of someone failing to awaken a class entirely. Even at the worst you get some junk class. How can someone be classless? Is this guy the world's first true invalid?" Su Chen looked up, his heart full of indignation as he muttered, "No way, at least give me a combat class. Can't you show a transmigrator some respect?" Standing below, Li Lingxiao's shrill voice drifted up. "Kid, hurry up and get down here, stop embarrassing yourself." Suddenly, an anomaly shifted the sky. Thick dark curtains of clouds rolled in, accompanied by dazzling bolts of lightning. The students looked up, their eyes wide with terror, wondering what was happening. The sky darkened abruptly, heavy with storm clouds. "Is this an anomaly triggered by an awakening?" Su Chen alone was overjoyed. Pointing at the brilliant lightning in the sky, he thought triumphantly, "I knew it wouldn't end like this. With an anomaly of this scale, I'll definitely awaken a peerless, powerful class." Below the stage, Li Lingxiao's face darkened. He wondered, how is this possible? Can a commoner really awaken a superclass and trigger an anomaly? Zhao Lu adjusted her glasses, murmuring awkwardly, "I just dumped him. Do I have to ask him back now?" On stage, Su Chen was beside himself with glee, pointing directly at Li Lingxiao and shouting, "You can call me daddy now." The sky grew darker, turning a strange shade of blue-purple as dense lightning strikes continued to rain down, plunging the crowd into extreme panic. Suddenly, a giant foot with razor-sharp claws emerged from the clouds. The giant foot descended, sending the people on the playground scattering in a panic, screaming for help. As it turned out, that was the aura of a monster. It slammed into the ground, tossing aside a large group of students. Only then did everyone realize that this wasn't an awakening anomaly. It was a monster invasion, but it was too late. The beast was already charging toward the academy. Su Chen, who had been standing majestically on the stage just moments ago, was nearly flattened by the giant claw. Everywhere the monster went, it left only ruins. Alarms blared one after another. Beep, level 1 alert, magic dragon invasion. All faculty and students evacuate immediately. Su Chen snapped back to his senses just as the massive magic dragon towered over him, letting out a violent roar. He could only lament, "What is this? Is this the special treatment for transmigrators?" In the crowd, a few brave students rushed forward, wielding their weapons in an attempt to bring the beast down. But the dragon simply flapped its wings in rage, sending them flying several meters away. The rest could only watch, filled with anxiety. "This dragon is at least B rank. D rank warriors can't handle this," a student suddenly shouted. "Where is Senior Murong? Why hasn't she arrived? Only Senior Murong can hold this dragon back now." Zhao Zilong, who had already run far away, suddenly remembered his friend. He stopped and yelled, "Su Chen, run!" Nearby, Li Lingxiao jumped for joy, gloating, "He deserves to die." Su Chen was still a fair distance from Zhao Zilong, and he was directly under the dragon's feet. He thought to himself, "Can I even make it out?" The monster suddenly opened its massive maw, letting out a world-shaking roar. Su Chen stared in horror at the giant fangs. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Screw you!" Unexpectedly, the magic dragon paused. Its giant lamp-like eyes stared intently at the tiny Su Chen beneath its feet, a hint of confusion in its gaze. True to his role as the protagonist, while everyone else was stunned, Su Chen immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. 9,997, 9,998. He had only one thought. Completing the system's task was his only chance of survival. The surrounding students looked at each other, completely baffled. They whispered, "What time does he think it is? Why is he doing push-ups? Is he putting on a show for the dragon?" Li Lingxiao froze, his eyes wide with a terror that suggested he had been scared witless. Meanwhile, Su Chen finished his 9,999th push-up, hitting the 10,000 representative milestone. The system chimed with a cheerful notification. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the 10,000 push-ups milestone. Reward 1 physique point. Reward, skill, charged punch." Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "What's a charged punch? Is it strong?" The system immediately replied in its monotone voice, "The power of the charged punch depends on the host charging time and guidance value. To give the host a clear experience, you may now use a free trial of 10-year charged punch." As soon as the system finished speaking, the magic dragon roared and dove from the sky with violent momentum. At that moment, a red-haired girl arrived, flying on a sword. Her face was clouded with worry as she blurted out, "Oh no!" Su Chen looked up at the furious dragon and shouted, "You beast, stop right there, don't you dare hurt anyone!" Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the full power of the charged punch. Simultaneously, the red-haired girl swung her sword down. A brilliant beam of sword light slashed toward the dragon. Both forces struck the beast at once. Su Chen's punch in particular carried the force of a 10-year charge, hitting the dragon squarely in its open maw. A world-shaking explosion echoed as the magic dragon crashed to the ground, its massive body dissipating into dust. The hiding crowd surged out, cheering wildly. "Look, it's Murong Liuyan," they shouted as they ran. The goddess as expected of Senior Murong. The girl looked like a celestial being descending to earth, having defeated the dragon with a single strike. As it turned out, the red-haired girl was indeed Murong Liuyan. She paid no mind to the praise, merely knitting her brows as a hint of doubt crossed her mind. That strike felt off? Murong Liuyan stood on her flying sword, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Chen was beaming on the ground, turning to his system. "This is incredible. The charged punch is invincible. I love you. Keep the tasks coming. Whip me into shape." Murong Liuyan sheathed her sword and landed gracefully amidst the worshipful gazes of the crowd. Li Lingxiao was especially effusive. As expected of the legendary graduate of the Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy, Murong Liuyan, defeating a B-rank monster in one hit, truly terrifying. Even Zhao Lu felt a surge of competitiveness, vowing to surpass Murong one day. However, Murong knew in her heart that her sword strike hadn't been enough to annihilate a B-rank magic dragon. She glanced inadvertently at Su Chen, a flash of suspicion in her eyes. Could it be him? Suddenly, a chubby man came running from a distance, huffing as he reached Murong. "Miss Murong," he wheezed, introducing himself with a fawning smile. "I am NYG, the new principal of the Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy. Thank you for your help in saving the academy from this crisis." He paused, his tone becoming solemn. "Everyone has been looking forward to seeing you, Miss Murong. Since it's a rare visit to your alma mater, please say a few words to the students." NYG roughly pushed Su Chen off the stage, fearing he might obstruct Murong Liuyan's view. Suddenly she spoke up, "Wait a moment." At the same time, the system's voice rang out in Su Chen's mind, cold and mechanical. "System quest, shout 'I love you' to Murong Liuyan 100 times." Su Chen froze, his eyes wide with shock. Murong Liuyan began walking toward him. Her voice was soft yet thick with curiosity. "Junior, what is your name?" Su Chen hesitated, stammering, unable to force out a single word. But a few seconds later he gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve and roared at the top of his lungs, "Senior, I love you." His thunderous shout startled Murong Liuyan, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. NYG rushed over instantly, bellowing, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" But Murong Liuyan remained patient, preparing to follow up with a question. "That strike that defeated the magic dragon just now, was it you?" Su Chen didn't even bother to answer. His mind entirely focused on faithfully completing his task, he continued to yell incessantly, "I love you. I love you." NYG shrieked in rage. "Shut your mouth." He lunged forward, grabbing Su Chen by the shoulders and yanking him down, muttering, "Madness, this is pure madness. Guards, get him out of here." Despite being dragged and shoved, Su Chen didn't stop his shouting, determined to finish the system's quest. NYG and Murong Liuyan watched him, their expressions filled with confusion. Standing to the side, Li Lingxiao curled his lip in disdain, thinking, "A toad like Su Chen actually dreams of swan meat? Truly the joke of the century. Murong Liuyan is destined to become a legend. How could a bottom feeder like him ever hope to climb that high?" Suddenly Zhao Lu stepped light-footed over to Li Lingxiao's side and asked gently, "Do you have any skill books for mage cultivation on hand? Could I borrow a few?" Li Lingxiao raised an eyebrow and teased, "Lulu, are you being this direct? We haven't exactly made things official yet, have we?" Zhao Lu didn't mind at all, replying curtly, "Just give it to me straight." "I do have a few," Li Lingxiao said, his lips curling upward. "As far as I know, the Li family has 5 skill books in storage, but if you want to borrow them, you'd need to become a daughter-in-law of the Li family." Zhao Lu smiled faintly, pulled a notebook from her pocket and announced, "From today on, Li Lingxiao is my boyfriend." She tore a crumpled piece of paper from the notebook, calling it a relationship certificate, and thrust it into his hand. Li Lingxiao took it hesitantly, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chen was thrown onto the ground by security guards like a piece of trash, still muttering his quest lines. A guard sneered, "Su Chen, why don't you go look at yourself in a mirror? A loser who couldn't even awaken a class dares to say he's a match for Senior Murong." He waved a hand and walked away, leaving a cold remark behind, "Forget it, let him rot." You'll probably be the first person to die in the awakening trials anyway. Su Chen sat slumped on the ground, his eyes still resolute, completely ignoring the mockery. Although his backside stung from the fall, his will to complete the task burned bright. He had to shout "I love you" 100 times. Compared to 10,000 push-ups, this task of just moving his lips was incredibly simple. He reminded himself silently that he had to finish it. Suddenly, 3 menacing figures appeared before him. The leader was a white-haired youth with bulging muscles, followed by 2 slick-tongued lackeys with shifty eyes blocking his path with their hands on their hips. Su Chen patted the dust off his clothes, stood up and asked flatly, "Hey uncle, is there something you want?" The muscular guy roared, grabbing Su Chen by the collar. "I'm only 18, who the hell are you calling uncle?" The 2 lackeys sneered from the side, fanning the flames. "Boss, he's doing it on purpose. If we don't get our 1,000 yuan protection fee today, let's just cripple him." Su Chen frowned, searching his memories. This white-haired youth was named Li Lei, a bully at the Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy, who frequently targeted the original owner for protection money. The original owner had a miserable background. His parents died when he was young, and he lived with his aunt and uncle, aside from his uncle occasionally showing him secret kindness. No one looked up to him. When bullied, the original owner could only grit his teeth and endure. Li Lei roared in Su Chen's face, "Hand over the money or I'll shove your head up your own ass today." Su Chen thought to himself, "Since I am now a great transmigrator, how can I allow others to trample over me? I will reclaim the dignity the original owner lost." With interest, without hesitation, he channeled all his strength into a heavy punch aimed directly at Li Lei's face. Li Lei was knocked to the side, his eyes wide, not yet realizing what had happened. The lackeys were also stunned, unable to believe their eyes. However, Su Chen, who had thrown the punch, staggered slightly and muttered in confusion, "Is this charged punch so weak because the charging time was too short?" He was drenched in sweat, feeling deeply disappointed by that limp-wristed strike. Li Lei had already recovered, cracking his knuckles with a low growl. "You little brat, you actually surprise me. A weakling like you dares to raise a hand against me?" A lackey leaned in and mocked. "This idiot probably doesn't know that Boss Li has already awakened the tank warrior class. That punch just now was like an itch to him. He's such a waste and hasn't even awakened a class. Boss Li could stand still and let him swing all day and he wouldn't leave a scratch." Li Lei lunged forward and seized Su Chen's collar. Seeing the situation was dire, Su Chen quickly used a stalling tactic. "Give me some time, I'll go get the money." Li Lei snorted and released his grip. Su Chen fell heavily to the ground. Li Lei announced coldly, "I'll give you half a day. I'll come find you in the dorms before dinner." As soon as Li Lei's gang left, Su Chen leapt up and sprinted away. Half a day was plenty. He had to finish the task quickly while Murong Liuyan was still at the school, as she wouldn't be staying long. On the other side, Murong Liuyan was being trailed by Principal NYG, who was chattering incessantly. "Miss Murong, ever since you were admitted to the country's top institution, Tianfu Academy, you have been the pride and legend of our Second Intermediate Martial Arts Academy." The moment Su Chen spotted his target, he charged in front of Murong Liuyan and bellowed, "I love you." Although NYG and the others had seen this scene once before, they were still startled. Principal N pointed at his face and barked, "You brat, you're back again?" He immediately called 2 men to drag Su Chen away as before, but Su Chen's mouth never stopped roaring, "I love you." The group continued into the meeting room. Murong Liuyan took the seat of honor. NYG spoke cautiously. "The martial arts exam takes place only 1 month after the class awakening. I hope Miss Murong can share some experience with everyone." Murong Liuyan's expression remained calm as she replied with confidence, "If there is any experience to share, it is to rely entirely on absolute talent and an extremely powerful profession." This blunt answer plunged the entire room into a dead silence. Everyone froze, no one daring to make a sound. Suddenly, the stubborn cry of "I love you" from the youth rang out again from outside the window. Su Chen was precariously perched on a tree branch, staring intently at Murong Liuyan while continuing to shout. Exasperated, NYG rushed out, opened the door and roared, "Su Chen, haven't you had enough?" Su Chen hasn't had enough yet. "The 100 I love yous aren't finished." He persisted with his task, his mouth never stopping for a moment. NYG turned to explain to Murong, sighing as he said, "Don't mind that kid. Su Chen can't help it. He failed to awaken a class and he's likely suffered a mental breakdown from the shock." Murong froze slightly, murmuring under her breath, "Didn't awaken a class? Then defeating the magic dragon had nothing to do with him." NYG hurriedly ordered men to gag Su Chen, but Murong Liuyan held up a hand to stop them, saying coldly, "No need, I'll go myself." She took flight on her sword, sweeping toward Su Chen like a gust of wind. Su Chen panicked slightly. "What are you doing?" Without a word, she picked him up like a little chick and steered the flying sword straight into the clouds. The crowd below held their breath, looking up with worry. Someone whispered, "Miss Murong isn't going to throw Su Chen down from that height, is she?" And YZ's face turned pale as he muttered, "We seem to have forgotten one thing. At Tianfu Academy, Miss Murong is known as the Great Demoness. She was the nightmare of countless genius disciples." Su Chen was finished. As he flew into the high altitude, Su Chen finally began to feel the chilling shivers of terror. Murong Liuyan glanced at him, her tone icy. "Don't you love me?" Although Su Chen's heart was pounding like a drum, he insisted on shouting, "I love you." She held him out over the void, her gaze sharp. If you can say I love you 50 more times before you hit the ground, I'll believe you. Su Chen cursed inwardly that this joke was far too cruel, but he had no choice. He tried to soften his tone, saying submissively, let's just go back down first. But Murong Liuyan cut him off, her tone decisive. I'm not joking with you. If he didn't say it 50 times, she would let go and leave Su Chen to free fall. Gravity pulled at Su Chen as he began to plummet rapidly. He roared in anger, you lunatic, you're a total lunatic. But for the sake of the task and his life, he gritted his teeth and shouted, I love you. The crowd below was in an uproar, eyes fixed on the sky. He's falling. Miss Murong is too ruthless. Falling from that height, even a god wouldn't survive. Even as he was about to hit the ground, Su Chen was desperately screaming, I love you. As he felt death approaching, he screamed in despair, help! At that exact moment, Murong Liuyan dove down like a bolt of lightning and caught him. The corners of her mouth curled slightly. Consider yourself lucky. I believe you. Su Chen was still being held like a chick, gasping for breath. Are you a demon? Murong Liuyan smiled sweetly, her tone playful. Quite a few people do call me that. She tossed Su Chen back into the meeting room and turned to the principal and the others. It's time to say goodbye. This B-rank magic dragon invasion is no small matter. I must return to report to my mentors. NYG hurriedly stopped her, saying in a sorrowful tone, as you know, the second academy's most glorious moment was when you became the top scorer in the province. Since then, talent has withered and the academy has been in decline. Even the third academy is about to overtake us. He hesitated, hoping for some small favor. Murong Liuyan tossed out a card, which NYG recognized as an entrance recommendation card for Tianfu Academy. She flew away on her sword, her voice echoing from the sky. To whoever takes first place in the freshman assessment, I will help them obtain a skill with no class requirements. The crowd below erupted in excitement. A skill with no class requirements, a skill anyone can learn. That was a privilege reserved for top-tier geniuses. Ordinary classes could only awaken innate talents and professional skills, whereas these types of skills were only taught by higher institutions through special channels. Everyone marveled at Miss Murong's generosity. NYG breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, with this, the second academy's ranking in the college entrance exams should improve. Outside in the corridor, Su Chen was still reeling, drenched in sweat. Murong Liuyan is too brutal, dropping someone from 1,000 meters just like that. Luckily I said I love you 50 times. But he muttered with some regret, I was still 3 shouts short of 100. Murong didn't give me a chance, she's already gone. Just as Su Chen reached the dormitory door, he saw Li Lei's gang standing there with their hands on their hips, blocking his way overbearingly. Seeing him appear, Li Lei tilted his chin, signaling his lackeys to charge. He pushed the door open aggressively and went straight for Su Chen, roaring, did you get the 10,000 yuan together? But in the blink of an eye, Su Chen suddenly threw a heavy punch, blasting Li Lei directly out the door, a faint steam rising from his palm. The 2 lackeys were stunned, their eyes wide as they stammered, how is this possible? How can such energy belong to someone without a class? After checking his status, Su Chen realized that even without stacking rage points, a charged punch held for 5 hours was enough to defeat a newly awakened combat class. Li Lei crawled on the ground, his face twisted in a plea for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. Su Chen crouched down and gently patted his face, his tone icy. Your name is Li Lei, right? He curled his lip and asked next, do you know Han Meimei? Li Lei looked completely bewildered, his head full of question marks. I don't know her. Su Chen delivered another slap, leaving his cheek bright red. If you don't know her, why take this name? Li Lei clutched his face, crying out aggrievedly. My grandmother gave me this name. Su Chen snorted coldly and barked. Go find her. When you find Han Meimei, I'll spare you. Li Lei nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. Don't worry, big brother, I will definitely find Han Meimei. On the school playground stage, Principal NYG announced with great spirit, students, yesterday you all completed your class awakenings. Today the first assessment of your student careers is about to begin, he emphasized in a resonant voice. This assessment will directly affect your results in the martial arts college entrance exam a month from now. I hope everyone gives their all. Strive to reach at least a 1-star professional rank. He paused before continuing. Additionally, this assessment is being held jointly with the first and third academies. Be careful not to clash with students from other schools to avoid affecting your evaluation. Finally, NYG said decisively, I won't waste any more of your time. Start forming your teams now, 3 to 5 people per team. Depart. The students below were fired up and full of fighting spirit. One shouted, this time I must become a 1-star knight and get into the first police academy. Another whispered, I heard the first place in this assessment gets the no class requirement skill personally bestowed by Murong Liuyan. That is the real opportunity. Another guy said loudly, my goal is 2-star warrior and taking first place. Someone nearby immediately retorted, you want to hit 2-star in the first assessment? Absolutely impossible. Only Su Chen stood alone in the crowd, cursing through gritted teeth. These bastards, not a single one wants to team up with me. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong waved to him from a distance. Su Chen frowned and asked, what, nobody wants to team up with you either? Zhao Zilong scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. No, I just didn't want to team up with anyone else. On the podium, Principal N looked down, and seeing Su Chen still chatting leisurely, he barked, Su Chen, what are you talking about over there? Get into a team now? Li Lingxiao had a cold smirk on his face as he fanned the flames from the side. Principal in, it's not that Su Chen doesn't want to join a team, it's that no one is willing to be on his team. Who would team up with a classless person? Not only is he useless, he'd just drag his teammates down. The surrounding students nodded in agreement. One chimed in, exactly. Su Chen, don't even think about sneaking into my team, I don't want any dead weight, another jeered. Taking him along, forget 1 star, you'd be lucky just to keep your life. A mean-spirited girl declared, if you don't have a class and still want to participate in the assessment, you might as well just drop out. Suddenly a massive roar echoed from the sky. A private jet swept low over the playground, preparing to land. A youth with purple hair leaped down from the plane looking radiant with spirit. He confidently smoothed back his hair, looked at Principal In, and said, I'm not late, am I? And YG breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled him onto the stage, grabbing the microphone to shout, everyone quiet down, this is a genius transfer student from the first academy. Starting today he will join our second academy and take the assessment with all of you. New student, why don't you introduce yourself? The purple-haired youth stepped forward, taking the principal's place. He spoke in a leisurely tone. I come from the first academy. I am not necessarily the most gifted nor the most handsome. I am not necessarily the best, nor even the most humorous. He paused, looking down at the crowd below. And as for all of you at the second academy, I am not necessarily stronger than you. I might not take first place, and I might not even secure that classless skill from Senior Murong. The girls below were enchanted, their eyes sparkling. As expected of a genius from the first academy, he's handsome and so humble. This is so touching. I don't even think everyone from the first academy is a freak anymore. The boys joined in, cheering and clapping. Brother, you're too modest, have some confidence. You're making us blush. Thank you for putting yourself down just to help us find our confidence. The purple-haired youth smiled slightly and continued. Hello everyone, my name is Wei Bui. I came here for Senior Murong and I will definitely take first place. The entire student body nearly collapsed on the spot, feeling as if they'd been struck by lightning. It turned out this guy had been talking in circles just to show off. And YG coughed awkwardly. He leaned in and whispered into Wei Bui's ear, join Su Chen's team. Su Chen doesn't have a class. With you by his side he'll be safer. At least he'll keep his life afterward. The teams began entering the trial space one by one, the air buzzing with noisy chatter. I heard a new space node suitable for beginners appeared this time. It's a 1-star level. Someone urged frantically. Hurry up, with 3 schools testing together. I'm afraid there won't be enough monsters to go around, another retorted. You're overthinking it. Even in a 1-star instance, those monsters aren't something we can just handle on a whim. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Zhao Zilong were still sitting dejectedly under a tree. Zhao Zilong seemed a bit restless, muttering, everyone's gone. Where did Wei Bui run off to? Didn't we agree to be on the same team? Su Chen frowned and asked curiously, hey, what class did you awaken? Why were you so unwilling to team up with anyone else? Zhao Zilong scratched his head and answered sheepishly, Warrior. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, Warrior is great, it's the core combat class, but it wouldn't happen to be a magical girl warrior type, would it? Zhao Zilong's face turned bright red and he nodded timidly. Su Chen, highly amused, urged him, transform for a second, let me see. Zhao Zilong hesitated for a moment. He then began his transformation. A beautiful girl with flowing purple hair and a sexy purple dress appeared before them, as lovely as a painting. Su Chen cheered and clapped his hands. It's the real deal. He was about to say more, but before he could open his mouth, the beautiful girl swung a heavy punch, blasting him 10 meters away. Startled, Zhao Zilong immediately reverted to his original form and ran over to help him up, explaining awkwardly, my temper becomes extremely violent after I transform. It's hard to control the urge to hit people. Su Chen clutched his aching shoulder but laughed as he grabbed his best friend's hand. Zilong, I've decided you're my brother for life. Just then, Wei Bui happened to walk past. Su Chen shouted, hey, didn't you see us? We've been waiting for ages. Zhao Zilong chimed in. Principal and arranged it, we're teaming up with you. Wei Bui glanced at them, not even looking them in the eye, and turned away coldly. I don't team up with trash like you, I prefer to work alone. Su Chen gnashed his teeth in anger. This guy's words weren't just posturing, they were meant to infuriate. Hearing this, Wei Bui suddenly whipped his head around and roared, I know your name is Su Chen. He pointed at Su Chen's nose and said, you're that shameless brat who dared to confess to Senior Murong in public. How dare you desecrate her? He continued to bellow, his tone full of fury. Do you know what Murong Liuyan means to me? She is the goal I strive for, the direction I pursue, the goddess in my heart. I actually have her contact information, yet I haven't dared to say a single word to her. Su Chen, how can someone like you even deserve to say you love her? Get lost right now. Just looking at you makes me want to hit something. After hearing Wei Bui's outburst, Su Chen fell into deep thought. The purple-haired youth turned away coldly, leaving behind a ringing declaration, in this assessment I will take first place. No one will stop me from following in Senior Murong's footsteps. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Bui strode away, his arrogant silhouette gradually disappearing. At that moment a voice came from behind. Brother Su. Li Lei approached with his 2 lackeys, respectfully calling Su Chen big brother. He asked curiously, Brother Su, why are there only 2 people on your team? Su Chen sighed and said in a bitter tone, don't ask, it's a blow to my pride, not a single person wanted to team up with us. Li Lei immediately beat his chest and said, "They're terrible friends then, they've all gone blind. Brother Su, let's form a team." The girlfriend beside Li Lei widened her eyes and reminded him crossly, "Su Chen is someone who doesn't even have a class." But Li Lei remained firm. "So what, my brother Su has strength," the girl screamed in anger. "Didn't you hear what I said? Su Chen will drag us down," Li Lei replied calmly. "He won't, I guarantee it. Taking brother Su along is a guaranteed win." The girl completely lost her patience and delivered a final ultimatum, a choice between the two, it's him or me. "Pick one," without hesitation, Li Lei said decisively. "Then you can get lost." The girl froze, never expecting him to choose this way. She roared in a fit of rage, "I'm your girlfriend, you're actually abandoning me for a piece of trash?" Li Lei coldly spat out a single word. "Beat it, women only slow down the speed of my punches." The girl pointed at Li Lei's face, gritting her teeth as she said, "You bastard, I'll go find a teammate stronger than you. Don't you regret this?" With that she turned and left without looking back. Su Chen, having witnessed the whole thing, gave a thumbs up and laughed. "Manly enough. I respect you for being a real man." Li Lei nodded in response. "Brother Su, I'm counting on you once we're inside," Su Chen said calmly. "It's a small matter, let's go in together." The three-man team was officially formed and they stepped into the trial space. As soon as they entered, Zhao Zilong couldn't help but marvel. "Is this the trial grounds? It feels completely different from outside, like there's a faint energy fluctuation." Su Chen looked around and concluded, "The monsters here have already been cleared out by others, let's head deeper." The three continued to explore the dense forest. Suddenly, Su Chen spotted something and pointed into the distance. "There are demonic beasts over there, looks like the red boar demons mentioned in the textbooks." Li Lei quickly crouched behind a bush, nodding in agreement. "Right, there are two beasts on the grassland. They look like red boar demons." Su Chen frowned, feeling helpless at his teammate's obvious conclusion. Looking at the boars snorting and sniffing the turf, he asked, "Li Lei, what did you say? Go get him." Li Lei shook his head, passing the buck to Zhao Zilong. "You go." Zhao Zilong refused flatly. "I'm not going." Li Lei looked at Su Chen again. "What, big brother, you go?" A hint of disdain appeared at the corners of Su Chen's mouth. "Does killing a low-level red boar demon require me to act personally?" He decisively ordered the two of them to go together. But both Li Lei and Zhao Zilong remained motionless, frustrated. Su Chen clapped Li Lei hard on the shoulder. "Aren't you a warrior? If you don't go, who will? Go on?" Li Lei stammered, trying to explain. "Something bad usually happens when I go." Before he could finish, Su Chen pushed him out of the bushes. "Stop talking." Li Lei had no choice but to accept his fate, sighing, "Fine." Su Chen hid in the grass, waving his hand to urge him forward, while Zhao Zilong gave a thumbs up for encouragement. The two red boar demons were peacefully sniffing the grass when they suddenly heard a noise. They instantly became alert and spotted Li Lei. They charged. Li Lei roared, settled into a stance and threw two heavy punches at the beasts, unable to withstand the heavy blows. They were sent flying far away, crashing to the ground. Su Chen shouted excitedly from the side, "Li Lei, you really are the school bully, your strength is solid." Li Lei glanced at the two motionless beasts, picked them up and continued forward as if nothing had happened. Suddenly a strange sound erupted. Su Chen and Zhao Zilong whipped their heads around, horrified to see a massive swarm of fat, red-eyed boar demons charging toward them. Su Chen screamed in panic, "What's going on?" Zhao Zilong quickly pulled him into the bushes, muttering, "Why are there so many?" Only then did Li Lei look back and finish his sentence from before. "Brother Su, although I'm a tank warrior, I have a hidden attribute, the monster-attracting physique." Su Chen and Zhao Zilong were stunned. Monster-attracting physique, it meant that as long as he attacked one demonic beast, the rest of its kind would be drawn in like a tide to attack. Li Lei calmly folded his arms, explaining this to the pack of crazed boars charging toward them. The three of them began running for their lives as if their legs had motors. Su Chen, leading the pack, screamed, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" In another corner of the trial space, Li Lingxiao and Zhao Lu's team were facing three red boar demons. Zhao Lu cast Solar Fireball, sending three blazing fireballs toward the beasts. Strangely, before the fireballs could hit, the boars turned and ran. Li Lingxiao was bewildered. "What's going on? Why did the red boars run away?" A teammate pointed into the distance. "Look, a whole swarm is running that way." Zhao Lu frowned. Red boar demons were the most numerous and easiest to kill here. If they didn't keep eliminating them, their leveling speed would be affected. Meanwhile, Su Chen's team was still running for their lives with the massive swarm of boars hot on their heels. Zhao Zilong couldn't help but scream in terror. "The red boars are increasing, we can't keep running like this." Su Chen scanned the surroundings, spotted a clearing, and decisively ordered them to run toward it. He dashed ahead. "You two stay here, let me handle this swarm." Zhao Zilong was terrified and tried to stop him. "Su Chen, don't be reckless, there are too many of them." But Su Chen didn't listen, waving them back. He led the entire swarm to the mouth of a valley, clenched his fists and began to charge power. He threw a punch that transformed into a massive fireball, slamming directly into the swarm. A world-shaking explosion followed. The swarm was blown to pieces, with debris flying everywhere. On the other side, the principals were tensely watching the rankings. Li Tianye, principal of the First Academy, laughed triumphantly. The First Academy was leading the point rankings by a wide margin. Most of the killed beasts were at the hands of our academy. Huang Lin, principal of the Third Academy, was also beaming. "Our school's genius Xiao Huohuo is ranked second. He's really doing us proud." He turned to mock NYG. "Principal, and why are you so quiet?" NYG gave a forced smile and replied, "The Second Academy isn't doing too badly. The one in fourth place is my student." Huang Lin sneered. "Don't you feel ashamed saying that? Everyone knows the 4th-ranked Wei Bui transferred from the 1st Academy. Li Tianye curled his lip in disdain. The 2nd Academy is truly out of talent if they have to poach people from our school. Principal N, that wasn't a very good move. NYG argued awkwardly. Don't you poach people too? I didn't stop you from recruiting from the 2nd Academy. Huang Lin stepped over and ridiculed him. You really know how to flatter yourself. What talent does the 2nd Academy have that's worth poaching? He added smugly. If it weren't for Wei Bui, the 2nd Academy would have been trampled by the 3rd Academy long ago. Huang Lin grew more animated as he spoke. Therefore, for this year's resource allocation, the 3rd Academy must take the lion's share. NYG fought back stubbornly. What's the rush? The trial isn't over yet. Li Tianye glanced at the list and said calmly, even though it's just the beginning, the layout is set. The more beasts killed, the stronger the students. The gap will only widen. Suddenly, the numbers on the rankings began to jump frantically. Huang Lin stared at the top of the list in horror, where a line of text appeared. Su Chen 98 points. Li Tianye cried out, muttering, Who is Su Chen? Why have I never heard that name? How did he suddenly jump to 98 points? How many beasts did he have to kill for that? Principal NYG was also stunned, whispering, What's going on? Su Chen, the classless student. How did he climb to 1st place? Although he hadn't figured out why yet, he immediately seized the opportunity, turning to Huang Lin with biting sarcasm. Weren't you just showing off in front of me? Now that the 2nd Academy is on top, are you convinced? Huang Lin's mouth hung open, still unable to believe it. The system must have glitched, and YG thought to himself, who cares if there's a problem? Let's reclaim some dignity first. He countered with a cold smile. A glitch and nobody charging straight to 1st and leaving 2nd place in the dust. That can't be an error. This system is run by the central smart brain. Everyone knows the brain never makes mistakes, Huang Lin roared, insisting on a recheck. And YG tilted his head up confidently. Check all you want, I took 1st place, so eat your heart out. The 3rd Academy wanting to surpass the 2nd, keep dreaming. Meanwhile, back in the trial space, Zhao Zilong and Li Lei were staring in shock at Su Chen's earth-shattering punch, which had wiped out the entire swarm of red boars in an instant. Zhao Zilong stammered, unable to find his words. One-shotting all those red boar demons with a single punch. How is that possible? Su Chen was also dazed, enveloped in a brilliant golden light emanating from his body. He muttered in confusion. What's happening to my body? What is this light? Zhao Zilong took one look and screamed, 1-star, Brother Su, you're breaking through to become a 1-star practitioner, reaching 1-star right at the start of the trial. This speed is enough to crush all the geniuses at the 1st Academy. Su Chen still shook his head in a daze. A 1-star practitioner, but I don't even have a class. And I don't feel any different. In another corner of the trial space, 2 bald men were facing a pack of wolf demons. These wolves were hideous and massive with red eyes, but one of the bald men laughed contemptuously, saying these 1-star small fry weren't even worth mentioning. Our strength has already surpassed 1 star. No one in this trial is our match. The other nodded in agreement, saying they didn't need to worry about these 1-star beasts. The key was whether that thing was here. The first man said with certainty that it was. Although this space node had just appeared, someone had entered it 1,000 years ago. What they were looking for had to be inside. The bald man opened a golden suitcase and the crystals inside emitted a dazzling purple light. The mechanism was instantly activated, causing the canyon to tremble and collapse with a roar. Those wolf demons that had just been defeated suddenly awoke, a blood-red horn growing from each of their foreheads, glowing with a fierce light. The bald man frowned and muttered, with such a huge disturbance I feel like the surrounding space has changed, and these beasts have grown much stronger. He rushed toward the newly activated mechanical door, but his face darkened instantly. The door wouldn't open, the other man shouted in terror. The wolf pack lunged forward. The lead giant wolf suddenly exerted force and kicked the bald man, sending him sprawling. He realized with gritted teeth that the strength of these demonic beasts had jumped from 1 star to 2 star. The other man's face turned pale as he screamed in terror. There's only one possibility. I must have accidentally triggered a mechanism that upgraded this trial zone from 1 star to 2 star. We're in deep trouble now. Meanwhile, in another corner, Su Chen's team continued to push deeper into the trial grounds. Li Lei let out a bored sigh, remarking that he never thought participating in a trial would be this easy. Having walked for most of the day without seeing a single monster, he concluded. I bet Brother Su cleared out all the red boar demons here. We'll have to go even deeper to find anything else. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out ahead. On a cliff stood 3 massive demonic beasts. They resembled ostriches but had heads that looked like giant golden slippers made of fluff, emitting low growls. Zhao Zilong whispered a warning. Those are leopard-head chickens, 1-star beasts. They're much more dangerous than red boars. We have to be careful. Just then, another team of students approached from the opposite side of the canyon, having spotted the beasts as well. It was Zhang Yuyu's team, the ex-girlfriend who had just dumped Li Lei. One of her teammates spoke up. How strange. Why have the red boar demons, the easiest ones to kill, all vanished? Are only these 1-star monsters left? Zhang Yuyu announced arrogantly. Leopard-head chickens are the weakest among 1-star monsters. Everyone open fire, our team can handle this with ease. Li Lei stepped forward to argue. Zhang Yuyu, we found this pack of leopard-head chickens first. She glanced sideways with a cold sneer, mocking him. Li Lei, you might have some strength, but by bringing that waste Su Chen along, your team's combat power is halved. Even if I handed them to you, do you really have the ability to kill these 3 one-star beasts? Li Lei hurriedly turned to Su Chen. Brother Su, she's looking down on you, go get him. However, Su Chen shook his head and replied listlessly, go get him, yeah right, that charged punch from earlier drained all my strength. I'm just an ordinary person right now. Li Lei looked at Zhao Ziling with a face full of frustration. Ziling, you go then, we can't let this woman humiliate us. But Zhao Zilong also shook his head in refusal. Li Lei sighed, preparing to charge in himself. Fine, I'll do it. Suddenly, Su Chen and Zhao Zilong lunged at him, each grabbing one of his legs and shouting in unison, don't be reckless, you'll cause a disaster if you go up there. Watching the 3 men scuffling in the corner, Zhang Yueyue snorted in disdain, what a performance, you're all useless trash. Suddenly a roar of anger came from the distance. Huang Xiao from the 3rd Academy is clearing the area, all bystanders get lost. Li Lei glanced over and recognized the leader as Huang Kai, the genius ranked 3rd at the 3rd Academy, and the pride and joy of Principal Huang Lin. Huang Kai's lackey Ma Da announced imperiously, we're booking this whole monster zone. Li Lei muttered with disgust, booking it, does this guy think he's at a bar? Zhang Yueyue, however, suddenly changed her tune, swaying coyly toward Huang Kai. Young Master Huang, do you remember me? Huang Kai glanced at her and nodded. Oh, it's you. Yueyue, he waved his hand, ordering everyone to beat it except for the pretty girls. But Zhang Yueyue, eager to stir up trouble, said with a cold smile, young Master Huang, let Su Chen and his group stay. Let them see what a truly powerful team looks like. Huang Kai agreed without hesitation, raising an eyebrow with a wicked smirk. Fine, when we're done later, remember to come over to my new villa. My cat can do backflips. Just as he finished speaking, a girl in Zhang Yueyu's team instantly transformed into a silver-armored warrior, her long sword gleaming with cold light. With a cry she charged forward, and 2 other teammates also transformed, rushing toward the leopard-head chickens and launching a coordinated assault. Su Chen's team watched in stunned silence. Zhao Zilong murmured to himself, shocked that all 3 girls were heavy-armored warriors. Li Lei also lamented gloomily, with that physique they're actually warriors, they're basically tanks. Zhang Yueyue looked over and said triumphantly, Li Lei, do you see now, this is a real elite team. Dumping me to stay with Su Chen was the biggest mistake of your life. Get ready to finish at the very bottom of this assessment. Huang Kai, who had been holding back, suddenly unsheathed his long sword, charging forward with an aggressive aura and roaring, I am Huang Kai, the gallant swordsman. Everyone move aside and let me show you how it's done. He led the charge alongside the 3 heavy-armored warriors. The group shouted in unison, vowing to take down the leopard-head chickens. Suddenly, a world-shaking explosion echoed from the nearby mountain. Huang Kai was startled and yelled, what's happening? Before he could react, the monsters, which had looked like sickly chickens, suddenly began to mutate. Chainsaws gleaming with cold light sprouted from their heads and wings. Huang Kai panicked completely, swinging his sword wildly and screaming in terror, what the hell are these things? In an instant a chainsaw wing from one of the beasts slapped him away. The 3 heavy-armored warriors fared no better, overturned by the serrated blades on the other side and howling in pain. Zhao Zilong's eyes widened in horror. Those are 2-star sawtooth beasts, how is this possible? How did 1-star monsters suddenly become 2-star? Huang Kai lay paralyzed on the ground, asking weakly, 2-star sawtooth beasts, what on earth is going on? His 2 lackeys rushed over to help him up, shouting, young Master Huang, forget that, we have to run, 2-star monsters are beyond us. The other lackey nodded frantically, ready to flee. Just then, a slender hand tightly grabbed Huang Kai. Covered in injuries, Zhang Yueyue crawled over weakly. Young Master Huang, save me, take me with you, I'm hurt. Without a second thought, Huang Kai violently shook her off. Get lost, I can barely save my own skin, I can't carry you. Zhang Yueyue slumped on the ground, pleading in terror. Young Master Huang, I can't move, don't leave me, you just said you'd show me your cat's backflip. Huang Kai delivered a cold kick. Scram, I don't have time. Shivering all over, she struggled to crawl up, screaming in despair, someone help me on the other side. The sawtooth beasts continued their frenzied attack on her teammates while running. Huang Kai looked back to urge his lackeys only to find the monsters had somehow blocked their path, letting out blood-curdling growls. One lackey asked in a panic, young Master Huang, what do we do? The 3 of us together are no match for 1 sawtooth beast, let alone 2. Huang Kai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly pulled a neon green orb emitting a mysterious glow from his pocket, shouting, don't panic, my dad gave me a life-saving charm. Huang Kai hurled the green orb toward Su Chen's team, roaring, you trash, catch this. Su Chen caught it instinctively, looking utterly confused. What is this thing? Zhao Zilong screamed in terror. Su Chen, throw it away, that's a monster luring tool. It attracts the attention of every monster in the vicinity for a short time. Before he could finish, the orb exploded and a cloud of green smoke instantly enveloped the 3 of them. The previously frenzied sawtooth beasts immediately turned their heads and began slowly closing in on Su Chen's team. Zhang Yueyue lay on the ground, trembling and moaning. Huang Kai, but Huang Kai was already far away, laughing triumphantly. I am truly merciful. Since you like them so much, I'll give both sawtooth beasts to you. Su Chen was fuming with rage as the system chimed. Rage points 1086, he growled through gritted teeth. You animal, you dared to set me up, I'll remember this. Huang Kai shot back with a look of disdain. You're about to die, why would I care if you remember me? Zhang Yueyue still couldn't stand up, wailing in despair, it's over, we're dead. I don't want to die, someone save me, I'll do anything. Li Lei let out an angry roar. Shut up, you're too noisy, can't you see we're still here? Zhang Yuyue snapped back spitefully. What can 3 cowards like you even do? You didn't even dare to touch 1-star monsters, let alone 2-star sawtooth beasts. Before she could finish, a beast naped over her head and charged straight at Su Chen. Before Su Chen could react, he was swept off his feet by a chainsaw wing, let out a pained groan. Li Lei was frantic. It's over, even Brother Su is no match for a sawtooth beast. Despite being scared out of his wits, he prepared for a fight to the death. But Zhao Zilong grabbed him and stepped forward resolutely. I absolutely cannot let you act. This time I'll handle it. The sawtooth beast accelerated frantically, making a piercing roar as its sharp blades prepared to shred everything, aiming directly for Zhao Zilong. At that moment Zhao Zilong charged forward, and his body was instantly enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, a stunningly beautiful girl with long purple hair, a sailor suit, and a magic wand appeared before everyone, both hot and charming. Li Lei's eyes nearly popped out. What is this situation? The transformed Zhao Zilong swung the wand, clashing head-on with the beast chainsaw, shouting as they fought. Su Chen, you guys go first, I'll hold this monster back. Seeing this, Zhang Yuyue cut in. Good, you hold it, we'll retreat first. She staggered to her feet. Su Chen and Li Lei nodded. Let's go. On the other side, Zhao Zilong took a heavy blow to the chest and stumbled back several steps. Seeing the situation turn grim, Zhang Yuyue urged anxiously, Su Chen, didn't you hear? While someone's blocking them, run. Su Chen observed the battle calmly and snapped back decisively. If you want to go, go. I'm staying. Zhang Yuyue sneered, her tone vicious. You classless waste, what are you trying to prove? You really aren't afraid of death, are you? She seemed to have forgotten her own pathetic situation, shaking her head and lamenting. How am I so unlucky to be stuck with a bunch of garbage like you? Su Chen lost the last of his patience and slapped her. Zhang Yuyue clutched her face, whipping her head around and screaming, You dared to hit me? She turned to Li Lei and roared. That waste hit me and you're just going to watch? Without a word, Li Lei delivered another slap. Scram, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. On the other side, Zhao Zilong was knocked down by the 2 sawtooth beasts working together, though his landing was relatively stable. Seeing this, Su Chen lunged forward, standing in front of his best friend and shouting, Get back, you're no match for them. Zhao Zilong was full of worry. Su Chen, don't force it, you were just injured by a sawtooth beast. But Su Chen stood his ground, and a raging fire actually ignited around his body. A towering fury erupted instantly as he glared at the 2 beasts that dared to harm his friend. I will never let you off. Su Chen let out a roar. The 2 monsters slammed into him like moths to a flame. Su Chen roared, Charged punch. The extreme anger transformed into a devastating impact. His punch triggered a world-shaking explosion, instantly tearing the 2 sawtooth beasts into pieces. Li Lei was dancing with excitement. As expected of my brother Su, 2 kills with 1 punch. What kind of god-tier combat power is this? Su Chen thought to himself that when he used this move, the system indicated the power depended on the charging time and the host's level of anger. The higher the rage points, the stronger the punch. Thanks to this burst of anger, he had secured a total victory. Beside them, Zhang Yuyu's face turned pale with terror. How is this possible? Su Chen couldn't possibly have this kind of power. I must have injured the sawtooth beasts earlier, and he just got lucky. Just then, 3 more sawtooth beasts surrounded them. Zhang Yuyue completely broke down. At this rate, even with someone blocking them, they wouldn't be able to escape. Su Chen frowned. That last punch had exhausted half of his rage points. Watching the approaching pack, he knew he had to restore his rage points immediately. He thought of Huang Kai and ground his teeth. That bastard! The system notified him of 100 rage points, but it was far from enough. Su Chen felt a bit helpless. A petty backstabber like him isn't enough to make me truly furious. He stood like a mountain before the 2 giant beasts. Zhao Zilong and Li Lei's hearts were in their throats. Suddenly, Su Chen exerted his full strength and the system notified rage points 1086. He let out a wild roar, a great sword to slay the enemy. A violent gust of wind from his punch howled out, sending a monster flying, but he wasn't done. Su Chen's eyes turned blood red as he recalled historical humiliations. The 14 years of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, my rage has reached its peak. The system jumped again. Rage points 1086. This time, the pack of sawtooth beasts was truly out of luck, being pulverized under the world-shaking iron fist. Su Chen stood tall, his eyes like torches, roaring the humiliation of Jinkang, the fall of Manchuria. The Battle of Yishan, China's iron bones will never bend. He threw another punch, the flames in his hand burning wildly. The uprising of the 5 barbarians, the Tumu crisis, the Opium War, the burning of the old summer palace. This was a bloodline pride deeply etched into his bones, igniting at the slightest touch. Li Lei was completely conquered by Su Chen's soaring dominance, shouting frantically, This is insane, Su Chen, give it your all. That punch is something I'll remember for the rest of my life. Su Chen exploded with a mountain-moving force, roaring, Fight for the rise of China. That punch blasted the final sawtooth beast into scattered debris. He raised a hand to wipe away his sweat and let out a long breath. It was finally over. That was too close. Zhang Yuyue was shivering, murmuring incoherently. A person without a class killed all the 2-star monsters. Is this a miracle? Su Chen stood in the sunset, the rays of light making him look like a deity amidst the ruins. He looked up and announced dominantly, This world is full of danger, but since I, Su Chen, am here, I shall fight it. Li Lei leaned in curiously and whispered, Brother Su, Is your hidden class actually a mage? What kind of divine incantation were you chanting just now? It got stronger the more you said it. He looked on with a face full of bewilderment and shock. Zhao Zilong also stood frozen, not yet having recovered from his transformation. In the monitoring room, the leaderboard underwent a massive change. Li Yanyan from the first academy leaped to the top with 1,006 points. Principal Li Tianye spoke triumphantly to the other principals. See, Li Yanyan has already overtaken Su Chen. Genius will never be buried. Huang Lin glanced at NYG, who was sitting silently in the corner, and mocked. Principal, and why aren't you speaking? Your school's Su Chen has dropped to third. NYZ's face was grim as he shot back. So what if he's third? Third place is still a top-tier talent. Huang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Give it a rest, stop comforting yourself. That nobody Su Chen's score hasn't moved for ages. I think he's reached his limit. He pointed at the list and continued. The real geniuses have started to exert themselves. Su Chen will drop out of the top 10 very soon. But just then a crisp ding came from the leaderboard. The name that had created a miracle, Su Chen, suddenly jumped back to first. And that dazzling 2088 points seemed to deliver a heavy slap to Huang Lin's face. Li Tianye stood there like a wooden statue. What? 2088 points? What on earth happened? How could Su Chen lead second place by so much in an instant? Principal N finally reclaimed his dignity, his eyes scanning the list sharply as an uncontrollable smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, the other two principals were still muttering incessantly, their faces full of indignation and confusion. This isn't scientific, absolutely not scientific. NYG walked leisurely up to Huang Lin, his chubby hands waving in front of the old man's face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Principal Huang, does the sound of getting slapped in the face sound loud enough to you? Huang Lin stomped his feet in a fit of rage, turning to Li Tianye for sympathy. Dean Li, there's definitely something wrong with this kid. If it's not him, then it's a glitch in the trial system. Principal N waved him off, mocking him with a nonchalant tone. Give it a rest. Won't you be embarrassed if they can't find a single error? Suddenly, a crisp bell resonated from the leaderboard, but this time it wasn't the usual notification. It was the shrill, urgent blast of a danger alarm. Huang Lin jumped, his face turning pale. That's a level 1 alert. Something has gone horribly wrong with the trial. He suddenly burst into laughter, his voice dripping with smugness. Just as I suspected. There is a problem with the trial. NYG, let's see who's the one losing face now. At that moment, a staff member rushed into the room, frantically reporting in a trembling voice. Principals, we have a major crisis. The space node where the students are located has just undergone a mutation. It has suddenly upgraded from a 1-star trial ground to a 2-star one. The three principals were aghast, crying out in unison. What? How could this happen? Li Tianye asked urgently. What's the cause? Have you found it yet? The staff member shook his head, his tone filled with worry. We haven't found the cause yet. All we know is that after the upgrade to 2-star, all the 1-star monsters inside have transformed into 2-star variants. It's extremely dangerous. Li Tianye immediately realized the severity of the situation. 2-star monsters were absolutely not something students who hadn't even reached 1-star rank could handle. Even Huang Lin understood that even the most gifted student, Li Yangyan, could barely manage to protect himself. Principal N frowned and asked in a low voice, can anyone still enter the trial ground now? The technician replied helplessly. No, although the trial zone has become 2-star, the entry requirements haven't changed. Only practitioners below 1-star can enter. All the teachers here are 1-star or above, so they can't get in at all. Huang Lin was white as a sheet. His son Huang Kai was still trapped inside. This was a nightmare. The 2-star monsters would likely go on a slaughter. NYG raised an eyebrow, his tone provocative. That's not necessarily true, Huang Lin snapped back. What do you mean, not necessarily? NYG pointed at the leaderboard, his gaze sharp. Su Chen's ranking just skyrocketed. What does that tell you? It means Su Chen has already killed a 2-star monster. Only by slaying a 2-star beast could he gain such a massive amount of points and cause his rank to soar like that. The explanation seemed logical. But Huang Lin stubbornly retorted, impossible, your second academy is the weakest, how could you produce such an elite student? Though Li Tianye found it hard to believe, he admitted, it sounds shocking but it really is the most reasonable explanation. Suddenly, NYG pulled a shoe out of nowhere and delivered a savage backhanded slap to Huang Lin's face. Huang Lin was stunned, hardly realizing what had happened before he swiped Principal An's hand away and roared, why the hell did you hit me? Since NYG had already made his move, he wasn't afraid of escalating. He immediately shot back triumphantly. Because you're always looking down on our academy, I'm hitting you right in the face to give you a lesson you'll remember. Huang Lin's face was twisted with fury, but before he could react, NYG went even further, insulting him mercilessly. And since I'm afraid you'll feel embarrassed, here's a shoe. Now go find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Inside the trial space, Su Chen quickly realized something was wrong. Otherwise, why would 2-star monsters be appearing here? He turned to his teammates and said decisively, we have to find a way to leave this place immediately. Zhao Zilong replied. The exit portal is at the end of the secret realm point. There's still a distance to go. Su Chen didn't hesitate and set off at once. Suddenly, Zhang Yuyue grabbed his hand, her tone turning instantly fawning. Big brother, take me with you. Her face shifted faster than the pages of a book, earning a look of disdain from Su Chen. What, big brother? I wouldn't take you along even if you called me daddy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yuyue actually flopped onto her knees, her eyes full of fanaticism. "Daddy, please accept my worship." She clung tightly to Su Chen's arm. She shook it incessantly, making Su Chen shudder as he thought to himself, "This is too brutal." Meanwhile at the portal, 2 suspicious bald men in black were being cornered by 4 2-star demonic beasts. One of them was panicking, his voice trembling as he asked, "What do we do? The bronze gate won't open and we're surrounded by 2-star monsters." The fat bald man, his thick lips quivering slightly, muttered to himself, "A 1-star trial ground turning into 2-star, this is unheard of. It must be related to what young Master Luo wants. He spent a fortune and used special items just to send us 2 1-star professionals in here. I knew that thing was unusual, but I never expected it to be able to change the rank of a space node." The thin man beside him interrupted irritably. "What's the use of talking about that now? The point is how to get out," the fat man replied. "The exit is inside the bronze gate. Whether we want the item or our lives, we have to open that gate first." The thin man whipped his head around, his voice filled with despair. "Then doesn't that mean we're stuck? The trial ground is now 2-star, and the bronze gate can only be opened by a 2-star professional. We're lucky enough just to survive these 2-star monsters. Who could possibly reach 2-star now?" The scene shifted back to Su Chen's group. After all, the 3 men couldn't withstand Zhang Yuyu's persistent pestering and had no choice but to let her tag along. As they walked, Su Chen shared his deductions. After the space node mutated, no academy teachers have appeared even after all this time. That proves they can't get in. It looks like the path ahead is entirely up to us. Li Lei folded his arms, a look of clear concern in his eyes. "The path ahead is crawling with 2-star monsters. It won't be easy to reach the end of the secret realm." He let out a low sigh, his tone heavy. "I wonder how many people will end up buried here." Just as he spoke, he suddenly saw 2 figures in the distance being chased by a demonic beast screaming incessantly. As they drew closer, Li Lei recognized them as Li Lingxiao and Zhao Lu. Li Lingxiao leaped into the air, deftly drawing his twin pistols and aiming at the beast. He pulled the triggers frantically, firing 16 rounds from each gun within 3 seconds. He looked like a seasoned gunslinger, his movements flashy and full of momentum. However, the 2-star demonic beast was completely unscathed and continued its ferocious charge. Li Lingxiao realized with horror that his bullets couldn't even penetrate the 2-star monster's thick hide. Seeing their attacks were useless, the 2 had no choice but to continue running for their lives. Zhao Lu spoke up then, her tone resolute. "Let me." She came to a halt, raising her staff high as a brilliant light erupted. She cast a magnificent Mother Earth spell, causing countless mud and rocks to surge up, binding the charging 2-star beast tightly so it couldn't move. Li Lingxiao ran over, his face full of admiration. "Lulu, I knew I could count on you. Mage classes really are powerful," Zhao Lu replied coldly. "Get out of here fast. I can only trap this beast temporarily to delay its movements." Nearby, Zhao Zilang and Zhang Yuyue were watching Zhao Lu face off against the 2-star one-horned wolf demon. Li Lingxiao's ears were as sharp as a dog's. Hearing voices, he turned and barked in surprise. "Su Chen, you, a classless loser like you, is actually still alive? I have to say, your luck is incredible." Zhao Lu cast a glance over, her eyes full of contempt, and didn't even bother to acknowledge him. Li Lingxiao nodded and said, "Let's go our separate ways then. We'll go this way so we don't get dragged down by them." Zhao Lu didn't forget to look back and drop a cold remark. "Su Chen, don't blame me. We're done, so don't follow us. I won't take you with me, and I certainly won't save you." Su Chen stood frozen, watching their receding backs, unable to say a word. Li Lei felt a wave of goosebumps and shook his head in disgust. The nerve of those people, who asked them for help. Zhang Yuyue immediately chimed in, her tone indignant. "Exactly, I really can't stand that kind of stupid woman. She's completely blind, a piece of trash just like I used to be." She didn't stop, continuing to ramble. "I really don't understand what Brother Su ever saw in her. She's not even fit to carry your shoes." Zhang Yuyue was doing everything she could to flatter Su Chen, even going so far as to put herself down to lift him up. Zhao Zilong stood to the side, unable to suppress his laughter. Sighing at the spectacle, Su Chen had been standing still like a statue, and everyone thought he was grieving, but in reality he was so angry his blood was boiling. The invisible fire of rage behind him burned intensely. He rubbed his sleeve, his tone icy. "I'm going to kill a few 2-star monsters to blow off some steam. I can't let this rage go to waste." Without another word, Su Chen unleashed a thunderous heavy punch filled with fury, striking the one-horned wolf squarely. The punch punched clean through its body, shaking the very ground. Li Lei's eyes widened in horror. "Too strong, Brother Su. What class are you? Are you really classless? I'm understanding you less and less." Zhao Zilong scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "I'm not sure either, but Su Chen definitely doesn't have a class." Just as Su Chen vented his anger, a brilliant golden ring of light enveloped his body. Above his head, 2 shimmering stars appeared and rotated, looking incredibly mysterious. Su Chen looked around blankly, not knowing what was happening. Li Lei suddenly snapped out of it, cheering excitedly. "That's a 2-star ring, Brother Su. You've reached the 2-star standard. You're just 1 step away from becoming a 2-star professional." Su Chen turned around in surprise. 2-star already? Is leveling up this easy?" Li Lei was stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "Easy? This is the first time I've ever heard someone call leveling up easy," he explained patiently. "Reaching 1 star is relatively simple because after awakening, a professional's strength is already close to 1 star, but beyond 1 star every level is a massive chasm. the difficulty increases 10,000-fold. Most professionals never even touch the threshold of 2-star in their entire lives. Even geniuses are often trapped at 2 or 3-star, unable to advance an inch. Zhao Zilong cut in. And starting from 2-star, every level up requires a job promotion trial. These trials filter out countless people. Su Chen was stunned, his mind full of questions. What's a job promotion trial? Li Lei felt a bit awkward. Brother Su, they taught us this in class, weren't you listening? Su Chen gave a dry cough and played it off. Ahem, I was just testing you. Zhang Yuyue immediately seized the opportunity, excitedly reciting the facts. Brother Su, I know this, every class has a corresponding star tower. When a professional breaks through a realm, they must go to the star tower to take the trial. Only by passing the trial is the level up considered successful, she continued excitedly. But the star towers are extremely dangerous. Countless genius professionals have died inside or been severely crippled, ending their careers right there. It's a massive hurdle that blocks countless experts. Zhao Ziling added, high-star professionals are as rare as leaves in autumn. The reason Su Chen leveled up so fast is because he has the ability to kill monsters above his level. This is simply unexplainable to other professionals. For a 1-star to kill a 2-star is pure fantasy. Su Chen fell into deep thought, a look of profound consideration in his eyes. Even after reaching the 2-star standard, he still had to face a class-specific star tower trial. But what was a classless person like him supposed to do? He turned and asked, are there star tower trials specifically for classless people? The other 3 shook their heads like rattles, indicating they were powerless to help. Li Lei said solemnly, as far as I know, no, all star towers are divided by class. You can't even get in without a corresponding one. A flash of insight hit Su Chen, and he asked curiously, if there's no star tower, does that mean I can skip the trials and just level up directly? Li Lei didn't know how to answer. Zhao Zilong added, or it could be interpreted as having no way to level up at all. Su Chen wasn't discouraged. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Let's go. We'll kill a few more 2-star monsters and I'll test my theory myself. Su Chen's group arrived at a valley where quite a few people were gathered, looking down with rapt attention. Looking closely, they saw a figure in a fierce battle with a sawtooth beast. Su Chen rubbed his chin. Observing thoughtfully, Zhao Zilong cried out in surprise. Someone actually dares to challenge a 2-star monster head-on like that. Below, the beast's chainsaw was spinning rapidly, sharper than ever. A white-haired girl holding a short blade lunged into close quarters, using shadow sneak to make the chainsaw's violent power miss its mark. The beast was sent reeling by the massive force. Before it could recover, the girl leaped into the air, her blade pointed straight at its throat for a lethal strike. However, the moment the blade touched, the beast suddenly swung its chainsaw. The attack was blocked. The giant chainsaw, 10,000 times larger than the short blade, ucted with a terrifying impact, slamming the girl hard against a massive boulder. The beast couldn't withstand the counterforce either, sliding across the ground and leaving a deep trench. The white-haired girl, leaning against the boulder and gasping for breath, was none other than Li Yangyun from the First Academy. She gritted her teeth and cursed, damn it, I can find the openings but I only just reached 1 star. My level is too low to even scratch this 2-star sawtooth beast. On the high ground, a girl watched with her mouth agape, shouting in surprise, who's that brave enough to go toe-to-toe with a 2-star monster? A boy nearby hurriedly replied, it's Li Yangyun, the top genius of the First Academy and the #1 genius among all 3 schools. How could you not recognize the goddess? Another person chimed in excitedly. Li Yangyun's class is Shadow Assassin, a super strong combat profession. There was once a 9-star powerhouse in human history with that same class. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but sigh. Li Yangyun is our last hope. The boy standing next to Li Lei also looked on with worship, as expected of the #1 prodigy. She can actually fight a 2-star monster to a draw. We're not even in the same league. Li Lei curled his lip, his tone full of disdain. Who says we can't compare? What's so great about a draw? My brother Su can one-shot a 2-star monster in an instant. Someone in the crowd heard this and immediately mocked him. You must have had plenty to drink before coming in here to be telling such tall tales. Others joined in the laughter. This is hilarious. One-shotting a 2-star, I think he's lost his mind, another added. Whether he's crazy or not, he's definitely drunk out of his skull. Li Lei shook his head and waved his hand dismissively, his tone cold. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Your horizons are simply too narrow. He turned to Su Chen, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Brother Su, do you want to show them what's what and wipe those smirks off their faces? Su Chen, however, replied calmly. Li Lei, we need to stay low-key. The man who had been mocking them immediately pointed at Li Lei and barked, Kid, do you have any idea who I am? How dare you say I'm not good enough? Without waiting for an answer, he boasted, I am Xiao Huohuo, the top genius of the Third Academy. My strength is second only to Li Changyan's. Even against a 2-star monster, I can escape unscathed. He pointed at Su Chen, his tone dripping with provocation. Li Lei, you're saying this guy can win? That's pure fantasy. Having said that, he burst into a loud laugh. If he wins, I'll call him Daddy. Li Changyan stepped out from the group and roared at him. Shut your mouth, Xiao Huohuo. But he didn't give her the slightest bit of respect, retorting with a scowl, Who do you think you are? What does this have to do with you? Just when everyone thought Li Changyan would snap back with something harsh, Zhang Yuyue suddenly cut in. She shrieked, Don't you dare try to steal my daddy. Xiao Huohuo froze, scratching his head in complete bewilderment. What on earth does she mean? He quickly caught on and shouted at Zhang Yueyue. Who's trying to steal your dad? I think you've gone mad. Su Chen felt a massive headache coming on and glared at Zhang Yueyue. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Stop talking, I am not his father. Xiao Huohuo rubbed his nose and sneered. Kid, at least you're self-aware. Su Chen turned his head away, muttering with a look of immense displeasure. Being his father, that would just be letting him take advantage of me. To his side, Zhang Yueyue gave a devious grin. Exactly. He'd totally be the one benefiting. Xiao Huohuo's face turned beet red with rage as he pointed at them, his hand shaking. Me calling you daddy is taking advantage of you? He was seething with anger, but he was no match for Su Chen's crew in a war of words. Frustrated beyond belief, he threw a punch as he lunged forward. I'm going to teach you a lesson today if it's the last thing I do. Down in the valley, the sawtooth beasts were still locked in a frenzied battle, and their numbers were actually growing. Li Changyan shouted in terror to the crowd above. New sawtooth beasts are ambushing. Everyone retreat to the finish line now. Hearing her cry, the crowd instantly scattered in a panic. A few daredevils even looked back to shout, two-star monsters. Li Changyan couldn't hold out much longer. Seeing the crowd flee, the two sawtooth beasts stopped bothering with her and charged directly toward the densest part of the crowd, looking almost triumphant. Li Changyan desperately rushed forward to block their path, letting out a loud cry. You beasts, stop right there! But the two monsters split up, one squared off against her while the other rampaged toward the fleeing students. Li Changyan yelled in desperation, damn it, I can only hold back one two-star monster, this is a disaster. Xiao Huohuo, who had been aggressively planning to beat Su Chen, ground to a halt as he saw the gravity of the situation. He cast a sideways glance at Su Chen and said irritably, Kid, consider yourself lucky. If it weren't for this two-star monster ambush, you'd be flat on the ground by now. I'll settle the score with you later. With that, he quickly sprinted toward the other two. And seeing the two-star beast charging, he urged them, move, move. Suddenly, Li Changyan's voice echoed from the valley again. Everyone, can anyone help me stop the sawtooth beast up ahead? If it reaches the ordinary students, the consequences will be unthinkable. Xiao Huohuo was just about to bolt when Su Chen grabbed him by his clothes. Su Chen sneered, hey, she's calling you. He turned around furiously. Shut your mouth. Su Chen didn't let go, instead shouting down to the valley. Li Changyan, Xiao Huohuo, the top genius of the third academy here, says he can stop that two-star monster. Xiao Huohuo barked back in a fit of rage. Su Chen, you bastard, when did I ever say that? Su Chen gave a nonchalant smile. I'm just giving you a chance to show off to your heart's content. While fending off the monster, Li Changyan shouted, Xiao Huohuo, help me stall that sawtooth beast. I'll push this one back and head over immediately. Xiao Huohuo, who had been bragging just moments ago, was now trembling with fear, stammering and unable to find his words. Su Chen added fuel to the fire. Xiao Huohuo, you aren't actually too scared to go, are you? This jab wounded Xiao Huohuo's pride, he roared. Who says I'm scared? I am the #1 genius of the Third Academy. With that, he steeled his resolve and charged toward the sawtooth beast. On behalf of the Third Academy, I will definitely stop this two-star monster. However, in a mere instant, the monster's chainsaw wings swept out and Xiao Huohuo was sent flying, coughing up blood. He scrambled to his feet and ran faster than the wind, screaming as he fled. Two-star monsters are too terrifying. A mocking voice drifted down from above. What a total waste. Even as he fled for his life, Xiao Huohuo stopped to point at Su Chen and shout, how dare a nobody like you look down on me? Just wait until that two-star monster shreds you to pieces. At that moment, Li Changyan unleashed a sharp blade of light to repel the sawtooth beast, pinning her down. Without hesitation, she charged toward the other monster currently lunging at Su Chen, shouting at the top of her lungs, run toward me. I'll save you. Su Chen, however, didn't seem bothered at all. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This monster was truly unlucky, as his rage had accumulated enough to deliver a world-shaking strike. To the side, Xiao Huohuo continued his sarcastic commentary. What am I seeing? A moron actually daring to attack a two-star monster? Do you think you're Li Changyan? Even Li Changyan shook her head, thinking Su Chen was being too reckless. A two-star monster was absolutely not something an ordinary student could handle, but before she could even reach him, Su Chen had already unleashed a heavy punch. The force of the punch exploded and the sawtooth beast was instantly pulverized into countless scraps. The pieces flew everywhere like discarded machine parts. Xiao Huohuo's eyes went wide and his eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. What the hell was that? He turned a sawtooth beast into spare parts with one punch. Li Changyan was also stunned, her heart racing. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. She had thought she was invincible among the three schools, but she never expected there to be someone even more monstrous. She wondered whose student this was. Just after the strike, a brilliant power once again enveloped Su Chen's body, but this time he clutched his head, his face contorted in pain as he screamed in agony. Li Lei and Zhao Zilong rushed over, seeing Su Chen collapsed on the ground. They asked anxiously, Brother Su, what's wrong? Su Chen regained his senses and stood up, his voice trembling slightly. It's nothing, this feeling. I must have leveled up to 2-star. I didn't expect reaching 2-star to hurt like my head was going to explode. Li Lei was aghast, his tone filled with pure admiration. 2-star, you can really break through to 2-star without entering a star tower. Brother Su, you truly are one of a kind. Zhao Zilong nodded and added, Su Chen, being classless, is already unique in this world, so it's not surprising you don't need a star tower. Su Chen muttered thoughtfully to himself, The good news is I don't need a star tower to level up. The bad news is that when others hit 2-star, their strength surges, but I don't feel any change at all, except for this killer headache. At that moment, Li Changyan approached, her eyes filled with curiosity and respect. What is your name? You blew up a 2-star monster with one punch. How have I never heard of such power before? What is your class? Su Chen gave a thumbs up and pointed to his handsome face, his tone decisive. Su Chen. Classless. Li Changyan was stunned for a moment. Classless, but she quickly assumed he just didn't want to reveal it and said, "Fine, I won't force you if you don't want to say. Regardless, we are rivals." She turned to leave but suddenly stopped, a provocative glint in her eyes. "Su Chen, you are the first true opponent I, Li Changyan, have ever encountered. Let's see who's better. I refuse to lose to you." Su Chen could only gape in helplessness. "Who wants to compete with you?" he muttered under his breath, looking entirely unwilling. It was a case where the truth was so unbelievable that even a genius's thoughts were far removed from reality. Su Chen ignored her and turned to the three in his team, his tone firm. "Let's go. We have to leave this place as soon as possible." Seeing Xiao Huohuo still standing there like a statue, he frowned and asked, "Why aren't you moving?" Xiao Huohuo's face turned red. Pointing at himself, he said, "Take me with you. I want to go with your group." He thought to himself that only following Su Chen would be safe. He had to cling to this powerhouse's leg. Su Chen waved him off and said coldly, "Give me one reason why I should take you along." Xiao Huohuo immediately threw his dignity aside, cupped his hands and knelt. "I, Xiao Huohuo, have drifted for half my life, only regretting that I never met a wise master. If you don't find me unworthy, I wish to acknowledge you as my godfather." Zhang Yueyue, Li Lei, and Zhao Zilong were all petrified, completely stunned by his thick skin. This was even more extreme than Zhang Yueyue. Su Chen laughed in spite of himself and couldn't help but sigh. "Damn, you really are a genius in your own way." The five-man group continued their journey. After walking a long distance, they arrived before a massive bronze gate where a large crowd had gathered. Li Lei leaned into Su Chen's ear and said excitedly, "According to the map, we're almost at the end. There's a teleportation array inside that bronze gate that can take us out." Li Lei and Zhao Zilong stepped forward to investigate. Zhao Zilong looked back, his brow furrowed. "Something's not right. Why is everyone gathered here? Why hasn't anyone entered the bronze gate?" Li Lei grabbed a random person and asked urgently, "What's the situation?" The person was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. "Brother Lei, this bronze gate requires a 2-star professional to open it. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Everyone just work together to repel an attack from several 2-star monsters." Li Lei looked back at Su Chen. "I'm afraid you're the only one here who has reached 2-star. Only a 2-star professional can open this door." "Brother Su, it's all up to you now." Xiao Huohuo, walking at the back of the line, looked back and turned pale. Dust was billowing in the distance, and countless figures were vaguely visible. Looking closely, it was a pack of 2-star beasts charging toward them with deafening roars. The crowd before the bronze gate fell into a panic, screaming, "It's over. The 2-star monsters are coming back to kill us. Get into formation." The students in front began pushing and shoving, falling into chaos. Someone shouted, "Move, I'm weak, let me hide in the back." In a life-and-death crisis, no one cared about dignity anymore. Even Li Lingxiao and Zhao Lu were pushed to the outer edge. They heard someone bark, "Scram, don't block the way." The crowd was a mess, everyone scrambling to get inside. Li Lingxiao roared in fury, "What do you think you're doing? I am the gunslinger." Li Lingxiao, "Our class has high attack but low defense. We need to be in the back." On the other side, a large fellow leading the pack was Shi Hao from the 3rd Academy. He scowled and roared, "I don't care what your class is. Our 3rd Academy is fighting inside, so you lot from the 2nd Academy can go out and deal with the monsters." The 2nd Academy students behind Li Lingxiao erupted in anger, cursing, "Damn it, this 3rd Academy doesn't dare bully the 1st Academy, so they turn around and bully us?" Another person was shivering, their voice full of terror. "There are even more monsters this time than before. This is sending us to our deaths." Zhao Lu stepped out of the line and said calmly yet arrogantly, "Classmates, I am Zhao Lu, a member of the prestigious mage class and the top genius of the 2nd Academy. Please do me this favor." But the bald man Shi Hao didn't buy it at all. He glared and said, "Cut the crap. I'm also the number 2 genius of the 3rd Academy, and you have no favor with me. Our 3rd Academy is stronger than your 2nd Academy, so we'll do whatever we want." Zhao Lu frowned, pulled out her brown notebook and recorded something quickly, her tone icy. "Shi Hao, is it? I'll remember you." Just then, Su Chen pushed through the chaotic crowd, politely asking for a way through. "Excuse me, let me through, please." Li Lingxiao looked back, his tone biting. "It's Su Chen's group, they're actually still alive?" Shi Hao ignored him entirely, pointing at the crowd and roaring, "Didn't you hear me? All students from the 2nd Academy, get the hell out of here right now." Su Chen shouted from within the crowd, "Move aside, I'll help everyone open the bronze gate." Hearing this, Shi Hao burst into laughter as if he'd heard a joke, eyeing Su Chen's lean frame with contempt. "Are you kidding me? This gate can only be opened by a 2-star professional." He pointed into the distance. "Our only hope right now is Li Changyan, the top prodigy of the 1st Academy. Everyone is waiting for her." Then he leaned his bald head toward Su Chen, provocatively saying, "Who do you think you are? If you can actually open it, I'll call you Grandma." The surrounding people held their breath, waiting for the drama to unfold. Su Chen sighed in helplessness. "Why do the people of the 3rd Academy love claiming random relatives so much? These words stabbed into Shihao's heart like a steel blade. His muscular frame heaved violently as he roared at Su Chen. "You second academy trash, you dare provoke me?" He poked Su Chen in the face with his finger. "Do you have any idea that a mediocre guy like you has no right to speak in front of a prodigy?" Su Chen completely lost his patience. He raised his middle finger and cursed loudly. "You damn baldy, did you eat shit? Why is your mouth so foul?" To the side, Li Lingxiao crossed his arms and sneered. "Su Chen, who do you think you are? How dare you be so rude to Shihao?" Zhao Lu added her own cold sarcasm. "He's probably just trying to get my attention, hence this stupid display of confidence." Shihao's face turned bright red with rage. He swung his arms at Su Chen, shouting, "Ha, do you want to die? Today I'm going to shove your head up your own ass." Li Lingxiao thought for sure the kid was dead. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huohuo suddenly rushed over and delivered a resounding slap across Shihao's face. "Get the hell out of the way, stop being an obstacle." Li Lingxiao was stunned, his mouth hanging open as if he'd swallowed a whole watermelon. Shihao's pig-like body crashed into him, even landing right on his back. Shihao screamed, "Ow, damn it, who hit me?" Xiao Huohuo glared at him. "Shihao, you fat pig, don't you recognize me?" When Shihao saw who it was, his expression instantly changed to one of fawning submission. "Brother Huo, how could it be you?" A stir went through the crowd. "It's Xiao Huohuo, the top prodigy of the Third Academy." It was said that his strength was on par with Li Changyan's. Xiao Huohuo showed no mercy, delivering another slap to Shihao's bald head. "Who told you to lay a hand on him? Did I give you permission?" Shihao's heavy backside landed on the frail Li Lingxiao once again, causing the latter to nearly bite his tongue in pain. Shihao struggled to stand up, his face flushed with rage as he pointed at Su Chen and roared, "Brother Huo, this guy is just a piece of trash from the Second Academy. He actually dared to make me call him daddy, so I absolutely cannot let him go." Xiao Huohuo didn't say a word. He simply waved his hand and slapped Shihao across the face again. "You think you're worthy of calling him daddy?" As usual, Shihao fell back, crashing onto the human cushion that was Li Lingxiao. He struggled to sit up, bellowing, "Am I not awesome enough?" Li Lingxiao, aching from the impact, stumbled over to Zhao Lu's side and asked in confusion, "Lulu, why is this Xiao Huohuo helping our Second Academy?" Zhao Lu, as narcissistic as ever, pushed up her glasses and said proudly, "There's only one possibility. He wants to give me face." Li Lingxiao nodded repeatedly, his eyes lighting up. "That's the only possible explanation. Only you, Lulu, could make a prodigy like Xiao Huohuo put on such a performance." Xiao Huohuo approached Su Chen and asked in a low voice, "Are you satisfied with how I handled this?" Zhao Lu didn't hesitate, pushing up her glasses again. "I'm satisfied." Li Lingxiao quickly added fawningly, "Brother Huo, you're too kind. On behalf of all the students of the Second Academy, I express my gratitude." Xiao Huohuo pushed away these two shameless individuals with a look of pure disgust and walked straight toward Su Chen. Meanwhile, Li Lingxiao and Zhao Lu continued to watch the spectacle shamelessly. Xiao Huohuo's expression was solemn, his tone respectful. "Is there anything else you're unhappy with? Please, just give the word." Li Lingxiao was utterly bewildered, unable to understand why Xiao Huohuo's attitude toward Su Chen was so reverent. Zhao Lu pulled out her brown notebook again, busy recording while muttering, "Xiao Huohuo, right, I've noted your name as well." Behind them, the two-star monster army was closing in, their roars shaking the space. Li Changyan led the elite squad from the First Academy to the front. She was as light as a swallow, instantly knocking back several one-horned wolves and sawtooth beasts. The crowd behind them cheered excitedly. These were all top-tier geniuses from the top 10 of the leaderboard. "They're here, we're saved." Li Changyan leapt to the front and shouted, "Stay back, let me open the bronze gate." She exerted all her strength against the massive portal, roaring, "Open up!" But the gate remained as steady as a mountain, not budging an inch. The monsters continued their fierce assault, seemingly gaining the upper hand. Wei Bui was kicked to the ground by a sawtooth beast and shouted anxiously to Li Changyan, "I can't hold them much longer, how are things on your end?" Li Changyan was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, her tone filled with despair. "It's no use, I can't open it. Only 2-star strength can unlock this." The surrounding crowd fell into a panic, whispering frantically, "If even Li Changyan can't open the bronze gate, we're really finished." The last shred of hope is gone. Just then, Su Chen rolled up his sleeves and walked over calmly, announcing loudly, "Let me." Wei Bui sprang up from the ground and snapped, "What kind of stunt are you trying to pull now?" Su Chen ignored him and walked straight to the bronze gate, declaring confidently, "I can open this bronze gate." While busy fighting, Wei Bui mocked him coldly, "You open it, don't make me laugh." He blocked Su Chen's path. "Stop causing trouble, you're not even on our team. It's a miracle you even made it this far alive." Li Lingxiao also turned back to jeer, "You say you can open it? Who'd believe that? Anyone who believes you is a total idiot." Seeing that time was running out, Su Chen shoved Wei Bui aside and said firmly, "I know the incantation to open this door." "Step aside." Wei Bui let out a cold snort. "An incantation? What a load of nonsense. Only a 2-star professional can open the bronze gate. What kind of incantation could there be?" Su Chen pressed himself against the bronze gate, took a deep breath and shouted, "Li Lingxiao is a massive idiot. Wei Bui is a paper tiger. Mommy Hong, let these two fools grant me strength by the order of the Supreme Lord, swift as a decree." The onlookers were stunned, thinking, is he actually chanting? It sounds like he's just calling Li Lingxiao a massive idiot and Wei Bui a paper tiger. Someone whispered under their breath, "Only if the sun rises in the west." After finishing the incantation, Su Chen placed both hands on the door and let out a great roar. Open up, standing to the side, Li Lingxiao continued his mockery. If you can open that, I'll eat poop on a live stream. But the very next second he immediately regretted it. The bronze gate beneath Su Chen's hands slowly swung open, revealing a brilliant golden light that shone like the fire of hope. Wei Bui froze on the spot, his mouth hanging wide open in sheer shock. The two guys who had just looked down on Su Chen stood there like wooden statues, unable to believe their eyes. The bronze gate had actually been opened by a ridiculous incantation. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, cheering, "It's open! He actually opened the gate to the 2-star secret realm," someone marveled in a low voice. Su Chen didn't use any professional power at all. Was that nonsense earlier really a divine spell? Li Changyan's eyes widened, her voice trembling. 2-star? Has Su Chen already reached the level of a 2-star professional? How did he do it? Just as everyone was still reeling from the shock of Su Chen's power, several elite monsters suddenly lunged out. The one-horned wolves and sawtooth beasts roared incessantly, their eyes bloodshot as several sawtooth beasts began to charge frantically into the crowd. The scene turned into absolute chaos as screams echoed everywhere. 2-star elite monsters had appeared who could stop them. Into the bronze gate, fast in a dark corner, a bald man observed the scene outside the gate and remarked, "The bronze gate was actually opened by an unknown kid with an incantation." "How bizarre," the other bald man urged. "Let's go, we need to get inside and complete the task young Master Luo gave us." The students began filing through the bronze gate. Li Changyun and Wei Bui charged ahead, but before they had gone far, she suddenly let out a terrified scream. What is? Before them stood a spider queen. Her upper body was as sexy and charming as a supermodel, but her lower body consisted of 8 hair-raising spider legs. She was surrounded by a swarm of spiders as large as carriages. The creature extended her sharp long claws, and the 6 horns on her head flickered with an eerie light as she let out a piercing laugh. "Humans, the memory of delicious blood and flesh is flooding my senses." The students fell into a panic, their hearts racing. A 2-star boss, the Spider Queen, a boss-level monster like this usually only appeared in 3-star or higher intermediate instances. Why is she here? Before anyone could react, the Spider Queen swung her razor-sharp legs directly at them. "Come here, into my belly you go." A massive leg hooked into a male student's back, hoisting him into the air. The boy screamed in terror. "Help!" Without a word, a Spider Queen tossed him into her mouth and began chewing loudly, blood splattering everywhere. She wiped her mouth and laughed cheerfully. Truly delicious. Seeing this horrific sight, the students were plunged into despair. They thought they were being saved, only to realize they had fallen into a far more terrifying trap, someone said with a tremble. "We're dead." Seeing that the situation was dire, Li Changyun turned back and ordered, "Everyone retreat immediately." Wei Bui looked back, his face deathly pale. Although the bronze gate was open, 2-star sawtooth beasts were guarding the exit, roaring at them. He bellowed, "We can't get out, the door is blocked." Li Changyun gnashed her teeth, gripping her short blade with all her might as she charged at the Spider Queen. "Then let's fight to the death and try to kill her." But against a boss-level monster, her strength was insignificant. The Spider Queen swung a leg, slapping Li Changyun away with ease and mocking, "How can food fight back?" Li Changyun happened to fall right where Su Chen and Zhao Zilong were standing. Su Chen hurried forward to help her up, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Li Changyun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her tone full of helplessness. "A 2-star boss is impossible to fight. This is far beyond our capabilities." Above them, the crowd fell into despair, whispering frantically. The Spider Queen spread her 8 legs and laughed shrilly. "The recipes say the human race can fight, and their meat is usually quite good." Hearing this, Li Changyun sprang up from the ground and shouted, "Quick, move aside, don't let the Spider Queen's claws touch you." That said, there was nowhere to run, and everyone could only look around in terror. The Spider Queen continued to swing her sharp claws at Li Changyun. Su Chen could no longer hold back and roared at the monster, "What do you think we are, cattle and sheep to be slaughtered at will?" The fire of rage in his heart burned fiercely. Just then, the system's notification rang in his mind, rage points 10,000. Su Chen instantly unleashed his full power, throwing a world-shaking heavy punch as he roared, "I'm really angry now, go to hell." Beside him, Li Changyun tried to stop him anxiously. "Don't go head-to-head, even a 2-star professional is no match for it." But before she could finish, Su Chen's furious iron fist had already slammed heavily into the Spider Queen's leg. The monster only trembled slightly, as if she merely felt an itch, while Su Chen was sent flying back by the counterforce. The Spider Queen laughed triumphantly. "You have no self-awareness as food, actually seeking death." Before she could finish her laugh, a crisp cracking sound echoed. One of her massive legs actually fractured and then crumbled like dry earth. The Spider Queen's eyes widened as she stared in disbelief at her broken leg. Li Changyun was stunned, murmuring, "He actually injured the Spider Queen. Su Chen is even stronger than I am." She looked at Su Chen, who was currently stumbling as he rubbed his aching spine, looking a bit worse for wear. Su Chen panted heavily, shaking his head helplessly. "That was my maximum rage, and I could only break one leg. A monster of this level could kill everyone here." The crowd hiding in the corner began to poke their heads out and ask curiously, "Has the attack stopped?" Someone else replied, "Someone broke one of the Spider Queen's claws. It must have been Li Changyun. She was fighting just now." But the Spider Queen, now missing a claw, was even more enraged, roaring, "Damned food, you dare wound me, unforgivable children. Go and feast." A swarm of giant spiderlings dropped from the ceiling, roaring as they charged toward Su Chen and the others. One spiderling lunged first and was sliced in half by Wei Bihui's sword. He shouted while fighting, "Li Changyun, quick, team up with the top 10 prodigies. We'll charge out together." Li Lingxiao was hiding in a corner, clutching his gun and shivering as he muttered, "It's no use, the door is guarded by 2-star monsters, charging out is just suicide." Wei Bui countered loudly. "It's better than sitting here waiting to die," Li Lingxiao shouted back while shooting at spiderlings. "If we wait, we might die a little later. If you charge out like that, you'll die instantly." Su Chen spoke up then, his voice low and powerful. "Shut up." As soon as he spoke those 2 words, the elite students who were hacking away at spiderlings immediately turned their heads. They looked at Su Chen with curiosity, wanting to see what insight he had to offer. Su Chen extended a hand, his tone resolute. "Wei Bui, give me Murong Liuyan's phone number." Everyone's expression turned as stiff as a shoe sole, thinking, what is this guy thinking? He's about to die and he's still thinking about that. Wei Bui grew frantic, using a lion's roar to shout, "Are you sick? You're thinking about this now?" Meanwhile, at Tianfu Martial Arts Academy, Murong Liuyan was practicing her skills and killing monsters. Before her was a ragged monster that looked like a mutated scarecrow. She frowned and asked, "Is this the boss people feared during the 4-star job promotion?" The monster didn't answer, instead charging straight at her as if in response. Murong Liuyan swung her sword, unleashing a cold beam of sword light. The monster instantly split into 2 bundles of dry hay. After the kill, she remained perfectly cool, dropping a cold remark. "I have to say, you're a bit weak." On the bulletin board, the words 4th floor shone brightly. A red-haired girl nearby leapt up and cheered, "As expected of my wife." Murong Liuyan calmly walked out of the arena. The red-haired girl excitedly opened her arms, pouting her lips. "Little Liuyan, congratulations on your successful star upgrade. You're officially a 4-star blade master. Quick, let me have a kiss." Murong Liuyan coldly held her head back. "Meng Miao Miao, is your backside itching again?" Meng Miao Miao immediately stuck out her bottom with a sly smile. "That's right, come hit me, I want you to hit me." Murong Liuyan ignored her and walked straight past, her tone flat. "I don't have time for you. I still have to pass on professional experience to the students for the teachers. They make me do everything. I'm not even a mentor." Meng Miao Miao followed that cool silhouette like a little tail. She shouted while chasing, "Wife, wait for me. I'll go with you." Back with Su Chen, the situation was critical. He urged Wei Bui urgently, "Quick, give me Murong Liuyan's number." "I have a plan." Wei Bui didn't believe him at all, barking back, "You have a plan, my foot? Don't you dare think of defiling my goddess." Su Chen explained helplessly, "I'm trying to save everyone." Wei Bui remained stubborn. "Senior Murong has already returned to Tianfu Academy. Even if you call, she can't instantly teleport here to save us. How exactly do you plan to save everyone?" The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "When I opened the bronze gate just now, you also said it was impossible." Su Chen truly lost his patience and roared at Wei Bui. "Stop the nonsense and give me the phone." Despite his reluctance, Wei Bui handed over the phone. "Take it, but I'm warning you, no defiling the goddess." The scene shifted back to Tianfu Martial Arts Academy, where Murong Liuyan was giving a lecture. The boys below were as energized as if they'd been injected with chicken blood, whispering excitedly, "Finally, we get to hear Goddess Murong's lecture again. Truly the #1 beauty of the academy. If I could even touch her hand, my life would be complete." Another student quickly whispered a warning, "Keep it down. Murong Liuyan may be a goddess, but the title Great Demoness wasn't given to her for nothing. Be careful or she'll throw you into a nightmare instance." The first student remained stubborn. "If I really got to touch her hand, I'd be willing, even if she threw me into an abyss instance." At that moment, Meng Miao Miao walked into the office fuming, carrying a stack of papers which she slammed down in front of Murong Liuyan. Murong Liuyan asked in surprise, "What is this?" Meng Miao Miao closed her eyes and let out a long sigh. "They're all love letters for you." Murong Liuyan waved her hand irritably, casting an icy glance at the stack of papers. "Standard procedure, notify the student union to dispatch everyone who wrote these letters to the alchemy secret realm to gather materials. They aren't allowed back until they score 100 points. These guys clearly have too much free time. Don't they realize how dire the current situation is?" Meng Miao Miao nodded repeatedly in agreement. "These boys definitely need a lesson. Don't they know that I, Meng Miao Miao, am your man?" Just then, Murong Liuyan's phone on the desk rang. Meng Miao Miao picked it up, saw an unknown number and asked, "Someone's calling, should I answer?" Murong Liuyan replied casually, "Answer it. It might be a mentor." Meng Miao Miao pressed the answer button and handed the phone to her. As soon as she took it, she saw a serious-looking Su Chen on the video screen. He spoke, "Murong Liuyan, listen up." She was somewhat surprised. "Why is it Su Chen?" Meng Miao Miao looked at the youth on the screen and asked curiously, "Who is this?" Su Chen ignored her entirely, looking Murong Liuyan straight in the eye through the screen and said clearly and forcefully, "Murong Liuyan, I love you." Meng Miao Miao and Murong Liuyan turned into statues on the spot, and the boys in the lecture hall were all stunned like wooden blocks. On the other side, Wei Bui roared like a madman. "Su Chen, I think you've truly lost it. How dare you say that again?" Su Chen ignored him and continued to repeat to the phone, "I love you." Faced with his persistence, Murong Liuyuan gnashed her teeth in anger, her eyes filled with both surprise and displeasure. Su Chen finally stopped. Task: shout "I love you" 100 times completed. Reward: the resentment of a crowd of young men from Tianfu Academy. Someone roared. Who the hell is this kid? How dare he publicly humiliate Goddess Murong? Another chimed in. We only dare to write love letters in secret, yet he dares to make a public confession. He's got some serious guts. Isn't he afraid of becoming the entire school's public enemy? Sure enough, Su Chen instantly became the target of everyone's scorn. Countless people felt the blood rush to their heads, wanting nothing more than to find him and beat him to a pulp. As if Goddess Murong would ever fall for him, one guy muttered. Meng Miao was even more furious, screaming, Little Liuyuan, this guy is too arrogant to dare say such things. I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned. We absolutely cannot let him go. Kick him into an abyss instance. Murong Liuyuan suddenly slammed the desk and stood up, barking coldly. Silence. She walked in front of everyone and announced publicly, As you can see, his name is Su Chen. The students below broke into a flurry of whispers. Su Chen, which class is he in? Which academy? Another person cut in. I know plenty of geniuses, but I've never heard of a Su Chen. To everyone's surprise, Murong Liuyuan dropped a bombshell. He is my boyfriend. These words were like a thunderbolt, causing the boys in the lecture hall to collectively petrify. Meng Miao clutched her mouth in horror. My wife actually admitted she has a man. After making this shocking statement, Murong Liuyuan turned and left with a composed expression, thinking to herself, Su Chen, so you refuse to change your ways. You want to play? Fine. I'll play with you until you've had your fill. With you as a shield, my life will be much quieter from now on. Meanwhile, the boys were still in a state of collective outrage. Su Chen, I've memorized that kid's name. Better hope I never run into him, one fellow declared. Not just anyone was worthy of being Senior Murong's man. Everyone believed Su Chen was just a nobody who wasn't even fit to carry Murong Liuyuan's shoes. A purple-haired boy with a bowl cut, calling himself Young Master Ling, spoke with the toughest tone. I want all the information on Su Chen within 10 minutes. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out in Su Chen's mind, delivering its flat tone. Congratulations to the host for achieving the shout I love you 100 times achievement. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 physique point. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 donkeys. Su Chen suddenly jolted, his expression freezing as he felt he had been played. 10,000 donkeys? He pointed at the sky and cursed loudly. To hell with your 10,000 donkeys. Are you planning to use donkeys to mess with me? Damn it, in a life-or-death crisis like this, what use are donkeys? Are you planning to boil donkey meat to feed the Spider Queen? The system remained unmoved, continuing. Special note. These 10,000 donkeys possess a special skill, Divine Donkey Head Kick, and the group skill, Savage Donkey Trample, the trampling effect of which is extremely brutal. Su Chen imagined a scene of a herd of donkeys kicking and stomping randomly, his face turning as black as the bottom of a pot as he muttered, What kind of mess is this? Suddenly, 2 bald men who had emerged from nowhere blended into the crowd of students, shouting in terror, What do we do? Are we really going to die here? The thin bald man pulled a blue ball from his pocket and whispered, I have a way. The other bald man was shocked to see the ball. Is that the forbidden item, the monster-attracting sacred relic? The thin man nodded, his voice low for fear of being overheard. Just in case, I brought plenty of these things. His companion immediately understood. You want these students to block the monsters for us? The thin man flashed a cruel smile. Exactly. Now we can only sacrifice them to gain a chance to escape, the other immediately agreed. Fine, let's do it. Without hesitation, the thin bald man threw the blue monster-attracting sacred relic into the crowd of students. A cloud of foul-smelling green smoke rose into the air, and the crowd instantly fell into chaos, screaming in terror, What is this? Oh no, it's a monster-attracting sacred relic. Which bastard threw this? Do they want us all to die here? Not only the students, but even the 2-star sawtooth beast became frenzied upon smelling the scent. Their eyes turned blood red as they entered a combat state. The students had no choice but to panic as the monsters were lured over, becoming even more violent than before. Now everyone could only fend for themselves with nowhere to hide. Someone wailed in despair, Since the space node appeared, is this the fate of our generation? The monster's sawtooth wings swung frantically, sending groups of students flying. In a corner, someone was attacked by small spiders and pleaded in pain, Can someone just give me a quick death? I don't want to be eaten by these beasts. The Spider Queen laughed happily from the side. To think someone would proactively season the feast to make the flavor even more wonderful. Amidst the chaos, the 2 bald men whispered to each other, Now's the time, run. Hunching over, they slipped toward the portal behind the Spider Queen that led deeper into the secret realm. Seeing his classmates falling one by one, Li Lingxiao cursed in a rage. Damn it, at a time like this we actually have a traitor. He turned to Su Chen. Didn't you just say you were going to save everyone? Now it's your turn to act, Su Chen suddenly called out. Could only shake his head helplessly. Wei Bihui's eyes widened, looking at him with a face full of contempt as if looking at a useless clown. He was convinced this guy could do nothing but talk and would only waste everyone's precious time to escape. Su Chen frowned, his head aching from the noise of these idiots. He barked in a low voice, All of you shut up, I know what to do. Su Chen walked toward the Spider Queen with steady steps, his mind racing with calculations. He absolutely could not let those 10,000 wild donkeys charge through this chaotic crowd, otherwise everyone would be trampled to death by donkeys before the monsters were even wiped out. Seeing him act so recklessly, Wei Bui shouted in anger, "Su Chen, what are you doing? Do you want to die?" Hiding not far away, Li Lingxiao watched secretly, thinking, "Let this waste die quickly, it'll buy us some time to escape." Su Chen ignored the cold remarks. He walked near his target, his lips moving slightly as he whispered an incantation. "Li Lingxiao is a massive idiot. Wei Bui is a paper tiger. These two fools please grant me power." Suddenly a swarm of small spiders caught the scent of a living human and immediately crawled over aggressively. Su Chen didn't flinch. Seeing the right moment, he raised his hands toward the sky and shouted, "Donkeys, come." Hearing this, Wei Bihui's eyes nearly popped out. Even at a time like this, he's still being stubborn with this child's play. However, as soon as the words were spoken, the sky suddenly brightened, and a herd of stout donkeys fell from the heavens like a rainstorm, crashing with a thundering boom onto the crawling spiders below. Wei Bihui's eyes widened and he blurted out in shock, "What the hell is this?" The surrounding people were also completely stunned, crying out in unison, "What's going on? Why did so many donkeys suddenly fall? Isn't this just rubbing salt in the wound? Dealing with the monsters is hard enough." But someone soon noticed something strange and screamed, "Look, these donkeys aren't attacking us." The Spider Queen, standing in the center of her territory, was also stunned, wondering where these unfamiliar beasts had suddenly come from. Before she could figure it out, the massive donkey army had already charged like a hurricane, their momentum unstoppable. The queen panicked and shouted, "This is bad, the tide is coming." The lead donkey leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful divine donkey head kick, its front hooves slamming hard into the Spider Queen's head, instantly knocking 100 points off her combat power. The other donkeys, emboldened, swarmed forward, using the Spider Queen as a doormat and trampling her frantically. The poor queen's face was covered in hoofprints, and she lay on the ground unable to move, completely unable to fathom why these beasts were attacking her. She muttered to herself, "Are they not servants of the desolate god?" The donkeys continued their assault, relentless as they unleashed their high-level skill, Savage Donkey Trample. The Spider Queen's health plummeted, and she completely lost her ability to resist. Meanwhile, in front of the bronze gate in the distance, Wei Bui and Li Lingxiao were still unaware of the horrific events happening behind them, chuckling with smug coldness. "The treasure will eventually fall into our hands," a group of people urged each other frantically. "Hurry up, young Master Luo must be waiting impatiently outside the teleportation array. Let's get out." Suddenly, the space vibrated violently, and a strange sound echoed, forcing everyone to look back. Someone asked blankly, "What was that sound?" Before they could compose themselves, they were struck dumb by the scene before them. Tens of thousands of stout donkeys were charging toward them like lightning. The two men in the lead were trampled under the hooves of the frenzied donkeys before they could even react. They lay on the ground shouting in grievance, "What on earth is happening? Where did all these donkeys come from?" The massive herd of donkeys didn't stop for a second, passing over them and heading straight for the teleportation array. Outside by the teleportation array, young Master Luo's henchmen were already waiting anxiously. One guy muttered, "Why haven't they come out yet? With their strength they should have grabbed the item and retreated long ago." Young Master Luo's face was tense as he ground his teeth and said, "I've prepared for so long. If we don't get that item, the price will be too high." Before he could finish his sentence, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with a signal. A henchman shouted with joy, pointing at it, "Young Master Luo, the array is active. Someone's coming out." Young Master Luo's face lit up with glee, his eyes burning with anticipation. "Good, that item is crucial for me. Only with it will I be qualified to step into the sacred realm in the future." But before he could even see the treasure, young Master Luo was dumbfounded. What emerged from the teleportation array wasn't his men, but a herd of stampeding donkeys that instantly swept him into a whirlwind of chaos. Inside the bronze gate, the students were buzzing with excitement and shock. Someone shouted, "My God, what just happened? All those monsters were actually trampled to death by those donkeys?" Another student was full of suspicion. "The question is, where did those donkeys come from and why did they appear?" Li Lei scratched his head, turned to Zhao Zilong and followed up with a question. "Tell the truth, is Su Chen's hidden class actually summoner?" Zhao Zilong was equally bewildered and replied, "I don't know either. I've been shocked over and over again." Wei Bui stood frozen on the spot, his mouth slightly agape as he muttered, "Did Su Chen really summon those donkeys? Is he actually a summoner? That's impossible. Who in their right mind would summon thousands of donkeys? It's completely unscientific." At that moment, Su Chen walked slowly over to the two flattened men in black, picked up a box they had dropped and muttered in a low voice, "What's this?" Su Chen curiously opened the box to find a golden key inside, exquisitely eye-catching and emitting a brilliant light. Suddenly, the key flew out of the box and hovered before Su Chen as if it were about to merge into his body. Su Chen looked up at the automatically functioning key and thought to himself, "It actually entered my body on its own. It seems to be a key used to open something." Li Yangyun walked toward the pile of debris that was the Spider Queen's remains. She stood there, her eyes full of doubt, unable to believe that a powerful boss could be trampled to death by 10,000 donkeys. The feeling was so real it felt unreal. Elsewhere, an elite who had survived the recent upheaval, though exhausted, struggled to lift his head in the mist and asked weakly, "Can someone tell me what exactly happened? Where did all those donkeys come from? I want an explanation." The remaining students, seeing they had survived the disaster, broke into cheers. "We're saved? I thought we were dead for sure," someone pondered. "Who exactly saved us? Was it that guy Su Chen? Did he really summon the donkeys with an incantation? Another student's eyes lit up as he chimed in. What was that incantation again? I need to write it down to save my life next time. Those nearby nodded repeatedly. I have to remember it too. I'll need it for my next instance. Immediately, someone shouted the embarrassing incantation aloud. Li Lingxiao is a massive idiot. Wei Bui is a paper tiger. These two fools grant us strength. Standing nearby and hearing it clearly, Wei Bui and Li Lingxiao were so angry they nearly petrified on the spot. Wei Bui ground his teeth and thought, damn it, Su Chen is definitely not classless, and he is certainly not as simple as he looks on the surface. He's an expert. But Li Lingxiao remained as stubborn as ever, shouting frantically, impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't know where those donkeys came from, but there's no way Su Chen saved everyone. Everyone at the second academy knows he's just a classless loser. Wei Bui listened, and as if suddenly seeing the light, he muttered under his breath, Su Chen was right, Li Lingxiao really is a massive idiot. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of their narrow escape, the two-star sawtooth beasts in the distance began to grind their teeth, making a bone-chilling sound. The crowd snapped back to reality, realizing that although the Spider Queen was dead, the sawtooth beasts were still there ready to pounce. Someone screamed, everyone leave the secret realm. Quick, get to the teleportation array. We can finally get out of here. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Lu stepped forward quietly. Her eyes cold as she prepared to settle an old score, she swung her arm, unleashing a brilliant Mother Earth spell aimed directly at the fleeing culprit ahead. That person was none other than Shi Hao, who had offended her earlier. Shi Hao was running for his life. Although he managed to dodge Zhao Lu's lethal move, the sand and mud she conjured tangled his legs, freezing him in place. In a panic, he roared, "What's going on?" Before he could react, a sawtooth beast seized the opportunity to lunge forward, delivering a fatal blow. Shi Hao only had time for one final scream, "This is bad, help!" Blood splattered everywhere as he collapsed and breathed his last, officially exiting the stage. Zhao Lu didn't even blink, pulling out her mysterious notebook and writing coldly, "Shi Hao, I told you I'd remember you. This is the price for making me remember." Shi Hao lay motionless in a pool of blood, the cold silhouette of Zhao Lu's back serving as a silent warning, never offend a woman. Zhao Lu walked away, muttering, "Next is that Xiao Huo." On Su Chen's end, a sharp pain suddenly hammered his head again. He thought to himself that using the donkey herd to wipe out a massive number of monsters had actually granted him another star upgrade. Zhao Zilong ran over anxiously. "Su Chen, are you okay?" Though exhausted, Su Chen replied, "I'm fine, I'm 3-star now." Standing to the side, Li Lei's eyes widened in awe. "Incredible, 3-star already? That's it. As long as you have a class, any class, this leveling speed will become a legend." The atmosphere in the secret realm remained tense. Outside, in the principal's office, Li Tianye was roaring at his subordinates. "How much longer until the 5-star space mage arrives?" The staff member, drenched in sweat, stammered. "The Star Tower Alliance branch says space mages are a rare class, so there are very few of them. Most space mages are currently in dungeons. One has been dispatched on an emergency basis, but it will take an hour to get here," NYG roared impatiently. "We can't wait that long. Students are dying every second. We have to break the barrier by force," Huang Lin countered weakly. "It's no use. With our peak 4-star strength, we can't break it even if we risk our lives." He held his head in distress. "It's better if we keep trying to find a way in. My son Huang Kai is still inside. I'm more worried than anyone." NYG barked back. "Coward, what are you so worried about? If you won't go, we'll go ourselves." Just then, with a loud chime, the announcement board popped up. The leaderboard showed. First place, Su Chen, Second Academy, 1388 points. Second place, Li Yangyan, First Academy, 186 points, followed by the rest of the top 10. The technician screamed, "Oh my god!" He pointed at the board, his fingers trembling. "Principals, look at the points." Su Chen's score. Huang Lin froze, his eyes filled with shock. "How is that possible, over 1,000 points?" Li Tianye, despite trying to remain calm, couldn't hide his bewilderment. "Unless the central smart brain made an error, who can give me a logical explanation? Why has Su Chen's score risen so absurdly? This is too abnormal." The more Huang Lin thought about it, the more agitated he became, roaring, "This isn't just abnormal, it's preposterous. A score of 1388 in a first trial not only breaks the records of all 3 schools but surpasses the highest record in the entire empire. The strongest prodigy in the empire's history, Thor, only got 980 points 300 years ago." NYG tried to defend his student. "Could it be that our second academy is truly birthing a peerless genius who can rival Thor?" The other two refuted him in unison. "Impossible, there's no logic in that." Li Tianye frowned and questioned. "But Su Chen's score is that high, there has to be a reason." NYG scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, he's classless." Huang Lin burst into a contemptuous laugh. "Classless? Stop joking. NYG, how much more shame can you take? You think a classless person can compete with Thor? A genius is born once a year, but a Thor only comes once a century. Saying that is an insult to Thor's name." Just then, a staff member ran over, shouting excitedly, "Good news, fantastic news, the students have emerged from the teleportation array." The 3 principals were stunned. They asked in unison, "For real? Say that again?" "What?" the staff member repeated excitedly. "It's absolutely true. I saw the students being teleported out with my own eyes." Outside the array, Su Chen and the other students were striding out with their heads held high. The system's notification echoed across the area, causing a stir. "All personnel have successfully evacuated the secret realm. Rewards are being calculated." Everyone was overjoyed, especially Su Chen. He thought to himself that there was even a settlement reward after finishing this dungeon. The more he saw, the more this felt like a world merged with a game. However, it was becoming increasingly interesting, filling him with a desire to explore. Su Chen's system continued its prompt. Based on your performance as the ultimate showstopper of the secret realm, your adventure evaluation is S rank. Reward, 1 God Slayer point. Reward, Spider Queen's Milky Essence. The 3 principals ran over, and seeing the surviving students they cheered together. God, so many children are alive, this is wonderful, Huanglin, still full of doubt, muttered. But who exactly turned the tide and saved everyone? Li Tianye stroked his chin and concluded, it must have been Li Yangyan without a doubt. In terms of strength, she is the #1 genius of the 3 schools. Only she could create such a miracle. Huanglin nodded and added, it could also be Xiao Huohuo. That boy has great explosive power. He's the student we at the 3rd Academy have high hopes for. And YG, unwilling to be outdone, immediately said, it could also be Su Chen. After all, his score is so high. But the other 2 principals firmly disagreed. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huanglin lost his temper and roared at NYG. I suggest you wake up and stop mentioning that classless kid. If he really saved everyone, I'll let him enter our 3rd Academy's formless secret realm, which only opens once a year. NYG sighed, his tone disappointed. This was the closest our 2nd Academy has ever been to the 3rd Academy. Though I suppose I know it's unlikely. The 3 principals rushed to surround Li Yangyan. Li Tianye, full of anticipation, spoke first. Yangyan, tell us quickly how you saved everyone. Li Yangyan felt a bit awkward and answered honestly, it wasn't me who saved everyone. This left Li Tianye stunned. Not you. On the other side, Huanglin was eager to claim the credit for his own student. He excitedly slapped Xiao Huohuo on the back so hard the boy almost coughed up his organs. Well done, Xiao Huohuo, you did fantastic. Not only did our 3rd Academy beat the 2nd, it looks like we're beating the first 2. Xiao Huohuo scratched his head. Principal, I didn't do anything. Huanglin still didn't believe him. No need to be humble. Tell us, what big thing did you do in the secret realm? Xiao Huohuo touched his face, thought for a moment, and answered seriously, a big thing. Does recognizing a godfather count? This kid was truly honest to a fault, frank to the point of being dim-witted. Huanglin's jaw locked. Like Li Tianye before him, he stood with his mouth wide open, stammering, recognizing a godfather. Huh? He lunged forward and slapped Xiao Huohuo across the face. You dare play with me? Seeing the situation turning sour, Li Yangyan hurried forward to explain the truth. Principals, it was Su Chen who exerted the effort to save everyone. And YG froze, his gaze shifting to Su Chen, the center of the discussion. Was it really you? He thought to himself as cold sweat suddenly broke out on his palms. Damn, why does this feel so surreal? Su Chen saved everyone. It feels like a dream. At that moment, Su Chen walked over leisurely with his hands in his pockets and asked, excuse me, is there a cash prize for saving people? Li Tianye raised a hand and said majestically, such a great feat will definitely be reported to the Star Tower Alliance. Su Chen then claimed the credit with relief, saying calmly, then there's no problem. I did indeed save everyone, and YG felt like he had woken up. Everything felt real now. He burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the area. Finally, it's the 2nd Academy's turn for some good luck. Even though Murong Liuyan was #1 in individual points back then, our total school score was still lower than the 1st Academy's, but now, Su Chen's score alone far exceeds the sum of the 1st and 3rd Academies. This time, the 2nd Academy is #1. Huanglin's face turned bright red with rage as he roared, impossible, he's just a classless nobody, he could never do that. It's not that I look down on Su Chen, but forget killing a boss, even if I stood here and let him hit me, how could a loser like him ever beat me? True to his role as the antagonist, his talent for attracting hatred was unparalleled. Su Chen didn't hesitate, immediately responding with action. He stepped forward and punched Huanglin square in the face. The surrounding students witnessed this, every one of them stunned into silence, and YG walked over to the floored Huanglin and sneered, Huanglin, you said it yourself. Hand over the access rights to the formless secret realm. Li Tianye interrupted with a serious expression, move aside, this trial instance upgraded from 1 star to 2 star, it's unprecedented. The situation regarding the 10,000 donkey student Su Chen summoned is very complex, and the final decision will be made by the Star Tower Alliance. After Li Tianye's announcement, everyone turned to leave in silence. Su Chen still had a question and asked, I want to ask, what exactly is a God Slayer point? And YG explained with a beaming face, only those with a flawless perfect performance can obtain a God Slayer point. Even with an S-rank evaluation, the chance of getting one is extremely slim. Li Tianye stared at Su Chen with a sharp gaze. Su Chen, don't tell me you've already obtained a God Slayer point? Su Chen remained indifferent, answering, it's only 1 point. Li Tianye's jaw nearly dislocated as she blurted out, only 1 point? Do you have any idea that many elites from top universities don't even get 1 point by the time they graduate? Huh? She looked at Su Chen with a mix of admiration and disbelief, then asked, Su Chen, just how exactly did you perform in that secret realm? Actually, I'm not that surprised. Every year there are many monstrous students who perform well, but you getting a God Slayer point really took me by surprise, as far as I know. You are the first Middle Academy student to ever receive a God Slayer point. And YG, glowing with pride, patted Su Chen heavily on the shoulder and said excitedly, "Fantastic, you are the #1 in this freshman trial. Murong Liuyan, the eternal pride of our second academy, will help you obtain a skill that requires no class. This is a massive opportunity, you must make the most of it." Su Chen thought of that girl and couldn't help but shudder, thinking, Murong Liuyan, I'm afraid she's the one who'll want to chop me up right now. Li Yangyun emerged from the crowd, stopping beside Su Chen with a determined look. Su Chen, you performed better than me this time, but the great Imperial exam is our true stage. I'll see you on the battlefield in a month. I, Li Yangyun, will definitely be the provincial top scorer, Su Chen replied with a hint of helplessness. I suggest you don't try to compete with me. Li Yangyun frowned in confusion. You look down on me? Su Chen shook his head, turned and walked away, his silhouette looking incredibly cool as he dropped a cold final line, because I'm a cheater. Li Yangyun was even more perplexed, muttering, a cheater, does he mean his professional skill? But Su Chen's figure had already vanished into the distance. Indeed, the more mysterious someone is, the more fascinating they become. The scene shifts to a strange place, seemingly a volcanic realm in the cosmos, surrounded by massive red clay mountains, magnificent yet terrifying. A blond man was tied tightly to a pillar, shouting in despair, "Help, save us," he pleaded, "please let us go." But the group of mysterious men in black, the masked faces, remained indifferent to the agonizing pleas. In unison they began to chant an incantation. Great Wild God, you are the future master of this world. We are the followers of the Wild God cult, your most loyal servants. Until the entire world is overturned, we shall stand here forever to serve you. Flames soared into the sky, engulfing the wooden pillar, the firelight reflecting off the terrified face of the bound man. 5 mysterious figures clad in black cloaks stood proudly before the blaze, their arms outstretched. As the fire seared his flesh, the man let out an agonizing scream of extreme pain. One of the men in black cheered with excitement, his voice filled with ecstasy. Look, the Wild God has answered us. After using so many sacrifices this time, we finally have a response. A blurred image materialized high in the sky. The face of the Wild God resembled a purple demon with razor-sharp fangs and hideous massive horns. Below, the believers cheered even more frantically. It truly is the Lord Wild God, even though it's just a spectral projection. The pressure it radiates makes us tremble. I can't believe the Lord Wild God has actually descended upon this subaltar of our cult. Suddenly, the Wild God high above let out a low, deafening voice like rolling thunder. I am furious. The followers instantly fell into a panic, dropping to their knees and trembling violently. A leader among them hurriedly cried out, Great Wild God, why are you angry? We are the faithful of the Wild God cult, willing to do anything for you. The Wild God replied coldly, Not long ago my 4th son went out to hunt for human flesh, only to be murdered by someone. That is why I have descended here. The leading follower stammered in terror, what? Who would have such audacity? Lord Wild God, who killed the 4th prince? The Wild God shook his head, his gaze icy as he commanded, Investigate this thoroughly and report back to me. The follower quickly promised, his tone resolute. Please rest easy, Lord Wild God. The 4th prince was a high-ranked demonic beast. His death must have caused a significant stir. Our cult will surely get to the bottom of this for you. Just as the Wild God prepared to depart, the sky suddenly vibrated and thunder roared as if manifesting his rage. The Wild God's voice echoed one last time, cold and majestic. Regardless of who it is, I shall descend and punish that individual. Even Thor must pay the price for this. In a luxury villa, young Master Luo sat clutching his face, the massive red and purple welts clearly visible on his skin. Seeing him gnashing his teeth and pressing an ice pack to his face to dull the pain, a bald man in black beside him asked cautiously, Young Master Luo, are you all right? Luo let out a roar of extreme irritation. I was trampled by hundreds of donkeys, how could I be all right? The bald man didn't dare say more and got straight to the point. Regarding the matters you requested, we have finished our investigation. In the secret realm, a student named Su Chen performed exceptionally well. It is highly likely that the item you want is in his hands. Hearing this, young Master Luo slammed the ice pack down and stood up, the flames of rage burning in his eyes. That item is crucial to me. I will get it back regardless of the cost. I want to slaughter that brat with my own hands. Seeing Luo's intent, the 2 bald men were scared witless and hurried to dissuade him. Young Master Luo, Su Chen saved many students in the secret realm, and this has already been reported to the Star Tower Alliance. If you move against him personally, I'm afraid it will. But Luo couldn't hear a word of the warning. His face was grim as he growled in a low, cold voice. What has a Luo ever feared? Who has my family ever been afraid of? The bald man wiped the sweat from his forehead and answered worriedly. Young Master Luo, you aren't afraid, of course, but the repercussions wouldn't be good. Seeing that his subordinate had a point, Luo stopped hesitating and waved his hand to give a decisive order. Then go to Golden Rice and place an order. Find me 2 of the highest-rated assassins. They must snatch that item back from that brat for me. One of the bald men pressed a hand to his chest, his tone certain. Rest assured, young Master Luo. I guarantee I'll handle it for you. Suddenly, a massive earth-shattering commotion erupted. Luo jumped in fright, shouting in terror, What's that noise? Is there an earthquake? Before he could react, a subordinate rushed in frantically yelling, "Young Master Luo, this is bad, a herd of donkeys is charging this way." Sure enough, a massive swarm of donkeys galloped toward them, clouds of dust billowing behind. Seeing this, Luo frowned and blurted out in shock, "What, those donkeys again?" Before they could flee, the group was trampled repeatedly by the donkeys. Young Master Luo clutched his stomach, groaning in pain as tears flowed uncontrollably. The herd thundered past, leaving behind only a scene of absolute ruin and lingering dust. Luo curled up on the ground, wailing in despair. "I just bought this manor, it was trampled flat by a bunch of donkeys." Meanwhile, Su Chen sat in front of the television, staring at the news about his herd of donkeys. The reporter's voice rang out. "Latest news, our city has suffered a large-scale donkey disaster, fortunately. Aside from one man surnamed Luo, no one else was injured." Su Chen broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "I forgot my 10,000 donkeys were still wandering around out there." He quickly called the system. "Can those 10,000 donkeys be recalled?" A line of text appeared on the system screen. "The 10,000 donkeys are your summoning order. You may recall or summon them at any time." Hearing the system's confirmation, Su Chen shouted excitedly, "Recall all 10,000 donkeys." Instantly, the distant rowdy herd flew into the sky, turning into streaks of light and disappearing. Su Chen broke into a brilliant smile, feeling the surge of energy within his body. Those 10,000 donkeys were truly under his command. He could call them out whenever a battle started. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Just then, Zhao Zilong pushed the door open and entered with a panicked look. "Su Chen, urgent notice, the big class is about to start." A moment later, Su Chen walked quickly down the hallway and asked, "Zilong, what is this big class? Why the rush?" Zhao Zilong answered with a serious expression, "In the final trial of the secret realm. Due to the sudden emergency, most students failed to reach 1 star. With only a month left until the great Imperial exam, the 3 major martial arts academies have opened several secret realms and demon domains to let everyone boost their strength." Su Chen frowned and asked in confusion, "Demon domains?" Zhao Zilong continued to explain flatly. "Demon domains are areas occupied by demon beasts. The magic dragon that attacked the school last time was a demon beast from there. Unlike the spirit beasts in the secret realms, demon beasts are extremely intelligent and cunning." The two continued walking as Zhao Zilong talked incessantly. "Furthermore, demon domains exist in the real world, usually in mountain ranges forcibly seized by demon beasts. They establish themselves as kings inside. If a human wanders in by mistake, they likely won't make it out alive." Su Chen frowned in surprise. "Since demon domains exist in the real world, why don't those 9-star experts go and eradicate them?" Zhao Zilong folded his arms, his voice dropping low. "First, there are too many demon domains appearing across the world and new ones are constantly forming. Second, many demon domains house extremely powerful demon beasts. 9-star experts don't dare act recklessly for fear of triggering a massive beast tide." He paused to look at Su Chen. "If that happened, we would face an even greater catastrophe. Over the years, human living space has been severely compressed. The human race is facing a massive survival crisis." Su Chen rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. "So the question is, where did those demon beasts come from?" Zhao Zilong rubbed his head and replied with a slight smile, "Some escaped from secret realm instances, others were seized by descending space nodes. That's all I know. You'd have to enter a higher academy to learn more." Suddenly, a notification from the system startled Su Chen. System quest: achieve the prosperous offspring achievement. Sired 3 descendants to contribute to the eternal existence of humanity. Su Chen blurted out in shock, "Hey, are you kidding me?" The system coldly displayed a line of text. "This system is professional and usually doesn't joke unless it can't help it." Su Chen clenched his fists and shouted in a rage, "Damn it, to hell with this. What kind of garbage task is this? I'm still young and you want me to have kids? Change the task." Zhao Zilong watched this scene with a head full of question marks, looking at Su Chen as if he were some strange creature. The system answered mercilessly, "Once a quest is issued, it cannot be changed. Please complete the quest as soon as possible." Su Chen was petrified on the spot, his face turning bright red as he said awkwardly, "I don't even have a girlfriend. Where am I supposed to have kids? If you want me to have children, at least provide me with a woman, all right?" The system coldly replied with 2 words, "No way." Su Chen suddenly felt a surge of competitive spirit, thinking he could actually handle this. But the system is still too cold. "It really won't give me that." Su Chen turned his head and asked Zhao Zilong sheepishly, "Let me ask you something." Zhao Zilong folded his arms and answered tensely, "What is it?" Su Chen asked with a red face. "Zilong, can your female character Li have babies?" This sudden question left Zhao Zilong stunned, as if he had begun to question his very existence. Inside the classroom, a group of young people were chatting heatedly. One person asked, "What exactly happened in the secret realm last time? Did Su Chen really save everyone?" Another person nodded. "It should be true, many people saw it, but the higher-ups are still verifying it. So the trial leaderboard hasn't been announced yet." Yet another student chimed in. "I thought Wei Bui from the first academy would take first place, but now it looks like it'll definitely be Su Chen." Standing not far away, Wei Bui heard these words and clenched his fists, his body trembling uncontrollably with rage. He roared in his mind, "Wei Bui, you are the strongest, you are second to no one. Sooner or later I will never allow that guy to desecrate my goddess Mirang again." Just as Wei Bui was lost in his chaotic thoughts, Su Chen and Zhao Zilong walked into the meeting room. Su Chen grumbled, "This quest is even more terrifying than shouting 'I love you' 100 times. How is it even possible to complete?" The students were still chatting excitedly, and someone commented, Wei Bihui's performance wasn't actually that impressive. Aside from posturing, I didn't see anything special about him. Another student nodded. I don't think Su Chen is a nobody either. He must have an extremely powerful special hidden class. Wei Bui could no longer contain his fury and stood up abruptly, his eyes spitting fire. He pointed directly at Su Chen and barked loudly, Su Chen, stand up. Su Chen stood up slowly and looked at him calmly. Is there something you want? Wei Bui continued to point at him, his voice a roar. I only want to say one thing, here. Everyone sitting here is trash. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and smiled faintly. Wei Bui, sit down, I wanted to play that meme too. Hearing this, Wei Bui frowned and gnashed his teeth, his face turning red with anger. Just then, Principal In walked in and tapped the blackboard solemnly to signal for silence. He stood on the podium, his voice low but authoritative. I'll make this brief. In this assessment, our second academy has shone brightly. Due to student Su Chen's outstanding performance in addition to the rewards from the Star Tower Alliance, Su Chen has earned the privilege to enter the Third Academy's Formless secret realm. He stepped forward to hand Su Chen a card, and continued, furthermore, you may go to Tianjing Academy to find Murong Liuyan and claim a skill that has no class requirements. Half an hour later, Principal An's face turned serious as he slammed the blackboard hard. One last thing. There is only 1 month left until the Great Imperial exam. This is the moment that will decide your fate. The 3 major martial arts academies have collaborated to open 3 demon domains. This caused a stir among the students below, their eyes sparkling with excitement. He continued, his tone encouraging. During this time, the academy will not mandate classes. You may form your own teams and head to the demon domains to sharpen yourselves and raise your professional levels. Additionally, because our second academy took first place among the 3 schools this time, we have priority entry. Principal In frowned and broke into a rare smile. This is the first time in many years that the second academy has achieved such a result. You must all seize this opportunity. An hour later, Su Chen and Zhao Zilong walked out, sighing helplessly. Oh goodness, Principal In said he'd make it brief, but it wasn't brief at all. He talked for over an hour. Li Lei ran over from a distance, waving frantically and sounding excited. Brother Su, when are we going to the demon domain for training? He stretched his body, grinning brilliantly. I'm all ready. Just then, Zhang Yuyue ran over with a radiant expression, pressing her hands together and blinking playfully. And me, take me along, I want to train with Su Chen too. But Li Lei immediately frowned and questioned her harshly. Zhang Yuyue, I haven't even settled the score with you for last time. Why on earth should we take you? Zhang Yuyue retorted without backing down. Who said we have no connection? I just called Su Chen daddy earlier. Invisible sparks flew between their gazes and Su Chen stood awkwardly in the middle, letting out a forced smile. Suddenly, a miraculous thing happened. The system notification rang out, causing Su Chen to freeze entirely. System notification. Congratulations on having a descendant. Many children and many grandchildren bring many blessings. Progress 1-3 complete. His mouth twitched as he thought, this actually counts? Is the system bugged? In the midst of the confusion, a voice came from a distance. Su Chen, I have something to say to you. The person who appeared was Wei Bui. He pointed at Su Chen, his tone determined. You are not allowed to pester Sister Murong anymore or else I definitely won't let you off. Su Chen gave a dry laugh and waved his hand to soothe him. Wei Bui, to be honest, I really don't have any bad intentions towards Sister Murong. Don't worry, I won't look for her again. Wei Bui frowned, still full of suspicion. Really? Su Chen shoved his hands into his pockets and continued slowly. If you don't believe me, I can sell that unique no-class requirement skill claim slot to you for 10 million essence coins. How about it? As he spoke, he pulled out a shimmering VIP card. Wei Bui was stunned, unable to suppress his inner excitement as his eyes fixed intently on that card. Wei Bui hurriedly asked, sell it to me, that slot is incredibly precious to me. Its value can't be measured in money. You're not lying, are you? Su Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly. Why would I lie to you about this? From now on, the slot is yours, but I have one more condition. Wei Bui clutched the card tightly, grinning from ear to ear. Fine, name it. I'll agree to anything. From this day forward, Su Chen, you are my brother. Su Chen stepped forward, grabbed him with a devious smile and shouted, Daddy. Wei Bui screamed in fright. I treat you like a brother and you actually want to be my father? Su Chen turned as if to leave, not forgetting to remind him. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you, but I'll be taking the slot back. Wei Bui spoke up quickly, his tone frantic. Wait, his face turned beet red as he muttered awkwardly under his breath. Daddy. Su Chen walked over brilliantly and ruffled his hair, leaving Wei Bui to blush in shame, able only to lower his head obediently. Just then, the system notification rang out, catching Su Chen's attention. System notification. Congratulations to the host on gaining a descendant. Many children, many blessings. Progress is now 2/3 complete. He clenched his fists and cheered excitedly. It really worked. The next part of the task would be easy. He just needed to find Xiao Huohuo. Suddenly the phone in his pocket chimed. Su Chen pulled it out and was surprised to see it was his uncle calling. This was his uncle's number. Since arriving in this world, he hadn't yet met the original owner's only blood relative. Wondering what was wrong, he quickly answered the phone and said politely, Hey, I'll be back this afternoon. I'm at Su Chen's uncle's house. He let out a sigh, his face clouded with worry. Su Chen's aunt walked over carrying a fruit plate and complained irritably, "Well, did you call that nephew of yours?" "I already told you to call him." Su Chen's uncle nodded slightly and answered, "I did. Xiao Chen is coming back this afternoon." The aunt slammed the fruit plate heavily onto the table, her tone icy. "I've looked into that nephew of yours. In the class awakening ceremony a few days ago, he turned out to be a classless waste. We've truly wasted all these years raising him." She crossed her arms and continued heartlessly. "Once he arrives, make sure he moves out immediately." Su Chen's uncle felt a bit awkward and protested in a low voice, "Xiao Chen is still a student. If you make him move out now, where will he live?" She frowned, her tone harsh. "The school has dorms, and even if it doesn't, he can sleep on the street. Either way, we have nothing to do with him from now on. He can't drag us down anymore." Hearing this, the uncle became even more conflicted and said hurriedly, "There's less than a month left until the Great Imperial exam. Why don't we wait until after the exam to let him move out so it doesn't affect his grades?" Just then, Su Yuding walked over, her lips painted bright red, her tone filled with disdain. "Dad, for someone without a class like him, what's the point of whether he tests well or not? Which university would admit him? Just make him get out. School is on break now anyway, it's inconvenient for me with him staying here." Hearing her daughter say this, Su Chen's aunt nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Exactly, our Yuding is currently dating the son of the first academy's principal. If people saw him, it would reflect poorly on her." She smiled and turned to Su Yuding, asking gently, "Yuding, have some fruit and chat with Mom. How did your date with Huang Kai go?" She sat down beside her as she spoke. Su Yuding stared into a small hand mirror and answered, "There was an accident during the Secret Realm trial yesterday, which prevented many people from raising their class levels." She paused, carefully touching up her powder, and continued, "Huang Kai is coming to pick me up this afternoon to go to the demon domain for a trial." Hearing this, the aunt asked worriedly, "I heard about that too. Apparently quite a few students died. What exactly happened?" Su Yuding glanced at her and shook her head. "I'm not quite sure. When the trouble started, I hid in a crevice and didn't dare come out. I heard someone saved everyone, and the Star Tower Alliance is still verifying it. I hope the results are announced soon." Meanwhile, Su Chen was strolling leisurely down the street, completely unaware that he had fallen into the sights of two people in disguise. A man with a scarred face nearby turned to his partner and whispered, "I originally thought killing Su Chen at the second academy would be troublesome because he rarely leaves. I didn't expect him to run out on his own." The other man, holding a newspaper while staring at Su Chen, muttered, "An ordinary student for 2 5-star assassins to be dispatched together for this mission is a total waste. It really is too easy." Scarface flashed an insidious smile, looking for a secluded spot to make his move. "Let's finish the job early and get a good evaluation." Before long, the blonde youth came running up out of breath, shouting urgently, "Godfather, I'm here. I heard you were looking for me, so I ran all the way." The system didn't disappoint Su Chen as the notification rang out immediately. System notification. "Congratulations to the host on gaining a descendant. The many children, many blessings progress is now complete." The youth wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, looked up and asked, "Godfather, why were you looking for me?" Su Chen replied calmly, "It's nothing, go back to whatever you were doing." These words left the youth with his mouth agape, looking completely bewildered. Immediately after, the system chimed again. System notification. "Congratulations to the host for achieving the many children, many blessings achievement. Skill gained, escape." Su Chen sighed, holding his forehead in silence. "System, are you serious? Is escape even a skill?" The system followed up with another line. System note, "When you are holding a bucket while running, using the escape skill will increase your speed tenfold." Su Chen turned, muttering gloomily, "Fine, better than nothing. I'll head back to my uncle's house first." A moment later, he was walking leisurely down the street, lost in thought. According to his memories, his uncle's house was just ahead. Suddenly, a guy jumped out from the roadside, roaring ferociously, "Brad, I'll give it to you straight. Today is the day you die." Su Chen frowned, looking impatient, but to Scarface he appeared to be paralyzed with fear. Scarface grinned triumphantly, waving his fist, thinking, "This kid must be scared witless. He didn't even react to my direct approach." But before he could celebrate for long, Su Chen unleashed an energetic heavy punch straight to his face. The punch carried a terrifying surge of energy that instantly turned Scarface's expression to one of horror and panic. "What's going on?" he screamed as the energy wave blasted him backward. Scarface scrambled up pathetically, clutching his aching arm and stammering, How do you have this kind of power?" Su Chen clenched his fists, a faint aura of energy still swirling around him. He thought to himself, "He didn't die from that. This guy is stronger than the 2-star monsters in the secret realm." Scarface struggled to endure the sharp pain while holding his arm. His eyes filled with rage. Scarface stared at Su Chen, gritting his teeth as he said, "I, a dignified 5-star assassin, was actually injured by you? I really can't underestimate anyone." Su Chen frowned and asked in surprise, "Assassin, who sent you to kill me?" The man replied with cold eyes, "Someone placed an order on the Golden Rice platform for your life." Suddenly another figure appeared like a ghost behind Su Chen, his tone low. "You'd better not resist, we'll give you a quick death." Su Chen's brow furrowed, his mind racing. There was another one. He appeared behind me without me even noticing. These 2 assassins are at least 3-star professionals. He looked back at the person behind him and suggested, "How about we negotiate? I'll pay double the price if you turn around and kill the person who placed the order. What do you say? However, reality was harsh. Scarface roared in fury. You dare insult our professional ethics? Assassins never accept bad reviews. Reputation is more important than money. With that, he charged straight at Su Chen. Su Chen clenched his fist and shouted, "Charged punch." The energy-filled heavy punch swung out, but Scarface ducked to avoid it, mocking contemptuously. You really think you can go toe-to-toe with me? Su Chen broke into a cold sweat, muttering under his breath. He dodged that. His movement is too eerie. Although the punch missed, the opponent countered with a heavy blow of his own, striking Su Chen square in the face and sending him flying. Su Chen struggled to stabilize his center of gravity. Scarface let out a cold laugh, saying disdainfully, "Kid, your punch speed is no threat to us at all. We've awakened the thief class. Movement and speed are our specialties." Su Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning in thought. This is my first time fighting real professionals. Every class really does have its own unique strengths. These two are too much to handle. Suddenly, both assassins charged at once, intent on finishing the fight quickly. Su Chen, well versed in the strategy of fleeing when outmatched, let out a shout and turned to run. But the two assassins had no intention of letting him go easily, chasing hot on his heels and shouting, "Too naive, we told you speed is our forte. Where do you think you can run?" Looking at the two figures closing in behind him, Su Chen's brow furrowed as his mind raced. Running like this isn't the answer. These two are definitely faster than me and are about to catch up. Just then an old man appeared on the quiet street, carrying a shoulder pole, shouting his trade. Sharpening scissors, honing kitchen knives, Su Chen charged forward, snatching the pole from the old man's shoulder as fast as lightning, saying urgently, "Grandpa, let me borrow this." He grabbed a bucket from the pole. The two assassins caught up, roaring, "We told you you can't escape." At that exact moment, the system notification rang out. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up involuntarily. System notification, skill escape with a bucket activated. He instantly exploded with incredible speed, leaving everything behind like a wild horse breaking free. The two assassins stood frozen like wooden statues, shouting in unison, "What the hell, is this speed even scientific?" Scarface refused to give up, immediately exerting himself to continue the chase. "Don't let him get away!" The peddler old man waved his hands frantically and shouted, "My bucket, give me back my bucket!" Su Chen sprinted while holding the bucket, thinking that this skill's tenfold speed boost would definitely lose them. But he soon fell into deep thought. After all, these two were 5-star assassins. They would surely be relentless. The two assassins muttered with furrowed brows, "Something's wrong. This kid is actually faster than us. Even if a middle schooler awakened a speed-type class, they couldn't have this kind of explosive power. This is simply unbelievable." Su Chen suddenly ducked into a small alley, thinking that to eliminate the threat once and for all, the best way was to deal with them. He accelerated to the end of the alley, and by the time the two assassins caught up, Su Chen was already standing in the distance waiting. Scarface clutched his aching arm and asked in surprise, "Why did he stop?" The other laughed loudly, his face full of disdain. "You're out of breath and ready to surrender, aren't you?" Su Chen shrugged and replied calmly, "I'm about to unleash my ultimate. No matter how fast you are, there's nowhere to hide here." The assassin let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with contempt. "Are you trying to make me laugh to death? I'll admit you're fast, but in actual combat, if you can even graze a single hair on our bodies, we'll admit defeat." Su Chen raised his hand and shouted, "Donkeys, come!" Hundreds upon thousands of donkeys instantly swarmed toward the assassins. They screamed in terror, "What? This is bad, it's the donkey disaster from the news." In the blink of an eye, the two assassins were trampled to a pulp by the herd, with thick clouds of dust billowing everywhere. The peddler old man's eyes widened and he shouted in terror, "What's going on?" Seeing the herd charging toward him, he hurriedly ducked into a side alley, muttering, "Too dangerous. With so many donkeys, who could possibly withstand that?" Minutes later, the two assassins lay paralyzed on the ground, surrounded by a thick layer of dust. Su Chen stood with his hands on his hips and let out a sigh. "What a pity, they're all dead. Now I can't find out who sent them." He picked up the shoulder pole, preparing to leave. He had been out for quite a while and needed to get back to his uncle. Suddenly, the peddler old man grabbed his pant leg and shouted, "Stay right there!" Su Chen jumped in surprise and hurriedly handed back the pole, rubbing his head apologetically. "I almost forgot to return your bucket." But the old man pointed at him and roared fiercely, "Brat, it's not about the bucket anymore. Your donkeys trampled me." Su Chen bent down to help him up. "Grandpa, let's get you up first." But the old man violently shook off his hand and roared in rage, "Don't even think about getting me up without 100,000 yuan." Su Chen's eyes widened as he cried out, 100,000, that's robbery," he countered. "You're clearly perfectly fine. How could my donkeys have hit you?" The old man lay on the ground, staged an accident, shouting, "I don't care how they hit me. You scared me. You have to pay. You're not leaving until you give me the money." Su Chen's lip curled as he pulled out his phone, his tone calm. "Grandpa, wait a moment while I make a call." What he said on the phone left the old man stunned. Su Chen said coldly, "Wei Bui, it's Su Chen. Transfer 5 million to me immediately. I want to crush someone to death with money." The peddler old man felt a chill down his spine, looking at him with a face full of confusion. Su Chen said calmly, "Grandpa, wait a bit. I'm going to send the money to your family right now." With that, he gave a decisive order, "Donkeys, come!" Instantly, the herd roared back into view, the sound of their hooves shaking the earth. Su Chen watched with a smile as the sweating old man fled for his life. He cursed as he ran. "I've hunted all my life only to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow at the end. brat, you're truly ruthless, Su Chen laughed and waved, teasing. See you around. I specialize in dealing with scammers. If you dare cause me trouble again next time, we'll see what happens. On the summit of a grand mountain, the 9-star master Thor sat in silent meditation, cultivating in midair. An armored soldier walked in and knelt respectfully before him, shouting, "Greetings, Lord Thor." Suddenly a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, striking the kneeling soldier directly. He was filled with absolute terror. He leaned back, drenched in sweat, and shrieked. That was too close. At that moment, Thor snapped his eyes open and let out a sharp cry. The lightning instantly dissipated, leaving not a single trace behind. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that was terrifying. Every bolt of lightning carries destructive power. A single strike could turn a person to ash. No wonder Thor can suppress the dangerous demon domains alone year-round. Thor's expression was grim as he asked urgently, "Seeking me out in such haste has the abyss descended?" The soldier knelt, responding respectfully, "It is not about the descent of the abyss. Recently, all middle academies across the world completed their awakening trials, but an accident occurred in District 16. Thor frowned, asking in confusion, "What kind of accident?" Shaking from the pressure of Thor's aura, the soldier answered tremulously, "A student named Su Chen achieved a score of 1388 points. Thor let out a laugh, his tone excited. 1388 points? That's higher than my record back then. This is a good thing. Is there anything else?" The soldier continued cautiously. "Lord Thor, if it were just a high score, the Star Tower Alliance wouldn't have sent me to disturb you. The key is that in that secret realm, the instance level rose from 1 star to 2 star and Su Chen did not awaken any class. He is an unclassed person." The soldier clenched his fists, unable to hide the look of shock on his face. In other words, a classless person obtained 1388 points in a 2-star instance. This had indeed left everyone stunned. Only now did Thor show a look of surprise, asking loudly, "Such a thing actually happened?" The soldier added respectfully, "That is why I have come to seek your instructions, Lord Thor. Do we need to investigate? It is highly likely Su Chen awakened some hidden class, or something even more special." Thor raised a hand to signal him to stop, then turned and closed his eyes in contemplation. "There is no need. There are millions of professionals, each has their own secrets and opportunities, and their methods vary. There is no need to pry." The soldier looked up and asked cautiously, "Please instruct us. How should we announce the news? How should his professional rank be determined?" All the major middle academies were waiting for the Star Tower Alliance's reply. Thor answered calmly, "Announce it exactly as it is, Su Chen, classless, level 0. He placed one hand behind his back, eyes closed as he added, "Furthermore, grant him eligibility to enter Tianjing Academy." The soldier froze, unable to believe his ears. What? Send him to Tianjing Academy? He thought to himself that every year out of the entire planet's college entrance exams, fewer than 3 people managed to enter Tianjing Academy. He hadn't expected Thor to value a classless person so highly. Finally he bowed his head and answered respectfully, "Your subordinate understands." Thor gazed quietly at the sky, small sparks of lightning flickering in his palm, his tone level. After the star towers descended, Su Chen might be the first official classless person. Is he not? He fell into thought, his gaze sweeping over the lightning tearing through the sky as if recalling a distant past. Before the star towers appeared, everyone was technically classless. In the residential district, Su Chen walked along a familiar path carrying bags of fruit and gift boxes. He muttered as he walked, "With the 10,000 essence coins I got from Wei Bui, I can move out of my uncle's house and live independently. I'll take this chance to clear things up with my aunt and uncle." Passing a small house, he thought to himself that this had always been his wish, but he previously lacked the capital to live on his own. Su Chen suddenly stopped, his gaze falling upon his belongings being thrown out piece by piece. As his aunt's shrill yelling reached his ears, she shouted in a tone thick with irritation, "It's been so long and you can't even handle this small task. I don't care. Throw all his things out right now." Su Chen's uncle tried desperately to stop her, gripping his wife's hand tightly. He pleaded, "Don't throw them. Xiao Chen will definitely be back. Let's just wait a little longer." But she ignored him entirely, slamming the items into the yard, completely dismissing her husband's nearly begging face. "Keep throwing. I can see he just wants to overstay his welcome. I told you. There's no benefit in taking him in. We must cut ties with him completely today." Su Chen's uncle lunged for the luggage, saying helplessly, "Throw them gently. Xiao Chen's things can still be used." As he was picking up the items, he suddenly realized Su Chen had been standing there quietly at some point. He cried out in surprise, "Xiao Chen, you're back?" Su Chen replied calmly, "Uncle, aunt, I'm back." Su Chen's aunt, holding a box and standing in the doorway, barked, "Back my foot if you don't leave. How am I supposed to live a good life?" She continued in an icy tone. "Su Chen, don't think I'm being heartless. You're an adult now. It's time to be independent." Su Chen nodded and replied flatly, "I understand. I came back this time to talk to you about moving out." The uncle whipped his head around and said hurriedly, "Xiao Chen, there's no rush. It's not too late to move once you find a suitable place." But the aunt rushed over and delivered a harsh slap to his face, snapping, "Shut your mouth. Finding a rental is his own business, you hear me?" Su Chen set down the gift boxes and said in a peaceful tone, "Uncle, these are for you. I'll leave them here and head out now." The aunt crossed her arms, her face full of disdain. "Keep your trash to yourself. I raised you for all these years and you just buy 2 boxes of cheap fruit. Who wants that?" A surge of rage rose in Su Chen's heart. He thought, "This is really infuriating. I really want to charge up and give her a punch to vent, but he held back. The uncle walked over, patted his shoulder and whispered, "Xiao Chen, let uncle help you with your things." He quietly slipped a stack of bills into Su Chen's hand and whispered, "This is 1,000 yuan. Take it, you'll need it for your life ahead. Don't look down on it, it's the pocket money I saved up over 6 months. Su Chen waved it away, saying, "Uncle, I don't need it." But he insisted, "Take it quickly and don't let your aunt see. Your uncle is useless and can't protect you." He sighed and urged, "You must work hard from now on." Just then, Su Yuting walked up with her arm through Huang Kai's, introducing him proudly as they walked. "Brother Kai, this is my house." The aunt immediately went out to meet them, her face beaming. "Yuting, you're back?" Su Chen's uncle was startled. He looked at the man beside his daughter and asked, "Is this young man your boyfriend, Xiao Huang?" Huang Kai replied with pride, "Hello uncle, I am Huang Kai. My father is Huang Lin, the principal of the 3rd Academy." Hearing this, the aunt nodded in approval. "Good, very good. Xiao Huang is truly a man of talent. You and our Yuting are truly a perfect match, made for each other." Suddenly, Su Yuting spotted Su Chen standing to the side and frowned with displeasure. "Why is he still standing here?" She turned to Huang Kai, her tone mocking. "Brother Kai, this is my cousin who has been freeloading at my house for so many years. A waste who couldn't even awaken a class, and now my family is kicking him out." Huang Kai's face darkened, thinking, "This guy actually didn't die in the secret realm." The aunt, her face full of smiles, offered a warm invitation. "Xiao Huang, stay for dinner today. Auntie will cook a whole table of good food specifically for you." Su Chen stared at Huang Kai, fuming with rage as he muttered to himself, "So it's this bastard. He was the one who tried to kill me in the secret realm with that monster-luring artifact last time. It just so happens I wanted to settle the score with him." Su Yuting pointed at him and roared, "Get out of here already, stop lingering in front of us, it's annoying just looking at you." Su Chen ignored her words, walked up to Huang Kai and said coldly, "Do you remember me saying I had my eye on you last time?" The aunt put her hands on her hips and laughed mockingly. "Trying to claim a connection with Xiao Huang? Not a chance. Xiao Huang is Yuting's boyfriend, he wouldn't even bother acknowledging you." Su Yuting joined in the ridicule. "Why don't you go look in a mirror? Are you even in the same league as Brother Kai?" Huang Kai replied dismissively. "Did you hear that? So what if you have your eye on me?" Before he could finish, Su Chen lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch straight to Huang Kai's annoying face. He roared, "I'll kill you, you animal." Everyone watched in stunned silence as Huang Kai fell to the ground. Su Yuting screamed, "I don't believe it." "What?" the uncle stammered, unable to find his words. At that moment the aunt clenched her fists and roared in a fit of rage, "Su Chen, are you crazy? You even dare to hit young Master Huang?" Huang Kai scrambled up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, "You brat, how dare you ambush me, you're dead." Su Chen's fists shimmered with light as he charged forward, letting out a cold laugh. "I was just looking for a place to vent my anger. You've come at the perfect time." Huang Kai drew a long sword, his face grim as he barked, "Seeking death, let me end your worthless life?" Su Yuting stood to the side and mocked, "Truly an ignorant fool. Brother Kai is a professional swordsman with incredible combat power. One swing of his blade is like 100 falling flowers. What's the difference between a classless person charging in and seeking death?" The uncle tried to dissuade him with worry. "Xiao Chen, don't be impulsive." But Huang Kai's sword couldn't even stop one of Su Chen's punches, snapping into 2 pieces instantly. Huang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief and he shouted with bloodshot eyes, "What?" He was immediately knocked backward by a heavy blow from Su Chen. "My God!" The aunt and Su Yuting stood like wooden statues, crying out in unison as they couldn't believe their eyes. Su Yuting clenched her fists, thinking, "How is this possible? Brother Kai actually has no power to fight back against Su Chen." "Why?" Su Chen walked step by step toward Huang Kai, who was sprawled in the clearing. He grabbed him by the collar and sneered, "Are you convinced?" Su Chen's uncle watched this scene, feeling immensely gratified. He thought to himself, "Xiao Chen is completely different from before. This boy has changed." The aunt rushed up, pointing at him and screaming, "Su Chen, let go of young Master Huang. Young Master Huang comes from a prestigious family with immense power. Have you thought about the consequences of treating him like this?" Hearing this, Huang Kai regained his arrogant expression and looked up with a threat. "You've offended me. Kneel now or I will use all of my family's influence to make your life a living hell." Su Chen looked at that arrogant face, said nothing, and delivered several more punches, asking coldly, still trying to act tough, "Let's see which is harder, your mouth or my fists." Seeing that Su Chen wouldn't listen and kept hitting him, the aunt turned to her husband and screamed, "He's mad, pure madness. Why are you just standing there? Tell your nephew to stop." Su Chen's uncle looked at his nephew and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Chen, you have a long road ahead of you. Stick to your own ideas and do whatever you want to do. Don't be like your uncle, being a coward your whole life and regretting it when it's too late." Hearing this, the aunt roared in a fit of rage, "What, Su Mingchong? What kind of nonsense are you talking? Have you gone mad too? Are you trying to kill me?" But the uncle clenched his fists and said in a heroic tone, "A man should act like a man. In my youth I also dreamed of fighting for our kin, but unfortunately, I only awakened a useless lifestyle class." He thumped his chest, his eyes shining. He encouraged, "I see my own hot blood in you. Don't back down, keep this momentum. Your uncle supports you." Su Chen called out, moved, "Uncle?" The uncle's hands tightened, his tone excited. "This is a turbulent era, and with the alien invasions, humanity needs powerful professionals, it needs heroes. The blood and heads of aliens are the ultimate romance for a man. Go and fight with everything you've got. just as he reached the peak of his speech, the aunt delivered a forceful slap from behind, knocking him to the ground where a large bump swelled on his head. She roared, "Shut up!" A flash of insight hit Su Chen. He thought, in my memory, Uncle was always subservient. I didn't expect him to say such things today. Perhaps that surge of manly passion never truly cooled in his heart. Huang Kai had been beaten black and blue, his face swollen like a pig's. He slowly sat up and shouted, "Brat, you want me to submit? Not a chance. If you have the guts, kill me. As long as you don't kill me, you're finished." Su Chen raised his fist, looked at Huang Kai being supported by Su Yuding and replied coldly, "Then I'll kill you." The aunt crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. "Su Chen, you wouldn't dare. Young Master Huang's father is a principal. He could crush you just by moving a finger." Su Yuding, still supporting Huang Kai, also spoke up, "Brother Kai, don't be afraid. Su Chen is just putting on an act. Just let him hit you. I don't believe he actually dares to kill you." Su Chen charged forward, his fist shimmering with light, and let out a loud cry. "Go to hell." Seeing the heavy punch coming at him, Huang Kai screamed in terror, "I submit." Su Chen stopped instantly. Huang Kai sat slumped in a pool of yellow liquid, crying uncontrollably. "I admit I was wrong. I really submit. I'm a bastard." Beside him, Su Yuding let out a shriek. Her knees buckled and tears and snot covered her face. She pleaded, "Forgive me. During the trial before, I shouldn't have used the monster-luring artifact to harm you. I've failed my father's years of teaching. I've shamed my father. If there's a next time, I'll commit harakiri." Su Chen turned away, his face full of disgust, and spat out, "Coward. Don't let me see you again or I'll beat you until you wet your pants every time I do." The aunt ran over in a frantic rush, shouting, "Young Master Huang, get up quickly. Why are you kneeling?" Su Yuding asked with worry, "Brother Kai, are you okay?" Huang Kai, with her arm over his shoulder, managed a forced smile. "How was my performance just now?" Su Yuding was confused. "Performance?" The aunt also repeated blankly, "Performance." Huang Kai burst into a triumphant laugh. "It seems my acting was too perfect. I fooled everyone. That kid has no professional fluctuations at all. He is definitely classless. The reason he could defeat me is surely because he took forbidden drugs." He patted the dust off his face and continued, "Relying on forbidden drugs for a short burst of power. He'd better be smart and know his place. I'll pretend to apologize for now, and once the drug wears off, I'll kill him." The aunt nodded and praised, "That analysis makes so much sense. Now that young Master Huang mentions it, everything is clear. Since he was a child, Su Chen was a useless waste. He must have used forbidden drugs to suddenly become this powerful." Yellow liquid was still dripping from Huang Kai's pants, yet he wore a smug smile, convinced his act of wetting himself had successfully deceived everyone. Su Yuding, catching his drift, gave him an excited thumbs up and cheered, "Brother Kai, I'm rooting for you." Su Chen's aunt sat nearby, heaping on the praise. "Young Master Huang's acting is absolutely superb, so professional." Just then, a massive announcement board suddenly manifested in the sky, broadcasting a notification from the Star Tower Alliance. The three of them looked up in unison, their attention fully captured. Su Yuding stared at the board and gasped, "It's a bulletin from the Supreme Star Tower." Whenever a major event occurs, the Supreme Star Tower instantly broadcasts it to everyone. The last time was when Senior Morong slayed a 5-star boss. "I wonder what it is this time." A crisp broadcast voice rang out, announcing the trial rankings for the 3 middle academies. Huang Kai pointed toward the sky, declaring confidently, "It came just at the right time. We'll know after we see the rankings. Using forbidden drugs is strictly prohibited during the trial. Otherwise, the central smart brain would definitely detect it. That kid's ranking is guaranteed to be abysmal. Meanwhile, I killed quite a few monsters before the secret realm went south. My rank will definitely be in the top 50, maybe even the top 20. Su Yuding's face was full of longing as she said excitedly, "I can't wait. The Star Tower rankings represent a professional's true strength. I wonder how much higher Brother Kai's rank will be compared to that waste." The Middle Academy trial leaderboard gradually began to materialize. First place, Su Chen, Second Academy, 1388 points. Second place, Li Yangnian, First Academy, 186 points. Su Yuding froze, letting out an incredulous scream. "First place is actually Su Chen." Su Chen's aunt turned as pale as a ghost. She began muttering incessantly. Huang Kai, standing between the two women, suddenly blurted out, "It really is him. My father saw Su Chen before and said he was a rising monster. It's because of him that our 3rd Academy couldn't surpass the 2nd, breaking our winning streak." Su Chen's aunt was drenched in sweat, stammering as she asked, "Young Master Huang, could there be a mistake with this leaderboard?" Huang Kai glanced at her and replied helplessly, "Auntie, what are you saying? The rankings generated by the Supreme Star Tower's central smart brain can never be wrong. That's common knowledge." Still unwilling to accept it, she pressed further. "But Su Chen's score," Huang Kai looked up at the announcement board and said in shock, "I didn't expect Su Chen's points to be this high. He's far ahead of Li Yangnian." Huang Kai then threw his chest out, boasting proudly, "Everyone knows that a high trial rank is a golden ticket to a top university. When the time comes, I'll have my father introduce Su Chen to me. A genius with such a bright future might even become a top figure for the human race one day." Su Yuding and Su Chen's aunt shared a look of pure dread, neither knowing how to break the silence. Seeing their quietness, Huang Kai found it a bit strange. He turned and patted his chest reassuringly. "Yuding auntie, don't look at me like that. I get it. Once I meet Su Chen, I'll definitely put in a good word for you." Su Chen's aunt lowered her head, cold sweat pouring down as she quickly refused. No need." Huang Kai scratched his head in confusion. Su Chen's aunt covered her face and pointed toward the person with a bag who was just about to leave. That is Su Chen. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck Huang Kai's mind. His eyes went wide and his mouth hung open. What? Su Yuding chimed in hurriedly. Is it possible there's another Su Chen with the same name? Huang Kai nodded repeatedly, clutching at this straw of hope. Yes, it must be someone with the same name, just a coincidence. That genius just happens to be called Su Chen too. That explains everything. At that moment, as Su Chen was preparing to leave, Principal In came running over, panting heavily as he shouted, Su Chen, I finally found you, he continued excitedly. You're the first-place finisher of this trial. I'm the principal of the Second Academy, and I've come specifically on behalf of the Star Tower Alliance to present your award. Hearing this, Huang Kai stood frozen like a stone statue, muttering to himself, It really is him. Su Chen's aunt was in total disbelief. She shrieked, Could I really have been that blind? Only Su Chen's uncle let out a loud laugh, shouting excitedly, Great, this is fantastic. The Su ancestors have blessed us. This truly brings honor to the family. If your father knew he could finally rest in peace. Su Chen looked at Principal In and replied calmly, You're back, Principal. Su Chen's aunt, having lost all sense of shame, reached out to stop him. Xiao Chen, the food is ready. Why don't you stay for a meal? Su Chen paused, looked back coldly and said, There's no need. I no longer have any connection to you. Su Chen's aunt immediately turned to her husband. She wailed, Say something, he's your nephew. Quickly, make him stay. Su Chen's uncle looked at her with crossed arms, his tone stern. Wake up, you're the one who said you wanted to cut ties with him. Do you really have the face to try and keep him now? Look at what you've done. You've been a poisonous woman. Act like a human being for once and stop bothering Xiao Chen. She buried her head in her hands and wept, overcome with regret. To think I drove a peerless genius out of my house like he was trash. I've lost everything. This feels worse than being killed. I truly deserve this. Under the vast blue sky, white clouds drifted lazily. Principal N and Su Chen walked side by side beneath the shade of the trees. The principal walked ahead, speaking in a gentle tone. Su Chen, do you know why I was in such a hurry to find you? Su Chen smirked and teased. I'm certain it's not because of love. Principal N burst into laughter and shook his head. Nonsense. Listen up. The Alliance's reward for you this time is a fast-track admission spot for Tianjing Academy. He gave a thumbs up, his smile bright enough to show all his teeth. This time you've made history for all three schools, honestly for the entire Hedong province. You are the first person to be directly fast-tracked to Tianjing Academy. I've never been prouder. Su Chen frowned slightly, his tone laced with disappointment. That's it? No practical rewards? Giving me a villa would have worked too. Principal An's eyes widened, and he said crossly, You brat, do you even realize what this means? Tianjing Academy is the top-ranked higher institution in the Dragon Zone. Fast-track spots are incredibly rare. Fewer than 3 are given nationwide each year. This is the ultimate recognition of your talent. Furthermore, I'm telling you, every year there are provincial top scorers who fail to get into Tianjing Academy. But with this spot, our Second Academy's university admission rate for this year is guaranteed. The two continued toward the crowded plaza. Principal In kept talking incessantly. What's more, Murong Liuyan is at Tianjing Academy. Her promise to give you that no-class requirement skill can now be fulfilled. It's the perfect chance for you to go find her. Su Chen replied expressionlessly. I can't find her anymore. Principal In froze, asking in confusion. What do you mean? Su Chen answered flatly. I sold that spot. Principal In screamed in a fit of rage. What? Do you have any idea how valuable that is? That was an extremely rare skill. Countless professionals might go their entire lives without being able to enhance a single skill, and you actually sold it? I've never seen anyone more ridiculous than you. Just then, a crisp system notification rang in Su Chen's mind. System notification, new quest, complete 10 2-star dungeon trials within 10 hours. Su Chen pondered to himself, a sharp glint in his eyes. Skills might be rare to others, but for me, as long as I keep completing system quests, skills will keep flowing in. Seeing that Su Chen was completely ignoring him, Principal N became even more exasperated. Murong Liuyan is a legend at Tianjing Academy, a future 9-star powerhouse. What she offered wasn't just a skill, it was your entire future. Don't you get it? You're going to be the death of me. Su Chen scratched his face and asked cautiously, Principal, I have one more question. I'm not sure if I should ask it. Principal In wiped the sweat from his forehead, suppressing his anger. Go ahead. Su Chen scratched his head and asked slowly, Can the fast-track spot for Tianjing Academy be sold too? Principal In jumped, his entire body trembling before he finally couldn't help but roar, Get out of my sight now! Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of a modern villa. A red-haired youth stood before the massive glass panes, his eyes dark as he stared at the lush garden. He spoke coldly. Will someone tell me why the 5-star assassins from the platform couldn't kill that brat? A tall, thin, bald man standing behind him answered respectfully, Young Master Luo, I believe those 2 assassins' reputations weren't for nothing. I suspect they've already received some warm hospitality. The fat, bald man beside him nodded in agreement. Exactly. Those 2 are highly rated. The red-haired youth threw his coat over his shoulders, his tone resolute. I'm going to find that kid myself. The ancient ruins are about to open. I must retrieve the ruin key. At that moment, a white-haired elderly man suddenly appeared and hurriedly stopped him. Young master, the college entrance exam is imminent. You must take the championship at Tianjing Academy. Don't let a minor setback affect your future. Leave this matter to this old servant. The red-haired youth adjusted his collar, a glint flashing in his eyes. Has Uncle Tien arrived? He is a 4-star psychic grand mage. If you handle this personally, failure is impossible. Under the vast blue sky, white clouds drifted by. Su Chen leaned against the wall in front of an office building, waiting quietly. Zhao Zilong and Li Lei walked out from inside. Seeing him, Li Lei raised his hand excitedly. Brother Su, we're here. All 3 demon domains have opened this time. Where are we going for training? Su Chen shoved his hands in his pockets and answered nonchalantly. Nowhere else. We're going back to that same 2-star dungeon trial from before. Li Lei frowned and tried to dissuade him. That 2-star dungeon is too cursed, it's too risky with just the 3 of us. Just then, Su Chen spotted Wei Bui walking past leisurely with a bag. Zhao Zilong and Su Chen crossed their arms and shouted, "Hey, want to grind a dungeon together?" Wei Bui didn't even look back, answering coldly, "No need, you guys go ahead, I have things to do." As he walked, Wei Bui sneered to himself, "Being with you lot is a complete waste of time. I'm going to Tianqing Academy right now to find Senior Morang. As long as I get that no-class skill, Wei Bui will definitely be the provincial top scorer of this year's entrance exam." In his eyes, Su Chen's act of selling the skill was incredibly stupid. The kid had no idea what he'd missed. The scene shifted and Su Chen, Zhao Zilong and Li Lei arrived at the entrance of a demon domain. Looking at the bustling crowd, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder, why are there so many people here? Li Lei stepped forward to explain, "One of the entrances to the demon domain is nearby. These people are either preparing to go in, or they've just finished their trial and are coming out to rest. After all, though the demon domains in the real world are dangerous, they have a unique allure." Seeing that Su Chen's trio wasn't heading into the demon domain but toward a different direction, the crowd began to stir. "Where are they going? The demon domain is this way. Isn't that the 2-star mutated dungeon over there?" Someone else whispered. "That looks like Su Chen, the guy who's ranked first on the Star Tower." As the 3 stepped inside, a clear announcement rang out, 2-star dungeon, the Spider Queen's Nest. Level requirement 2-star to 3-star. Party requirement, raid team. Limit 40 people. Su Chen frowned, bewildered. "Why wasn't there this kind of information when I came in before?" Zhao Zilong pondered for a moment and answered, "It's likely a prompt generated by the Supreme Star Tower to warn professionals about the danger level of a secret realm." His expression turned grim, his tone low. "I didn't expect this place to become a 40-person large-scale raid after turning into a 2-star dungeon. This means it's extremely dangerous inside." Li Lei looked at Su Chen worriedly. "Brother Su, are you sure we shouldn't call for more people? My heart is racing." Su Chen answered confidently, "No need, let's hurry in." A long-haired girl nearby stared at them with wide eyes. "My God, they actually went in." A curly-haired guy beside her asked curiously, "I heard he's classless, is that true?" A purple-haired man nodded. "Yeah, I also heard Su Chen only took first place because of luck. A herd of donkeys suddenly fell from the sky, which let him take a huge advantage." The curly-haired guy clenched his fists and said loudly, "Whether he's boasting or not, trying to clear a 40-man 2-star dungeon with just 3 people. That's just reckless. They're definitely not coming out." Under the blue sky and white clouds, Su Chen, Zhao Zilong and Li Lei appeared on a wasteland overgrown with wild grass. Su Chen glanced at Li Lei and ordered, "Li Lei, use your hidden attribute to pull the mobs." As Li Lei ran off, he looked back and urged, "Brother Su, I'm putting my old life in your hands." Before long, a pack of ferocious demonic beasts was in hot pursuit. Seeing a 1-horned wolf leap up to bite his backside, Li Lei's eyes widened as he pleaded, "Brother Su, save me quick." Su Chen watched the pitiful scene and laughed, saying to Zhao Zilong, "I have to admit, Li Lei's monster-attracting physique is more effective than any lure. The farming efficiency is skyrocketing." A dazzling golden light enveloped Su Chen. He pointed toward the sky, his tone resolute. "Next, it's time to witness a miracle." In an instant, herds of donkeys descended from the heavens, roaring as they crashed into the beast pack. Dust billowed wherever they went, and the remains of demonic beasts were tossed into the air, splattering everywhere. Li Lei slumped onto the grass. Panting heavily as he watched the scene, he couldn't help but marvel. Hundreds of 2-star monsters trampled to death in the blink of an eye. The miracle has appeared again. A massive iron door slowly creaked open, letting sunlight into the dark cavern. A woman who was half human and half spider stretched and muttered to herself, "There's movement outside. Could some fresh food have come in?" She looked up and saw small spiders falling one by one, her expression turning grim instantly. "Something is wrong." Just then the donkey herd smashed through the iron door and thundered inside, slamming her high into the air. The Spider Queen couldn't help but burst into tears, cursing, "Damn it, not those donkeys again." Li Lei, however, was ecstatic. Brimming with fighting spirit, he took the initiative to volunteer. "Brother Su, I'm fired up. Let me pull the mobs again. Let's keep going." Su Chen looked down at his palms and replied calmly, "No need." Li Lei looked at him with a face full of surprise and confusion. "Why?" Su Chen gave a thumbs up and smiled confidently. "Because we've already cleared it." Li Lei's eyes widened in total disbelief. "Stop joking, how is that possible? We just got in." The progress bar shouldn't even be at 1. Just then a system notification rang in their minds. "The Spider Queen's nest has been cleared. Would you like to teleport out of the secret realm immediately?" Li Lei was completely dumbfounded, muttering to himself, "We actually cleared it?" Meanwhile, outside the exit of the secret realm, the curly-haired man was still standing guard at the portal. He declared with absolute certainty that Su Chen and his 2 companions were dead. What a pity. They were famous enough to show their faces on the Star Tower livestream after all. The person beside him shook his head and lamented. Even if they aren't dead, they'll never get past the first wave. It's not that easy to get out once you've spent days and nights trapped in a dungeon. The purple-haired man let out a cold snort. What a farce. All right, everyone, disperse. Uncle Tien clutched his phone tightly, staring at the entrance and whispering, young people these days are just too green. This massive 2-star dungeon is a challenge even for me, a 4-star professional, leading a group of 2 stars. Victory is never a guarantee. He stroked his beard, revealing an insidious smile, thinking, those 3 brats who aren't even dry behind the ears actually charged straight in. It looks like I won't even have to lift a finger myself. He dialed the number and young Master Luo's relaxed, self-satisfied silhouette appeared on the screen. Luo asked, Uncle Tien, is it handled? Uncle Tien was all smiles. Young Master Luo, everything is settled. I'm going in to retrieve the key for you right now. The red-haired youth stood up abruptly, his tone unable to hide his excitement. Well done, as expected of Uncle Tien. When you return in triumph, I will personally host a celebration for you. At that moment, Su Chen, Li Lei, and Zhao Zilong were quietly walking out of the secret realm. Uncle Tien, completely oblivious, continued to smile flatteringly into his phone. Serving you is merely this old servant's duty. I wouldn't dare ask for a reward. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the 3 of them pass behind him, but he didn't react yet. Still beaming as he said, young master, once it's done a bounty of 1.8 million will suffice. This old servant wouldn't dare be greedy. Young Master Luo burst into laughter after hearing that. You certainly have quite an appetite. Uncle Tien froze, let out a confused cry. Luo crossed his legs and reminded him leisurely. Look behind you. Uncle Tien whipped his head around, saw the noisy crowd behind him and squeezed a sentence through his teeth with great difficulty. When did you get out? The onlookers were also pointing and whispering about Su Chen's trio. Can someone explain this? What exactly is going on? How did they get out so fast? Did something change in the dungeon again? Another person shook his head. Whatever the reason, clearing the dungeon is absolutely impossible. The black-haired man spoke with absolute conviction. I bet no one could clear it in such a short time. If they actually did, I'll have my roommate eat poop on a live stream. The boy with the slick back hair waved his hand, his tone certain. Stop arguing, I know what happened. If you enter a high-level academy and clear the Star Tower, you can obtain a dungeon interruption stone. This skill stone can forcibly end a trial and instantly teleport you out of the dungeon. The short-haired man nodded repeatedly. I see, Su Chen really knows how to find a loophole. At the end of the day, he's just an opportunist. The slick back-haired boy sighed, lamenting. To waste such a precious interruption stone like that, what a waste of a divine treasure. When Su Chen calms down later, he'll definitely realize how lucky he was. Suddenly, a massive system announcement board manifested in midair, shimmering with brilliant golden light. Congratulations to Su Chen, Li Lei, and Zhao Zilong for successfully clearing the Spider Queen's nest secret realm. Under the gaze of the crowd, the 3 stopped and looked up, their eyes shining with pride. Following that, a line of text scrolled across. New record set for this secret realm. Clear time, 7 minutes and 28 seconds. The noisy crowd fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads before they shrieked in unison. What? They cleared it? The man with the buzz cut muttered with a trembling voice. Cleared in 7 minutes, that's absolutely preposterous. The short-haired man shook his head frantically, his face full of suspicion. This makes no logical sense. Even if there weren't a single monster in the dungeon, just running from one end to the other would take half an hour. The green-haired man looked around in a fit of rage, roaring, Where's that smart aleck who was talking just now? Didn't you say Su Chen used an interruption stone? Explain to me then, why did Su Chen and the others clear it so fast? The black-haired man with the buzz cut scratched his head awkwardly under everyone's gaze. This has officially entered my blind spot of knowledge. On the other side, Li Lei laughed toward the sky. Breaking records is as easy as pie. No one clears things like a rocket the way we do. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up in front of Su Chen. Congratulations, based on your outstanding performance in the secret realm, your adventure evaluation is S rank. Item gained, Spider Queen's Tear. Su Chen examined the small, shimmering jade stone in his hand, muttering, another reward, but a pity there's no Godslayer point this time. Hearing this, Li Lei looked at him with a helpless face. Brother Su, stop thinking about Godslayer points. You can only get 1 point per dungeon at most, and you only get a chance if your performance is exceptionally brilliant during your first entry. Suddenly, a ring of red light enveloped Li Lei and Zhao Zilong. After the light dissipated, Zhao Zilong cheered excitedly. I've reached 1 star. I leveled up just by walking around. This is easier than eating or drinking. Li Lei also clenched his fists, overcome with emotion. I've hit 1 star too. It's a good thing that idiot Wei Bui didn't follow us, or he wouldn't even know what a massive opportunity he missed. Full of confidence, Su Chen led his teammates back into the secret realm. At this rate, completing the 10-run 2-star dungeon quest was only a matter of time. On the other side, Uncle Tien was bowing and apologizing to young Master Luo. Young Master, it was my negligence. Please give me another chance. I promise to handle it cleanly. Luo took a leisurely sip of wine and smiled. Uncle Tien, you are a 4-star professional. I believe in your strength. Dealing with a few 1-star brats should be as easy as crushing ants, shouldn't it? I've already prepared the celebration wine for you. Hearing this, Uncle Tien's momentum surged, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Young master, since you trust me so much, please stay on the line this time. I will broadcast a live execution for you." About 5 minutes later, a herd of arrogant-looking donkeys roared and charged at the Spider Queen once again. Seeing them, the queen shrieked in terror, "They're here again, help, Lord Wild God, save me!" However, the donkey herd showed no mercy, eliminating the Spider Queen for the 10th time before departing proudly. The system announcement board outside lit up once again. The onlookers were now completely numb. Congratulations to Su Chen, Li Lei and Zhao Zilong for clearing the Spider Queen's nest and breaking the record. New record, 6 minutes and 18 seconds. This number made everyone start to question reality. Someone shrieked, "Su Chen goes in and out like it's a playground. He broke the record again. My roommate's jaw has hit the floor. It was actually a whole minute faster than last time." Some people's attitudes instantly shifted from disdain to fanaticism. "I'm not even worthy to mention the name of such a god. I shall respectfully call him God Su." A short-haired girl's eyes sparkled with longing. "I really want to join their team." But the boy beside her doused her with cold water. "Dream on. Clearing a large-scale dungeon like this means their experience points have already maxed out. After 2 consecutive clears, they've likely hit the cap. Without a star tower here, they can't pass the professional trial to reach 2-star. 1 star is the limit. There's no point in grinding anymore." Seeing this, Uncle Tien immediately seized the moment to claim credit, saying with absolute confidence, "Young master, the kid is out. Now is the moment I broadcast his end. A final blow. Young master, get the celebration banquet ready." To everyone's absolute shock at that very moment, Su Chen and his 2 companions, having just exited the secret realm, turned around and went back in. Uncle Tien's eyes widened, his mind completely reeling. What the hell, why did they go back in? On the other side of the screen, young Master Luo was also stunned, left speechless. The onlookers exchanged looks, their heads full of question marks. Why is Su Chen grinding again? I really don't understand this flex. Their experience is full, it won't go up even if they grind. Isn't it a waste of time to keep doing the quest? We mortals truly cannot understand God's sus world. About 2 hours later, the scene of the donkeys trampling the queen played out once more. The queen was trembling all over, her spirit completely broken, spiraling into deep despair. The 10th time, this is the 10th time today. Why do these donkeys always pick on me? This is pure bullying, she wailed with a raspy voice. Why do I have to keep these damn memories? To be imprisoned here and abused every time I'm reborn? Is this the loss of morality or the distortion of human nature? However, before she could finish complaining, the donkey herd trampled her again, sending her back into the depths of despair. Watching this, Li Lei couldn't help but feel a flicker of pity for the Spider Queen. To see a 2-star boss tortured like this, it's a first for me too. Zhao Zilong frowned, his mind full of suspicion. Something's not right. Logically, secret realm monsters shouldn't retain previous memories after a reset. Why does this Spider Queen remember so clearly? Li Lei pondered and analyzed. It might be a lingering side effect from the previous secret realm mutation. At that moment, a strange purple mist began to permeate around the remains of the Spider Queen. Su Chen didn't pay it any mind, waving his teammates over. "It's over, let's head out." Meanwhile, the battered Spider Queen curled up on the ground in agony, letting out a piercing curse. "I hate you. I shall release the curse of despair. Using my soul, bones, and flesh as a sacrifice, I curse the mastermind behind all of this. Kill him or kill those closest to him, and let him be forever immersed in abuse and regret." Her entire body erupted in a dazzling purple light. Simultaneously, Su Chen's trio exited the secret realm once more. Su Chen stretched, a relaxed smile on his face. "The quest is finally complete. I wonder what the reward will be this time. I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light enveloped Su Chen, causing him to freeze instantly. He clutched his head in pain and collapsed to the ground. Li Lei and Zhao Zilong were terrified. "Brother Su, this reaction, you didn't level up again, did you?" Su Chen struggled to stand steady, his voice trembling slightly. "I've reached 4-star, he furrowed his brows, his mind full of confusion. "Why does my head feel like it's going to explode every time I level up, and it's getting worse every time? Clearly, after reaching a new star rank, I don't feel a substantial change in my strength. If I keep leveling up to 9-star like this, will I be able to hold on?" Zhao Zilong rested his chin in his hand and pondered. "It's a pity we reached the 2-star standard before entering the Star Tower, so experience can't accumulate further, but if we could grind 2-star dungeons 10 more times, pushing for 3-star wouldn't be impossible." Suddenly, the system announcement board lit up again. "Congratulations to the host for completing 10 2-star dungeon quests within 10 hours. Reward skill, Deft Disrober." Su Chen thought he had misheard and turned to ask Zhao Zilong, "What did you just say?" The system immediately repeated the notification. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Deft Disrober. This skill can instantly unequip one piece of an opponent's gear and immediately bring it under your possession." Hearing this, Su Chen roared in a fit of rage. "Heavens, what kind of trash skill is this? Is its sole purpose to strip people's clothes off? What the hell is the point of this? Do you want me to be some kind of perverted phantom thief?" Suddenly, a strange aura invaded his body from out of nowhere. Su Chen felt a chill down his spine and couldn't help but shudder. "What is this?" The system immediately popped up a notification. Warning, you have been attacked by the Spider Queen's Curse of Despair. Su Chen was stunned, his head full of question marks. Curse of Despair, what's the situation? Immediately after, a mass of viscous purple substance appeared on his chest, emitting a sinister cold black aura, as if it wanted to drag his soul into the abyss. Looking at the slime on him, Zhao Zilong shrieked, "What on earth is that?" Su Chen hurriedly ordered. "System, help me remove the curse." But the system replied coldly, "Sorry, this request is beyond the scope of service." Su Chen cursed in a rage, "You might not be human, but you're definitely a dog." Just then, a miniature phantom of the Spider Queen emerged from the purple slime, her tone filled with venom. "I was born a queen and have never suffered such humiliation. Now I curse you at the cost of my soul. Despair, kill those closest to you or the one you love most. Your hands shall be stained with blood and you shall be cursed for all eternity." Her face was full of malice, her cold gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. Li Lei was scared out of his wits. "What, a curse?" Zhao Zilong also added tremulously. "Kill those closest to him." Su Chen clenched his teeth, his mind in a mess. This demonic beast was too sinister and ruthless, this would be very difficult to handle. Finally, he gave a decisive order. "You two get away from me as far as possible." These words left Li Lei and Zhao Zilong frozen in place, shouting in unison, "Brother Su, this..." While they were deadlocked, Uncle Tian, who had been waiting nearby, was staring at his phone and looking at Su Chen with a sigh. He finally doesn't have to enter the secret realm again. This kid ground a 2-star dungeon 10 times in a row. His talent is actually stronger than the young master's. His future should have been limitless, but unfortunately he offended the young master. There is only death for him. He put down his phone, his fingers moving slightly as a look of certain victory flashed in his eyes. "I cannot fail this time. I'll finish this kid within 5 seconds, then video call the young master to report the mission." At that moment, Su Chen was still desperately pushing Zhao Zilong away. "Go, hurry, it'll be too late if you wait." Zhao Zilong shook his head firmly, his tone resolute. "I'm staying even if it means death." "Su Chen, I'm not leaving." Su Chen, at his wit's end, roared in a fit of rage. "Get lost, don't you understand plain Chinese?" Hearing this, Li Lei clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face. Pressing a hand to his chest, he said sincerely, Although I'm afraid to die, I'm the most useless among the three of us. If someone has to die, kill me. Brother Su, I only ask that after you become the Lord of the Martial Stars, don't forget me. Use a resurrection order to bring me back." This scene prompted a piercing, wicked laugh from the Spider Queen. "Want to leave? Not a single one of you is getting away." It was too late, the curse had been triggered. Either you kill the person closest to you, or you die yourself. What a show. Just then, Uncle Tian rushed over, shouting, "Brat, I'm here." Su Chen's group was stunned by the sight. The old man charged straight at them with his weapon, a mocking smile on his face. "Are you scared, stiff, frozen in fear, truly a naive little brat?" As Uncle Tian kicked Li Lei aside and closed in on Su Chen suddenly spoke, "Uncle Tian, you've arrived at the perfect time." These words made Uncle Tian freeze in his tracks. Uncle Tian froze on the spot, and Su Chen immediately seized the opportunity to transfer the curse to him. "Kill the person closest to me." Instantly, a mass of viscous purple aura surged toward Uncle Tian. He panicked. "What is this?" As the curse transformed into tentacles that tightly coiled around his body, he finally realized the horror of this power and shrieked, "Help!" But before he could finish his plea, his vitality was sucked dry, leaving behind only a pool of blood and a heap of clothes. Zhao Zilong watched the scene and let out a sigh. "What a sin! He came to kill us, but ended up dying for us instead." Su Chen picked up Uncle Tian's phone, muttering, "This guy was definitely in cahoots with the assassins who tried to kill me earlier." On the other side, young Master Luo was snoring, immersed in his dreams. Suddenly, the phone rang, shattering the silence. A bald bodyguard hurried to answer the call, saying respectfully, "Young Master, Uncle Tian is calling. The matter has been settled." Luo sat up and let out a long yawn. "Put it through. It took this long just to kill a middle academy student. Uncle Tian really ought to retire." Luo pressed the answer button, leaning his head on one hand and resting the other on his leg with a leisurely expression. "Uncle Tian, did you bring the item back?" To his surprise, Su Chen's provocative face appeared on the screen. "Grandson, what item do you want?" Luo jumped in fright, recoiling violently in total terror. "Crap, how is it you?" He immediately stood straight, pointing at Su Chen on the screen and roaring, "Where's Uncle Tian?" "Why is his phone in your hands?" Su Chen replied coldly, his tone laced with anger. "That old guy has already been dealt with by me." He began to interrogate. "Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me?" Luo crossed his arms and turned his head slightly, his tone hardening. "Brat, since you found out, then I'll speak plainly. Did you pick up a small box in the trial realm with a key inside?" Hearing this, Su Chen curled his lip mockingly. "Don't call me brat. You can call me uncle or even daddy." This made Luo's temper flare as he bellowed, "You're seeking death, your stubborn mouth won't change your fate." Hearing these words, Su Chen understood everything instantly, his gaze turning sharp. "So the fact that the trial ground mutated from 1-star to 2-star and almost killed all the students was your doing as well." Luo didn't bother hiding it anymore, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "That trial ground was once the dojo of a space-type powerhouse. I had heard of it long ago, but it only recently manifested from the void and was mistaken for a spatial node becoming your trial realm. Activating a dojo is inherently dangerous, which is why I didn't enter personally." He clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming when he mentioned the key. "And that key is a treasure left by that powerhouse, capable of opening a mysterious ruin. There are 5 in total, and the other 4 have already been taken. This last one I am determined to have. Su Chen looked at Luo seriously. He asked, the key is inside my body. How do you plan to take it? Luo didn't shy away, making a gesture with his hand, his face dripping with murderous intent. Simple. Once I kill you, the key will automatically appear. Su Chen pursed his lips, seemingly having already made a plan, and continued to ask, so it's a fight to the death now. You die, I live. Luo raised his middle finger and laughed arrogantly. No, you die, I live. You think you can challenge me? It's not just my family. I alone could easily crush you. Just as he finished speaking, Su Chen turned to look at Li Lei, who was grinning while holding a phone. Did you get it all recorded? Before the Luo on the other side of the screen could react, Li Lei had already tucked the phone away and winked at Su Chen. Brother Su, I got the whole thing. This guy named Luo plotted for treasure, attempted murder, and even sabotaged the students of all 3 schools. We can report this directly to the Star Tower Alliance. That's a capital crime. Hearing this, Luo roared in a fit of rage. Bastard, you dared to set me up. Su Chen stuck out his tongue provocatively and mocked. Idiot. Today, Uncle will teach you a lesson. Then the screen instantly went black. Zhao Zilong looked worried and hurriedly reminded Su Chen, the Luo family is one of the famous great families in the Dragon Zone. They possess many powerful experts and are a newly risen powerhouse from the last century. Even with evidence, it will be extremely difficult to topple them. Su Chen remained unshaken, answering confidently, at least they won't dare to kill me openly anymore. We'll take our time playing with this grandson. On the other side, Luo smashed his teacup in rage, his whole body trembling as he roared, I'm fuming. In all my life I, young Master Luo, have never suffered such a humiliation. A bodyguard quickly offered a suggestion. Young Master, how about we post a bounty with the Scarlet Cross? They have a new promotion where if you top up for a 6-star membership they give you. Before he could finish, the black-haired bodyguard immediately stopped him. No, if Su Chen releases the evidence and the Alliance investigates, the Luo family will be in major trouble. Though we could settle it, we can't kill him overtly for now, the bald bodyguard asked in a deep voice. Then what do we do? The ruins will open after the Great Imperial exam. If we don't get the key, we'll have to wait another 100 years. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Luo's eyes as he immediately ordered, contact the family, process the school transfer papers immediately. I want to take the Great Imperial exam over there. Amidst the chaos and the crowds, I'll deal with that brat personally. Casualties are inevitable during the Great Imperial exam, and the Alliance would have nothing to say. Meanwhile, with Murong Liuyuan, she was looking at photos on an iPad with her master, Gao Yang. Gao Yang frowned. Where did this photo come from? When was it taken? Liuyuan replied calmly. It was a demonic beast I encountered at the Middle Academy earlier. I've wanted to show Master for a while, but you've been busy and away from Tianjing Academy, so I'm only bringing it out now. Gao Yang stared at the demonic beast on the iPad screen, asking in a deep voice, what about this beast? Murong Liuyuan answered honestly. It was killed. This revelation made Gao Yang lose his composure, nearly dropping the iPad on the floor. What? Seeing her master so flustered, Liuyuan asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong? Is there a need to be this nervous? It's just a demonic beast. Drenched in sweat, Gao Yang said with a trembling voice, This is no ordinary demonic beast. If I'm not mistaken, it is the 4th son of the Desolate God, a fellow who caused headaches for those human powerhouses on the primordial spirit battlefield for decades. Hearing this, Liuyuan's eyes widened in surprise. The 4th son. I was wondering why the aura of this beast was so special. It's the first time I've seen it. So it was the Desolate God's son. Gao Yang's face was grim and full of worry as he continued. The Desolate God is extremely protective and vengeful. If his 4th son has been killed, he will never let it go, but since you are my disciple, I will never let the Desolate God harm you. Liuyuan hurriedly waved her hands. I didn't kill it, Gao Yang asked back in surprise. Not you? Then who? No Middle Academy principal could kill a B-rank demonic beast, let alone a descendant of the Desolate God. Liuyuan pondered and suddenly thought of something. If I'm not mistaken, it was a Middle Academy student. His name is Su Chen. Gao Yang frowned and muttered, Su Chen, why does that name sound a bit familiar? Liuyuan explained that a few days ago, he took first place in the Hedong province trial and broke the record left by Thor back in the day. The Star Tower has already reported this matter. Gao Yang felt another jolt of alarm. Breaking Thor's record? This kid is indeed exceptionally gifted. But with the human race surrounded by enemies, killing the Desolate God's 4th son means it will be hard to survive long under the Desolate God's retaliation. Hearing this, a wave of worry also rose in Liuyuan's heart. Indeed, it wasn't just the Desolate God, but also the Desolate God cult. Those lunatics who worship the Desolate God are a significant force themselves. After all these years, they have never been eradicated. Su Chen's future just then. A red-haired girl ran over shouting excitedly, Wife, someone is outside looking for you. Liuyuan was somewhat surprised. Looking for me? Who? The red-haired girl tilted her head cutely and answered. They didn't say who, only that they were here to claim the no-class skill. As soon as Murong Liuyuan heard this, she guessed it was Su Chen. That guy was here. Wei Bui stood before her, introducing himself excitedly. Senior Murong, my name is Wei Bui. I finally get to meet you. Liuyuan, however, didn't seem to care, asking coldly, Where is Su Chen? Wei Bui explained with a smile. He didn't come, I came in his place. Liu Yan put her hands on her hips in surprise, her tone suspicious. In his place, as far as I know, Su Chen took first in the trial, and only the first place winner can claim the skill. Wei Bui scratched the back of his head and answered slowly, Su Chen is indeed first, but he didn't want to come, so he sold the slot to me. Hearing this, the fire of rage in Liu Yan's heart surged like a demon, but she suppressed it, growling through gritted teeth, selling the slot, Su Chen, you bastard. You even dare to sell my slot. If you dare to provoke me again the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. Seeing her turn and leave in a fit of rage, Wei Bui broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly shouted, Senior, don't go. What about me? What should I do? Liu Yan looked back and dropped a cold sentence. Go back where you came from. My slot is only for the first place winner. Tell Su Chen to come himself. These words left Wei Bui on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, young Master Lang was approaching aggressively with two lackeys seemingly looking for someone. He shouted at the top of his lungs, Tell that Su Chen to get the hell out here. The red-haired lackey quickly chimed in. Exactly. I heard he performed quite well in this trial and came to claim that no-class skill from Senior Murong. Hearing this, Lang clenched his fists in rage and sneered, If Murong's boyfriend were some monster from a higher academy, that would be one thing, but I didn't expect it to be a middle schooler fast-tracked to Tianjing Academy. He grew more and more biting. Even if they pass the exam, how many can truly become human elites? What right does that kid have? Suddenly, the red-haired lackey pointed forward, shouting, Young Master Lang, Su Chen is right there. Wei Bui was still standing to the side looking dejected. Lang pointed at him and ordered, Beat him up. The two lackeys immediately charged, roaring, Leave it to us, kid, prepare to die. A chill went down his spine and Wei Bui turned around with a blank expression. Before he could react, he was kicked in the face by the red-haired lackey and fell straight to the ground. Wei Bui was beaten black and blue, howling in pain. What are you doing? But the two lackeys didn't stop, wearing insidious smiles. Continuing to punch and kick Wei Bui, he shouted in terror, Who are you? Why are you hitting me? After a while, seeing that Wei Bui had been beaten until he was covered in bruises and his face was bloody, they finally stopped. He slumped on the ground wailing in grievance. How can you bully someone like this? Fine, hit me, but at least tell me why. Lang looked at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Su Chen, after all this, do you still have no idea? Hearing this, Wei Bui's mind completely shattered and he pointed at himself, stammering, Su Chen, to hell with Su Chen. He opened his eyes wide. I am Wei Bui. Lang froze, feeling something was wrong. You're not Su Chen? The bespectacled lackey hurriedly ran over with his phone to report, Young Master Lang, it seems we hit the wrong person. He isn't Su Chen, he looks nothing like the photo. Realizing the mistake, Lang turned and left, coldly spitting out a few words, a waste of time. Let's go. Wei Bui lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face, aggrieved to the extreme. I spent so much money, learned nothing, got a beating and don't even get an explanation. I knew I shouldn't have bought that slot. On the other side, Su Chen's group was stepping into a wasteland, completely unaware that three people in invisible cloaks were watching from a distance. One of them whispered, It's definitely this group. The red-haired man nodded, saying with certainty, Everyone thinks Murong Liu Yan killed the fourth prince. But reviewing the footage from that time, Liu Yan had no time to act. The one who actually killed the fourth prince is Su Chen, the purple-haired man added excitedly. Killing him is a massive merit. The desolate god will protect us and grant us true transcendence. Elsewhere, Gao Yang was sprawled in a chair, leisurely pouring wine into his mouth, marveling as he drank. I have to say, the Wood Monkey tribe's brewing skills are more than a level above humans. Liu Yan hurried past, catching his attention. My dear disciple, why the rush? Where are you going? She replied flatly. To find Su Chen. Hearing this, Gao Yang hurriedly spoke to stop her, his tone full of worry. What are you looking for him for? He'll be targeted by the Desolate God sooner or later. Given humanity's current situation, if the Desolate God wants to kill someone with an unknown identity, the Alliance can't stop it. Don't let yourself get dragged down when the time comes. But Liu Yan still shook her head firmly, her eyes burning with rage. I'm going to settle a score with him. Gao Yang couldn't help but frown after hearing this, sensing a deeper meaning. Traveling 1,000 miles just to settle a score with a middle academy student, that's not right. This action is nothing like Liu Yan's personality. Has this girl taken a liking to someone? In the demon domain, Su Chen's group walked slowly toward a pile of ruins. A ferocious demonic wolf stood upon the broken walls, watching them with icy eyes. Su Chen looked around, feeling a twinge of sadness in his heart, and let out a soft sigh. So this is the demon domain. Yeah, I thought the demon domain would only be in the wild mountains. But I didn't expect, Zhao Zilong then spoke to explain, his tone steady. In fact, some demon domains descend directly upon human cities. This used to be Ping'an County, a prosperous and wealthy small town, but with the appearance of a spatial node, countless demonic beasts flooded in instantly. Only a tiny fraction of the entire city's residents managed to escape. He stopped his pace, his gaze far-reaching. A demon domain doesn't appear easily, but once it descends, it is a natural disaster. The demon gods are constantly encroaching on human living space, and thousands of mutated monsters can occupy an entire city in an instant. Su Chen knelt down and picked up a small teddy bear lying beside the skeletal remains of a child. This sight weighed heavily on his heart, and a wave of profound sorrow washed over him. The demon domain really is hell. When it descends, it brings the end of the world, he whispered under his breath. Standing beside him, Li Lei clenched his fists so hard they shook, his eyes burning with fury. And demon domains are nearly impossible to eliminate because monsters constantly pour out of the spatial nodes. Unless a powerful human expert is stationed there permanently, they can never be fully cleared, not to mention some are ruled by demon kings that even the strongest humans struggle to rival. Hearing this, Su Chen turned his head, his tone resolute. Let's head back. With our current strength, staying in the demon domain won't yield any more gains. It was only now that he truly grasped the cruelty of this world. The tragic scenes within the demon domain, the countless people buried without even a chance to resist, made him realize the cold, harsh reality of the war for survival. Meanwhile, among the group of cloaked figures nearby, one man asked the leader anxiously, "Should we move?" The leader replied in a hushed tone, "Wait a moment, Ping'an County has been swarming with students preparing for the great Imperial exam lately. There are many academy instructors stationed nearby. We strike after they leave." After observing for a while, they decided to shadow Su Chen's group. Seeing them move further away, a green-haired man couldn't contain himself and asked urgently, "Are we still not moving? If we hesitate any longer, they'll be back at the academy, and our chances will be even slimmer." The leader, a purple-haired man with cold, predatory eyes, reached his limit of patience and gave a decisive order, "Go, move out." Zhao Zilong's keen senses immediately picked up the danger. He let out a sharp cry, "Watch out, it's an ambush." The purple-haired man pointed a finger, his killing intent exploding as he roared, "Su Chen, accept your death." Realizing someone was trying to assassinate him yet again, Su Chen ground his teeth in frustration. "Again, damn these old geezers, this is the third attack in as many days," he roared, his eyes ablaze with anger. Liu Yan and Zhao Zilong quickly ducked in opposite directions. Su Chen raised his hand as elemental flames erupted around him, his presence becoming overwhelming. "You've pushed me too far, eat my fist." With that, he unleashed a devastating heavy punch. Seeing Su Chen prepare his move, the purple-haired man sneered, "Kid, this is an assassination. Did you even bother to ask who we are before trying to brush us off with a single punch?" But his smirk didn't last long. Su Chen's fist struck with the force of 1,000 thunderclaps, sending all three of them flying simultaneously. The terrifying power sent them crashing backward, coughing up blood from severe internal injuries. Clutching his chest in horror, the purple-haired man gasped, "Are you kidding me? This is the strength of a middle school student. The intel was wrong, even an academy principal couldn't throw a punch like that." Su Chen stood tall and proud, sternly questioning the men before him. "Are you more of young Master Luo's lapdogs?" Hearing this, a contemptuous smile flickered on the purple-haired man's lips. "Young Master Luo, what is he compared to us? We are the Desolate God cult, servants of the great Lord Desolate God. You killed the Desolate God's fourth son today, you pay in blood." Hiding to the side, Li Lei gasped when he heard the name of the cult. "It's actually the notorious Desolate God cult. Anyone who worships a monster like that deserves to die, Brother Su. Killing them will even earn us merit points." Suddenly, the purple-haired man drew a short blade and pointed it toward the sky, his voice filled with fanatical zeal. "I underestimated Su Chen's strength. Report to the great Lord Desolate God immediately." With that, he slammed the blade into his own chest, blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the other cultists quickly followed suit. Witnessing this, Su Chen felt a chill down his spine, thinking in horror, "Self-mutilation? These cultists are absolutely insane." Amidst the flowing blood, they pressed their hands together with feverish eyes and began to pray with sincere devotion and boiling blood. "We summon the Desolate God Sovereign, Lord Desolate God, please manifest." Hearing his followers' cries, the purple-haired man screamed manically, "We have found the murderer of the fourth prince for the Lord Desolate God. We beg the Lord Desolate God to descend with heavenly punishment and discipline this man." As soon as the words left his mouth, a purple barrier enveloped the three cultists. The purple light gradually began to tear through the void, emitting a bone-chilling aura as if guiding a terrifying entity to descend. Witnessing the Desolate God cult summoning ritual, Zhao Zilong was terrified and shouted urgently, "This is bad. This is an extremely horrific evil god summoning ritual. Run, everyone run!" A fanatical joy flickered in the purple-haired man's eyes. He shrieked, "Run, none of you are going anywhere." The cultists became increasingly frenzied, their screams growing more shrill. The eerie aura radiating from the rift in the sky made Li Lei shudder, his voice trembling. "The pressure is too strong, damn it, what level of demonic beast is about to appear?" Suddenly a massive ghastly face manifested in the sky, its eyes filled with malice. It roared, "I am the wild god." Seeing this, the followers below immediately fell to their knees, fawning over the entity. "Great Lord of the Wild God, we have found the murderer of the fourth prince. It is that human named Su Chen. We beg the Lord Wild God to descend with divine punishment." Hearing this, Zhao Zilong felt cold to his core, filled with absolute terror. No, the Wild God, he is a powerful entity that can threaten the survival of the entire human race. Even 9-star experts have been slain by him. Li Lei was equally terrified, turning to Su Chen. "Brother Su, when did you piss off a demon god like this? Compared to this wild god, that spider queen we killed earlier isn't even worth looking at." Su Chen stood his ground, though his heart was racing in total confusion. He roared in frustration, "I'd like to know that too. Wild god, did you pick the wrong person?" The wild god's eyes burned with fury as he pointed directly at him. "Lowly human, a month ago you murdered my fourth son." Hearing this, Su Chen broke into a cold sweat as everything suddenly clicked. Was it that magic dragon I killed at the school last time? How is my luck this good? The first monster I kill in this world turns out to be a demon god's son, he muttered anxiously to himself. Meanwhile, Murong Liuyan was speeding toward Su Chen on her flying sword, her blade light shimmering as Gao Yang chased hot on her heels. He kept shouting, "Disciple, slow down, wait for me." Liuyan looked back, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Master, why are you following me?" Gao Yang replied hurriedly, his tone thick with worry. "How can I not? If the wild god's true body descends, not only will you fail to save that kid, that human rising star, but the wild god will definitely seize the chance to target you as well." But Murong Liuyan seemed to pay him no mind, still determinedly steering her sword toward Su Chen, replying without looking back, "I cannot leave him to die, even if it means risking my life, I must do this." Hearing his disciple say this, Gao Yang could only rub his forehead and sigh with a heart full of helplessness. As her master, how could he not know her temperament? He muttered to himself while watching her silhouette. She appeared cold and arrogant on the outside, even earning the nickname Great Demoness, but she was more compassionate than anyone. She could never sit idly by and watch her kin suffer. As long as she could save someone, she would never be a mere bystander. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy shot into the clouds. Liuyan jerked to a stop, her gaze turning icy. Gao Yang recognized it instantly and gasped, "It's the aura of the wild god. I didn't expect him to appear so quickly. We're in big trouble now." Liuyan's expression turned solemn. "The wild god cannot fully descend. Su Chen might still have a chance," she said calmly. But Gao Yang immediately countered with a face full of worry, "It's too late. Even if the wild god doesn't appear in person, he has 10,000 ways to kill Su Chen. Faced with an entity like the wild god, he is far too insignificant." Back on Su Chen's side, he gritted his teeth and barked at Zhao Zilong, "Is there any way to hide?" But Zhao Zilong simply shook his head, his tone despairing. When the wild god acts personally, there is no possibility of survival. At that moment, the wild god's silhouette gradually emerged from the spatial rift, his voice dripping with disdain. "Vile humans, you think too highly of yourselves. You are not worthy of my personal hand." His silhouette began to fade from the air, but immediately following, a purple light flashed across the sky, followed by a cold declaration, "I shall descend with heavenly punishment. I will make this entire city pay for what you have done. I want every human here to be buried with my son." With that, a massive spatial rift appeared behind Su Chen. The sight petrified everyone, leaving them scared out of their wits. Su Chen stared at the rift, his mind full of doubt. "What is this?" Standing to the side, Li Lei was trembling all over, his voice cracking. "It's a chronospatial rift, what we usually call a spatial node. The wild god wants to turn this place into a demon domain." Zhao Zilong couldn't contain his terror either, adding tremulously, "Once a spatial node is formed, a massive swarm of demonic beasts will flood out. I'm afraid this entire city will be decimated in an instant, just like Ping'an County before it." Hearing this, Su Chen's rage hit the ceiling. His gaze turned burning as he roared, "Is there any way to stop it?" Zhao Zilong replied with a grim expression, "There is only one way: destroy the spatial node before it stabilizes. But with our current strength, it's virtually impossible." Just then, a succubus stepped out from the spatial node, her form seductive and her voice melodic. "I have arrived." The members of the desolate god cult immediately broke into fanatical cheers. Succubi possessed high-rank strength or above, and their skills were notoriously difficult to deal with. It seemed the momentum of this demon domain's descent was more aggressive than ever before. They shouted in unison, "Destroy everything. Only through destruction is there rebirth. Lord Desolate God shall rule the entire world." The succubus glanced toward the wild god and fawned, "Great Lord Desolate God, I shall guard this place according to your will." The wild god's voice was violent as he ordered them to be killed, followed by the slaughter of the entire city. In the distance, Murong Liuyan and Gao Yang jerked to a halt as they felt a powerful aura wash over them. Liuyan looked worried and said, "Master, this could my senses be wrong?" Gao Yang replied with a solemn expression, "You aren't mistaken. That wild god has gone mad." He had consumed a massive amount of energy to open a new spatial node, intending to turn this area into a demon domain. Hearing this, Liuyan was consumed with anxiety. "At our speed, even if we rush there, the spatial node will have fully formed." "I'm afraid it's all too late," she whispered, her heart full of unease. The cultists were stunned, muttering to themselves, "A middle schooler actually killed a C-rank demonic beast. Have I gone blind? I've already sent a distress signal to the Alliance. Now I can only try my best to save as many people as possible." The two of them immediately turned into a blur of speed, charging toward him. Meanwhile, at the sight of the confrontation with the succubus, the wild god's will exploded, suppressing all resistance. The succubus's cold and arrogant voice rang out, "You and every human here are beyond saving. Once you are dead, I will slowly feast upon your tender bodies." A fire of rage surged within Su Chen, his rage points hitting 10. "No, I will absolutely not let that happen." The succubus approached with a cruel smile, her tone full of disdain. "You will not allow it. What do you think you are? Your words mean nothing." Su Chen, unable to suppress his fury, lunged forward with his fist clenched. "Get lost." A powerful gust of wind slammed directly into the succubus's face, knocking her to the ground. She shrieked in a fit of rage, "Damn human, you dare hit my face!" She unleashed bone-corroding charm, a sinister smile playing on her lips. "Hee hee, I'm going to drain you dry and let you taste the most painful death in existence," Li Lei hurriedly warned, his tone full of wariness. "Don't look at her, or you'll lose your mind." The succubus laughed arrogantly. Haha, my charm has reached the level of perfection, even if you don't look at me. As long as you hear my voice and smell my fragrance, you will still be ensnared. No man can resist me. Su Chen's face turned bright red, appearing as if he were about to fall into the charm, yet he still desperately shouted a warning. Zilong, we can't hold out much longer, it's all up to you. However, his gaze gradually became glazed over, as if his mind were already being manipulated by the succubus. The opponent closed in step by step, her killing intent rising as she said coldly, "You've offended the wild god, not even the gods can save you now. I'll take your life first as a sacrifice to him." Die! Suddenly, Zhao Zilong lunged forward, his sharp blade flashing with a cold glint as it pierced directly through the succubus's heart from behind. She gasped in horror. "What? This is impossible. You're a man. How could you remain conscious?" Zhao Zilong's lips curled slightly, his tone flat yet cold. "Oh, I'm sorry. I can be a man or a woman." With that, he swung his sword and delivered a final fatal blow. The succubus collapsed into a pool of blood, letting out a final shriek. "I refuse to accept this." At that moment, Su Chen and Li Lei were released from the succubus's control. They praised in unison. "Zilong, well done, that was close. The succubus's skills are too powerful. They stripped us of our reason in an instant. Thank God you were here." Zhao Zilong replied modestly. "This demon was only caught off guard, otherwise a C-rank demonic beast is at least equivalent to a 3-star boss in a secret realm. We'd have no chance of winning a direct head-on fight." Witnessing this, the wild god's rage pierced the heavens. He roared, "Human ants dare to resist, I shall execute you." Su Chen, not backing down an inch, raised his middle finger and cursed loudly. "Wild god, I spit on you, you coward. What are you yelling for? If you've got the guts, come down and fight me yourself." Hearing this, the members of the desolate god cult rebuked him in a fury. "Such audacity, you dare to blaspheme the divine? Absolutely unforgivable." But Su Chen didn't care at all, still holding up his middle finger as he continued to curse. "You can't come down yourself, can you? Otherwise you wouldn't be just standing there wasting your breath yelling like a lunatic." Su Chen's insults drove the wild god into an even greater frenzy. He roared, calling Su Chen an ant, explaining that his true body was far too powerful to descend. "But the demon domain has already arrived. None of you can escape. You will all become fodder for 10 million demonic beasts, eventually turning into nothing more than a pile of stinking filth." As he spoke, a ferocious two-headed demon dog leaped out from the spatial rift. Zhao Zilong shouted anxiously, "That's a powerful two-headed demon dog. We must destroy the space node immediately, or this entire city of 1 million people is doomed." Hearing this, Su Chen transformed his rage into strength, gathering his energy and charging toward the space node. "I'll stop it," he roared high above. The wild god looked down on him, mocking. "A mere ant dares to speak such arrogant nonsense, even the gods would laugh. You're nothing but a weak, two-legged animal. What could you possibly use to stop me?" But Su Chen didn't let him gloat for long. He swung a punch filled with fury. Break! That powerful strike actually caused the space node to shrink by a third. The wild god's face paled with shock as he peered out from the rift, stammering in terror. "What? The space node shrank by a third? No wonder you could kill my 4th son. I didn't expect you to possess this kind of power." The angrier Su Chen became, the stronger he grew. He responded decisively, "I told you I will never let this happen." He swung another punch, its pressure even more terrifying than the last, causing the space node to immediately wither to half its size. Realizing the situation was turning sour, the wild god hastily ordered his minions to stop him. Su Chen could not be allowed to destroy the space node. Upon receiving the command, dozens of two-headed demon dogs swarmed from the rift, lunging straight for Su Chen with a single punch. Su Chen sent most of them flying, roaring at them to get lost, but the monsters were too numerous. 2 demon dogs bit down hard on his limbs, pinning him in place. Just then, Su Chen turned his head to Li Lei. He gave a firm command, "Li Lei, cover me." Li Lei obeyed his elder brother's instructions, clenching his fists and charging into the pack of two-headed demon dogs, shouting, "All right, you beasts, look over here." Relying on his special monster magnet physique, he used every ounce of his strength to smash a demon dog's head, but his power was too weak and the creature was unharmed. Li Lei muttered, "Of the 36 stratagems, running is the best." He taunted them as he fled. Look at me, I declare one thing. The wild god is my son." This humiliation drove the loyal demon dogs into a frenzy and they chased after him desperately. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen summoned all his strength for a final blow, roaring, "One last strike, it ends now." The heavy punch exploded with power and the space node closed completely. The members of the desolate god cult watched this scene, their hearts filled with horror, muttering, "This kid actually stopped the demon domain's descent. How can a middle academy student be this strong? This is beyond my understanding." The wild god's rage reached its peak and he let out a deafening roar. "This god is truly angry for a lowly human to provoke me repeatedly, even if I am eroded by the world's will. I will kill you with my own hands. Die!" With that, he swung a massive palm, slamming it down toward Su Chen's position. Su Chen watched the scene, drenched in sweat and filled with terror, completely unable to resist. "Damn it, is the wild god really this strong? System, save me!" The wild god's palm fell, triggering an earth-shattering tremor. Zhao Zilong shouted in agony, "Su Chen," but fortunately Su Chen was unharmed. He stood frozen on the spot, muttering, "I'm okay, did the system save me?" Then he realized it wasn't the system that had saved him but Murong Liuyan. She stood atop her flying sword, using its sharp blade to block the wild god's palm, her eyes burning with fighting spirit. The wild god stared at her, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Murong Liuyan, I know you, the most brilliant prodigy the human race has seen in 1,000 years. To block my strike, your strength is indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, Liuyan's rage flared as she suddenly swung her sword down, shouting, "Get back where you belong." That single sword strike was terrifyingly powerful, directly blasting the wild god's hand away. Rather than getting angry, the wild god burst into laughter, his tone excited. "I didn't expect an extra surprise. By killing you, the human race will lose a future 9-star powerhouse." With that, the wild god unleashed Black Star Fall, sending countless glowing purple spheres crashing towards Su Chen and his companions. This sight drove the desolate god cultists to a peak of excitement, and they cheered in unison. "Divine punishment, heavenly judgment, destroy everything. The wild god is peerless. Let everything turn to ash and grant the world rebirth." Zhao Zilong watched the purple spheres flying across the sky, filled with terror as he blurted out, "It's over. This is an absolute forbidden art that cannot be dodged." Just when they thought it was the end, Gao Yang suddenly appeared, his angry shout echoing throughout the area. "Wild god, you want to kill my disciple? Have you asked for my opinion?" In an instant, Gao Yang summoned a mysterious gourd which proceeded to suck in every one of the Black Star Fall spheres. Seeing this, the wild god shouted in shock, "Gao Yang, I didn't expect you to come too." The members of the desolate god cult recognized him and cheered with joy. "It's Gao Yang, a 9-star human powerhouse, a 9-star expert is here. We're saved." Gao Yang didn't hesitate, throwing the gourd toward the wild god and shouting sternly, "Get back to where you belong." The gourd soared into the sky, frantically devouring the wild god's projection as he roared in resentment and rage. "This god has been humiliated repeatedly today. I have never been so frustrated. You are absolutely unforgivable." Having completed the task, Gao Yang recalled the gourd, not forgetting to curse, "Wild god, don't underestimate humanity. We are growing stronger every day, and one day we will drive all of you gods and demons out ourselves." On the other side, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "It's finally over." But just as the wild god was about to vanish completely, he shot a beam of purple light at Su Chen, roaring, "One day I shall descend here in my true form." Seeing this, Gao Yang immediately sensed trouble. "Not good, that's..." The purple light struck Su Chen instantly, and he frantically patted his body. "What's going on? I was hit." Gao Yang quickly flew down to inspect him. "Don't move, let me see." When he touched the black mist swirling around Su Chen, he realized in shock, "Just as I thought, the wild god has placed a mark on you." After hearing Gao Yang's words, Su Chen froze, his voice trembling. "A mark?" Gao Yang explained solemnly that he had been placed under a special brand by the wild god. "No matter where you are, he can lock onto your aura and sense your location." Su Chen was thunderstruck by the news and asked urgently, "Doesn't that mean the wild god can come and kill me whenever he wants?" Gao Yang replied calmly, "Theoretically, yes, but it's not that dire. First, although the wild god's true body is strong, he is restricted by the world's will and cannot descend in person. Even a projection consumes massive energy. Second, as long as you avoid special areas like the abyss or battlefields, the wild god's connection to you will be very weak. He'll only be able to determine a general range." Su Chen's head was spinning, and he asked next, "Do you have a way to remove this mark?" Gao Yang shook his head and answered decisively, "It's impossible. This was a mark etched into the soul. It could only be erased once he broke through to a third-layer soul and triggered a qualitative change." He turned to size Su Chen up, his face full of curiosity. "But then again, the wild god usually only marks those he values highly, or those who pose a massive threat to him. Thor was marked back in the day, for example. So kid, what exactly did you do to make the wild god so determined to mark you?" Su Chen let out a sigh and replied dejectedly, "What else, aside from the fact that I killed his son?" Gao Yang immediately countered, "It's not that. The wild god has countless offspring. He only seeks revenge because he can't swallow the insult. He doesn't actually care if his sons live or die." Su Chen thought for a moment and said, "Could it be because I destroyed the space node?" Gao Yang froze on the spot, shouting in shock, "What? The space node was destroyed?" Murong Liuyan and Gao Yang looked around only to realize that it was true. Liuyan muttered, "I was so focused on the wild god just now that I didn't notice the space node here had vanished. To think such a powerful demon domain was eliminated before it could even form." Gao Yang put his hands on his hips, looking at Su Chen with a skeptical gaze. "Stopping a demon domain's descent is extremely rare in the Alliance's history. Did you really do it?" Su Chen waved a hand leisurely, his tone certain. "So many people were watching, how could it be fake?" Hearing this, Gao Yang patted his shoulder with satisfaction. "Good lad, you've done a great service this time." In the distance, Li Lei was out of breath from being chased by a pack of two-headed demon dogs shouting desperately for help. "Don't just stand there chatting, save me." In an instant, Zhao Zilong, now in her beautiful female form, flew over and kicked a demon dog away. Saving Li Lei, panting, she said, "I'm here." Just as she finished one, another group of demon dogs swarmed in at that moment. A team wearing superhero-like uniforms rushed over from the distance. Lu Wuqin was at the front shouting, "The glorious Blood Corps squad has arrived." They immediately joined the fray. Lu Wuqin swung his blade, decapitating a demon dog, and gave a decisive order, "Exterminate them all." Zhao Zilong was not to be outdone, her sword dancing like the wind as she struck down several more. Having escaped danger, Li Lei panted and said to Su Chen, "Brother Su, that's the Alliance's combat squad. I didn't expect them to come to the rescue. The glorious Blood Corps squad is quite famous. I heard they once stopped a large-scale beast tide invasion. Their track record is legendary." Suddenly, Murong Liuyan's sharp voice rang out from behind. Su Chen, her voice gave Su Chen a sense of impending doom. Li Lei also sensed the thick killing intent and whispered, "Why does Senior Murong look at you so strangely?" Su Chen was terrified, nodding repeatedly in agreement. "You're right, she looks like she wants to murder someone. She's not even trying to hide it." He quickly tried to act calm, turning back to greet her. "Senior Murong, long time no see." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Liuyan delivered a slap that directly sent Su Chen flying. She didn't stop there, grabbing him by the collar and roaring in a rage. "Didn't you say you loved me? You went on and on about how you loved me, yet you didn't even dare to show your face, and you even sold the slot?" "Well," Su Chen stammered in a panic, "Senior, let me explain." But Liuyan wouldn't listen, dragging him away. "I'm not listening." Sensing things were going south, Su Chen shouted urgently, "Senior, don't do this, it's broad daylight, it's not appropriate." But his words were useless. Murong Liuyan continued to force him into a secluded corner. From outside, only Su Chen's desperate wails could be heard. "Senior, we live in a society of law. Yamate, Senior." Li Lei shivered as he listened, whispering, "This is too terrifying." On the other side, Zhao Zilong swung her sword majestically, cutting down a group of two-headed demon dogs with immense power. When she finished, she let out a soft sigh of relief. Her heroic posture caught Lu Wuqin's eye, making him instantly lose his composure as his heart began to beat wildly for this female version of Zhao Zilong. Seeing his captain dazed, a teammate asked curiously, "Captain, it's all settled. What are you still staring at?" Lu Wuqin's gaze remained fixed on Zilong as he marveled. That girl's performance was also quite outstanding. The teammate took a look and nodded in agreement. To have that kind of combat power as a middle academy student who only recently awakened, she is indeed impressive. Then he noticed the look in his captain's eyes. He patted Lu Wuqin's shoulder in encouragement. "Captain, if you like her, go after her." Lu Wuqin was stunned. "Go after her." His teammates began to gather around, and a crowd of onlookers grew. Someone spoke up. "You're the captain of the glorious Blood Corps squad. You've even killed C-rank monsters. What are you afraid of?" Another added, like a psychology expert. "Exactly. It's not easy for the captain to find someone who makes his heart skip a beat. You have to be proactive. You're usually too shy. You can barely even talk to girls." Hearing this, Lu Wuqin scratched his head awkwardly. Would this be too sudden? But his teammates egged him on even harder. "Captain, a girl like that definitely admires the strong. With your status, a direct move will definitely be a 100 success." This flattery ignited Lu Wuqin's resolve. "All right, then I'll be proactive for once today." With the enthusiastic encouragement of his teammates, he stepped forward with a warm smile. "Hey there, want to be friends? I'm Lu Wuqin, the captain of the Blood Corps squad." Lu Wuqin struck a confident pose, his tone suave. "I'd like to take you to dinner. I want to pursue you and have you be my girlfriend." But Zhao Zilong gave him no face at all, delivering a cold splash of reality. "If I were to pull mine out, it'd be bigger than yours." This sharp remark instantly shattered Lu Wuqin's heart into pieces. He walked back to his teammates looking lost and sighing in a daze. "Is there a crack in the ground somewhere? I want to find a hole to crawl into." His teammates were also deeply disappointed, muttering, "A cross-dressing pro? Such a cute girl is actually packing?" Seeing their captain huddled dejectedly in a corner, they felt a pang of sympathy. The rare time he had been proactive in his life had ended like this. From a distance a miserable scream echoed. "It hurts, just give me a quick death. Su Chen, I am a man of integrity. Don't even think about forcing me." Su Chen's tragic cries for help deeply worried Li Lei. "Brother Su sounds like he's in terrible shape. Should we go help him?" Zhao Zilong walked over and asked with a sharp gaze, "Do you dare go?" Li Lei immediately changed his tune, waving his hands. "I don't dare." Senior Murong was a literal demoness. She had even blocked a move from the wild god just now. Inside the building, Su Chen was tied up tightly by Murong Liuyan, lying on the floor shouting, "What exactly do you want to do? Don't do anything reckless." Just then, Liuyan efficiently jabbed a needle into his backside. Su Chen shrieked in terror. "What did you just inject me with?" Holding the empty syringe in one hand, she explained calmly, "It's a special tool specifically used to track the wild god. If he targets you again, this will immediately connect to the central smart brain." She narrowed her eyes and continued, explaining that it would then calculate the spatial trajectory of the wild god's movements to determine exactly where he came from. Su Chen listened dumbfounded. "Track the wild god? What are you planning?" Liuyan didn't answer, only giving a few cold instructions. "It has nothing to do with you. I'm simply using your body as a medium. You must keep this matter a secret." Su Chen quickly tried to negotiate. "Then if I help you this time, we're even for what happened before." Murong Liuyan turned to leave, rejecting him coldly. "Keep dreaming. As of now, you are my official legitimate boyfriend." Su Chen stood there dumbfounded, his legs feeling as heavy as lead. An official boyfriend? What kind of nonsense was that? He resolved to resist. A woman's words could never be trusted. There was a plot. There was definitely a plot. A moment later, the two of them walked out. Su Chen had managed to break free from his restraints through some unknown method. His eyes filled with wariness. Li Lei looked at Su Chen with concern and asked, "Brother Su, are you okay?" Su Chen was drenched in sweat as he cautiously turned to his two companions. "Let me ask you, what are the consequences of being Murong Liuyan's boyfriend?" Li Lei answered honestly, "Brother, the senior is currently the nation's goddess. This will make every guy jealous. You'd better watch your back when walking at night." don't get a brick to the back of the head. Zhao Zilong added with a serious expression, the geniuses of the human race will not accept this. They will come to challenge you one by one, and before long they'll beat you to death. After hearing this, Su Chen developed a massive headache, scratching his head in frustration. Are the consequences really that dire? He gnashed his teeth, declaring firmly, break up, we have to break up, I absolutely cannot be this boyfriend. Just then, Yao Yang walked over after finishing his discussion with Murong Liuyan, his tone steady. Su Chen, today's events are a monumental achievement for the three of you. Once the Star Tower Alliance has processed the details, you will receive rewards based on your merit within a few days. The appearance of the Wild God is a serious matter. To avoid unnecessary panic, this matter must remain absolutely confidential until the Alliance makes a public announcement. Su Chen didn't care much about that. He simply looked at Murong Liuyan and pleaded, Senior, can we break up? I want to break up. Hearing this, Liuyan's gaze turned sharp and threatening. Don't make me get physical with you. Su Chen shuddered and immediately dropped the idea, thinking that this woman was completely unreasonable. It seemed that even if he got into Tianjing Academy, he couldn't go. If he ended up in the same academy as her, wouldn't he be a victim of domestic violence every day? It would be better to apply to a different top-tier academy. 3 days later, the plaza was a sea of people. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the host, who was excitedly announcing, today is June 24, 1998, by the Star Tower calendar. The human race's great Imperial exam officially begins, he continued with an impassioned tone. This year, 5 million candidates from District 16 of the Dragon Zone are participating, with a total of 50 million across the entire human race. I wish you all a victorious start, instant fame, and smooth sailing on the path to becoming future powerhouses. The students below erupted in excited cheers. This day had finally arrived, someone whispered after the announcement. Whether we fail or get into an academy, we must all fight for the human race. I wonder if this year's exam questions will be difficult. I've only just reached 1 star. Su Chen watched the lively scene, filled with emotion. The atmosphere was identical to the college entrance exams of his previous life, except the scale had shifted to a global assessment. Just then, a massive star tower appeared directly overhead. Zhao Zilong quickly reminded him, look, the star tower has appeared. The evaluation is about to begin. Su Chen looked up at the towering structure and blurted out in surprise, so that's the star tower? He realized privately that since coming to this world, I can clearly feel that everything regarding the human race is inextricably linked to the star tower. Beside him, Li Lei added, to be precise, this is one of the 1,800 sub-towers of the Supreme Star Tower. The Great Imperial Exam aims to select future powerhouses and determine the fate of humanity. If you can achieve excellent results, you'll immediately receive the Alliance's recognition and attention. You could say this is the first step toward becoming a powerhouse. Hearing this, Su Chen thought of the Wild God and resolved, I've already been marked by the Wild God. I could be in danger at any time. I have no other choice. I must become stronger to change my fate. Right then, a task notification popped up from the system. Achieve the feat of breaking 3 historical records in the human race's Great Imperial Exam. Su Chen looked at the task, his heart filled with worry. This task was going to be tough. According to the records, historical records weren't that easy to break. Immediately after, the Star Tower announced the admission standards. This year's exam was divided into 3 stages, the points race, the knockout stage, and the super student showdown. Only candidates who met the point requirement for each stage could move on to the next. The announcement caused a stir of panic. What is the super student showdown? There's never been an evaluation like this before. Zhao Zilong explained. I've read about this before. This round is specifically organized by the Alliance for students who weren't able to showcase their full potential in the first 2 rounds. Only extremely outstanding candidates, at least those at the level of provincial top scorers, are qualified to compete against super students from the Dragon Zone and even the entire world. The Star Tower suddenly let out a deafening proclamation. Students of Hedong Province, District 16 of the Dragon Zone, the Star Tower Alliance is ready. The Great Imperial Exam officially begins. The Star Tower then emitted countless spatial gates leading to secret realms. The students, filled with high ambitions and soaring spirits, stepped inside, vowing to pass the points race and enter the knockout stage. Someone muttered in a corner, weak regions like District 16 have extremely low admission rates. We must accumulate a massive number of points in this round. In the distance, Li Lingxiao was frantically pulling at Zhao Lu, his voice cracking with desperation. Lulu, why don't you need me anymore? We've only been dating for a month. Why do you want to break up with me? Zhao Lu closed the book in her hand, her tone cold and laced with contempt. Your performance during the probationary period was a failure. With that, she turned to leave. Leaving Li Lingxiao collapsed on his knees, his heart shattered. Abandoning his pride, he hugged her leg and pleaded, Lulu, the next time we meet you must be happy, okay? Lulu, you have to stay joyful and cheerful. Lulu, I can't live without you. I really can't live without you. Li Lei watched the scene with disgust, scratching his head and muttering, I always felt something was off, another guy getting dumped. This Zhao Lu changes boyfriends faster than she changes clothes, but I have a feeling something unusual is going on. Su Chen ignored it and urged, let's go in. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported to another space. After observing his surroundings, Su Chen determined that this was the venue for the points race. It seemed everyone was being evaluated individually. The Star Tower system rang out with the points race notification. First round of evaluation begins. Please destroy the battle turrets. Immediately, a robot appeared before him. Su Chen sized it up, whispering to himself, "Battle turrets. I heard these things were created by the Central Smart Brain and played a decisive supporting role for powerhouses on the Abyss battlefields." Suddenly, the turret fired a missile. It streaked toward Su Chen's feet with a provocative momentum. He quickly jumped aside, but the missile actually turned around and continued to track him. Su Chen screamed, "Damn, the shells can even curve and track," without anyone noticing when he was already holding a bucket, his gaze wary. Su Chen moved with agility, raising the bucket and sidestepping the homing missile. Before it exploded, he had already retreated several meters, letting out a sigh of relief. "Luckily I brought this folding bucket, otherwise I would have been hit." The battle turret attacked relentlessly, firing shell after shell at him. Drenched in sweat, Su Chen skillfully used the bucket to block and dodge wave after wave of shells, his movements as fluid as a dance, he thought to himself. Throwing a punch consumes a lot of energy. I can't waste it on shooting down shells. I have to dodge first, then find an opportunity to take out the turret. Suddenly, the turret switched to a new mode, doubling the number of shells fired, which began to fall like rain. Su Chen struggled to cope, unable to help but marvel. The shells can even increase their fire rate. The first stage is so unfriendly. Relying on his agile movements and the miraculous bucket, he dodged all attacks before they could explode. Seeing the time was right, Su Chen rushed forward with a roar. "Here's my chance." He unleashed a charged heavy punch. "Break for me." However, before he could even make contact, the turret disappeared. The Star Tower immediately announced, "First round of evaluation. Points race concluded." Su Chen failed to inflict damage on the turret and received 0 points due to timeout. Su Chen was furious upon hearing this, cursing loudly, "Damn it, why didn't you say earlier that the evaluation had a time limit?" But he quickly calmed down, muttering to himself, "It was my oversight. A competition like this is definitely scored based on time and damage dealt. In that case, I know what to do." Inside the monitoring room, Huang Lin announced the end of the first points race match and the leaderboard would soon be published. A list appeared on the large screen. First place, Li Yangyun, First Academy, 18 points. Second place, Xiao Huohuo, Third Academy, 16 points. Third place, Huang Kai, First Academy, 15 points. Fourth place, Han Buli, First Academy, 14 points. Fifth place, Wei Bui, Second Academy, 13 points. Sixth place, Yi Bufan, First Academy, 11 points. Seventh place, Zhao Lu, Second Academy, 10 points. Li Tianye looked at the list and asked in surprise, "Why isn't Su Chen's name there?" She nodded in agreement, her eyes flashing with shock. "I'm equally surprised. Not only is he not in the top 2, I don't even see Su Chen's shadow in the top 20. Meanwhile, Huang Lin laughed triumphantly, his voice thick with self-satisfaction. "Now the true colors are showing. I told you, Su Chen just got lucky. If it weren't for the sudden unexpected change in the secret realm, how could he have surpassed Thor in the trial?" NYG hurriedly checked the Star Tower. The screen lit up, showing candidate number 7726, Su Chen, Second Academy, 0 points. The room fell into a suffocating silence. NYZ's eyes widened as he muttered, "What? 0 points?" Huang Lin grew even more smug, mocking him with sharp words. "This is hilarious. This is your Second Academy's so-called unrivaled genius, to actually get 0 points. NYG, it looks like your Second Academy is definitely going to be overtaken by our Third Academy this time." Back on Su Chen's side, the Star Tower notification suddenly rang out. Second round of the points race evaluation begins. Please eliminate 3 wind magic beasts. 3 emerald green magic beasts manifested from the summoning circle, their fur shimmering with luster. They were actually tigers with wings. One of the wind magic beasts split the void like a bolt of lightning, charging at Su Chen instantly. He let out a soft exclamation, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "So fast. No wonder they're called wind magic beasts." The beast opened its maw, baring its fangs to take a bite, but Su Chen remained calm and composed. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he thought, "I'm faster." He immediately unleashed a precise divine donkey head kick, striking the beast square in the face. With just this one blow, the magic beast was left dizzy and dazed, collapsing to the ground with its spirit broken. The remaining 2 wind magic beasts saw their companion fall and immediately charged up to support, but Su Chen was bursting with confidence and showed no fear, quickly commanding his donkey army, "Trample them to death for me." The fierce donkeys swarmed forward, each magic beast being mobbed by 3 donkeys and flattened instantly. The Star Tower then lit up, announcing the result. Second round of the points race evaluation concluded. Su Chen inflicted devastating blows on the 3 wind magic beasts within 56 seconds, breaking the historical record. Points are being calculated by the Central Smart Brain. Simultaneously, the cold voice of the system rang out, "Congratulations, you have completed one of the 3 system tasks." Su Chen was slightly startled, a look of surprise in his eyes. The system continued its prompt. "Since one of your donkeys eliminated a massive number of monsters, it has grown and its attributes have been upgraded." He froze for a few seconds, muttering, "One of my donkeys upgraded too." Although that donkey had a blank expression, it carried a hint of pride. A shining long horn had actually grown out of its head. Su Chen approached to observe it, full of curiosity. This donkey had stood out from the herd of 10,000, so it was indeed extraordinary. But what was the horn for? Before he could think further, the donkey suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. Su Chen screamed in rage, "Damn it, did this stupid donkey just swallow me?" But looking closely, he was shocked to find himself standing in a massive mysterious space. Where was this? Could this be the stupid donkey new skill after upgrading? Could I use it as a spatial ring? Su Chen's thoughts raced, and he decisively ordered to exit. Instantly he left the donkey body and returned to the field. He looked at the donkey with a face full of gratification, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Indeed, a space within its body could be freely controlled, allowing for easy entry and exit. Just then, the Star Tower finished the scoring, and a cold voice rang out, "Second round of evaluation complete. Congratulations on receiving 56 points, breaking the historical record." The Star Tower screen lit up, showing the leaderboard. First place, Li Yangyan, 1st Academy, 48 points. Second place, Xiao Huohuo, 3rd Academy, 43 points. Third place, Huang Kai, 3rd Academy, 39 points. Fourth place, Han Buli, 1st Academy, 38 points. Fifth place, Wei Bui, 2nd Academy, 37 points. Sixth place, Yi Bufan, 1st Academy, 30 points. Seventh place, Zhao Lu, 2nd Academy, 34 points. Li Tianye stared at the leaderboard, her brow slightly furrowed as her expression grew increasingly solemn. The second round of competition was over, but the ranking order had barely moved. Beside her, NYG was anxious, as if sitting on pins and needles, thinking through gritted teeth. "Su Chen, what on earth are you doing? Have you started lying flat just because you're fast-tracked?" This was a large-scale event with the whole world watching. The honor of the entire 2nd Academy was at stake. Meanwhile, Huang Lin held his head high, his face full of arrogance and his tone extremely contemptuous. "He's nothing but a classless waste. NYG, stop fantasizing and accept your fate." However, just as he finished speaking, the Star Tower screen suddenly began to flicker violently. The leaderboard underwent a world-shaking change. First place, Su Chen, 2nd Academy, 56 points. Second place, Li Yangyan, 1st Academy, 48 points. Third place, Xiao Huohuo, 3rd Academy, 43 points. Fourth place, Huang Kai, 3rd Academy, 39 points. Fifth place, Han Buli, 1st Academy, 38 points. Sixth place, Wei Bui, 2nd Academy, 37 points. Seventh place, Yi Bufan, 1st Academy, 35 points. Eighth place, Zhao Lu, 2nd Academy, 34 points. The three were left dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. Li Tianye covered her mouth, her voice trembling with surprise. It happened again. Su Chen charged straight to the top. NYG laughed heartily, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Is this what you call an absolute gap?" Huang Lin could no longer maintain his previous confidence. Instead, his face was filled with embarrassment and shame. He muttered incoherently, "This isn't scientific. He got 0 points in the first round. How did he skyrocket to first in the second? How on earth did he get 56 points? Isn't this breaking a record?" NYG shouted excitedly, his voice full of pride. "Isn't breaking records a daily occurrence for Su Chen? This is an absolute gap." Just then, a man in a cyan robe walked over with an imposing air. He was Xie Qingxing, an inspector from the Star Tower Alliance. He asked in a deep, steady tone, "What are you three arguing about? Why are you being so loud?" Everyone hurried to gather around, and Principal N took a step forward, answering respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Inspector." Beside him, Huang Lin hurriedly chimed in, pretending to be calm, "It's nothing major, just a student who performed exceptionally well, and everyone is quite surprised." Xie Qingsheng looked up at the leaderboard, frowning slightly, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. 56 points? You call that performing well? I can only say your District 16 is truly too weak. There's not a single genius student among you. If a score like this were in other powerful districts, it probably wouldn't even make the top 10. Principal N quickly waved his hands and stepped forward, saying sincerely, "Lord Inspector, the overall strength of District 16 is indeed relatively weak, but there are still a few genius students." Xie Qingsheng turned his head, revealing a contemptuous smile, his eyes full of disdain. "Principal N, don't take it to heart. For this assessment, I will be patrolling various exam areas via the Star Tower teleportation. As an inspector, I'm just telling the truth. The top geniuses from other districts are indeed far stronger than yours." Li Tianye crossed her arms, her face displeased, and couldn't help but retort, "The exam isn't over yet, Inspector Xie. Don't be so quick to jump to conclusions." Xie Qingsheng tilted his head back and let out a cold laugh, his tone mocking. "Every year there are people who talk tough during the exam, but in the end they always get slapped in the face by the results from other districts." The scene shifted. Su Chen stood behind 3 fire donkeys, his gaze sharp and full of confidence. The referee's booming voice rang out, "Third round of the points race evaluation begins. Please eliminate as many demonic beasts as possible within the allotted time." As soon as the words fell, 3 white vortexes appeared before Su Chen, and a monster composed entirely of rock with blood-red eyes stepped out. It stomped heavily on the ground, making the earth rumble. Facing these ferocious monsters, Su Chen remained indifferent, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This stage seems to focus more on the quantity eliminated rather than like the first 2 rounds. He swung his arm, his gaze firm, and shouted decisively, "In that case, I'm going all out." The fire donkey herd behind him instantly erupted with an incredible aura, as if entering a berserk mode, roaring as they charged at the enemy, ready to tear them apart. At his command, the fire donkeys swarmed forward, turning groups of monsters into powder in an instant. Su Chen stood at the back leisurely watching the fire donkeys harvest his opponents as the rock monsters crumbled into dust one after another. Meanwhile, in other exam halls, Li Yangyun was fighting a grueling battle, the rock monsters surrounding her tightly, leaving no room to breathe. Fine beads of sweat broke out on her forehead as she muttered, "The difficulty of this stage is too high. The rock monsters respawn so fast you can't kill them all." Elsewhere, Xiao Huohuo's situation was also not optimistic. He was panting heavily, his tone full of helplessness. "I'm exhausted. Why are there more of these monsters the more I fight?" Meanwhile, Li Lei was being chased by the rock monsters, running for his life and drenched in sweat. He cursed his cursed monster magnet physique as he ran. "How would I survive without Brother Su?" The monsters behind him continued to pour out in an endless stream. But Li Lei suddenly looked back and noticed a detail. The rock monsters didn't seem very bright. They actually trampled quite a few of their own kind while chasing him. On Su Chen's end, the fire donkeys had nearly wiped out all the monsters. Only one last rock monster remained, being frantically mobbed and gradually crumbling into ash. Su Chen sat leisurely on the back of a fire donkey and chuckled. "This stage is way too easy. The respawn rate of the monsters can't keep up with the killing speed of my fire donkeys. Now I just have to camp the summoning portal and kill them as they come out." Just then a notification rang out, making him pause slightly. Third round of the points race concluded. Su Chen eliminated 100 lava demonic beasts within 5 minutes, breaking the historical record and gaining 50 points. Su Chen's system also rang out with a cold voice. "Congratulations, you have completed 2 system tasks." Alliance Inspector Xie Qingxing prepared to leave, not forgetting to mock them one last time. "Staying here is meaningless, your fate will soon be revealed. I'm going to see if any district has broken 100 points in the points race. In previous years, a score over 100 basically guaranteed a championship." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the leaderboard suddenly erupted with a brilliant light, showing Su Chen's points had reached 106. Everyone in the room instantly turned to stone, all eyes falling on Xie Qingxing. Xie Qingxing stood with his hands behind his back, muttering with a furrowed brow, "Am I seeing things?" Su Chen, 106 points. A student from District 16 actually managed to get over 106 points. Principal NYG burst into a hearty laugh, his tone extremely smug. "Truly no rivals at all." Li Tianye didn't miss the chance to strike back either, her lips curling slightly as she replied, "Lord Inspector, you aren't mistaken. Does that slap in the face sting a bit?" Beside her, Huang Lin also laughed loudly, adding another blow. "Even though Su Chen's score is so high that our third academy couldn't surpass the second, at least I feel great right now, knowing we weren't looked down upon by some people." Furious and exasperated, Xie Qingxing immediately gave a stern order. "Star Tower, query the highest score across all districts in the points race." The system immediately broadcasted, "Highest scorer in the points race. Jiyu Hanyan from District 1, 110 points. Additionally, a total of 25 students scored over 100 points. Hearing this, Xie Qingxing regained his arrogance, shouting with his head held high, "See that? Don't get too ahead of yourselves. First place is 110 points and there are 25 others over 100. There are plenty of people with scores higher than Su Chen's." Principal In and Li Tianye just shared a look and a smile, completely unbothered. Li Tianye replied in a gentle yet sharp tone, "We aren't getting ahead of ourselves. We're already being very low-key." Hearing this, Xie Qingxing looked displeased. "Very low-key, what do you mean?" Principal In spread his hands, revealing a meaningful smile as he dropped a bombshell that left him dumbfounded. Because Su Chen's 106 points were obtained in only 2 rounds, and he didn't participate in the first round of the evaluation at all. Inspector Xia's eyes widened in horror. "What? How is that possible?" Principal In laughed so hard his stomach hurt, and tears almost came out seeing his reaction. Xie Qingxing stood frozen in place, his mind full of questions, muttering to himself, 106 points in 2 rounds, that would require breaking historical records in both rounds. What exactly went wrong? Li Tianye, fed up with his slow reaction, frowned and spoke up. "As a patrol inspector for the entire Dragon Zone, can't you see for yourself where the problem lies?" Xie Qingxing waved his hand, trying his best to appear calm. "Let's just say it was a lapse in judgment on my part. I truly didn't expect a place as weak as District 16 to produce such a genius. Not even Murong Liuan reached this level back then. She only truly took off after entering a higher academy." Xie Qingxing turned to leave, not forgetting to drop one last sarcastic remark. However, the upcoming knockout stage is the true test of strength. The points race is just an appetizer. Furthermore, the knockout stage will feature 2 districts competing on the same field. Good luck to District 16. Let's hope you don't run into any powerful districts. Anyway, as you said, I'm going to see the stunning performances of those super monstrous students in other districts now." With that, he activated the teleportation array and vanished instantly. Seeing him go, NYG spat on the ground as if spitting out bad luck, cursing angrily, "That damned inspector is finally gone. To think an inspector would dare to openly despise our District 16. Li Tianye shook her head, waving her hand helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. Our district's talent pool has withered since that major incident 20 years ago and hasn't recovered since. No wonder others are prejudiced." NYG clenched his fists, determination burning in his eyes. HMPH, then let this invincible momentum continue to slap them in the face. Huang Lin also spoke with a grave expression. "NYG, don't be too confident. According to the knockout stage rules, students can steal points from each other. I'm afraid Su Chen will have a very hard time in this round. After hearing this, Li Tianye rested her chin in her hand and pondered. In the knockout stage, when other students see Su Chen's score is so high and realize he's classless, they'll likely all treat him as prey to be hunted. Huang Lin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, speaking with a sinister tone. To tell you the truth, to surpass the second academy, I've already given a dead set order to all third academy students. If they encounter Su Chen, they are all to besiege him. Principal Lin broke into a cold sweat and jumped to his feet, pointing at Huang Lin and cursing. Huang Lin, you are truly a despicable villain. Is this really necessary? The knockout stage isn't just our 3 schools, there are students from other districts too. Huang Lin shrugged, his tone resolute. Of course it's necessary. I don't care about the other academies. My lifelong dream is to crush the second academy. Inside the arena, the referee's booming voice rang out, you may proceed to the knockout stage battlefield. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly, his gaze becoming sharp and focused. The broadcast continued. The knockout stage uses survival mode. Everyone can see the current rankings and check other students' points. By shattering an opponent's point card, you can seize their points. Su Chen glanced at his phone, the points on the screen shimmering. He curled his lips and whispered, so the knockout stage means internal fighting among the students. This is much more interesting than fighting demonic beasts. The broadcast issued cold, clear instructions once again. Attention, District 16 and District 5 have been merged into the same battlefield for the knockout stage. All students have finished teleporting. Immediately followed by a system announcement. Special note, intentional killing is prohibited during the knockout stage. Xiao Huohuo, Li Yangyan and Wei Bowei immediately entered a combat state, their gazes sharp. Su Chen was leisurely riding on a fire donkey back, a slight smile on his face. As he said in a relaxed tone, it looks like there will be students from other districts. I'll wander around first and see if I can find Zilong and Li Lei. Outside the arena, Principal NYG stared at the Star Tower screen, drenched in sweat, shouting in horror. Did I hear that right? District 5, standing nearby, Li Tianye was full of indignation, shouting loudly, this is too much. In previous years we were always matched with districts of similar strength. Why do we have to face the strongest District 5 this year? Huang Lin seemed to realize something and chimed in, a flash of doubt in his eyes. Could it be because of Su Chen? This kid's performance was too stunning and unexpected, causing the Smart Brain Center's evaluation of our strength to deviate, which is why we were paired with District 5. Li Tianye nodded, her tone heavy. I'm afraid that's the reason. Enraged, Huang Lin pointed at NYG's nose and roared, NYG, your second academy and that kid Su Chen are going to be the death of us. District 5's overall strength far exceeds ours. It looks like District 16's results will be at the bottom again. Inside the arena, students from other districts began to appear one after another. The students from District 16 were quite good at hiding. Half a day passed without anyone being discovered. A student from District 5 let out a cold snort, his tone smug. No rush, there's plenty of time in the knockout stage. District 5 got really lucky this time, being paired with the weakest, District 16. I'll take this chance to farm some points. I think I have a shot at getting into a top-tier academy this time. Suddenly, they saw Su Chen leisurely approaching on a fire donkey. A District 5 student shouted excitedly, look, a student from District 16 is coming, he's a mobile points pack. Stop him. Su Chen glanced over and muttered. Seems to be people ahead. Judging by their outfits, they must be from District 5. 2 students from District 5 jumped out to block his path, their tone arrogant. Halt, hand over your point card. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and replied calmly. And what if I don't want to? The other side roared. Not handing it over? Then let's see you try. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body rapidly expanded as if he were turning into a giant. Su Chen curled his lips, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Gigantification? This is the first time I've seen such a class. The giant raised a detection device, his voice thick with astonishment. Su Chen, candidate from District 16, 106 points, 106 points. I hit the jackpot, his score is even higher than ours. He raised a massive foot, preparing to stomp Su Chen into the ground as he roared, hand over your point card, you're destined to be eliminated. If you don't surrender it, you're dead. But the moment his foot descended, the fire donkey razor-sharp horn lunged upward, forcing the giant to pull back in a panic. Su Chen leapt down, patted the donkey's shoulder, and gave a brilliant smile. This donkey is quite capable. It actually knows how to pick its own fights. Su Chen gave the fire donkey a hard slap on the rump and issued a decisive command, go trample them flat. The donkey let out a sharp bray and charged forward like a localized storm. A student from District 5 raised a shield, shouting with absolute confidence, let me handle it. I am a flash shield warrior. In a frontal assault, no one can breach my shield's defense. But to everyone's shock, a fire donkey leaped high into the air, its front hooves delivering a heavy kick straight to the warrior's head. Su Chen cheered from the distance, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Then attack from behind. The kick struck the back of the warrior's head with surgical precision, making the flash shield warrior roar in a fit of rage. I was careless. Simultaneously, the other giant charged toward Su Chen, unleashing a brutal crash that reeked of destruction. At that exact moment, the fire donkey opened its massive maw, generating a terrifying gravitational pull. The giant felt an overwhelming energy dragging him in, struggling frantically in midair. Su Chen was stunned, muttering to himself, it swallowed him, so this is the correct way to use the system donkey internal space. Suddenly, a notification rang out, detecting life energy being devoured within the dedicated space. Energy has been converted into pure essence and absorbed by the fire donkey. Startled, Su Chen quickly shouted at the donkey, "Don't convert it." He remembered the special notice. Killing was strictly prohibited during the knockout stage. If the guy was converted into raw energy, there wouldn't even be ashes left of him. The remaining flash shield warrior stared with wide eyes, watching his companion vanish into thin air. He screamed at Su Chen, "What on earth is your class? A summoner or a space mage?" Su Chen stepped forward, a confident smile playing on his lips. "I'm just a regular player." After a brief clash, both students from District 5 were sprawled on the ground. Su Chen leisurely shattered their point cards, reclaiming 32 points. He frowned slightly. Is District 5 really this weak? The two of them only had 32 points combined. The two candidates roared in indignation just before being teleported out. One of them shouted as he began to fade, "Damn it, I refuse to accept being eliminated like this." The other gnashed his teeth. "Su Chen, don't get cocky. District 5 has a total monster of a student named Yang Bashi. None of you from District 16 will escape. Sooner or later, you'll all be eliminated." The scene shifted to another corner of the arena. The knockout stage had entered its peak intensity. A dark shadow whispered excitedly to itself, "I've been playing dumb for so long, finally it's my turn to hunt." He transformed into a twisted, distorted monster, hurtling through the air at a terrifying speed. In another area, two students were walking leisurely when they were suddenly ambushed. "Watch out, an ambush!" But before they could react, one of them was impaled, a massive hole left in his chest. The other shrieked in terror, "What is this monster?" Before he could process the horror, the beast lunged forward, knocking him out with a single heavy blow. The monster roared coldly, "Hand over the point cards yourselves," the victim stammered, trembling. Are you an evil class?" The monster turned, its cold, shadowy gaze locking onto Su Chen in the distance, and growled in a low voice, "Just you wait. I won't give you the chance to shatter your card. I'll kill you with my own hands. Anyone who takes my things must pay a devastating price." In another part of the battlefield, Yang Bashi stood beside a girl in a bunny outfit, his eyes icy and full of calculation. She curled her lips slightly and asked in a low voice, "Bashi, the knockout stage has been underway for a while. Aren't you going to move?" The bunny girl asked. Yang Bashi let out a cold laugh and replied, "Let them accumulate points first. I'll do the harvesting at the end." He nodded and gave a decisive order. "By the way, notify all students from District 5. First, eliminate every single student from District 16. Once they're gone, we can start our internal eliminations. It's more efficient that way." The bunny girl nodded, her voice cold. "Understood. I'll inform everyone immediately." She raised a hand to activate a long-distance telepathy skill, her voice echoing in the minds of the District 5 candidates. "We're in luck being paired with District 16. The highest score in the Dragon Zone this time will definitely belong to me, Yang Bashi. I might even have a chance to break the global historical record." Meanwhile, in another sector, the students of District 16 were fleeing in all directions, pursued relentlessly by candidates from District 5. A guy from District 5 shouted arrogantly, "I'll give you one last chance, hand over your point cards." Zhao Lu looked back while running, shouting to Li Lingxiao, "Li Lingxiao, stop following me, run in a different direction." But Li Lingxiao stayed glued to her side, his tone resolute, "Lulu, I will never leave you." Zhao Lu snapped at him angrily, "We've broken up, we have nothing to do with each other, don't drag me down." Li Lingxiao remained stubborn. "Lulu, don't worry, I will protect you." Just then, a student from District 5 rushed over at a horrific speed, blocking their path. He laughed coldly. "Hee hee, nowhere left to run." Zhao Lu quickly activated Windwalk. A shroud of light breeze enveloping the two of them, helping them dodge the initial attack. She gnashed her teeth and muttered, "Damn it, of these 5 students from District 5, 2 are Phantom Warriors. Their speed is absurd, they aren't giving me any chance to cast powerful spells." Meanwhile, Su Chen sat on the fire donkey back, observing the situation leisurely. He noticed Zhao Lu and Li Lingxiao being hunted and frowned slightly. "I'll eliminate these few first, stop them." When he heard Yang Bashi's notification to clear out all District 16 students echoing in the minds of the nearby candidates, he let out a scoff. The group blocking the way ahead laughed arrogantly. "Ha, you weaklings from District 16 have nowhere to run." Zhao Lu and Li Lingxiao sprinted to Su Chen's side, stopping to gasp for air. Zhao Lu shouted in despair, "We can't escape, we're blocked in the front and back by District 5 students." Li Lingxiao looked at Su Chen with a stubborn, pleading expression. "Su Chen, let's cover Lulu together, help her break through." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. "Li Lingxiao, are you brain damaged? What possible reason do I have to cover her?" Li Lingxiao refused to give up, continuing, "Su Chen, this is your chance to win back Lulu's favor, I hope you can seize it." Su Chen burst out laughing, nearly to the point of tears. "I finally get it. You aren't just an average simp." He shook his head, teasing. "You've evolved to be the kind of simp who's okay with their kid taking the mother's surname. That is the ultimate pinnacle of simping." Hearing this, Zhao Lu looked at Su Chen with an even greater sense of self-importance, her tone full of confidence. "Su Chen, stop hiding it. I know you're just talking out of spite because you can't forget me. You're joking, right? Everything you're doing now is just a way to attract my attention again." "Su Chen, I admit, you've succeeded. You successfully caught my attention." Su Chen almost spat out a laugh, shaking his head helplessly. "Is this girl insane?" Zhao Lu didn't stop, her tone growing even more arrogant. "Being stubborn is useless. You used to follow me everywhere, giving your all in terms of energy and emotion. I know you better than you know yourself. Stop pretending, she continued to fabricate a drama in her head. I've already put you on my list. I've remembered your name. You have one more chance to pursue me. Now you and Li Lingxiao stall for time. I'm going to cast powerful magic to deal with these District 5 students. But Su Chen's expression remained indifferent, his gaze flat. I can't be bothered with you. Seeing the opening, the District 5 students immediately shouted, Go, the female mage is about to use a skill, don't give her the chance. Zhao Lu turned to Su Chen, her tone urgent. Su Chen, come back here this instant, I'm counting to 3, but he had already turned his back, muttering to himself, I really wonder what the original owner saw in this woman to ever like her. Zhao Lu still refused to give up, shouting, Su Chen, if you come back now there's still time. If I really get angry you'll lose your chance to ever be near me. Standing to the side, Li Lingxiao let out a sigh. Lulu, it seems Su Chen is determined to leave. He's too ungrateful. Zhao Lu gnashed her teeth, her face full of dissatisfaction. Damn it, what went wrong? Su Chen used to be so obedient. He should have come crawling back at a single word from me, she muttered, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Still, charging out like that is just a death sentence. The District 5 students won't let him off. A guy from District 5 mocked the aggressively approaching Su Chen. Kid, if you just walk over like that, wouldn't it make me look useless as a phantom warrior? Su Chen spared him a glance and ordered the fire donkey. Fire donkey, speed up! The donkey instantly bolted, moving as fast as a lightning strike. The phantom warrior couldn't even keep up, he roared in shock. Your summon speed is indeed fast, but you're not worthy of being called a phantom warrior. That is the fastest speed of the warrior class. He barked, hand over the point card or die. Su Chen didn't panic at all. He pulled out that strange bucket, leapt off the donkey back, and ran even faster than the animal. I'm out of here. The phantom warrior's eyes widened, his face a mask of pure horror. What the hell? Zhao Lu and Li Lingxiao stood frozen, watching blankly. Zhao Lu murmured to herself, I couldn't even react. Su Chen actually dodged the phantom warrior's pursuit and escaped. Another guy shouted, hand over the point cards now or don't blame us for being heartless and killing you. Zhao Lu fell into despair, her voice trembling. Lulu, we can't escape. I'm afraid we're going to be eliminated. No, Zhao Lu, cannot be eliminated. My goal is Tianjing Academy. Li Lingxiao looked at her affectionately. Lulu, do you have another way? Zhao Lu turned her head, her tone turning sinister. Li Lingxiao, are you willing to sacrifice everything for me? Li Lingxiao replied infatuatedly. Lulu, to be honest, the first time I saw you I wanted to possess you, but now I realize I'm so deeply attracted to you that I can't help myself. I'm willing to do anything for you. While the two were being intimate, a guy from District 5 charged over aggressively. Now is the time to show my true skills. Suddenly, a massive stone hand erupted from the earth, tightly grabbing the enemy's foot. He shrieked in terror. What is this thing? Zhao Lu seized the opportunity to cast lightning strike. A brilliant bolt of thunder crushed down, blasting the enemy away. He collapsed on the ground like a living corpse. She muttered with a cold laugh. This is the genius of the Third Academy, Shi Hao. Isn't he supposed to be dead? What exactly happened? Why can Zhao Lu summon the dead? A necromancer. Is she an evil class? He muttered, trying to understand the scene before him. Zhao Lu turned to Li Lingxiao, her tone icy. Li Lingxiao, it's your turn next. Li Lingxiao stammered in panic. Lulu, do you want to turn me into an undead too? Zhao Lu curled her lips, her gaze contemptuous. No, you're too weak. Even as an undead you'd be useless. You're far inferior to a genius like Shi Hao. Li Lingxiao looked confused. Then what should I do? Zhao Lu held aloft an ancient book. A mysterious light radiated from the pages. Book of Fate, show your true form. The book suspended in midair and began to flip its pages automatically, leaving the onlookers stunned. A student from District 5 whispered tremulously, That's the Book of Fate. Is it the legendary exclusive weapon of an archmage? Such a weapon can multiply a class's abilities and talents. It's so rare that it's nearly impossible to find. Zhao Lu laughed coldly, her tone full of confidence. I, Lulu, am no ordinary mage. Your remaining pathetic life still has some use. Accelerate the process of your life burning. A beam of intense light shot out from the book, piercing straight through Li Lingxiao's body. He felt a surging power entwine around him, his eyes becoming bright. What is this power? I feel like I could defeat any class right now. The District 5 students howled as they charged. Everyone together, he's just one undead, he can't stop us. Shi Hao, now transformed into a horrific zombie, charged into the crowd, swinging powerful heavy blows, blocking every path for the enemy. Zhao Lu gave a cold order. Go, you and Shi Hao, buy me 2 minutes. She hovered in midair, both hands raised high, her voice echoing like rolling thunder. From this moment forth, Wheel of Fate, turn unquenchable fire in my name. I summon your descent. Become the weapon that governs my destiny and crush all who stand in my way. The District 5 students pointed at the sky in terror. What skill is that mage using? Aim for her, force a breakthrough. Hoping to interrupt her casting, they charged at Zhao Lu. But Li Lingxiao stood in front, his gaze resolute. As long as I'm here, no one interferes with Lulu's casting. The quick-shot sharpshooter will be dead in 3 seconds. A guy from District 5 roared, Who do you think you are? Li Lingxiao decisively fired his weapon, and with a horrific explosion the guy was blasted away. The crowd was paralyzed with shock. One person shrieked, This is a quick-shot sharpshooter. Aren't they supposed to fire bullets? Why is he firing cannonballs? Li Lingxiao burst into loud laughter, his tone filled with pure satisfaction. Haha, truly terrifying power. My class level has been boosted tenfold by Lulu. From now on call me the Heartthrob. Zhao Lu hovered in midair, her hands raised high as her incantation echoed. Red clouds condensed in her palms, taking the shape of the wings of freedom, forming a perfect fan of crimson light. Fill the heavens, cleave the earth. 2 candidates from District 5 charged forward desperately, but it was already too late. Zhao Lu pointed a finger, her tone arrogant. In this moment, I, Zhao Lu, am your queen. The two were instantly trapped by the dazzling red light. The terrifying power rendered them unable to move. One of them whispered with a trembling voice, "She's indeed much stronger than a normal 1-star mage, but after such a long chant, is this the only move?" The other sneered. "It seems we worried for nothing. Only one move? Right then." Zhao Lu looked up, her gaze icy. "Look at the sky." Hundreds of red meteors began falling from high above like rain, streaking down like falling stars with a momentum of absolute destruction. The District 5 candidates shrieked in panic. "What kind of skill is this?" Another person was overcome with horror. "This is a fire-type forbidden spell." Everyone was stunned, crying out in unison. "Heavens, how can a 1-star mage cast a forbidden spell? Run, fast." But it was too late. The meteors descended like a storm, leaving nowhere to hide. One candidate stammered, "Aren't forbidden spells only usable by high-level mages? Judging by the aura on her, I'm afraid she's no ordinary mage. She's likely some kind of evil class." Another urged frantically, "Quick, stop her. Such a powerful forbidden curse will kill many students who can't dodge in time. You'll be punished by the Alliance." Before he could finish, a meteor nearly struck him. Hundreds of meteors continued to fall, shaking the entire arena. Zhao Lu let out a cold laugh, her tone haughty. "Who cares if you live or die? The Alliance values strength above all else. As long as I show enough power, I can do whatever I want." The District 5 candidates scrambled for their lives in total disarray. One shouted, "The forbidden curse is too terrifying. I forfeit." He hurriedly crushed his token. After he vanished instantly, others followed suit, wailing, "Life is more important than anything. I'm not taking the exam anymore." The system continued its cold notifications. 11 candidates from District 16 have been eliminated. A total of 210 points gained. Zhao Lu became even more conceited, her eyes burning with ambition. "I'll scan the entire exam grounds and eliminate all the students at once. After this assessment, the name Zhao Lu will ring throughout the Dragon Zone and the Alliance." The remaining candidates fled in all directions, looking up at the red sky. One whispered in terror, "How can there be such meteors in the sky? Is this part of the knockout stage too? I've never heard of this before." Another shouted, "Find a place to hide, quick." But those unlucky candidates had no time to take cover and were sent flying by the meteors, falling in all directions. In another corner, the girl in the bunny outfit who had been sitting suddenly sensed a terrifying surge of energy. She jumped to her feet. "A forbidden spell? What's going on?" Yangbashi couldn't sit still either. His gaze sharpening. In the distance, Suchen frowned slightly and muttered that Zhao Lu actually unleashed her ultimate right away. She was hiding it quite deep. "With the power of this forbidden spell, I'm afraid no one can stop it." Zhao Lu looked toward Suchen, her tone full of sarcasm. "Suchen, you've already been recorded in the Book of Fate. Come back to my side and continue being my loyal dog. This is your honor, and a destiny you cannot change." Suchen sneered, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. "Being a loyal dog is impossible, but I might consider being your daddy." Zhao Lu flew into a rage, waving her hand and sending meteors straight toward him. "Then go to hell." Suchen let out a roar, his tone filled with challenge. "I don't have time to spoil you anymore. Bring it on." Li Lingxiao gripped his handgun, laughing with an arrogant gaze. "Haha, Suchen is such a fool. This is a forbidden curse. If you survive this, I'll take your name." A red meteor smashed down. Suchen issued a calm command, his tone sharp. "Swallow it for me." The fire donkey opened its massive maw, creating a powerful suction that made the meteor vanish instantly. Li Lingxiao's eyes widened, staring at Suchen in shock. "What the hell?" Suchen's lips curled up. Praising, "Success, well done, fire donkey." He controlled the donkey while running. Every move Zhao Lu unleashed was sucked clean away by it. Li Lingxiao shouted incoherently, his tone full of confusion. "Swallowed? The forbidden curse was swallowed? How is this possible?" Zhao Lu gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. "Interrupt her forbidden spell." But Suchen sneered, "In your dreams, suck him in too." A flurry of forbidden spells continued to smash down, but the fire donkey opened its mouth again, inhaling every attack into its internal space. Zhao Lu roared. Her tone was filled with utter contempt. "Suchen, you think you're worthy of competing with me? I want to see if you can swallow faster than my forbidden curse can explode." Just then, unexpectedly, several other fire donkeys descended from the sky like lightning, knocking Zhao Lu to the ground with a heavy kick. She shrieked in rage, "You actually managed to interrupt my forbidden spell. Someone who used to be my loyal dog is now making me feel danger. Do you have any idea that you ruined my plan to become famous in a single battle?" "No," Suchen gave a cold smile, his gaze sharp. "Does becoming famous have to come at the cost of killing countless students? I think this woman has gone mad." Zhao Lu gnashed her teeth, trembling with rage. "I, Zhao Lu, world goddess, will send you to heaven today." She charged forward, but Suchen didn't back down an inch, throwing a heavy punch. The impact sent a shudder through Zhao Lu's entire body. She retreated several steps, clutching her injured arm, her eyes full of shock. "You actually have this kind of power, Suchen? You're not a waste at all. You were hiding it so deep." Suchen curled his lip and teased, "Right back at you. You're no mage either." Li Lingxiao, still obsessed, raised his gun and shouted at Suchen, "Stop, don't you dare hurt Lulu." But his body suddenly trembled violently, and his handgun fell to the ground. He looked at his arm in horror. It was gradually petrifying with cracks spreading across it. My hand, Lulu, what's happening? His arm shattered, falling to the ground like frozen blocks of stone. Zhao Lu replied coldly. The Book of Life made you burn the rest of your life away faster. That is the price of overdrawing your life. Li Lingxiao fell into despair, his voice shaking. I'm a quick-shot sharpshooter. If I lose my hands, isn't my professional career completely over? Su Chen pointed at him, his tone thick with irony. Loyal dogs end up with nothing in the end. Li Lingxiao, I'm returning those words to you exactly as you said them. Suddenly, the system notification rang out detecting that the Fire Donkey internal space is filled with unstable forbidden spell elements. Usage of this space is temporarily suspended. Please release and clear the forbidden spell elements before using it again. Su Chen looked at Zhao Lu and frowned slightly. This forbidden curse is indeed powerful. I didn't expect it to stuff the Fire Donkey space to its limit. Xie Qingsheng slowly returned to the monitoring seats, his sharp gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. I, Xie, have returned, he announced with a hint of pride in his tone. The points for the top geniuses in other districts have already surpassed 300. Let me see how Su Chen is doing. He glanced at the leaderboard and saw Su Chen ranked 38th with 138 points. He let out a laugh, his eyes full of mockery. Haha, what am I seeing? 138 points? This is the leader of your District 16 points race. As expected, the moment the knockout stage began, Su Chen's weaknesses were fully exposed. Li Tianye stood to the side, her heart filled with worry and her brow slightly furrowed. What happened to Su Chen? This score is quite bad. She turned to Xie Qingsheng, her tone firm but unable to hide her irritation. Inspector Xie, the fact that Su Chen is 38th only means he didn't do well this time. It doesn't mean our District 16 is weak. Just then, a sudden notification rang out, its crisp voice interrupting everyone's thoughts. Candidate Su Chen from District 16 has eliminated candidate Zhao Lu. The forbidden curse has been completely broken, and the entire arena has been cleared, saving all candidates in Districts 5 and 16. According to the Central Smart Brains assessment, Su Chen meets the criteria for bonus points in the Great Imperial exam and is awarded a 2,000-point bonus. Currently, Su Chen leads the second academy with a total score of 3,527. The people around were stunned, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads as their eyes filled with shock. Indeed, Su Chen had created a miracle, saving his companions while obtaining a score far beyond expectations. 3,527 points, and the knockout stage had only just begun. This figure was already comparable to the provincial top scores of previous years. Ha ha, one examiner burst out laughing, his tone excited. Su Chen truly did something world-shaking to actually get such a terrifying score. However, not everyone was happy. Someone whispered in a low voice, their tone tinged with envy and jealousy. I have to admit, this kid Su Chen is too lucky. Mages are naturally weak in melee, and he took full advantage of that weakness. Suddenly, another notification rang out, and the atmosphere grew tense. Abnormal point fluctuations detected for candidate Su Chen. To ensure the fairness of the Great Imperial exam, the Central Smart Brain will publish the details of Su Chen's bonus points to all candidates. What? Haha, a mocking laugh rang out. With Su Chen's score of over 3,000 publicized, he would surely become the target of every candidate's hunt, not just the third academy. Likely every candidate would want to take him out. Li Tianye frowned and turned to Xie Qingsheng, her tone full of indignation. Inspector Xie, didn't you say the human race's Great Imperial exam cannot be manually interfered with? This action by the Central Smart Brain is clearly interfering with the match. Xie Qingsheng shrugged, his tone calm but unable to hide his surprise. When a candidate's points show abnormal fluctuations, the Central Smart Brain has the right to publish them for the sake of fairness. Although there have been similar cases before, a sudden increase of 2,000 points is something even I find surprising. He paused, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Usually bonus points only take effect after the exam is over. This is the first time I've seen points added directly during the exam. Anyone who sees those 3,000 points will feel a surge of greed. But that is the cruelty of the knockout stage. If you don't eliminate others, you will be eliminated yourself. Meanwhile, inside the arena, two candidates also noticed the anomaly. A girl with bunny ears cried out in shock, her tone astonished. Bunny girl, the forbidden spell has vanished. At the same time, Su Chen's portrait appeared on the large screen, accompanied by an emergency notification. Su Chen, Second Academy, 3,527 points. In the District 16 arena, the genius candidate Su Chen heroically prevented a destructive curse, protected the entire arena, and saved the candidates of Districts 5 and 16. By decision of the Central Smart Brain, Su Chen is awarded a 2,000-point bonus in the Great Imperial exam, bringing his total score to 3,527. The notification echoed everywhere, causing a massive uproar. What, 3,527 points? That's way too high, a cry of surprise rang out. Su Chen's fame spread rapidly, making him the primary target of District 5. A monster who was currently hunting players caught sight of Su Chen's portrait on the bulletin board and immediately let out a low roar, his eyes turning blood red. Su Chen, you've given me yet another reason why I must kill you. Standing on the edge of crisis, Su Chen let out a soft sigh and muttered somewhat helplessly. I didn't expect even I, Su Chen, would have a day where I get bonus points in the Great Imperial exam. Before long, an aggressive group of people surrounded him. One person stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Su Chen?" Su Chen replied, his tone calm yet sharp, "That would be me." The person let out a cold laugh, greed flashing in his eyes. "It really is him. Who knew we'd be this lucky? To run into this big fat sheep first. Don't let him get away." He turned and gave a decisive order to his companions. "Su Chen, those 3,527 points are as good as ours. Withdraw from the race yourself. And don't force our hand." Su Chen's lips curled up, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "Fools, do you think points like these can be obtained just like that?" The group began to mock him. One arrogantly announced, "The 5 of us are more than enough to deal with you alone. Once we move, even young Bashi won't dare underestimate us." Just as one of them charged over, Su Chen reacted instantly, throwing out a searing fireball that knocked the enemy back. The person hastily turned, intending to land a flying kick, but was struck down by Su Chen before he could even make a move, falling pathetically to the ground. "Big brother, I've tested him out. This guy is indeed a summoner. Since he's a summoner, let's have a duel between summoners," one person in the crowd shouted, immediately summoning a massive bear that charged fiercely at Su Chen. The great bear swung its sharp claws, batting away Su Chen's flames and causing him to pause, his heart filled with wariness. The person mocked contemptuously, "Your fireball doesn't look like much." Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk, a challenge flashing in his eyes. "One of my bears can beat your 3 donkeys," but immediately following, he summoned 4 beasts which unleashed a world-shaking strike in unison. The group was stunned. One blurted out, "I didn't expect you to be able to summon so many creatures. It seems your rank at the top of the leaderboard does carry some weight." "It wasn't just luck." Gnashing his teeth, he summoned a King Kong gorilla and roared, "But sorry, I can do it too. Any more? Call them all out." Su Chen replied coldly. The person gave an insidious laugh. "No more, you say? Since you've asked, I'll let you taste the meaning of despair." From the rear, Section 526 section, another person stepped forward and activated a support skill, enhancing the power of the summoned beasts. He bragged, "My class is the ultimate aid to a summoner. I can help a summoner call forth an extra pet." A giant crocodile manifested, letting out a roar. Another added, "And I am an assistant specializing in boosting pets' vitality. I can double the strength of these 3 summoned beasts." Finally, the last person spoke with absolute confidence. "I am the true support. I can double a pet's defense. Ordinary classes can't even leave a scratch on them." Section 527 section, the 3 assistants activated their skills simultaneously, causing a terrifying aura to erupt from the summoner's 3 pets. One of them roared arrogantly, "With 3 assistants supporting 1 summoner, even young Bashi would have to think twice, let alone you." He narrowed his eyes, his tone thick with provocation. "How about it? Feeling despair yet?" Su Chen remained calm, the corner of his mouth curling upward. "Is it my turn to make a move now?" The group sneered. "Go ahead, you think you have what it takes, just surrender." Su Chen replied coldly, "Then I'll let you see what true despair looks like." Section 528 section, he raised his hand and summoned flames that filled the sky. The intense flames blazed, instantly obscuring half the horizon. Witnessing this, the crowd was shell-shocked, eyes widening in disbelief. One person stammered, "Am I seeing things? Are there over 10,000 summoned beasts? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Panic set in as they muttered to themselves, "How can a summoner call forth this many pets?" Realizing resistance was futile, one cried out, "Run! Get out of here!" But another replied bitterly, "Where can we run? This donkey herd is like a torrential storm." Section 529 section, "There's nowhere to hide." He gnashed his teeth in despair and shouted, "I give up, I'm out." With that, he crushed the token in his hand. Immediately, an announcement rang out. 4 students from District 5 were eliminated, earning Su Chen 159 points. This quartet was indeed formidable. Had they not run into Su Chen, they likely would have cruised to the championship. But this time they had encountered an opponent who didn't play by the rules. By now, the central smart brain had broadcast Su Chen's image to every student, making his score the focal point for everyone. Section 530 section, every person in the arena now had their eyes on him. Rather than being hunted across the map, Su Chen decided to go big and settle all his troubles at once. In the distance, he spotted Li Lei being pursued by a crowd. They were yelling, "Halt, don't run, you can't escape. Tell us where Su Chen is right now." Su Chen didn't hesitate and roared, "I'm right here." The crowd whipped around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of him. Li Lei ran to Su Chen's side, gasping for breath. "Ha, Brother Su, is it really you? Where's Zilong?" Section 531 section, haven't seen her. Li Lei panted heavily. "The moment I got in, these bastards from the 3rd Academy started chasing me. I've been running like a dog." One of the pursuers burst into laughter, his tone full of malicious glee. "Ha ha, it's Su Chen. The chance for wealth and glory finally belongs to me, Huang Kan. Today we settle all our old and new grudges together." Li Lei hurriedly grabbed Su Chen, full of worry. "Brother Su, before the exam, all the 3rd Academy students were ordered to target you. We have to run. There are too many of them." Su Chen smiled calmly. Section 532 section, his gaze was icy. "It's fine, I have more donkeys," a person in the crowd roared. "Su Chen, you're already surrounded. Be smart and stop this pointless resistance." Su Chen raised his hand, gesturing provocatively. "You've got it backward. You are the one surrounded." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he summoned a massive herd of donkeys, instantly encircling the crowd. The students stared at the terrifying number of summoned beasts, completely dumbfounded. One muttered to himself, "So many donkeys. It seems the principal's analysis was right." Su Chen's class is a rare summoner with the ability to call forth an infinite number of pets. Section 533 Section The ferocious donkey herd lunged forward, unleashing waves of kicks like a storm, blasting enemies away with incredible speed and power. Huang Kan pointed at Su Chen, his gaze sharp. Remember when I said I'd beat you every time I saw you? Su Chen, don't get cocky. I've calculated every possibility to deal with you. He held up a shimmering object. Li Lei quickly warned him, his tone urgent. That's a flash orb. Once crushed, it would immediately send a preset message to designated people. Huang Kan smiled insidiously. Su Chen, it won't be long. Section 534 Section. Before every student from the Third Academy rushes here, he roared triumphantly, you're dead meat. This time Huang Kan only sneered. He wouldn't do anything reckless with that. He crushed the flash orb. Instantly, the designated students on the other side heard the notification. Su Chen's tracks have been discovered. Rush there immediately, another voice repeated urgently. Su Chen's tracks discovered. Rush there now, one student whispered ambitiously. The principal instructed us before we left. Su Chen must be eliminated first. Another sneered, greed flashing in his eyes. Section 535 Section. Even if the principal hadn't ordered it, with Su Chen's dazzling points right now, I'd have to take him out first anyway. The students gathered quickly, and an array master shouted, Array masters form the formation. Giant tortoise defense array activate. 2 layers of defensive arrays erupted from the ground as solid as a bronze wall. He bragged, with these 2 arrays your donkeys won't be able to break through in time. We only need to hold out until the rest of the Third Academy arrives. Huang Kan pointed at Su Chen provocatively. Su Chen, you're trapped like a rat in a hole now. Su Chen curled his lip, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Section 536 Section. What an idiot. Trapped like a rat, I can't even be bothered with you. You lot can just hide in your turtle shell. I'm leaving. As they watched Su Chen turn to walk away, the crowd was stunned. Huang Kan gnashed his teeth and muttered, I calculated this 1,000 times, but I never expected Su Chen would just ignore us. He shouted urgently, his tone almost pleading. Can you not leave? Su Chen stopped and gave a disdainful smile. Not leave? Then why don't you call me Daddy, and I'll think about it. Huang Kan didn't hesitate for a second, immediately roaring, Daddy! Su Chen burst out laughing. Section 537 Section. Brother Su, this kid actually called you Daddy just to keep you here. Before long, students from the Third Academy arrived one after another, sealing off the entire area so tightly that not even water could leak through. Surround him here, don't let him get away, one ordered. Another added gleefully, They're here, everyone from the Third Academy has arrived. Huang Kan laughed toward the sky. So satisfying, haha, my acting is truly superb. Just a single daddy was enough to fool you and stall for reinforcements. Li Lei anxiously grabbed Su Chen's hand. Section 538 Section. Su Chen, if we break out now while they aren't all here yet, there's still a chance. Su Chen shook his head, his gaze calm and confident. No need, they're exactly who I've been waiting for. In the distance, Huang Lin, Huang Kan's father, was laughing triumphantly. Ha, caught him. Someone from the crowd turned to him, their tone excited. Huang Lin, why are you laughing so hard? Have you fallen into a pile of money? Huang Lin, still gloating, replied, Since the flash orb was used, it means my son Huang Kan has caught Su Chen. Su Chen is about to be eliminated by the Third Academy. Nearby, a student frowned, his tone dismissive. Section 539 Section. A whole group against one Su Chen. Only your Third Academy would be this shameless. But he let out a sigh, a flicker of hope still in his eyes. Even so, I still have faith in Su Chen. Another person chimed in. I remember each district has one chance to check the exam grounds for 10 seconds. Star Tower, query District 16. We wish to apply to view the situation of Third Academy student Huang Kan. The Star Tower screen immediately displayed the image of Huang Kan holding onto Su Chen, repeating with an almost desperate tone, Can you not leave? Section 540 Section. Su Chen replied playfully. Then call me Daddy. There's a good boy. These words made Huang Lin freeze as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him. Beside him, YG burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, Huang Lin, is this the catching Su Chen you were talking about? Did your precious son have to call him Daddy just to get him to stay? Li Tianye couldn't help but let out a chuckle either. Principal Huang, you really are a comedian. Huang Lin ground his teeth, his face flushed deep red. That rebellious brat, when he comes out, I'm going to beat him to death. He turned and roared at NYG. Section 541 Section. Don't get cocky. Su Chen is already surrounded by the Third Academy. Inside the arena, the bunny girl stood in the crowd, her tone urgent. Su Chen has been found, but he's being besieged by every student from District 16's Third Academy. Suddenly, an order was passed down. Yang Bashi was moving too. Notify all District 15 students to rush there immediately. No one must be allowed to beat them to it. A student from the Third Academy shouted arrogantly. Su Chen, once we eliminate you, the provincial top score will belong to our Third Academy, he laughed. Section 542 Section. The principal was far-sighted to have us gather our strength to deal with Su Chen first. Su Chen stood in the center of the encirclement, his gaze as fierce as fire. With the newly summoned fire donkeys, his control over the herd had significantly improved. Before, they would just run wild. Now they could march like an army. Huang Kan deactivated his protective shield and roared, Su Chen, don't expect these donkeys to protect you. We have the numbers, your few donkeys aren't even worth mentioning. Su Chen curled his lips, his tone provocative. Then I'll give you plenty more to look at. He stood atop the blazing flames, section 543 section, and raised his hand to summon. Over 10,000 donkeys appeared simultaneously, fanning out from him like a rising storm. Everyone was stunned. One stammered, "Just how many donkeys does this Su Chen have? Damn, this is unbelievable." In the distance, another group of people arrived following the flash orb signal. The area was now packed to the brim. A panicked voice rang out, "It's the students from District 5, what's happening? Why are the District 5 people gathering here too?" Huang Kan gnashed his teeth, his gaze terrified. "So many people, there are several times more than our 3rd Academy. Section 544 section," he roared, trying to bolster morale. "People of the 3rd Academy, don't just stand there dazed. What does it matter how many people there are? Whoever takes Su Chen's head is the winner." Su Chen remained calm, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. "You've all come at the perfect time." Li Lei stood to the side and shouted in shock. 2/3 of the candidates in the arena have gathered here just to deal with Su Chen alone. This kind of scene is unheard of. In the sky, Yang Bashi appeared, standing side by side with the bunny girl, his presence overwhelming. He roared, "Su Chen is mine." Section 545 section. As the leader of District 5, rumor had it that Yang Bashi had awakened a legendary class strong enough to rival C-rank demonic beasts. He pointed directly at Su Chen, his tone incredibly arrogant. "Su Chen, hand over your point card and call me Daddy, and I'll let you go." Su Chen replied coldly, "Are you tired of living?" Suddenly a cry of "Daddy" drifted in from the distance. Everyone held their breath, trying to identify the voice. One person asked in confusion, "Huh, someone actually called him Daddy?" A figure rushed over, shouting, "Get out of the way, I need to get to Su Chen." Li Lei froze. Section 546 section. "Zhang Yuyue, what are you doing here?" Zhang Yuyu's eyes were burning as she replied, "These people are teaming up to bully my daddy. I can't just stand by, I have to be here." In the distance, Li Changyun also appeared, her tone firm. "Su Chen, I'm here." Su Chen looked surprised. "Li Changyun, you came too." She nodded, her gaze resolute. "Su Chen, you broke the forbidden curse and saved my life. I'm here to repay the debt." Su Chen burst into a loud laugh and gestured with his hand. "Zhang Yuyue, Li Changyun, since you're here, let's fight side by side today." Section 547 section. Yang Bashi let out a cold snort. "Fight side by side?" Su Chen stopped telling jokes. He reached out a finger, his tone dismissive. "There are only 4 of you. What are you going to fight with? Even if you have a lot of donkeys, with the combined forces of the 3rd Academy and District 5, we have more than enough people to put 2 against every one of your donkeys. Su Chen, accept your fate and hand over your point card. Don't let the prize go to outsiders. Give the points to me and we'll consider it your contribution to District 16. Zhang Yuyue pointed at him in a rage. "What kind of nonsense are you talking? Didn't you hear the Central Smart Brains announcement just now?" Section 548 section. "Su Chen saved everyone and now you actually want to steal his point card? Are you even human?" Yang Bashi shrugged, his tone icy. "Don't be naive. This is an exam ground. I'm just following the rules to eliminate Su Chen." In the sky he began to charge a skill, his aura exploding. "You talk too much. I'm moving. You want to eliminate Su Chen? If you have the guts, fight him fair and square." Zhang Yuyue pointed at him, her face full of indignation. "Su Chen broke the forbidden curse and saved everyone, yet you're ganging up on him." Section 549 section. "You have absolutely no sense of honor." Yang Bashi let out a cold laugh, his eyes sinister. "Haha, honor? That's an excuse for the weak. We live in an era where the strong rule. The weak have no choice but to obey unconditionally." He suddenly hurled an energy ball straight at Su Chen. Li Changyun swung her sword to block the attack. A terrifying force sent her reeling back, but she gnashed her teeth and charged forward again, her gaze sharp. "Bring it on." Su Chen reached out to stop her, his tone steady. "Li Changyun, stop. There's no need to go head-to-head with him." Section 550 section. Yang Bashi curled his lips, his tone dismissive. "It seems you have a little self-awareness." He stared at Su Chen and threatened, "Hand over the point card and I'll guarantee your safe exit. Otherwise, if I truly decide to use lethal force with my strength, you won't even get the chance to forfeit." Su Chen straightened his back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a blade. "Yang Bashi, Huang Kan, and everyone else who wants to steal my points today, listen up. I have one question for you. I saved all your lives. Do none of you truly feel even a shred of gratitude?" A wave of mocking laughter erupted from another person stepped forward and activated a support skill, enhancing the power of the summoned beasts. He bragged, "My class is the summoner's ultimate aid. I can assist a summoner in calling forth an extra pet." A giant crocodile manifested, letting out a roar. Another added, "And I am an assistant specializing in boosting a pet's vitality. I can double the strength of these 3 summoned beasts." Finally, the last person spoke with absolute confidence. "I am the true support. I can double a pet's defense. Ordinary classes can't even leave a scratch on them." The 3 assistants activated their skills simultaneously, causing a terrifying aura to erupt from the summoner's 3 pets. One of them roared arrogantly, "With 3 assistants supporting 1 summoner, even Yang Bashi would have to think twice, let alone you." He narrowed his eyes, his tone thick with provocation. "How about it? Feeling despair yet?" Su Chen remained calm, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Is it my turn to make a move now? The group sneered. Go ahead, you think you have what it takes, just surrender. Su Chen replied coldly, then I'll let you see what true despair looks like. He raised his hand and summoned a sky full of fire. The intense flames blazed, instantly obscuring half the horizon. Witnessing this, the crowd was shell-shocked, eyes widening in disbelief. One person stammered, Am I seeing things? Are there over 10,000 summoned beasts? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Panic set in as they muttered to themselves, how can a summoner call forth this many pets? Realizing resistance was futile, one cried out, run, get out of here. But another replied bitterly, where can we run? This donkey herd is like a torrential storm. There's nowhere to hide. He gnashed his teeth in despair and shouted, I give up, I'm out. With that, he crushed the token in his hand. Immediately, an announcement rang out. 4 students from District 5 had been eliminated, earning Su Chen 159 points. This quartet was indeed formidable. Had they not run into Su Chen, they likely would have cruised to the championship. But this time they had encountered an opponent who didn't play by the rules. By now, the central smart brain had broadcasted Su Chen's image to every student, making his score the focal point for everyone. Every person in the arena now had their eyes on him. Rather than being hunted across the map, Su Chen decided to go big and settle all his troubles at once. In the distance, he spotted Li Lei being pursued by a crowd. They were yelling, halt, don't run, you can't escape. Tell us where Su Chen is right now. Su Chen didn't hesitate and roared, I'm right here. The crowd whipped around, their eyes gleaming at the sight of him. Li Lei ran to Su Chen's side, gasping for breath. Ha, brother Su, is it really you? Where's Zilong? Haven't seen her. Li Lei panted heavily. The moment I got in, these bastards from the 3rd Academy started chasing me. I've been running like a dog. One of the pursuers burst into laughter, his tone full of malicious glee. Ha ha, it's Su Chen. The chance for wealth and glory finally belongs to me, Huang Kan. Today we settle all our old and new grudges together. Li Lei hurriedly grabbed Su Chen, full of worry. Brother Su, before the exam, all the 3rd Academy students were ordered to target you. We have to run. There are too many of them. Su Chen smiled calmly. His gaze was icy. It's fine. I have more donkeys. A person in the crowd roared. Su Chen, you're already surrounded. Be smart and stop this pointless resistance. Su Chen raised his hand, gesturing provocatively. You've got it backward. You are the one surrounded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he summoned a massive herd of donkeys, instantly encircling the crowd. The students stared at the terrifying number of summoned beasts, completely dumbfounded. One muttered to himself, so many donkeys. It seems the principal's analysis was right. Su Chen's class is a rare summoner with the ability to call forth an infinite number of pets. The ferocious donkey herd lunged forward, unleashing waves of kicks like a storm, blasting enemies away with incredible speed and power. Huang Kan pointed at Su Chen, his gaze sharp. Remember when I said I'd beat you every time I saw you? Su Chen, don't get cocky. I've calculated every possibility to deal with you. He held up a shimmering object. Li Lei quickly warned him, his tone urgent. That's a flash orb. Once crushed, it would immediately send a preset message to designated people. Huang Kan smiled insidiously. Su Chen, it won't be long. Before every student from the 3rd Academy rushes here, he roared triumphantly. You're dead meat. This time Huang Kan only sneered. He wouldn't do anything reckless. With that, he crushed the flash orb. Instantly, the designated students on the other side heard the notification. Su Chen's tracks have been discovered. Rush there immediately. Another voice repeated urgently. Su Chen's tracks discovered. Rush there now, one student whispered ambitiously. The principal instructed us before we left. Su Chen must be eliminated first. Another sneered, greed flashing in his eyes. Even if the principal hadn't ordered it, with Su Chen's dazzling points right now, I'd have to take him out first anyway. The students gathered quickly, and an array master shouted, Array masters form the formation. Giant tortoise defense array, activate. 2 layers of defensive arrays erupted from the ground, as solid as a bronze wall, he bragged. With these 2 arrays, your donkeys won't be able to break through in time. We only need to hold out until the rest of the 3rd Academy arrives. Huang Kan pointed at Su Chen provocatively. Su Chen, you're trapped like a rat in a hole now. Su Chen curled his lip, his gaze as sharp as a blade. What an idiot. Trapped like a rat, I can't even be bothered with you. You luck and just hide in your turtle shell. I'm leaving. As they watched Su Chen turn to walk away, the crowd was stunned. Huang Kan gnashed his teeth and muttered, I calculated this 1,000 times, but I never expected Su Chen would just ignore us. He shouted urgently, his tone almost pleading, Can you not leave? Su Chen stopped and gave a disdainful smile. Not leave? Then why don't you call me Daddy and I'll think about it. Huang Kan didn't hesitate for a second, immediately roaring, Daddy? Su Chen burst out laughing. Brother Su, this kid actually called you Daddy just to keep you here. Before long, students from the 3rd Academy arrived one after another, sealing off the entire area so tightly that not even water could leak through. Surround him here, don't let him get away, one ordered. Another added gleefully, They're here, everyone from the 3rd Academy has arrived. Huang Kan laughed toward the sky. So satisfying, haha, my acting is truly superb. Just a single daddy was enough to fool you and stall for reinforcements. Li Lei anxiously grabbed Su Chen's hand. Su Chen, if we break out now while they aren't all here yet, there's still a chance. Su Chen shook his head, his gaze calm and confident. No need, you're exactly who I've been waiting for. In the distance, Huang Lin, Huang Kan's father, was laughing triumphantly. Ha, caught him. He turned to the crowd, his tone excited. Huang Lin, have you fallen into a pile of money? Why are you laughing so hard? Since the flash orb was used, it means my son Huang Kan has caught Su Chen. Su Chen is about to be eliminated by the third academy. Nearby a student frowned, his tone dismissive. A whole group against one Su Chen, only your third academy would be this shameless. But he let out a sigh, a flicker of hope still in his eyes. Even so, I still have faith in Su Chen, another person chimed in. I remember each district has one chance to check the exam grounds for 10 seconds. Star Tower queried District 16. We wish to apply to view the situation of 3rd Academy student Huang Kan. The Star Tower screen immediately displayed the image of Huang Kan holding onto Su Chen, repeating with an almost desperate tone, Can you not leave? Su Chen replied playfully, Then call me daddy, there's a good boy. These words made Huang Lin freeze as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over him. Beside him, NYG burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, Huang Lin. Is this the catching Su Chen you were talking about? Did your precious son have to call him daddy just to get him to stay? Li Tianye couldn't help but let out a chuckle either. Principal Huang, you really are a comedian. Huang Lin ground his teeth, his face flushed deep red. That rebellious brat, when he comes out, I'm going to beat him to death. He turned and roared at NYG. Don't get cocky. Su Chen is already surrounded by the 3rd Academy. Inside the arena, the bunny girl stood in the crowd, her tone urgent. Su Chen has been found, but he's being besieged by every student from District 16's 3rd Academy. Suddenly an order was passed down. Yang Bashi was moving too. Notify all District 15 students to rush there immediately. No one must be allowed to beat them to it. A student from the 3rd Academy shouted arrogantly, Su Chen, once we eliminate you, the provincial top score will belong to our 3rd Academy, he laughed. The principal was far-sighted to have us gather our strength to deal with Su Chen first. Su Chen stood in the center of the encirclement. His gaze as fierce as fire. With the newly summoned fire donkeys, his control over the herd had significantly improved. Before, they would just run wild. Now they could march like an army. Huang Kan deactivated his protective shield and roared, Su Chen, don't expect these donkeys to protect you. We have the numbers, your few donkeys aren't even worth mentioning. Su Chen curled his lips, his tone provocative. Then I'll give you plenty more to look at. He stood atop the blazing flames and raised his hand to summon. Over 10,000 donkeys appeared simultaneously, fanning out from him like a rising storm. Everyone was stunned. One stammered, Just how many donkeys does this Su Chen have? Damn, this is unbelievable. In the distance, another group of people arrived following the flash orb signal. The area was now packed to the brim. A panicked voice rang out, It's the students from District 5, what's happening? Why are the District 5 people gathering here too? Huang Kan gnashed his teeth, his gaze terrified. So many people, there are several times more than our 3rd Academy. He roared, trying to bolster morale. People of the 3rd Academy, don't just stand there dazed. What does it matter how many people there are? Whoever takes Su Chen's head is the winner. Su Chen remained calm, a flicker of confidence in his eyes. You've all come at the perfect time. Li Lei stood to the side and shouted in shock, 2/3 of the candidates in the arena have gathered here just to deal with Su Chen alone. This kind of scene is unheard of. In the sky, Yang Bashi appeared, standing side by side with the bunny girl, his presence overwhelming. He roared, Su Chen is mine. As the leader of District 5, rumor had it that Yang Bashi had awakened a legendary class, strong enough to rival C-rank demonic beasts. He pointed directly at Su Chen, his tone incredibly arrogant. Su Chen, hand over your point card and call me daddy, and I'll let you go. Su Chen replied coldly. Are you tired of living? Suddenly, a cry of daddy drifted in from the distance. Everyone held their breath, trying to identify the voice. One person asked in confusion, someone actually called him daddy? A figure rushed over, shouting, Get out of the way, I need to get to Su Chen. Li Lei froze. Zhang Yuyue, what are you doing here? Zhang Yuyu's eyes were burning as she replied, These people are teaming up to bully my daddy. I can't just stand by, I have to be here. In the distance, Li Changyun also appeared, her tone firm. Su Chen, I'm here. Su Chen looked surprised. Li Changyun, you came too. She nodded, her gaze resolute. Su Chen, you broke the forbidden curse and saved my life. I'm here to repay the debt. Su Chen burst into a loud laugh and gestured with his hand. Zhang Yuyue, Li Changyun, since you're here, let's fight side by side today. Yang Bashi let out a cold snort. Fight side by side? Su Chen stopped telling jokes. He reached out a finger, his tone dismissive. There are only 4 of you. What are you going to fight with? Even if you have a lot of donkeys, with the combined forces of the 3rd Academy and District 5, we have more than enough people to put 2 against every one of your donkeys. Su Chen, accept your fate and hand over your point card. Don't let the prize go to outsiders. Give the points to me, and we'll consider it your contribution to District 16. Zhang Yuyue pointed at him in a rage. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Didn't you hear the Central Smart Brains announcement just now? Su Chen saved everyone and now you actually want to steal his point card? Are you even human? Yang Bashi shrugged, his tone icy. Don't be naive, this is an exam ground. I'm just following the rules to eliminate Su Chen. In the sky, he began to charge a skill, his aura exploding. You talk too much. I'm moving. Yang Bashi wants to eliminate Su Chen if you have the guts. Fight him fair and square. Zhang Yuyue pointed at him, her face full of indignation. Su Chen broke the forbidden curse and saved everyone, yet you're ganging up on him. You have absolutely no sense of honor. Yang Bashi let out a cold laugh, his eyes sinister. Haha, honor, that's an excuse for the weak. We live in an era where the strong rule, the weak have no choice but to obey unconditionally. He suddenly hurled an energy ball straight at Su Chen. Li Changyun swung her sword to block the attack. The terrifying force sent her reeling back, but she gnashed her teeth and charged forward again, her gaze sharp. "Bring it on." Su Chen reached out to stop her, his tone steady. Li Changyun, stop, there's no need to go head-to-head with him. Yongbashi curled his lips, his tone dismissive. "It seems you have a little self-awareness." He stared at Su Chen and threatened, "Hand over the point card and I'll guarantee your safe exit. Otherwise, if I truly decide to use lethal force with my strength, you won't even get the chance to forfeit." Su Chen straightened his back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a blade. "Yongbashi, Huang Kan, and everyone else who wants to steal my points today, listen up, I have one question for you. I saved all your lives. Do none of you truly feel even a shred of gratitude?" A wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd. A student roared, "Su Chen, stop wasting your breath. Are you getting ready to surrender? Who begged you to save us? Did we ask for your help? You're just flattering yourself." Another chimed in with a cold, mocking sneer. "Do you really think you're some kind of self-righteous savior? Didn't you do it for the points too? It looks like you've truly run out of options and have started playing the pity card." Yongbashi let out a booming laugh. "Only the incompetent speak of gratitude. Professional warriors like us have only one goal, to defeat the enemy by any means necessary and secure the greatest profit," he continued, his tone dripping with arrogance. "This Su Chen really thinks he's some big shot. A forbidden spell? I don't believe for a second that we couldn't have gotten through it without him. Even if you hadn't stepped in, someone else naturally would have. I, Yongbashi, could have saved everyone myself." Su Chen watched the group, his gaze turning completely cold. Any thought of backing down vanished. He murmured in a low voice, his words heavy like a brewing storm. "If that's the case, then have it your way." He waved his hand and withdrew all the surrounding flames, leaving everyone stunned. A student shouted, "Did that guy just take back all his donkeys? Don't let him get away. Get ready to take his head." Su Chen stood tall and proud, shouting sternly, "I'm giving the forbidden spell back to you." At his command, the donkey herd released the forbidden spell simultaneously. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, crashing down from the heavens like a violent storm that made the entire arena tremble violently. The bunny girl was the first to notice, her eyes filled with extreme horror. "Heavens, has the forbidden curse returned? Is that a forbidden spell? Wasn't that forbidden spellcaster already eliminated? How can it reappear?" she shrieked, her voice trembling in disbelief at the scene before her. Su Chen gestured with a cold expression. "By my command, fall." As soon as the words left his lips, the burning meteors seemed to be manipulated by an invisible fire, diving down at an incredible speed. A crushing invisible pressure like a massive mountain swept toward the students below, making it nearly impossible for them to breathe. One person wailed in despair, "No, this damn pressure, I definitely can't withstand this." The crowd fell into a panic, desperately pleading with Su Chen. "Su Chen, don't do this, take it back quickly, it's too much. If this keeps up, we're dead. Weren't you all capable of handling it? Then show me how you hold out." But Su Chen only watched them coldly, remaining unmoved. Yongbashi stood at a high vantage point, roaring in a fit of rage. He clenched his fists and charged forward, attempting to resist. "Damn it, break for me." However, before he could even make a move, a massive meteor crashed down, striking him square in the face. With just this one blow, Yongbashi collapsed to the ground, pinned and unable to fight back. He groaned weakly, "No, Su Chen, we were wrong. I'm sorry. I beg you, stop using the forbidden curse. I take back what I said earlier. I was talking nonsense. I haven't even gotten a single point yet. Don't eliminate us." But Su Chen turned a deaf ear to their pleas. He curled his lip, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He let their begging continue while the meteors smashed into the crowd. "Didn't you say you could call someone else to save you? Then by all means, call them." Just as he finished speaking, another wave of burning meteors crashed down and the ground shook violently. Yongbashi was now pinned firmly to the earth by the fire meteors, left with no strength to resist. Another student shrieked in despair. "Even Yongbashi has been pinned into the dirt by the meteors. Who else can save us? I'm so desperate. I regret everything. We should have been grateful. Otherwise we wouldn't have ended up in this mess." Li Lei burst into a cathartic laugh from a corner, his tone filled with intense satisfaction. "Haha, how refreshing. You despicable lapdogs deserve this. My brother Su will always be the best, the strongest and the coolest." He laughed while pointing, appearing to enjoy the chaos. Meanwhile, Huang Kan fled desperately, cursing incessantly. "Damn that Su Chen, how did it turn out like this? Stay away from me." But before he could finish his sentence, a meteor streaked straight toward him. With just a single strike, Huang Kan was flipped onto the ground, rolling in the dirt with no strength left to fight back. The remaining students, in a state of extreme panic, hurriedly crushed the medals that represented their surrender, their faces pale with terror. "I forfeit. Sigh. No one can survive under this forbidden curse. I'm out too," one person cried out, their voice cracking with fear. Watching this chaotic scene, the teachers outside were left speechless with shock. On the leaderboard, Su Chen's score underwent an earth-shaking change in an instant. One teacher burst into an excited laugh. "Haha, it's only natural for Su Chen to be eliminated. Is my son Huang Kan charging into first place?" But when Huang Lin looked back, the updated leaderboard nearly made him faint. First place, Su Chen, Second Academy, 11,988 points. Second place, Zhao Lu, Second Academy, 1,389 points, eliminated. Huang Lin's eyes went wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. "What, 11,988 points?" And YG stood nearby, rubbing his eyes frantically, his voice trembling. Heavens, this is impossible. Are we hallucinating? Damn it, contact Inspector Xie immediately." Su Chen's score has a massive bug. A moment later, Inspector Shea appeared, his sharp gaze sweeping over the frantic crowd. He frowned, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. What's the panic? What happened to make you so restless? You're all at the level of academy principals. Act with some decorum. Huang Lin's face was pale as he spoke up quickly. Inspector Shea, something is wrong with Su Chen's score. Inspector Shea curled his lip slightly, his expression indifferent. Something's wrong. Even if it's wrong, it's just a slightly higher score. I've long since grown used to it. To tell you the truth, I just finished a patrol circuit. He paused, a glint flashing in his eyes. The top geniuses in other districts have already reached 1,000 points. At this rate, it wouldn't be impossible for them to surpass even me. After hearing this, Huang Lin was even more shocked than before, nearly dropping the token in his hand. What? Heavens, contact the Star Tower Alliance immediately. Su Chen's score has a massive bug. His voice was distorted by fear. Back on the battlefield, the landscape was a scene of desolation. The students had been nearly wiped out. Some had desperately crushed their teleportation stones to flee for their lives. Li Yangyun stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. Nothing is left standing where the forbidden curse passed. This is too terrifying. After this scene, anyone would have to call Su Chen daddy, he muttered with a trembling voice. Su Chen surveyed the remaining few with a cold expression, speaking to those who were half dead at his feet. You three, go and harvest the points. He gave the order in a cold tone. Just then, young Bashi suddenly crawled out from the dirt. Although his face was covered in bruises, he was still consumed by rage. Su Chen, haven't you had enough? Li Lei, hiding not far away, stared with wide eyes in total surprise. This guy is actually still alive. Su Chen laughed, but his gaze immediately turned icy. Young Bashi leapt into the air, his long sword pointing directly at Su Chen. Since you harvested all the other students, I'll harvest you. Are you just helping me, young Bashi? Farm points? That's right, I am invincible. He let out a desperate roar. But Su Chen only let out a cold snort, clenching his fist and delivering a palm strike as powerful as thunder. His palm collided head-on with Yang Bashi's longsword, instantly shattering the blade into fragments. Impossible! How can a summoner have such powerful palm techniques? Yang Bashi shrieked, but before he could react, the force of Su Chen's palm slammed heavily into his stomach. He was sent flying dozens of meters, rolling along the ground before finally coming to a stop. Yang Bashi actually lost to a useless waste, he groaned. His eyes filled with resentment. Su Chen, it's a long road ahead, you'd better remember me. Finally, he crushed his teleportation card and vanished in a faint light. Su Chen curled his lip and replied coldly, remembering you won't do any good. I'll always be the daddy you can never become. Nearby, Li Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. It's over. Our weakest District 16 actually broke the record. He let out a proud laugh, but at that moment a strange figure suddenly appeared behind him. The alluring yet wicked Zhao Zilong stepped out from the shadows. This Zhao Zilong is truly charming. That was indeed a good show. Accompanied by a sinister laugh, Su Chen whipped his head around, his sharp gaze locking onto the familiar yet extremely dangerous figure. Li Changyun, standing nearby, immediately sensed the anomaly. Who are you? Let go of Zilong now, she shouted sternly, her heart full of wariness. The figure slowly shifted, reverting to human form like a reborn monster. He curled his lip, sneering, Su Chen, we finally meet officially. I am young Master Luo. Luo reached out his hand. Hand over what belongs to me. Su Chen clenched his fists, a fire of rage burning in his eyes. Then let Zilong go or I will definitely kill you, he roared, radiating killing intent. Young Master Luo burst into a contemptuous laugh. Haha, you dare threaten me? Then I'll kill her right in front of your eyes. Don't you dare, Su Chen bellowed. Just then one of his fire donkeys suddenly charged forward, delivering a savage kick toward Luo. He gave a dismissive smirk, his gaze full of contempt. You think you can stop me with just this donkey? Suddenly a figure flashed by like a gust of wind. Li Shan appeared behind Luo, the sharp blade in his hand gleaming with a cold light. Su Chen's gaze swept over him, immediately detecting the unique aura of a rare class. A shadow assassin? He hurriedly swung his Godslayer blade, blocking the incoming strike. But Li Shan was as fast as lightning, delivering a heavy kick to Su Chen's chest that sent him staggering back. Li Shan seized the opportunity to snatch Zhao Zilong back from Luo's grasp like a whirlwind. Young Master Luo roared in a fit of rage, sparks flying from his eyes. You dare snatch someone from right in front of me? Do you think you're getting away? A sharp sword flew from his hand, cutting through the air with a bone-chilling light aimed straight for Li Shan's back. Not only that, Luo let out a low roar as his body began to twist and transform, turning into a wicked, sinister monster. Hee, blood excites me, slaughter makes me happy. He let out a gruesome laugh that sounded as if it came from hell. Su Chen gritted his teeth and charged forward to block Luo's path, his gaze as sharp as a blade. You stray dog, are you looking for death? He roared. But Luo seemed to have anticipated this, taking a step back and moving like a phantom to dodge the attack. Li Changyun stood nearby, watching Li Shan with concern. Li Changyun, how are you doing? Su Chen asked anxiously. Li Shan was panting heavily, but he remained strong. I'm fine. I'm sorry, I owe you one this time, she replied, a hint of gratitude in her eyes. But then she looked at Zhao Zilong, her voice trembling. Brother Su, Zilong's limbs have all been broken. What? Su Chen looked at Zhao Zilong in shock. The weakened girl struggled to speak, her voice faint. Hurry, crush your point card and exit. Young Master Luo is an evil class, his combat power is immense and he is extremely cruel. But just then, Luo curled into an insidious smile, holding high the point card in his hand and waving it provocatively. Su Chen, Zhao Zilong's point card is in my hands, she can't quit on her own. If you dare to run I will definitely kill her, he announced with icy coldness. Su Chen ground his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. You animal, I'll definitely slaughter you, he roared, his entire body radiating a rolling killing intent. Young Master Luo let out a contemptuous laugh. Are you angry? You're angry, aren't you? I just love watching you commoners want to kill me but be unable to do a thing about it. He mocked him relentlessly, his gaze full of disdain. Su Chen clenched his fists and gave a decisive order. Fire donkeys, heed my command, trample him flat. The donkey herd immediately charged forward, their hooves thundering like drums. But Luo only curled his lip, his form vanishing instantly and reappearing in another spot a second later, as fast as a phantom. I must say, the combat power of these donkeys is indeed strong, but it's not enough to deal with me, he sneered, his tone extremely conceited. Su Chen didn't back down an inch, his eyes filled with resolve. Is that so? Then I'm going all out. He announced a summon of over 10,000 donkeys, their momentum sweeping forward like a tsunami. But Luo confidently held up a talisman shimmering with a strange light. I've long been prepared to deal with you, he said smugly. Li Chongyun suddenly recognized the object and shrieked, Is that a sealing talisman drawn by a great prophet? Su Chen, get away! But it was already too late. Luo threw the talisman with force, and it streaked through the air, sticking firmly onto Su Chen. In an instant the charging donkey herd vanished, returning to the summoning space. Su Chen froze, feeling the power within his body locked tight. What? My donkeys have all disappeared and I actually can't summon them again? He cried out in shock. Young Master Luo burst into a booming laugh, his eyes poisonous. Haha, a sealing talisman can seal any summoning technique. Su Chen, now you're just a lamb waiting for the slaughter, he mocked him while closing in step by step. Standing to the side, Li Lei ground his teeth in a rage. I'm going to report you to the Star Tower Alliance, he shouted angrily. But Luo only gave a dismissive laugh. Haha, report me? How laughable. It seems you know absolutely nothing about the power of our Luo family. Besides, do you think I'll give you the chance to report anything? He replied, killing intent blooming in his eyes. Meanwhile, in another distant place atop a towering mountain, Thor sat perfectly still, coldly observing everything. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage rang out. Thor, you actually dared to interfere with the human race's great Imperial exam. I'll be reporting this to Alliance headquarters, declared Blood God ASHL, his gaze sharp and challenging. Thor remained unfazed, responding with an arrogant air. Blood God ASHL, don't you have anything better to do than meddle in my business? This great Imperial exam includes a battle against super students. My student Yami has awakened a unique faith-based class. She needs to shine in this exam and win glory for all of humanity. I won't allow anyone to interfere. But the Blood God had no intention of backing down. Lowering his voice, he spoke with a warning tone. Don't think I'm blind. During the Great Imperial exam, the Star Tower operates automatically, and no interference is permitted. I merely utilized a clever loophole in the rules to have the central smart brain apply bonus points before the exam concluded. Points that were rightfully earned. Thor's lips curled, a flash of confidence in his eyes. That student named Su Chen, I've noticed him too. He's just some classless brat who happens to possess a few rare skills. This time I'll have Yami crush him completely, he declared with absolute certainty. With that he turned and walked away, leaving the Blood God behind to curse in fury before eventually departing as well, muttering, What an absolute lunatic. Suddenly Gao Yang appeared, his sharp gaze fixed on Thor. Why are you doing this? Do you really place that much value on that kid? He asked, perplexed. Thor chuckled softly, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Extraordinary people must do extraordinary things, only then can they grow quickly. But such growth comes with a price. In the world to come, the human race's situation will only grow more dire. The true geniuses of the alien races are about to descend from the demon domain. We are running out of time. Back on the battlefield, Su Chen ground his teeth. A fire of rage burning in his eyes, he gathered his strength and unleashed a heavy palm strike on young Master Luo. As powerful as a thunderclap, Luo was sent flying, but Su Chen didn't stop there, following up with a relentless storm of heavy punches. I can handle you even without my donkeys. You're the first person to ever make me this angry by daring to touch one of my people, Su Chen roared, radiating killing intent. Despite being beaten into a pathetic state, Luo continued to smile insidiously. Su Chen, you dregs of society actually continue to surprise me. To think you possess this level of combat power even without your summoned beasts, he added with blatant contempt. Su Chen replied coldly, What's the point of all this trash talk? Luo burst into a loud laugh, his tone triumphant. Of course it matters, because killing you like this will make it feel even more satisfying. He taunted Su Chen to use his final trump card. Su Chen threw another punch, but Luo suddenly activated his divine armor. A layer of shimmering, flowing light instantly encased his entire body, and Su Chen's attack was blocked cold. Su Chen was thrown back by the recoil. How was that? Come on, keep hitting me, Luo mocked, his tone reaching the peak of arrogance. Su Chen ground his teeth and charged again, fists clenched, only to be repelled once more by the divine armor's defense in the distance. Li Lei watched the scene and shook his head in despair. It's no use, we can't break through. That armor is an extremely high-level piece of gear. It's not something low-level students like us can even scratch, he muttered powerlessly to himself. Luo laughed manically, his eyes filled with self-satisfaction. Haha, to deal with you. This young master prepared a perfect plan. This is the absolute crushing power the Luo family holds over stupid commoners like you, he declared loudly. Raising his hand to deliver a finishing blow, a heavy punch slammed directly into Su Chen's gut, sending him stumbling back several steps, his breathing heavy despite shaking in agony. Zhao Zilong screamed with all her might, "Su Chen, forget about me, just run!" Blood trickled from the corner of Su Chen's mouth, but the unyielding will in his eyes burned even hotter. He ground his teeth, thinking, what do I do? There has to be a way. I've lived 2 lives, I can't let it end here. Young Master Luo stood opposite him with an insidious smile, his tone haughty. None of you are getting away. Even if you run, you can't escape the Luo family's hunt. Zhao Zilong cried out weakly. Su Chen, retreat now. If you don't go, I'll die right in front of you. But Su Chen only shook his head, the flames of rage enveloping his body as if he intended to burn everything to ash. Zilong, stay calm. I'm going to try and kill him one more time, he roared. His voice was raspy but filled with absolute resolve. He charged forward, his body radiating a murderous aura like the fires of hell. Luo let out a cold snort, his gaze full of disdain. It's useless. This divine armor is enough to withstand a full power strike from a 7-star powerhouse. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Are you looking to die one last time? Su Chen didn't answer, moving like a bolt of lightning to close in on Luo. Luo was ready, swinging a fist to meet him. Walking into your own trap, die? Luo bellowed. But at that moment, Su Chen suddenly made his move, unleashing a bizarre skill, Death Disrober. In an instant, a crisp crack sounded from Luo's divine armor, and then it fell to the ground like a pile of scrap metal. What? My divine armor? Luo shrieked, his face turning deathly pale without missing a beat. Su Chen slammed a heavy punch into his chest. The onlookers' eyes nearly popped out of their heads, unable to believe the scene they had just witnessed. What on earth is that skill? I've never heard of anyone being able to forcibly strip someone of their armor, one person muttered in shock in the distance. Li Lei jumped for joy, laughing at the top of his lungs. Ha ha ha, a narrow escape. I knew I could always count on Brother Su, he cheered, his eyes sparkling with delight. Su Chen also allowed a victorious smile to grace his face. It worked. I never knew how to use this Death Disrober move before, but now I finally get it, he muttered excitedly. Meanwhile, Luo was trembling all over, his eyes filled with terror as he collapsed, paralyzed with fear. Damn it, how did this happen? I don't even know what's going on, he stammered, his voice thick with dread. Su Chen, you bastard. He scrambled to grab his teleportation token, wanting to crush it and flee, but Su Chen was faster. A precise flying kick sent the token flying out of his hand. Want to leave in your dreams, Su Chen said coldly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Panic-stricken, Luo began to beg for mercy. Su Chen, give me back my point card. I promise the Luo family won't trouble you anymore. Su Chen's only response was a resounding slap that sent Luo reeling. Still dreaming, you animal? Do you really think I'm afraid to kill you? I told you, I'm going to slaughter you, he roared. He delivered another furious punch, sending Luo crashing to the ground, his face pale with terror. Stop joking, I'm a son of the Luo family. I apologize to you, Luo pleaded with a trembling voice. But Su Chen only let out a cold laugh and delivered another crisp, loud slap. Who the hell is joking with you? I've seen plenty of arrogant playboys like you. Only death will make you stay quiet for good, he declared with icy coldness. Luo was now in total despair, stammering, Su Chen, killing me won't do you any good. With your current score, you can definitely get into Tianjing Academy, even their top-tier Tianfu division. If you kill me, you'll be violating the rules of the Great Imperial exam, and your points will be voided. Although weak, Zhao Zilong tried her best to persuade him. Forget it, let the Star Tower Alliance handle him. You're the top scorer now. There's no need to ruin your future over trash like this. Li Changyun also rushed to stop him, her eyes full of worry. Brother Su, I want him dead too, but for the sake of your future, please stop. Hearing these pleas, Luo began to smile triumphantly. He dusted off his clothes and stood up, seemingly no longer afraid. Haha, did you hear that, Su Chen? You people need a future, but for a young master like me, the future is something I can have with a wave of my hand. Even without the exam, I can still enter Tianjing Academy. That is the gap between us, he mocked, his gaze full of extreme contempt. Su Chen stared straight at him, his eyes cold and sharp. Face reality, Su Chen. I realized the truth long ago, now be smart and hand over that point card. Luo spoke with an air of self-satisfaction. But Su Chen didn't respond. A cold glint flashed as he lunged forward with his dagger. I'm still going to kill you, he roared, his killing intent piercing the heavens. Luo's face turned a sickly green, and he hurriedly raised his hands to block. Wait, are you insane? If you kill me, your points will be wiped out. You'll never get into Tianjing Academy, he shrieked in terror. Just then, a sharp whip sounded. Su Chen's lips curled, his tone calm yet authoritative. I'm sorry, but I'm a fast-tracked student. Luo's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. What? He stammered, staggering back, his face turning white. Su Chen turned to the crowd, his gaze resolute. Don't worry, I secured my fast-track spot at Tianjing Academy a long time ago, he announced loudly, his voice echoing through the area. Then he looked back at Luo and teased, oh, what a shame that those record-breaking points you earned in the exam are about to be voided. Without hesitation, Su Chen threw the point card to Li Changyun. She caught it dazed, her face full of shock. This is, she muttered to herself, not yet grasping the situation. Su Chen explained calmly, starting with me, you all take turns crushing each other's point cards. As for your status as the top scorer, if you don't take it, those points will eventually be voided anyway. Don't let them go to waste. Standing nearby, Zhang Yuyue was moved to tears. Even at a time like this, Brother Su is still being selfless, thinking only of us. I'm literally crying, she sobbed. Outside the exam grounds, the crowd was buzzing as they looked at the leaderboard. Someone shouted, "Is there any word from the Star Tower Alliance?" Another person replied with worry, "Not yet, but with something this big, the Alliance will surely handle it with urgency. If the points are legitimate, then hasn't Su Chen become the top scorer of this year's Great Imperial exam?" Huang Lin's face was grim as he roared, "There's no way it's legitimate. Our Dragon Zone hasn't produced a top scorer in 10 years. Stop dreaming." Just then, an announcement from the Star Tower Alliance rang out, and the entire venue fell into a dead silence. "Look, the Alliance has responded after verification by the Alliance headquarters. The Central Smart Brain has confirmed that Su Chen's points are authentic and valid, with no issues detected." Hearing this, Huang Lin froze like a stone statue. "How can there be no issues? It's actually legitimate. A peerless monster has actually emerged from the human race," he muttered in shock. The surrounding crowd erupted into earth-shattering cheers. "Ha ha ha," leading the entire world. But just then, another announcement fell like a bucket of ice water. "According to the rules of the Great Imperial exam, the student shall be penalized. Points will be voided. The penalty takes effect in 1 minute." Anwaizi's triumphant laughter froze instantly. He stood there dazed, as if petrified. "What? Ha ha ha, points cleared," he muttered in shock. Beside him, Huang Lin let out a smug, cold laugh. "Anwaiji, looks like you celebrated too early." No sooner had he spoken than the leaderboard flashed again, and the entire venue fell silent once more. First place, Li Changyan, First Academy 12,355 points. Second place, Su Chen, Second Academy 11,980 points. Status eliminated. Third place, Zhao Lu, Second Academy 1,389 points. Status eliminated. The teachers looked at each other, their eyes glued to the leaderboard. "The first place has changed," one muttered. Before the points were cleared, Su Chen was actually eliminated by Li Changyan first. Li Tianye burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, it seems this massive windfall has ultimately fallen to our First Academy," he declared proudly. But the joy didn't last long before the leaderboard shifted again. Zhao Lu dropped to 5th. Li Changyan dropped to 4th. Zhang Yuyue surged to 3rd, Li Lei took 2nd, and Zhao Zilong miraculously climbed to the top spot. The crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe their eyes. "What's going on?" It changed again, someone cried out. NYG was now jumping with excitement, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, it's back. Even though Su Chen's points are gone, the top 3 spots all belong to our Second Academy." His eyes sparkled with delight. Huang Lin's face was pale as he roared, "Is this a joke? The point changes for everyone were so close in time. It's obvious these people conspired to eliminate each other." He pointed angrily at the proctor and roared, "Inspector Xie, I want to report this." Xie Qingxing stroked his white beard and replied calmly, "Report your head. This does not violate the rules of the Great Imperial exam." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. "This is indeed not a violation. After all, being able to make others willingly give up their points and accept elimination is in itself a demonstration of strength." Simultaneously, within the exam grounds, an announcement echoed through the heavens, declaring the end of the examination. "Time is up. The human race's Great Imperial exam has officially concluded. Congratulations to all students on beginning a new chapter in your lives. You will walk different paths and contribute your strength to the human race. No profession is superior or inferior. All are for humanity." The booming voice was filled with a sense of grandeur. Li Lei let out a long sigh, his eyes weary but filled with emotion. "It's finally over. This year's exam was truly brutal," he muttered. Just then, another notification rang out. The announcement caught everyone's attention. Furthermore, students ranked in the top 100 with a score exceeding 1,500 points were eligible to participate in the Super Student Competition. The crowd immediately erupted into a frenzy, their eyes glued to the information bar. "Participating in the Super Student Competition?" one student shouted excitedly. "I never imagined I'd break into the global top 100 alongside Brother Su." However, a pale-faced Zhao Zilong shook her head gently. "In my current state, I couldn't participate even if I wanted to," she said, her voice heavy with regret. "I can't go as a contestant, but I truly want to see it. I want to witness the peak geniuses of the human race." She turned to Su Chen, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Su Chen, thank you for giving me this opportunity," she said sincerely. Su Chen smiled, his gaze warm and resolute. "You're welcome. Thank you for saving Zilong. I owe you one. If you ever need help in the future, just say the word," he replied steadily. "See you at Tianjing Academy." As Zhao Zilong was teleported away, Zhang Yuyue rushed to Su Chen's side, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "By following Big Brother Su, even a green tea girl like me can change her destiny." "I'm moved to tears," she said, her voice trembling. Su Chen curled his lip, lost in thought. He was the only one worried about his points being cleared. He wondered how the system would factor that in. "After all, I did break 3 historical records in the human race's Great Imperial exam," he murmured firmly to himself. Just then, the system issued a clear and authoritative notification. "Congratulations, you have completed the achievement, breaking 3 historical records in the human race's Great Imperial exam." Hearing this, Su Chen's face beamed with joy. "Thankfully, the system recognized my score from the knockout stage," he shouted excitedly. The notification continued, "Congratulations, you have obtained the skill. Help me chop a slice." Su Chen froze, then couldn't help but curse out loud in frustration. "What the hell kind of trash skill is this? It sounds completely unreliable. Help me chop a slice, that's a skill, the system immediately explained. The help me chop a slice skill allows you to request others to deliver a blow on your behalf. When the other party trusts you completely, the power of this slice will be generated randomly, reducing the target's combat power by at least 10, with a chance to trigger an instant kill effect. After hearing the explanation, Su Chen nodded slightly, his eyes gradually brightening. Help me chop a slice can weaken combat power by at least 10 and even has a chance for an instant kill. This skill is actually decent, but requiring the other party to trust me completely. That's the difficult part, he muttered hesitantly. Beside him, Zhang Yue asked worriedly, Brother Su, what about Zilong's injuries? Su Chen's gaze turned firm. Let's go find Principal In and ask, he said steadily. Before leaving, he glanced at the pile of equipment young Master Luo had left behind. He specifically looked at the shimmering divine armor. The divine armor shouldn't go to waste, take it, he muttered, quickly reclaiming the gear. The scene shifted elsewhere. Thor stood on high ground, his deep gaze overlooking everything beside him. Gao Yang asked with a frown, what exactly is that kid doing? He killed the Luo family brat, and as a result his points were completely wiped out. Thor, however, burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, I think he did quite well, he said with a sense of satisfaction. Without Su Chen as a dark horse, the Dragon Zone's performance in this super student competition likely won't meet expectations. He paused, admiration in his eyes. Su Chen had distributed his points to his teammates and orchestrated mutual eliminations so that not a single point was wasted. That was a brilliant move. Why didn't I think of that back in my day? Gao Yang nodded, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. I finally understand why you value Su Chen so much. Like you, this kid refuses to play by the rules, he remarked emotionally. Back with Su Chen, he stood before Principal NYG, his eyes filled with concern. Principal N, what's the situation? He asked, his voice raspy. NYG sighed, his expression grim. The situation isn't optimistic. Zilong has not only suffered multiple fractures but has also been infected with a toxin that is extremely difficult to cure. Without prompt treatment, I'm afraid she won't survive more than 7 days, he said heavily. Su Chen froze, a flash of panic in his eyes. Is it that serious? He whispered, but he quickly regained his composure. NYG continued, don't worry too much. There is a spiritual herb in the Third Academy's Formless secret realm that can neutralize all poisons. You won 2 entries into that realm previously. I'll go fetch it now. However, Su Chen immediately reached out to stop him, his gaze resolute. Principal, let me go. Please take good care of Zilong, he said without hesitation. As soon as the words were out, he leaped onto the donkey back and headed straight for the Formless secret realm. Within the blurred space of the realm, Su Chen rode his donkey, his sharp eyes searching for demonic beasts as he ventured deeper. As he rode, Su Chen's gaze swept across the thick mist ahead. The end of the Formless secret realm is just ahead. I'm almost through, he said in a low but determined voice. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Huang Kan punched a wall in a fit of rage, his face flushed with anger. This time, not only had he failed to steal Su Chen's points, but Su Chen had elevated the Second Academy to unprecedented heights. He roared in bitter resentment. I can't accept this. His father, Principal Huang Lin, sighed with a look of helplessness. Sai, it's already come to this, what else can we do? The key is that the kid actually dared to enter our Third Academy's Formless secret realm. That was supposed to be your reward. It only opens once every 3 years and you've been waiting for 3 whole years. And yet Su Chen beat you to it. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, he said with regret. You have to accept the loss. That Su Chen kid is just too bizarre. Huang Kan gnashed his teeth, a sinister glint in his eyes. Dad, I know there's an extremely powerful boss hidden in the Formless secret realm. Release it and let Su Chen die inside, he said maliciously. Hearing this, Huang Lin's face darkened and he barked. What kind of nonsense are you talking? I think you've gone mad. Drop it. After the great Imperial exam, the human race has no room for idlers. Wait for me to find you a good factory job. Huang Kan's eyes widened, his face full of indignation. Why does he get to go to a high-level academy while I have to go tighten screws in a factory? Just then, a deep voice drifted in from the distance, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Exactly. Why indeed? Several figures dressed in crimson robes appeared, their steps slow but radiating immense pressure. Huang Lin frowned, his gaze sharp. Which rogue deity cult do you belong to? He asked warily. One person stepped forward, red robes fluttering, an insidious smile on his face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the red-robed Archbishop of the Hedong Province Rogue Deity Cult, Ruan Yunluo, he announced loudly. Huang Lin froze, shock flashing in his eyes. Red-robed Archbishop, that's a high-ranking figure in the rogue deity cult. You've got quite the nerve appearing before me. See if I don't crush you, he roared, his killing intent exploding. But Ruan Yunluo raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. Wait, Principal Huang, hear me out. We could collaborate for once, he said in a low, calculating tone. Huang Lin frowned and replied coldly, our paths do not cross. Ruan Yunluo smiled faintly, his gaze crafty. Our paths may be different, but we currently share a common goal, to eliminate Su Chen. we can form a temporary alliance. This is my gesture of sincerity." As he spoke, he produced a scroll emitting a strange glow. Huang Kan took one look and his eyes immediately lit up. "Is that a skill scroll with no class requirements?" he blurted out excitedly. Ruan Yunluo nodded, his smile deepening. "Precisely. And since I know young Master Huang Kan is a swordsman, I specifically brought a scroll that can enhance a swordsman's skills," Ruan Yunluo said. Huang Kan was immediately captivated, greed flashing in his eyes. "What skill?" he asked impatiently. Huang Lin shouted to stop him. "Huang Kan, shut up. No matter what it is, we cannot trade with the rogue deity cult." But Ruan Yunluo continued to tempt him. "This is a 6-star sword technique. Once mastered, it allows you to unleash a strike equivalent to the full power of a 6-star professional." Hearing this, Huang Kan's eyes glowed. "A 6-star sword technique? Wouldn't that increase my strength 10-fold or even 100-fold? He shouted excitedly. Ruan Yunluo nodded, a flash of triumph in his eyes. "Our rogue deity cult's goal is simple: to kill Su Chen. Afterward we'll act as if this never happened, and we will have no further connection to you both," he said in a low but persuasive tone. Huang Kan immediately grabbed his father, pleading, "Dad, agree to it. It's 3 birds with 1 stone, just this once." Before he could finish, Huang Lin delivered a resounding slap that sent Huang Kan staggering. "Shut your mouth," he roared, his eyes full of fury. Huang Gan shouted back in resentment, "But I just want to become stronger. What did I do wrong? Why can someone with no background like Su Chen suppress the son of a principal?" Ruan Yunluo curled his lip, a flash of cunning in his eyes, and continued to persuade. "Principal Huang, everyone's interests are aligned now. Why be so stubborn? If young Master Huang obtains the 6-star sword technique, he will surely surpass Su Chen." His tone was low and seductive. Huang Lin's face remained icy as he firmly refused. "This has nothing to do with Su Chen. I, Huang Lin, may not be a saint, but I understand right from wrong. I will never associate with the rogue deity cult." Huang Kan stood to the side, filled with indignation, and continued to beg his father, "Dad, I just want you to help me, okay? I don't want to go to a factory and tighten screws. I want to go to the battlefield, become a human hero, and bring honor to our ancestors." Huang Lin sighed, his gaze full of disappointment. "Put that thought out of your head. A human hero requires steadfast faith. You aren't made of that stuff," he said steadily and sharply. Hearing this, Huang Kan trembled with rage. "Curse you," he roared in anger. Just then a cold light flashed. A sharp sword suddenly pierced Huang Lin's chest, causing him to stagger. He widened his eyes, warning weakly but urgently, "What are you doing, Huang Kan? Run!" But at that moment Huang Kan's eyes held only the fire of revenge. He charged at Ruan Yunluo. "I'll kill you," he roared, but before he could strike he was knocked to the ground by a heavy blow. Ruan Yunluo let out a cold laugh, his gaze contemptuous. "Young Master Huang, now that Principal Huang is gone, we can collaborate." He spoke with icy coldness. Huang Kan's face turned deathly pale as he shrieked, "You're demons, you killed my dad." As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold longsword was pressed against his forehead, the blade shimmering. "So are you willing to collaborate now?" Ruan Yunluo asked threateningly. Huang Kan trembled violently, terror in his eyes. "I'll collaborate, don't kill me. I'm willing to collaborate," he stammered, his voice thick with fear. Ruan Yunluo curled the corner of his mouth and tossed the 6-star sword technique scroll to him. "Very good. The 6-star sword technique is yours. From now on we are partners," he announced triumphantly. Huang Kan clutched the scroll tightly and immediately entered a state of meditation, the aura around him surging. "The 6-star sword technique, I've mastered it. I've become stronger," he shouted excitedly. He turned to Ruan Yunluo, his eyes flickering with the will for revenge. "Are we going into the secret realm to kill Su Chen now?" he asked impatiently. But Ruan Yunluo reached out to stop him, his gaze dark. "Lord Bishop, there's no need for such trouble. There is a boss hidden in the formless secret realm that has never been awakened. As long as we release it, Su Chen is as good as dead," Huang Kan said with absolute confidence. He searched his father's body, his gaze cold, and pulled out a token shimmering with a strange light. "Found it," he muttered, holding the token high. Ruan Yunluo frowned, his tone skeptical. "A boss, is it reliable? I must ensure absolute success this time." Huang Kan curled his lip, a flash of malice in his eyes. "Lord Bishop, that boss is incredibly powerful. Any professional below 6-star is simply no match for it. Moreover, it is extremely bizarre. Even 9-star professionals can't handle it," he explained confidently. "In fact, it was precisely because of its presence that this place became the formless secret realm." Ruan Yunluo nodded, shock in his eyes. "A boss capable of generating a secret realm with strength rivaling a 6-star. That truly surprises me," he said thoughtfully. "It seems that releasing that boss is indeed more secure than acting ourselves." Having made the decision, Huang Kan gripped the token tightly, the fire of hatred burning in his eyes. With a crisp snap he crushed the token. As the seal on the formless secret realm was lifted, he growled through gritted teeth, "Su Chen, our grudge ends here. Die." Within the secret realm, Su Chen stopped in his tracks, his eyes lit up when he saw a delicate flower on the ground radiating a pure spiritual aura. "This must be the spiritual medicine for the cure," he muttered excitedly. Just then the system issued an authoritative notification. "Congratulations, you have cleared the formless secret realm. Your performance was excellent. Your adventure grade has been evaluated as S rank." A shimmering book rose up titled Formless Strategy. Su Chen took the book, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected to obtain Godslayer points from this secret realm. He realized that Godslayer points required not only an outstanding performance but also a special type of dungeon. It seemed this formless secret realm was by no means an ordinary instance. He flipped open the pages and frowned slightly. It's just a skill book, looks pretty ordinary. This is the first time I've seen a skill book as a reward for clearing a dungeon, he murmured, a hint of confusion in his voice. But time waited for no one and he quickly regained his composure. Right, I've got the spiritual herb. Time to get out of here. Zhao Zilong was still waiting, he said firmly. He leapt down, his hands carefully picking the herb. At the moment of contact, a violent tremor made the earth shake frantically. Su Chen stood up abruptly, clutching the herb tightly. The system notification rang out again. Gained 1 point, obtained item, Formless strategy. Suddenly, billowing black energy surged from the ground as if to tear through the void. A ruby-like crystal hovered in midair, emitting a piercing red light that made the entire Formless secret realm tremble violently. A low voice drifted from the void, carrying an ancient and majestic aura. When the ancient seals are broken, miracles shall return to the world. Su Chen froze, his gaze locked onto the ruby. What is this thing? He cried out. The voice from the ruby was cold and arrogant. Due to external intervention, the hidden boss of the Formless secret realm has been triggered. Leaving the secret realm is temporarily impossible. A hidden boss, Su Chen murmured, a flash of wariness in his eyes. This was rare in dungeons. No wonder he had earned Godslayer points. The ruby continued, its tone heavy with pressure. I am Wushang, the absolute crushing force against all tangible things in the universe, the peak that mortals can never reach. Su Chen furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp. Called Wushang, could this thing be the source of the Formless secret realm? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, the ruby vanished into thin air behind him. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before him again. What the hell? Holy crap, was that a teleport? Su Chen cried out. Before he could react, the ruby slammed into him, sending him flying. He rolled several times on the ground. To be unable to control one's own fate, that is the sorrow of a lower life form. Wu Zhang's voice was filled with contempt. Su Chen gnashed his teeth, the fire of defiance burning in his eyes. You think I'm a pushover? He roared, immediately summoning a herd of fire donkeys, their hooves thundering like drums. But as the donkeys charged, they passed right through the ruby as if it were nothing but a formless phantom. Passed through. Does this thing have no physical body? Su Chen murmured, a hint of panic in his eyes. Wait, it has no body. How did it just knock me away? Wushang let out a cold laugh, mocking him. I am Wushang boy. A lower life form like you cannot possibly comprehend my existence. Su Chen clenched his fist and unleashed a charged punch. But his fist still passed through the ruby as if it had never existed. He couldn't touch it at all. It was completely out of reach. How am I supposed to fight this? He murmured helplessly. Wushang burst into a booming laugh, his voice echoing like thunder. Boy, it's over. Cry. Perhaps crying will make you feel better. Su Chen didn't hesitate. He grabbed his bucket and turned to run. The ruby pursued relentlessly, crashing into a pile of boulders and triggering an earth-shattering explosion that distorted the space. Su Chen looked back as he ran, his gaze sharp. I can't hit it and I can't get out. I have to find a way fast. There's no such thing as an unbeatable boss, he told himself, his mind racing. Suddenly he remembered the book in his hand, Formless Strategy. This book must have a clue, he whispered, a flash of hope in his eyes. Su Chen frantically flipped through the Formless Strategy, his eyes darting across every line. Suddenly a strong sense of unease rose from beneath his feet, the ground trembled, and an invisible force tossed him into the air. Damn it, what does this thing want? Drop me from this height to kill me, he roared in fury. He leaped down from the heights, but the ruby appeared beneath his feet again, as if it had seen through all his movements. This won't work. Wushang can change its position at will. No matter how I jump, it can appear right under my feet, Su Chen murmured. Wariness flashing in his eyes, he forced himself to calm down and continued reading the book. It said, Wushang is shadowless, coming and going without a trace, a spatial life form of infinite mystery. Only space can counter space, he read aloud, then frowned. Furthermore, Wushang seems to have a strange fetish, collecting the tears of living beings. Counter space with space? I'm not a rare space mage. How could I possibly use space techniques to defeat it? Su Chen muttered to himself, his thoughts racing. Just then the ruby sped toward him, saying coldly, 25,000 meters high, I'll scare the tears out of you. If you can survive this, I'll spare you. With that, it vanished, leaving Su Chen in a free fall. Holy crap, playing free fall? Time to show you some real skill, he roared, his eyes full of defiance. He waved his hand to summon a donkey that was currently grazing and slammed his foot onto its back to use the leverage, slowing his descent. He repeatedly summoned, stepped, and retracted the donkeys as if walking down a set of invisible stairs. Finally he landed steadily and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, landed safely at last, he muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. However, Wu Zhang's voice rang out again, tinged with shock. Boy, how do you have so many donkeys? This doesn't fit the logic of a class at all. You said it yourself. As long as I survive, you'd spare me? Su Chen's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp. Absolutely impossible. What do you mean by that? Human promises and oaths hold no weight for me. Because I am Wushang, it proclaimed, charging straight at him. Su Chen pointed a finger, his killing intent exploding. I think you're just a shameless stupid pig, he roared. Summoning his strongest donkey, that donkey opened its massive maw as if to suck the ruby into its internal space. Su Chen's eyes sparkled, thinking the plan had succeeded. Unexpectedly, the ruby teleported instantly and slammed into him, knocking him back several steps. This won't work. This thing can teleport. The donkey space can't trap it, he murmured in frustration. Wushang laughed manically, full of contempt. Cry for me, it roared, continuing its assault. Every hit sent Su Chen spitting blood to the ground, beaten until I'm coughing blood. Why is it so obsessed with making me cry? Does it have to do with that strange hobby of collecting tears mentioned in the Formless strategy? Su Chen pondered, a light flashing in his eyes. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a crystal-clear tear, the Spider Queen's tear reward from a previous dungeon. Let's see if this works, he whispered, holding the tear high. The ruby stopped instantly. The red light flickered unsteadily as if it were entranced. Is that a tear? It cried out, its tone filled with greed. The corners of Su Chen's mouth curled up, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It's working, he muttered to himself. Wushang continued, its voice trembling with excitement. Wow, this is a tear from a creature I've never collected. It's so poignantly beautiful. I imagine the owner of this tear died with many regrets. Just then, Su Chen's donkey charged forward with its mouth wide open, looking as though it were about to swallow the tear. Wushang screamed in panic, "Stop, that's my treasure." In that moment of distraction, the donkey actually swallowed it into its internal space. Success. Now let's see if we can keep this Wushang locked up, he said with a confident smile. Even imprisoned, Wushang remained arrogant, its voice echoing. Do you know why I didn't dodge? Because you actually think a place like this can hold me? Su Chen nodded, his eyes full of mockery. That's right, I am Wushang, the symbol of miracles and omnipotence. You think a mere microspace can trap me? Wushang roared, attempting to teleport again, only to slam heavily into an invisible wall, unable to escape. Su Chen laughed heartily, his tone incredibly sarcastic. Still want to act tough now? Wushang refused to give up, repeatedly using displacement skills, but every time it was repelled by a solid spatial wall. It was completely bewildered, its red light flickering in panic. How is this possible? You can actually trap me? What kind of spatial magic did you use? It shrieked in terror. Su Chen's lips curled up, his eyes full of laughter. The magic I used is called the Great System Power. It seems the system's rank is much higher than yours, miraculous and omnipotent. Wushang, he replied confidently, his voice steady. Wushang froze. System power, what the hell is that? It asked, its voice cracking with confusion. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp. Have fun in there, we'll talk again when you're ready to call me daddy. With that, he waved his hand and teleported out of the space, driven to madness. Wushang frantically released its skills, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It couldn't even budge the invisible barrier. You damn brat. You puny weakling, you bastard, let me out? It roared in the empty space. By now, Su Chen had returned to the outside world, standing before Principal NYG with the shimmering spiritual herb in his hands. The spiritual herb from the Formless secret realm truly lives up to its name. The toxins in Zhao Zilong's body have mostly been cleared, NYG said with a relieved tone. However, to fully heal her injuries, they would likely have to find a way after entering a high-level academy. Su Chen nodded firmly. Zilong, don't worry. Even if you died, I could find a resurrection token in a dungeon. A small injury like this is nothing. Once we get to Tianjing Academy, I'll definitely heal you, he said, his voice full of confidence. Just then, a teacher ran over in a hurry. Principal, people from the Alliance are here. It seems they're here to give Su Chen a reward for preventing the demon domain's descent. Su Chen walked out and was surprised to recognize the glorious Blood Corps squad. Isn't that Captain Lu Wuqin, the one who was interested in Zilong's cross-dressing? He murmured, a smile appearing on his lips. Lu Wuqin stepped forward, his gaze solemn and filled with respect. On behalf of the Alliance, I've come specifically to commission you. He produced a shimmering medal and announced, Su Chen, thank you for your contribution to humanity. For preventing the demon domain invasion and saving the lives of an entire city, the Alliance hereby grants you the rank of captain. Standing to the side, NYZ's face froze instantly. What? A captain? Heavens, I've worked hard my whole life and I'm only a sergeant. If I run into this kid on the battlefield later, I'll have to salute him, he muttered. A mix of conflict and pride, he stepped forward and gave Su Chen a heavy pat on the shoulder. Good job, kid, becoming a captain before you've even graduated. My second academy has truly produced a dragon among men, he shouted excitedly. His eyes glowing, Su Chen accepted the medal, a sense of calm in his gaze. Su Chen, from what I know, you are the youngest captain in human history. Congratulations, Lu Wuqin praised. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked half-jokingly, quick question, are there any other rewards? Lu Wuqin laughed and shook his head. No more, this captain's rank represents supreme honor and status. It is the greatest reward we can give. He explained in a steady tone that the human race does not maintain a standing regular army. On the battlefield, every human compatriot is a soldier. In combat or emergencies, everyone must follow the command of the highest-ranking officer. Su Chen nodded, his lips curling slightly. Can I sell this medal? Lu Wuqin froze on the spot, his eyes wide with shock. What did you say? He pressed. Su Chen pointed at the medal and replied calmly, I said, can I sell this? Nearby, NYG was scared out of his wits and rushed over to cover Su Chen's mouth. He didn't say anything, he shouted anxiously. Thank you for coming all this way, Captain Lu. Why don't you go rest for a moment? Lu Wuqin shook his head, his gaze still locked on Su Chen. No need, I have a private matter to ask Su Chen. After that, our glorious Blood Corps squad must head to the Abyss battlefield. He spoke in a firm tone, and YG dragged Su Chen to a corner and warned him earnestly, Su Chen, get a grip. Stop talking nonsense. This captain rank is the dream of countless professionals. It comes with many privileges. You can even use military merit to offset crimes. If you rise to major in the future, those powerful professional clans won't dare touch you. This is practically a life-saving talisman. Su Chen nodded as a realization struck him. Since the news of me killing young Master Luo can't be hidden, then based on what the principal said, as long as I reach the rank of major, the Luo family won't be able to do anything to me, he muttered thoughtfully. Lu Wuqin pulled Su Chen aside and asked in a low voice, Su Chen, let's talk. Is that cross-dresser from last time here? Su Chen curled his lip and pointed toward Zhao Zilong nearby. Over there. Lu Wuqin followed his gaze and his face instantly turned into a mask of disbelief. No way, how did she turn into a fat guy? He cried out. Su Chen burst into laughter and turned to shout at Zhao Zilong. Zilong changed to the female outfit, he teased. Though embarrassed, Zhao Zilong immediately transformed into the stunningly beautiful girl on the wheelchair, her eyes flickering with shyness. Lu Wuqin, seeing this, could not hide his excitement. She changed, it really is her, he cheered and asked with concern, what happened to her? Injured. All 4 of her limbs are broken. Su Chen's tone darkened. Lu Wuqin immediately declared with a firm gaze, Don't you worry, little sister, I'll definitely heal you. There are spiritual medicines specifically for healing injuries in the Abyss dungeons. I'll recover a spiritual herb for you as soon as possible, even if it means healing broken limbs, Lu Wuqin promised. Zhao Zilong hurriedly emphasized, I'm a real man. But Lu Wuqin, seemingly blinded by love, waved his hand and laughed loudly. It doesn't matter, gender isn't important, he said jovially. Zhao Zilong let out a long sigh, his eyes full of gloom, choosing not to argue further. While the atmosphere here was warm on the other side, Ruan Yunluo led the rogue deity cult into the formless secret realm, his icy gaze sweeping across the empty space. It's been so long, why hasn't there been any news from inside the realm? He whispered, his tone filled with confusion. Suddenly a massive surge of energy erupted in the distance, making the earth shake violently. An earthquake is happening over at the formless secret realm, someone shouted in terror. Ruan Yunluo's brow furrowed, a flash of wariness in his eyes. No, the formless secret realm is collapsing. Why would a secret realm collapse? He asked in shock. A subordinate hurriedly explained. As far as I know, a secret realm only collapses when the boss that created it leaves. Hearing this, Huang Kan, who was nearby, had eyes shimmering with confidence. What exactly is going on? I only care about what happened to Su Chen. Su Chen is definitely dead as a doornail, he announced triumphantly. Ruan Yunluo narrowed his eyes at him and pressed. Are you sure? Huang Kan clenched his fists and spoke with absolute certainty. I swear to the heavens I'm 100% sure. Ruan Yunluo nodded, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Very well, he said, turning to his subordinates to give an order. Return to the altar immediately and report this good news to the wild god. But he paused, his icy gaze sweeping toward Huang Kan. Lord Bishop, what should we do with this brat? A subordinate hurriedly bowed and asked. Huang Kan quickly stated his position. I am willing to join the rogue deity cult and offer my loyalty. After the school matters were settled, the group prepared to depart. This time they were heading to the higher academy, unsure of when they would return. A trace of melancholy rose in Su Chen's heart as he muttered, It's a bit of a shame I still haven't found the 7 cold plums my brother mentioned. Just then, Zhang Yuyue appeared, carrying a mountain of heavy luggage on her shoulders. She shouted, Wait for me, Papa Su, I'm coming with you guys. Su Chen frowned at the bloated pile of luggage. Zhang Yuyue, are you going to leech off me again this time? And why did you bring so much stuff? Are you planning to move house? Zhang Yuyue shrugged with a bright smile. Girls just naturally have a lot of things. Su Chen didn't linger, urging, Hurry up and move, the train is about to leave. Zhang Yuyue acted coy. Could you guys help me with my luggage? Someone in the group curled their lip. Who has the spare time to carry your bags? Keep up if you can, if not, don't follow us. Hearing this, Zhang Yuyue decisively threw her heavy luggage onto the ground. Then I don't want these things anymore, she said firmly. She turned to Su Chen and pointed at a house ahead, her eyes flickering. Su Chen, your second uncle's house is right there. You've lived here for so many years, aren't you going to go say goodbye? Su Chen nodded and after a moment's thought replied, Then wait 5 minutes for me. I'll be right back. The atmosphere inside the house was warm as the family sat around the table chatting and eating. An elder spoke kindly, Xiao Huang, eat more. It doesn't matter if you didn't get into a higher academy. With your family's background and influence, you'll definitely find a good job and live a prosperous life. Another person frowned in confusion and asked, What's wrong? Why bring up Su Chen out of the blue? Su Yuding let out a cold snort and said smugly, Why shouldn't I? Let me tell you, I personally called Su Chen just now to ask about his exam results. Guess what he got? 0. It's absolutely hilarious. Another person shook their head, skeptical. Even if someone slept through the exam, they wouldn't get a 0. Su Yuding sneered, her gaze sharp. The men in your Su family are just one useless failure after another. The man slammed the table and roared in rage. Don't cross the line, my patience is limited. Su Yuding showed no fear, her tone growing even more biting. What? Did I hit a sore spot? You actually thought your Su family could produce a genius? It's nothing but a joke. Su Chen is probably hiding somewhere right now. I bet if he went out to sweep the streets no one would even recognize him. Meanwhile, Huang Kan sat quietly, a vicious smile curling his lips. He muttered to himself, hee, hiding where? He can't hide anywhere. I killed him long ago. He couldn't have died a more pathetic death. Just then a hurried knocking on the door broke the atmosphere inside the room. A young man stood up excitedly. I'll get it. It must be the cake I ordered. The moment the door opened, Huang Kan froze. Staring at Su Chen standing before him, his eyes went blank and he stammered incoherently. What? His legs instinctively gave out and he fell to his knees directly in front of Su Chen. He trembled all over, his voice distorted by terror. How is this possible? How can Su Chen be here? Is he a man or a ghost? Su Chen looked down at him, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Quite well behaved, aren't you? Knowing you should kneel upon seeing me. Su Chen's second uncle walked out of the room, his face full of joy. Xiao Chen, you're here. Come quickly and eat with us. Upon hearing this, Su Yuting immediately let out a cold snort, her tone sharp and bitter. Eat? What food is there for him here? What a jinx. Huang Kan, still in a state of shock, stared at Su Chen as his legs went weak, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Su Chen only spared him a glance before turning to his uncle and saying calmly, Uncle, I won't be eating. I just came to say goodbye. I'm leaving here soon and I don't know when I'll be back. Startled, the uncle hurriedly asked, You're leaving? Where are you going? Su Yuting immediately interjected, her tone full of mockery. Where? Is that even a question? After failing the exam, he's obviously going somewhere to work like a beast of burden. Su Chen ignored her sarcasm. He looked directly at his uncle, his voice powerful and resonant. I was accepted into Tianjing Academy. I'm heading there now to report for enrollment. Hearing this, Su Yuting burst into loud laughter, shrieking, Peeved, ha ha ha, you're killing me, you, the trash who got a 0. If you can get into Tianjing Academy, I, Su Yuting, will eat shit on a live stream. The uncle hurriedly waved his hand and comforted him kindly. Su Chen, don't lose heart. A single exam failure doesn't mean anything. I'll help you find a job. But Su Chen shook his head and pulled a piece of paper from his pocket, displaying it before everyone. This is my admission letter. He slowly unfurled the paper, the handwriting clear. It read, Student Su Chen, congratulations on becoming a freshman at our school. Please maintain your dreams and passion. We hope every step of your future is firm. Tianjing Academy Admissions Office. Looking at the paper, the uncle's eyes filled with uncontrollable joy. This really is an admission letter from Tianjing Academy. Su Yuting lunged forward and snatched the notice, her eyes filled with suspicion and contempt. Haha, who are you trying to fool? Where did you get this fake notice just to protect your pathetic ego? I'm going to take a lighter and burn it right now to stop your little act. Don't you dare. I think you've all gone mad. Today, anyone who dares touch Xiao Chen's admission letter is going to have to answer to me. But Su Chen only waved his hand, looking indifferent. He couldn't be bothered and let her burn it. Su Yuting sneered as she flicked the lighter to set the paper on fire, threatening, At least you still have some self-respect, knowing what kind of lowlife you are, and that you couldn't keep up the charade any longer. The admission letter burned in the flames, but suddenly, a brilliant red light flashed, accompanied by a stern warning directed at the two of them. Su Yuting panicked, stammering, What's happening? How did a Level 2 Alliance warning get triggered? The cold voice of the central smart brain rang out. Intentional destruction of a Tianjing Academy admission letter detected. This act constitutes a crime against humanity. Relevant evidence has been collected. The suspects involved in burning the notice must report to the police station immediately to surrender. Otherwise you will face double punishment, at least 15 years in prison. Hearing this, Su Yuting's face turned deathly pale as she suffered a mental breakdown. She trembled, her voice spiraling out of control. What? I am a criminal, I'm going to jail. That admission letter was actually real. Su Chen shrugged, his tone flat. It was real. Su Yuting whipped her head around, eyes bloodshot as she roared. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Did you do this on purpose to set me up? You're so malicious. Su Chen's second uncle let out a contemptuous laugh. He pointed at her and cursed, You stupid mother and son, you're the ones who insisted it was fake and now you turn around and blame someone else. You're absolute idiots. Panicking, Su Yuting rushed to Huang Kan's side, crying and pleading, Young Master Huang, I don't want to go to jail. Please beg your mother. With your family's background you can definitely settle this. Hearing this, Huang Kan sneered inwardly. What influence does my family have left? It's not worth going to the rogue deity cult for a fool like you. He spared her a glance but didn't answer. Su Yuting refused to give up, continuing to plead. Young Master Huang, have your father step in and say something to save my mother. How can someone go to jail over such a small thing? Su Chen interrupted coldly. For my sake, tell the Alliance this was a misunderstanding. Before Huang Kan could even open his mouth, Su Chen wound up and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Huang Kan clutched his face and wailed, Who do you think you are here if you won't help? Fine, but why did you hit me? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone full of threat. I haven't even settled the score with you regarding the Great Imperial exam yet. But regarding my entry into the Formless secret realm a few days ago, was that you lot playing tricks again? Huang Kan's face turned white as he shook his head frantically. I don't know what you're talking about. Without hesitation, Su Chen pulled out a short blade and plunged it into Huang Kan's thigh. He let out a blood-curdling scream. What are you doing, Su Chen? This is a crime? Su Chen roared, his gaze like a blade. All of you shut up. Say one more word and I'll cut out your tongues. He paused, his voice like frost. I've researched it. The formless secret realm has existed for countless years. But the situation I encountered inside has never happened before. Are you going to talk or not? Clutching his leg, Huang Kan broke into a cold sweat and said tremulously, Su Chen, I really don't understand what you're talking about. You're a genius student now with a limitless future. Calm down. Without a second's delay, Su Chen swung his hand and drove the blade into Huang Kan's abdomen. Huang Kan clutched his stomach, eyes wide and voice shaking. You really dare to do this? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his voice cold enough to freeze. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't talk, you die. Huang Kan's face was deathly pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Su Chen, if you kill me, you'll be sentenced too. Aren't you afraid? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Don't gamble your life against my bottom line. Killing you would just be ruled a suicide. He held up his medal, the metallic sheen glinting. Witnessing this, Huang Kan's pupils shrank and he collapsed to the ground, a large wet patch appearing on his pants. That's a captain's medal. You're already a commissioned captain? Nearby, Su Yuding was dumbfounded. What? Su Chen is a captain, the uncle whispered, his eyes filled with uncontrollable astonishment. A captain? That's a rank even higher than Huang Kan's father. This is unparalleled glory. Su Chen spared Huang Kan a glance and mocked. Coward, you actually pissed your pants. Panicking, Huang Kan hurriedly stammered his confession. I'll confess everything. It was my jealousy that drove me to awaken the boss in the secret realm. I deserve to die. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone deep. Tell me, what exactly is the deal with that formless secret realm? Huang Kan shook his head, looking lost. I don't know. All I know is that many years ago the formless secret realm appeared in this world along with the Supreme Star Tower, and it gradually evolved into what it is today. After the questioning, Su Chen turned back to his uncle, his gaze softening considerably. Uncle, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. The uncle hurriedly took his hand and said gently, Xiao Chen, don't be in such a rush to go. He pulled a small wooden box from his pocket and pressed it into Su Chen's hand. This is for you. Su Chen was surprised. Open the box and take a look. What is this? The uncle smiled, nostalgia in his eyes. This was left for you by your parents. I didn't plan to give it to you because your father said that if you couldn't surpass your peers and achieve significant success, this item could never be handed over to you. Su Chen gripped the box tightly, a mix of emotions in his heart. This was something his parents left for him. In his memory, his parents were just ordinary laborers who died in a demonic beast riot years ago. The uncle looked at him, pride shining in his eyes. I thought I'd never have the chance to give this to you in this lifetime. I didn't expect you to give me such a huge surprise in the end. Just then, Su Yuding, who had been silent, suddenly changed her face and offered a fawning smile. Xiao Chen, why don't you stay for dinner? Both Su Chen and his uncle roared in unison. Get lost. Their voices were filled with pure disgust. As Su Chen's silhouette gradually faded into the distance, Huang Kan ground his teeth and whispered with bitter hatred, Su Chen, once I've fully mastered the 6-star sword technique, let's see how arrogant you can be. I will definitely cut you down with one strike. He turned and walked toward the crowd gathering in front of the train station. This is my first time traveling so far, someone remarked, their tone a mix of excitement and nerves. I've already checked the map, another chimed in, scanning the crowd. On the way to Tianjing Academy, we have to cross several wastelands. Almost all of them are shrouded in demon domains, so everyone must be extremely careful. The first person nodded. Don't worry, it should be fine. This train has been running for over 100 years and is guarded by powerful professionals. Those magic beasts won't dare cause trouble. A distant roar of engines signaled the train's approach. It was here. A locomotive sped forward and slowed to a halt at the platform. Zhang Yuyue stared at it, a sudden wave of unease washing over her. What's wrong with this train? She muttered, furrowing her brow. It seemed to have arrived 10 minutes early. Standing beside her, Li Lei shrugged and replied, Isn't arriving early a good thing? Let's just get on. Seeing her still looking around with a worried expression, he asked, Zhang Yuyue, what are you looking for? Let's go. It really is strange. She replied, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Why was the station so empty, with no other passengers in sight? Li Lei shrugged, his tone casual. It's normal. With demon domains running rampant these days, who has the spare time to wander around? He glanced around, noting that the scene was indeed a bit bleak. Unlike the bustling high-speed rails that usually connected major cities, the train vibrated slightly and began to move. Across from them. Several passengers were in the middle of a lively conversation. Brother Yang, are you serious? A girl asked, her tone brimming with excitement. Yang Jiancheng gave a confident smile and replied, Of course it's true. I am a student of Tianwu Academy. The real deal. In the Dragon Zone, it's second only to the top-tier Tianjing Academy. After hearing this, Wu Yina, a student from Tinling Academy, looked on with sparkling eyes and marveled. Brother Yang, you're amazing. Yuchan and I only got into Tinling Academy. That's nothing, Yang Jiancheng said with a dismissive wave, his tone full of pride. My direct cousin is a student at Tianjing Academy. Let's exchange contact info. I'll take you for a tour around Tianjing Academy when we get there. Wu Yina cheered. Really? That's great. I've dreamed of seeing Tianjing Academy. He turned to the girl next to her and continued, Yuchan, leave me your number. I'll take both of you to Tianjing Academy when the time comes. Wang Yuchan shook her head slightly and declined with a smile. No thank you, I want to get into Tianjing Academy through my own hard work in the future. Not discouraged, Yang Jiancheng continued to persuade her. Yuchan, another friend means another path. It's never a bad thing to have a wider network in the capital. He held up his phone with a smile. Let's add each other on WeChat. Getting to know more people means we can look out for each other in the capital's dungeons later. Wang Yuchan nodded. Alright, everyone quickly exchanged information and sent friend requests. After adding the two girls, Yang Jiancheng turned to a boy nearby and asked curiously, Hey buddy, are you guys students from this batch too, heading to report for enrollment? The boy nodded and replied, Yes. Yang Jiancheng raised an eyebrow, asking with interest, Which academy? Tell me, maybe we're even alumni. The boy smiled and gave a brief answer, Tianjing Academy. The three of them immediately whipped their heads around, their eyes filled with shock. Yang Jiancheng burst into laughter, his tone mocking. Tianjing Academy, peeved, ha ha ha, buddy, are you kidding me? The boy frowned and retorted firmly, Who's joking with you? All four of us got into Tianjing Academy. Yang Jiancheng laughed even harder, clutching his stomach. Haha uncle, you're going to be the death of me. Someone like you can get into a university? Why don't you look in a mirror and see how old you look? 40 at least? Damn it, I'm only 18, the man roared, his face flushing crimson with rage. The four of you, an uncle, a cripple in a wheelchair, and you boarded from Hedong province. Everyone knows Hedong has a weak foundation. Even their provincial top scorer doesn't always make it into Tianjing Academy. Yet all four of you got in? If word of this got out, not even a magic beast would believe it. Wu Yina chimed in with a sarcastic tone. It's not shameful to have bad grades, so why lie? Why try to flex? The key is that you failed at flexing. Wang Yuchan frowned slightly and reminded them, Say less, they might not be lying, don't look down on people. Yang Jiancheng curled his lip, unconvinced, and said to Yuchan, Yuchan, if they aren't lying, I, Yang Jiancheng, will call them daddy from now on. Wu Yina chimed in. Exactly, Yuchan, you can't be too kind, it makes you easy to trick. Yang Jiancheng scanned the four of them, his tone derisive. One look and you can tell these four got into the worst schools possible. Li Lei roared in anger. Zhang Yuyue, however, was a master of playing dumb while actually being fierce. She had no equal. She spoke up coldly, her gaze sharp. Do you guys smell something? Yang Jiancheng looked confused. Smell? I don't smell anything. She narrowed her eyes and asked, Did you discover something else? Zhang Yuyue nodded and lowered her voice. I smell a demonic stench. Yang Jiancheng let out a cold laugh. Hee hee, so you're embarrassed and trying to change the subject, huh? You really couldn't find a more plausible excuse than saying there's a magic beast on the train. You really know nothing. This train was reinforced by a 7-star Grand Magus. Magic beasts wouldn't dare come near this car or they'd be blown to bits by the train's magic circle. Zhang Yuyue asked back coldly. Are you sure about that? He nodded decisively. Of course I am. Her lips curled slightly, her tone full of confidence. The hidden ability I awakened has boosted my 5 senses tenfold, so my sense of smell is much sharper than an average person's. And the demonic scent is getting stronger. Just then the train suddenly accelerated, shaking violently. A sense of unease surged. The train had derailed and slid into a vast desert, crawling along like a giant worm. Papa Su, a trembling voice rang out. The train was now filled with demonic energy. I'm a little scared. Yang Jiancheng let out a cold laugh. This group's acting is quite convincing. Forget about monsters not being here. Even if one showed up, I, Yang Jiancheng, would kill it. Wu Yina clapped her hands, her eyes burning with admiration. Brother Yang is so dominant, just as expected of a Tianwu Academy student. This is how we professionals should be. Wang Yuchan said seriously. Stop it. Regardless of whether they are liars or not, we have to check it out. She stood up and pointed out the window, saying to Li Lei, Li Lei, open the window and look outside. Li Lei lunged forward, pulling with all his might. But the window wouldn't budge. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. Damn it, it's no use. This window won't open. Zhang Yuyue nodded, her gaze sharp. As expected, something is wrong. Blow it open. Li Lei clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking as he prepared to act. Yang Jiancheng frowned and barked, Are you guys taking this act too far? Damaging a train can get you thrown in jail. Li Lei gritted his teeth and slammed a fist into the window, but the glass remained perfectly intact, not moving an inch. He roared. It's no use, I can't break it open. Zhang Yuyue stepped forward. Her gaze was resolute. Then let me try. She struck the glass with all her strength, but it was as hard as steel without a single crack. I can't even break it with my full power punch, she whispered, her expression grim. Now we're really in trouble. Someone in the group cried out, their tone filled with worry. Zhang Yuyue took a deep breath. Calm down. I can perform a short out-of-body projection to investigate the surroundings on the condition that you don't let anyone disturb me. Li Lei nodded. All right, hurry and investigate. She sat down and closed her eyes. Her soul instantly left her body. She soared past the carriage and out the window. Yang Jiancheng suddenly shouted, his tone irritated. Enough, stop pretending. I'm tired of looking at you. There are plenty of seats elsewhere. Go somewhere else and stop disturbing my chat with these two ladies. He blocked the middle of the aisle, his gaze provocative. Go back, don't come near us. You're just a student who can't even break a window, yet you dare talk to me like that, without a word. Li Lei wound up his arm and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuyue, in her astral state, saw the true form of the train. Her entire body shuddered as an overwhelming wave of nausea hit her. What on earth am I seeing?" she cried out with a trembling voice. Inside the carriage, Wu Yina asked worriedly, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Yang Jiancheng's face was twisted. "I'm fine, I was just caught off guard by that kid's ambush. It was too crude." He gnashed his teeth, his tone furious. "Resorting to violence when your lies are exposed? Scum like this should be thrown onto the hellish battlefields. He's got some nerve hitting me. He can forget about making it in the capital. I'm going to make that bastard pay right now." Just then, Zhang Yu's soul returned to her body, and she suddenly burst into loud sobs. Li Lei panicked. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" she stammered through her tremors. "It's too terrifying. I saw a giant worm. We are inside its body." Upon hearing this, the entire group was frozen in shock, their faces turning pale. "What? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" someone asked with a trembling voice. Zhang Yue nodded, tears streaming down her face. "I definitely didn't see it wrong. I was scared to tears," Li Lei muttered in a low voice. "No wonder the train arrived so early with so few passengers. It was all an illusion created by these worms. And we've already derailed. Who knows where this worm is taking us? Regardless of where it's going, we have to get off immediately," someone said decisively. Hearing this made Yang Jiancheng even angrier. "The stories just keep getting more and more ridiculous. Are you people insane?" He turned to Wu Yina, his tone mocking. "It looks like they're making up more stories to try and divert my attention again." Wu Yina nodded in agreement, thinking they were just afraid of her supporting Yang Jiancheng. "Come on, let's go check the other carriages." Wang Yuchan narrowed her eyes. "Wait, I'm coming with you." Yang Jiancheng's eyes widened. "No, Yuchan, you actually believe them. You might as well believe I'm the first emperor." Yuchan shook her head, her tone firm. "This is a matter of life and death. I'd rather believe it's true than risk it being a lie." Just then, Wu Yina's face turned a sickly green. She pointed at the carriage floor and shrieked, "It's here!" A massive tentacle like that of an octopus suddenly erupted from the floor. "What is that thing?" someone screamed in terror. Yang Jiancheng gnashed his teeth. "It must be an illusion they're casting. How could there be such a thing on a train? Watch me destroy it." As soon as the words left his mouth, before he could even move, the tentacle coiled tightly around his neck and hoisted him high into the air. He shrieked in horror. "It's real!" Yang Jiancheng looked down with contempt, ignoring the others and muttering about fools. Suddenly a cry for help rang out. "Wu Yina! Quick, save me!" the girl replied in a panic. "Brother Yang, I'm scared." "You're so strong, you can save yourself, right?" Without hesitation, Li Lei stood up quickly, his tone decisive. "Everyone, look at me," he shouted loudly. "I have an announcement. We're currently inside a giant insect. Everyone, leave your seats immediately to avoid being ambushed." As soon as he spoke, several passengers let out cold laughs, their tones mocking. "Are you crazy? How can you spread such a rumor? Young people these days are truly unreliable." Another person shook his head. "There should be a limit to your jokes." Li Lei let out a sigh, his gaze helpless. No one believed him. But just then a swarm of tentacles erupted from the floor, tightly coiling around the nearby passengers. Someone shrieked in terror. "What is this? Help, young man, please save us. If we had known, we would have listened to you." Li Lei lunged forward, his gaze sharp. "Let me test the strength of these tentacles." He swung a heavy punch, striking the tentacle until a bright red liquid sprayed out. "I can hurt it." He muttered in a low voice. "3 punches should be enough to take one down." Yuchan suddenly spoke up. "Too slow, let me." Her sword light flashed fast as a lightning strike, slicing the tentacles into pieces. A passenger marveled. "This girl is actually a sword immortal. That's a super powerful class." But the tentacles kept emerging, lunging straight for Yuchan. She swung her sword continuously, each strike precise and fierce, but there were simply too many. "I can't keep this up," she panted heavily. "There are too many, I can't kill them all." Just then a figure charged over, his fist condensing with a searing power. "Move!" A world-shaking punch from Li Lei instantly tore the cluster of tentacles into shreds. The nearby passengers were stunned. This punch was far beyond the strength of a typical 2-star professional. The people in the carriage gradually broke free from the tentacles' encirclement. One person said tremulously, "That was too dangerous. I almost died at the hands of those tentacles. Thank God someone saved us." Yuchan looked at Li Lei, her tone serious. "We have to find a way to escape or kill this worm, or we won't last long. Do you have a plan?" Li Lei fell into deep thought. "I'm wondering, why would a high-level worm like this trap us inside its body? It certainly wouldn't take such a risk just to kidnap a few ordinary people like us." Yuchan nodded. "You mean there's a specific target on this train it wants and we just got caught in the crossfire?" Li Lei shrugged. "I can't think of any other possibility. If we can find that target, we might be able to get more information." Hearing this, Yang Jiancheng interrupted indignantly. "What a load of rubbish!" Wu Yina came running over in a hurry. Wu Yina looked on with a face full of concern. "Brother Yang, you're okay? That's wonderful. I knew with your strength you'd definitely be able to break free." Yang Jiancheng straightened his back and spoke with an air of authority. "Everyone listen to me. I am Yang Jiancheng, a second-year student at Tianwu Academy and a warrant officer." A passenger gasped in surprise. "There's actually a warrant officer here?" "He's a commissioned officer, as expected of a Tianwu Academy student." "So young and already so successful." Yang Jiancheng nodded. "From this moment forth I am taking command. Everyone must follow my orders. Any objections?" The entire carriage fell into a dead silence before everyone replied in unison. "No objections," he continued in a forceful tone. "We are currently in a state of war, and the person with the highest rank shall serve as commander." "Comrade warrant officer, what should we do next?" another person added. With you here we feel much safer. However, one passenger still harbored doubts. I don't believe for a second that we're inside an insect. Let's not jump to conclusions before a proper investigation. Yang Jiancheng stood tall, his tone resolute. I am now issuing the mission. He pointed a finger at Su Chen. Su Chen, you and your group are to investigate every carriage. While you're at it, gather everyone into this one. Go now and return quickly. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with contempt. He couldn't be bothered to entertain him. I don't have time to play games with you. You dare disobey my orders? Before Yang Jiancheng could say another word, Su Chen wound up and delivered a heavy slap that sent him reeling. Yang Jiancheng roared, Who do you think you are? You dare to openly assault a commissioned officer? Zhang Yueyue immediately rushed forward and slapped Wu Yina, barking, Shut your mouth right now. Yang Jiancheng's face turned crimson with rage. You've revolted. To think you dare defy an alliance order, I'll have you sent to a military tribunal. No sooner had he spoken than massive tentacles erupted from beneath the floor in the distance, striking out like giant whips. Watch out, they're back, someone shrieked. Before they could react, tentacles tightly coiled around both Su Chen and Yang Jiancheng, pinning them motionless. Immediately following, more tentacles burst through the floor beneath the passengers, letting out low, sinister growls. The crowd fell into a panic, shouting, Warren officer, what do we do? Yang Jiancheng turned his head and said coldly, Run, get out of here. Stay away from those tentacles. Another person nodded, their voice trembling. That's right, move away, it's too dangerous here. Zhang Yueyue, however, let out an infinitesimal roar of fury. Wait right there, we just saved you people and now you're planning to just walk away? A passenger replied helplessly. It's not that we don't want to help, we just don't have the ability. We're terrified of those tentacles, we don't dare move against them. You're on your own. Good luck, we're leaving. Su Chen ground his teeth. Bastards, a bunch of ungrateful cowards. He turned to look at Wu Yina. Yina, help us. But she turned her face away coldly. I, Wu Yina, believe that once some people make the wrong choice, there is no turning back. We must respect the fate of others and let go of the obsession with helping people. Yuchan, take care of yourself. Wang Yuchan nodded silently, her gaze steady. Zilong shouted, The tentacles are increasing. Someone shrieked in terror. Break free. If you get squeezed to death, the consequences will be unthinkable. Su Chen tried to activate a summon. Summon Fire Donkey Herd, but the moment they appeared, they were tightly bound by the tentacles. He cursed. Not good. My fire is actually being neutralized. Damn it, is there really no way out? I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Wait, how could I forget that skill? Who among you will help me chop a slice? Everyone looked confused, and one person asked, what does that mean? Su Chen roared. Literally, help me chop a slice, hack these tentacles to pieces. Another person shook their head. I don't quite understand, Brother Su, why are you doing this? Su Chen's lips curled. Just trust me, stop talking. Yuchan stepped forward. I trust Papa Su. I'll help you chop. She swung her longsword, and a sharp blade of energy tore through the air, slicing dozens of tentacles in the carriage into fragments. Heavens, what happened? A passenger marveled. I have to hit one several times just to break it, but you cut through the whole carriage with a single strike. Yuchan was also stunned. I actually became this strong. How did I not know this myself? Su Chen burst into laughter. Only he knew the truth. Help me chop a slice could weaken a monster's combat power by at least 10. It worked. This was an absolute skill exploit. One strike could clear all the tentacles, however, before he could celebrate. Tentacles burst from the ground again, heading straight for Zhang Yueyue. She stood her ground, her eyes full of confidence. Haha, I'm terrifyingly strong now. She swung her sword to strike, but this time the tentacles counterattacked fiercely, knocking her back several steps as her sword light shattered. Su Chen noticed the anomaly. Each person can only chop once. Next person, go. Another person rushed forward. My turn. Brother Su, I'll chop this slice for you. Another flash of sword light surged, and the tentacles shattered once more, scattering like petals. Yushin's eyes brightened as if she had realized something. Everyone nearby received a buff. Could Brother Sus class be an allegorist, and not just a normal one, because a standard allegorist couldn't possibly achieve this effect? She turned to Zilong and said decisively, Zilong, your turn. Aim straight for the window. See if you can break it open. Zilong nodded. All right. He immediately swung his sword, striking the glass with a powerful, fierce motion. With a crisp crack, a long fissure appeared on the window. Yuchan cheered. The window cracked, it's working. That single strike had just shaved off at least 30 of the insect's health. Zilong nodded. If we land one more hit, we might be able to break out through the window. Just then, people from other carriages ran over in a panic, shrieking, Run! The tentacles are right behind us. An unlucky old man was tightly coiled by a tentacle. His body becoming distorted from the pressure, he cried out for help. Save me! But in the blink of an eye, the tentacle tore him in half. The entire carriage fell into a state of horror. One person said tremulously, This is too terrifying. We have no way to fight back. What do we do? Another person wailed. Haven't we already asked the Alliance for help? When on earth are they coming to save us? Why, I really don't want to die. Yang Jiancheng roared with authority. Su Chen, I order your group to go and cut those tentacles down. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp. Are you still dreaming? Get the hell out of my way. Just then, a sinister and horrifying voice drifted from the head of the mangled old man. You two-legged beast, are you feeling scared now? The crowd fell into a panic. Is that monster talking to us? This monster is too terrifying, using a human head to speak. The icy voice continued, Do you want to live or do you want to die? Someone answered with a trembling voice, Live, of course. The head let out a cackling, eerie laugh. Most of you are useless to me. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you kill these 3 men and 2 women, I'll let everyone else go." The carriage fell into a dead silence as everyone looked at each other. One person turned to Yang Jiancheng. "What do we choose?" another urged. "I don't know, ask the warrant officer." Yang Jiancheng frowned, his voice low. "How should a warrant officer choose? As an officer I cannot commit the act of slaughtering my own kind." But a passenger shouted, "But we don't want to die." "Warrant officer, please reconsider. If killing those few can save all of us, isn't that more beneficial?" Another person nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Doing this would be for the greater good of the human race." Yang Jiancheng began to waver, a flash of cunning in his eyes. "But Su Chen and his group openly defied my orders, violated Alliance military law, and betrayed humanity. Don't you agree?" The crowd responded immediately. Yes, the warrant officer is right. We all saw it. We'll testify for him. These people betrayed the human race first, so we have to kill them." Yuchan stood tall, her eyes burning with rage as she scolded them loudly. "Do you have any idea what you're doing? As humans, the most important thing should be unity against the enemy, even if it means sacrificing our lives. We cannot give up the resistance." Someone in the crowd sneered. "Little girl, that nonsense is useless. Right now we just want to survive. Who isn't afraid of death? We just want to live, even if it's like dogs." Su Chen clenched his teeth, his tone full of disdain. "No wonder the human race's situation has become more difficult over the years. It's because there are more and more people like you, worse than pigs or dogs." The monster's head cackled. "In that case, do it. My patience is limited." The crowd was incited. One person shouted, "Go kill them. Don't blame us. Blame yourselves for disobeying orders." Another nodded. "I hate people like you the most." He swung a sword and charged at Su Chen's group. Yang Jiancheng burst into a loud laugh. "Refreshing. These people are getting exactly what they deserve. So strong. I didn't expect them to actually have the extremely rare Sword Immortal class." He pointed at Yuchan and the others. "You bunch of useless trash. What are you afraid of? Everyone get them. I'll keep them pinned down while you rush in and kill them." Su Chen roared, "This insect is using these people to deal with us. Yuchan, help me chop one last slice. This final blow might be the only way to break out." He turned to her, his voice low and firm. "Your name is Yuchan, right?" She nodded. "That's right." Su Chen continued. "Do you trust me?" Yuchan smiled. "If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have followed you." He nodded. "Good. Leave these people to me. You help me land the final chop." Yuchan replied briefly. "All right," the crowd snarled as they charged at Su Chen. "The sooner we settle you, the sooner we can leave." Su Chen didn't back down an inch, summoning the fire donkey herd with a massive roar. The berserk fire donkeys charged into the chaotic crowd, trampling indiscriminately. Someone shouted in terror, "What's going on? Where did all these donkeys come from?" "Ah, it's trampling me to death." Meanwhile, Yuchan gripped her sword and leapt toward the window. A sharp, fierce strike tore through the air, carving out a path to life. She cheered, "We did it." Su Chen nodded, his eyes sparkling. The power of this strike was far beyond expectations. It had definitely exceeded 10. "Beautifully done. Get out quickly." He was the first to leap through the exit, signaling the others to follow. The remaining crowd wailed, "Stop them, don't let them escape." One person was stunned. "They actually made it out," another said with regret. "Don't just stand there, let's get out too." But the monster's voice roared, "You are all going to die." After a struggle, the group escaped, panting heavily. One person burst into loud sobs. "Wah, I never thought we'd still be alive." Another murmured to himself, "Sigh, if I'd known they could get out, we shouldn't have tried to kill them." But before they could celebrate, the giant worm turned and charged toward them, opening its massive maw to roar. "None of you are leaving here alive. It's over." Someone shrieked in terror. A direct collision this time would be certain death. At this speed there was no way to dodge. Su Chen's gaze was firm. "Since I can't dodge, I'll bet everything on this." He summoned a massive fire donkey which transformed into a gargantuan phantom with an overwhelming aura. He roared, "Crush it to powder." To everyone's shock, the giant fire donkey opened its massive mouth and swallowed the worm whole into its internal private space. Even Su Chen was stunned. Everyone else stood there in a daze, scratching their heads in confusion. "What happened? Is it not dead? How did that worm just vanish?" Yushin's eyes widened in disbelief. "That worm was swallowed by that donkey?" She turned to look at Su Chen, her face full of shock. This Su Chen could not only summon fire donkeys but was also proficient in allegory and even knew spatial skills. "Just what exactly is your class?" Inside the space, the worm seemed to have fallen from the sky, suspended in the void. It murmured to itself, "Where is this?" Just then, a Wu Shang appeared, a flash of interest in its eyes. "What is this thing? You dare bump into me? Watch me play you to death." The worm was completely bewildered, its mind a chaotic mess. "How on earth did I end up here?" Meanwhile, Wu Shang treated it like a toy, roaring, "It just so happens I'm in a bad mood. I'll use you to vent some frustration." It charged forward and began to toy with the worm, treating it as a pastime. Outside, Li Lei surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. "I don't know where this is. I'm afraid we've been taken deep into the wasteland." He reassured the crowd. "Don't worry, we've already contacted the Alliance. Nearby Alliance members will be here to rescue us soon." Not far away, Yang Jiancheng approached with a group of people, saying in a low voice, "Su Chen, I want to talk to you." Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk. "Talk about what?" Yang Jiancheng gave an awkward laugh. "What happened back there was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't mention it to anyone in the Alliance." Su Chen furrowed his brow. Yang Jiancheng continued in a tone carrying a veiled threat. "I'm telling you this for your own good. You've defied military orders before anyway. No one will believe anything you say. After all, there are more of us, and I am a field officer with the final say. Wu Yina hurried over, forcing a faint smile onto her face. Yu-chan, it's so good to see you're okay. What happened is in the past, let's still be good friends from now on. Wu Yina approached with a forced smile. Yu-chan coldly pushed her away. Get lost, don't get my hands dirty. Those who had followed Yang Jiancheng also chimed in. You should just forget what just happened. We have to work together if we want to escape this place. Another person nodded in agreement. Exactly. This credit should be split equally among everyone. Yang Jiancheng added a final threat. I've said all I need to say. You guys better know what's good for you or you'll be the ones suffering. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Oh, and just what do you plan to do? Yang Jiancheng raised an eyebrow. I'll do your... Before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen lunged forward, winding up a punch that sent Yang Jiancheng reeling to the ground, his mouth coughing up blood. Wu Yina shrieked, How dare you hit a member of the military at a time like this? Without hesitation, Su Chen swung his blade toward her. Wu Yina panicked. No, I'm a woman, how can you use a blade on me? Su Chen replied indifferently. I'm not exactly a lady killer. You bastard, Su Chen, you're finished. You'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Su Chen didn't show a hint of mercy. Delivering a swift, sharp strike to the back of Yang Jiancheng's leg, he wailed, clutching his limb. Ah, my leg! Su Chen continued his relentless assault, every blow fueled by a venting rage, beating Yang Jiancheng until his teeth were scattered across the floor. Ah, my hands! My feet! Su Chen, you monster, you actually crippled me, Su Chen replied coldly. Trash like you needs to be disabled before you kill even more people. Your actions just now were more revolting than magic beasts or aliens. You brought this entirely on yourself. Just then, the roar of an engine descended from the sky. A military aircraft landed, and the glorious Blood Corps squad stepped off with an air of absolute authority. Rescue has arrived, they shouted. The crowd cheered. The Alliance is here, it's actually the glorious Blood Corps squad. That's a legendary powerhouse team. Captain Lu Wuqin stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a needle. Where is the magic beast? Despite clutching his wounds, Yang Jiancheng scrambled to speak. Captain Lu, I am a second-year student at Tianwu Academy. Warrant Officer Yang Jiancheng. We've already killed the magic beast. Lu Wuqin frowned. Killed it? Who killed it? The lackeys who followed Yang Jiancheng scrambled to claim the credit. Warrant Officer Yang commanded us to kill it. I participated too, another chimed in. Me too, I want my share of the military merit. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Truly a death wish, you dare to falsely claim military merit? Yang Jiancheng, his face twisted in pain, limped forward. Captain Lu, I'm seriously injured and someone just tried to murder me. Lu Wuqin raised an eyebrow. Who tried to kill you? Wu Yina quickly pointed at Su Chen. It was him. He violated Alliance military orders. Not only that, he attacked me and even seriously injured Warrant Officer Yang. Lu Wuqin took off his sunglasses, his eyes lighting up. Su Chen, Yang Jiancheng felt a surge of secret joy, thinking, Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you forced my hand. I'm going to make you pay a devastating price. But to everyone's shock, Lu Wuqin ran over and slapped Su Chen on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, brother Su, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Yang Jiancheng's eyes went wide, his face a mask of disbelief. What? That guy Su Chen actually knows Captain Lu? He tried to salvage the situation. So what if they know each other? Military law is absolute. No one can save him, he shouted. Captain Lu, as a warrant officer, I demand the Alliance arrest him immediately. Lu Wuqin let out a cold sneer. HMPH, you've got quite the ego for a warrant officer. Let me tell you something. Even if Su Chen killed you, I wouldn't have the right to arrest him, Yang Jiancheng roared. Captain Lu is the leader of the glorious Blood Corps squad. Are you trying to protect him? In terms of rank, Su Chen is much higher than you. Lu Wuqin burst out laughing. Damn, do you even know what high means? Higher than me? What could he possibly have that's higher than me? He turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, take it out and show them. Su Chen calmly produced the shimmering metal. Before she could even see it clearly, Wu Yina shrieked, What are you playing at? Whatever you pull out won't save you now. But Yang Jiancheng's face turned deathly pale. He recognized it as a captain's medal. Lu Wuqin barked. Open your damn eyes and look closely. Su Chen is already a captain. He's a hero who has saved countless lives. You're just a lowly warrant officer. You aren't even fit to carry his shoes. Yang Jiancheng was trembling all over. How could a fresh graduate possibly hold the rank of captain? How is this possible? He muttered to himself, realizing he had well and truly kicked a steel plate this time. A few minutes later, Su Chen recounted the events with an icy gaze. Lu Wuqin turned to Su Chen, his expression grave. Su Chen, the situation is clear now. How do you want to handle these people? Su Chen's cold gaze swept over the crowd. Fine, you dared to falsely claim military merit and slander a captain. Prepare to face the consequences. Yang Jiancheng fell to his knees in terror, begging for mercy. Su Chen, for the sake of my cousin being a student at Tianjing Academy and your senior, please spare me. We can be good friends from now on. He turned to Yu-chan, his voice shaking. Yu-chan, please help me beg Su Chen. I'll be your slave. Anything, I just don't want to go to jail. Another person kowtowed on the ground. Lord, you are a great man with a great heart. We shouldn't have been so rude to you. You are a high and mighty captain. Please don't lower yourself to our level. I'm kowtowing to you. Please, I beg you to spare me. But Su Chen remained completely unmoved, his gaze sharp as a blade. He turned to Lu Wuqin, his tone firm. Captain Lu, please ensure these lapdogs are punished to the full extent of Alliance law. Lu Wuqin nodded. Understood. You've earned new merit today. I'll report this to the Alliance immediately. Then he glanced at Zhao Zilong, his face flushing slightly as he hesitated. I have a request. I'm not sure if I should ask. Zhao Zilong frowned. Just say it. Lu Wuqin scratched his head. Could you let me see that girl's phone number from last time again? Zhao Zilong roared. Get lost. Lu Wuqin could only sigh, walking away dejectedly. Gradually the group approached their destination. Yuchan stopped and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, I have to go report to my academy now. Goodbye. Su Chen waved. Just call me Yuchan. He got straight to the point, mentioning that the worm had come specifically for her. Is that right? Yuchan's face was full of surprise. How did you guess? Su Chen shrugged. Simple. The tentacles were focused almost entirely on us. Yuchan nodded, her tone heavy. That's right, that magic beast was indeed sent to capture me. If you hadn't helped me this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made it back. Su Chen frowned. But why her? Yuchan turned away, a trace of sorrow flashing in her eyes. I am the daughter of Wang Longsheng. Su Chen was stunned. Wang Longsheng? She nodded, her voice soft but carrying a warning. Associating with me will only bring you trouble. Goodbye. After she left, Su Chen muttered. Why does the name Wang Longsheng sound so familiar? Zhao Zilong explained with a face full of respect. Marshal Longsheng, one of the 12 marshals of humanity. He commands the Longsheng army in the Abyss battlefield and is famous for his bravery. He slaughtered so many monsters they tremble at his name. You could say that besides you, he is the person the evil gods hate the most. Zhang Yu's eyes went wide. So it's him. She never imagined Wang Yuchan was the daughter of a human marshal. This was indeed a surprise. For the daughter of a marshal to travel alone and only get into a second-tier school like Tinling Academy was strange, especially since she had awakened the powerful Sword Immortal class. Suddenly, Zhang Yue ran over in a panic, clutching her phone. Papa Su, something's wrong, look at this. She handed the phone to Su Chen. As he looked at the screen, his face turned deathly pale. A shocking headline appeared. Marshal Longsheng Wang Longsheng has fallen in battle on the Abyss battlefield. The entire group was horrified. The news said the marshal had died 3 days ago. Suddenly, a volley of loud gunshots echoed through the air, signaling a major event. Only when the Alliance faced a catastrophic change would they use the highest standard gun salute. A virtual screen appeared before everyone, displaying a solemn announcement. With extreme grief, we inform all of humanity that Marshal Wang Longsheng, one of the 12 marshals, has sacrificed his life in the Abyss battlefield. The memorial service for Marshal Longsheng will be held in Longtu. The group stood frozen. He really died, someone muttered. This was the first marshal to fall since the war between humans and aliens began, and the highest-ranking human officer to ever be lost. Su Chen frowned, his tone heavy. But don't you find this a bit strange? Zhao Zilong nodded. It is strange. Marshal Longsheng died 3 days ago, and the forums are already exploding, yet the Alliance is only announcing it now. Furthermore, the details in the notice are far too brief. No mention of the cause or circumstances of his death in the distance. Yuchan stood motionless. Upon receiving the news, tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, Dad, I will carry on your legacy. I will, I promise. The four continued their journey with heavy hearts. After a grueling trek, they finally stepped into the legendary Tianjing Academy. Li Lei breathed a sigh of relief. All that hard work was worth it. We've finally made it to the fabled Tianjing Academy. Let's register first, then figure out how to heal Zilong. Zhang Yue suddenly pointed ahead. Look at that security guard. Doesn't he look familiar? Su Chen squinted. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Wei Bui? The group stared at the guard, and it was indeed him. Wei Bui noticed their gazes and roared, Have you seen enough? Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Wei Bui, how did you end up as a security guard? Wei Bui ground his teeth. I made a mistake during the Great Imperial exam and failed to get into Tianjing Academy. Li Lei was shocked. Failed to get in, but with your ability, getting into a second-tier school should have been easy. Wei Bui straightened his back, his tone incredibly arrogant. My only goal was Tianjing Academy. The only person I chase is Murong. If I can't be a student here, then I'll be a guard. Zhao Zilong clapped, ambitious. Enjoy your sentry duty. We're leaving. Wei Bui shouted from behind them. Su Chen, I, Wei Bui, have grand ambitions. I am the best and I bow to no one. Sooner or later I will complete my comeback using this guard position. You just wait. I will surpass you. The four continued toward the registration area. After a long wait, it was finally their turn. Li Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a man rudely shoved his way through the line, shouting, Move aside, Teacher Duan. Handle my enrollment first. Zhang Yue was furious. Hey, are you blind? Why are you pushing me? The guy laughed arrogantly. I told you to move, so you move. Zhang Yue roared. Why should I? If you want to register, go to the back of the line. The guy tilted his head up. I am a descendant of a prestigious clan. She curled her lip. What prestigious clan? Even if you were my own son, don't dream of cutting in front of me. The guy flew into a rage and delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Yu's face, cursing her for having a foul mouth. Li Lei was fuming. Hit her, he hit her. I'm livid, let's take him down. But Su Chen stopped him and turned to look at the teacher, his tone calm. Teacher, he hit someone. Aren't you going to do anything? Teacher Duan Kongming replied with an indifferent face. Hong Tianfei hasn't violated any school rules or done anything wrong. Su Chen frowned. Cutting in line isn't wrong. He says he's prestigious. Hong Tianfei laughed coldly. What are prestigious descendants? Do they have privileges? Our brother Su here was even a provincial top scorer. He laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, a provincial top scorer. You hicks should ask around Tianjing Academy. Which of the regular students here wasn't a top scorer? The one thing we aren't short of here is top scorers. Hong Tianfei tilted his head back, his tone extremely haughty. Tianfei, explain it to these freshies so they don't think the teacher is playing favorites. He scanned the crowd. Listen up. Tianjing Academy is divided into 3 tiers. The first is Tianfu students, extremely few in number. The second is descendants of prestigious clans. They are made up of the descendants of Tianjing Academy's powerhouses and high-level professional families. These people are fast-tracked and don't even need to take the Great Imperial exam. As for you, top scorers, you are at the lowest level of Tianjing Academy. Mere common students. Just then, a system notification rang in Su Chen's mind. System mission. Achieve the Fame in Tianjing Academy achievement. Make sure everyone knows your name. His lips curled, a spark of challenge in his eyes. Hong Tianfei continued, recognize reality now, move out of my way. Zhang Yueyue refused to back down and turned to the teacher. Teacher Duan, I'd like to ask, is the class division between common students and prestigious descendants an official regulation of the academy? Teacher Duan Kongmeng shook his head. There is no such regulation. Hong Tianfei sneered. It's an unwritten rule that everyone in the academy knows. Su Chen couldn't hold back any longer. He wound up and delivered a savage slap to Hong Tianfei's face. No rules, and you still dare to be this cocky, he roared. You dare hit me? Get to the back of the line. The surrounding students were stunned, whispering among themselves. Hong Tianfei actually got slapped in the face. Hong Tianfei is from the Hong family, a renowned clan of professionals. Who would dare hit him? Another whispered. This person's name wasn't on the prestigious freshman list. He was likely just an ordinary candidate from the Great Imperial exam. Teacher Duan shook his head and sighed. What's the point? It's truly unwise for a common student to provoke a scion of a powerful, prominent family. Hong Tianfei ground his teeth and barked an order. Which hand hit me? Cut it off yourself. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Stop acting like such a big shot. He stepped to the side, easily dodging Hong Tianfei's strike. Dodged it quickly, didn't you? Hong Tianfei roared. Is this all you've got, you piece of trash? How dare you hit me? But before he could continue his arrogance, a massive donkey summoned by Su Chen charged forward and delivered a heavy kick straight to Hong Tianfei's head. A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Ha ha, serves him right. That head is finally complete now that a donkey kicked it. A student gasped in surprise. He's actually a summoner? Hong Tianfei's face flushed crimson with rage as flames erupted from his body, causing the surrounding students to scramble back in fear. A fire warrior. That's a class with terrifying destructive power. Of all the people to provoke, why him? Someone whispered. Even among the descendants of prestigious clans, Hong Tianfei was considered top tier. His strength was far from ordinary. Hong Tianfei charged forward, bellowing, I'll show a so-called top scorer like you the meaning of a real power gap. But Su Chen summoned a massive bucket and leaped into the air. Dodging the attack, Hong Tianfei struck out in a furious frenzy, but Su Chen evaded him with ease, mocking him. You moron, you can't even touch me. This is the gap you were talking about. A prestigious descendant? You're just trash. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The sarcasm was incredibly blunt. This freshman certainly had guts. Hong Tianfei had likely never suffered such a humiliating disgrace in his life. He was driven to madness. You've got nerve. You've successfully made me want to kill you. I'm going to burn you into nothing but ash. He unleashed a flame storm, and a swirling vortex of fire instantly engulfed Su Chen. His companions panicked. Zhang Yueyue cried out in worry. Big brother Su, second brother Su, with flames of this intensity there probably wouldn't even be ashes left. Li Lei muttered, it's his own fault. A freshman just had to play the hero. Hong Tianfei let out a smug, mocking sneer. A freshman dares to be this cocky, you can be ashes in an urn now. He waved his hand. Don't just stand there staring back to the line for registration. But as the flame storm dissipated, Su Chen stood right where he had been, completely unharmed. He curled his lip, his gaze icy. I called you trash, was I wrong? Hong Tianfei's eyes went wide. What? Where's my flame storm? Su Chen let out a cold laugh. The fire donkey space is quite useful. The moment those flames got near me, they were sucked right in. Hong Tianfei panicked. How on earth had this guy done that? Why did his flame storm just vanish into thin air? Nearby, teacher Duan Kongmeng watched Su Chen in utter shock, thinking, just what kind of class does this freshman have? Hong Tianfei ground his teeth. It's my turn to attack now. What can a single donkey do to me? But the moment the giant donkey charged, he leaped into the air, continuing his mockery. Useless summoner. Unexpectedly, Su Chen summoned another donkey, which delivered a flying kick straight to Hong Tianfei's head, knocking him face first into the ground and leaving him with a massive swelling lump. Su Chen burst into laughter. The last person who said that to me is currently buried under 6 feet of grass. Hong Tianfei scrambled up in a pathetic state, stammering in shock. You're a dual pet summoner, I truly underestimated you. But before he could recover his dignity, another donkey backside slammed into his face, making him turn pale with terror. What, there's more? A subsequent heavy kick sent him flying backward until he rolled to a stop on the ground. The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of freakish summoner is this? Who the hell contracts 3 donkeys as their pets? Su Chen stepped forward, his longs were pressed against Hong Tianfei's neck. His tone was as cold as frost. Still feel like looking down on others? Hong Tianfei looked miserable. He had actually lost. A student whispered, the last common student to publicly defeat a prestigious descendant was Senior Murong. Now she's already a Tianfu student. Comparing him to Senior Murong is honestly giving him too much credit. Hong Tianfei continued to roar with arrogance. You brat! Su Chen showed no mercy, delivering another sharp slap to his face. Listen up, my name is Su Chen. If you don't want to use my name, you can just call me Daddy. Hong Tianfei ground his teeth. Su Chen, right, don't get too cocky. You think you've won just because you have a blade? I dare you to touch a single hair on my head. Su Chen curled his lip. Then let's see. But just as he moved his hand, Teacher Duan Kongming bellowed, Stop, Su Chen, put your sword away and release him. Hong Tianfei sneered. Ha, you moron, I told you that you couldn't touch me. Su Chen turned to Teacher Duan, his tone challenging. Teacher Duan, when I was being burned by fire just now, why didn't you tell him to stop? Teacher Duan frowned. Are you questioning me? A mere freshman dares to question me. Su Chen refused to back down. There it is again, that high and mighty attitude. Is this the style of Tianjing Academy? I've said enough to you. Stop wasting my time. Su Chen stepped forward, his gaze sharp. Teacher Duan, in front of all these people, you are being unjust. As a teacher, don't you feel any shame? Teacher Duan replied coldly. I don't know the meaning of shame. I only know the cruelty of being a professional where strength and background are everything. Ordinary students have no claim to equality at Tianjing Academy. Su Chen frowned, his voice low. Since you put it that way, I understand. Teacher Duan let out a cold laugh. HMPH, impulsive people like you won't get far. The surrounding students joined in the jeering. Common students have no equality. I used to think getting into Tianjing Academy meant making it big, but it's really just becoming the bottom tier of true professionals. Su Chen felt a wave of helplessness and turned to leave. But Hong Tianfei, his eyes bloodshot, charged forward again. He roared, I'm going to kill you. Su Chen whipped around, his gaze icy. I was waiting for you. After such a humiliating disgrace, how could you possibly survive without killing me? Hong Tianfei ground his teeth. I refuse to believe that a fire warrior can't kill a mere summoner. Su Chen clenched his fists, his rage boiling over. This is the perfect position. I've been holding back this charged punch for a long time. A world-shaking punch landed, shattering Hong Tianfei's clothes into dust. He fell into a panic, standing there in rags. What? The energy condensed from the punch continued to roar forward. It headed straight for Teacher Duan Kongming. The teacher's face turned pale. How is this possible? He scrambled to manifest a stone shield for defense, shouting, Block it. But the stone crumbled into powder the moment it touched the punch's energy. Teacher Duan took the hit head-on and was sent flying backward, falling to the ground and unable to get up. The crowd cheered. How satisfying, one student marveled. Is this really a freshman? Others gathered around curiously. What exactly happened? Why is there so much commotion? Another added in awe. Strong, he's incredibly strong. How can he be this powerful? On the first day of school, he hit a prestigious descendant and even a teacher. This guy is going to be famous, one student muttered. Sigh, I'd rather not have this kind of fame. We all know how powerful those prestigious clans are. People in the distance walked over whispering as they looked at Su Chen. Does he look familiar to you? I remember Senior Murong admitted to having a boyfriend a few days ago. He looks quite similar to this guy. Another coughed. Actually, he really does look like him. But a fat guy pointed at him, his tone filled with indignation. No need to confirm. His name is Su Chen. He's the one who stole my goddess Murong. Another nodded. So it really is him. Suddenly, the system notification rang in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, you have achieved the Fame in Tianjing Academy achievement. Everyone now knows your name. Congratulations, you have obtained the item. Happy Blade. Su Chen felt an itch of curiosity. Happy Blade? What on earth is that? The system explained. The Happy Blade is a single-use item. One will be given every 7 days as an opening gift. Each item can remove the 2 eggs of an adult male. Su Chen's face darkened and he muttered, A nut-cracking tool. I knew this crappy system wouldn't give any decent rewards. The scene shifted elsewhere, where 4 people were in a standoff. A representative of the Sakura district named Tashika W. spoke with a serious tone. Miss Moran, the patience of our Sakura district is limited. If you still won't act, we will open the ancient ruins ourselves. The representative of the Pongzi district, Bays, stood up, his tone forceful. Our Pongzi district has also lost its patience. You must give us a definitive answer today. Tashika W. from the Sakura district let out a cold snort. Gentlemen, please be clear. This ancient mysterious realm ruin belongs to our dragon zone. Murong retorted, her gaze sharp. You are right, but the keys are in our hands. There are 3 keys in total. Our Sakura district has 1 and the Pongzi district has 1. Only your dragon zone has none. Bays slammed the table, roaring in anger. You should blame your dragon zone for being too incompetent to get a key. Tashika followed up. HMPH. Don't you know exactly how you got those 2 keys? He clenched his fists. Being able to get them is proof of our strength. I'll give you another half a month. If you still haven't obtained the final key, I will personally open the ruins. He turned to Murong, his tone threatening. Miss Murong, farewell, remember. Only half a month. This is the final deadline we are giving the Dragon Zone. Sitting next to Murong, Meng Mio Miao trembled with rage. What do we do? This makes me so angry. How can we let others enter an ancient ruin belonging to our Dragon Zone? She ground her teeth. Is there still no lead on the last key? Murong shook her head. Not yet. However, I heard the Luo family went looking for it. But there's been no news since the Luo family's youngest son died unexpectedly in the Great Imperial exam. Meng Mio Miao was shocked. A professional from the Luo family actually died in the Great Imperial exam? Murong nodded. Yes, there is definitely something wrong there, she fell into thought. This is a big problem. Clan descendants all have channels to enter Tianjing Academy and become disciples of the academy. She gave an order to investigate why the Luo family heir had participated in the Great Imperial exam. Miao Miao nodded. Senior, you're so smart. I'll get right on it. The Great Imperial exam had already concluded. Although Su Chen was technically classless, his previous outstanding performance ensured he'd have no trouble entering Tianjing Academy, counting the time he should be arriving soon. Back at the freshman registration area, the place was in total chaos. Hong Tianfei clutched his crotch, wailing, "You bastard, you're dead. I'm not letting this go. If you're allowed to stay at Tianjing Academy, I, Hong Tianfei, am not a man." Su Chen let out a cold laugh and pulled out the happy blade. "In that case, I'll help you out with this happy brand little knife." Just then, Hong Tianfei suddenly clutched his crotch and let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah, my eggs, how are my 2 eggs injured?" He rolled on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Su Chen shrugged. "Well, now you're definitely not a man." A massive commotion broke out in the crowd. "Holy crap, did Hong Tianfei's eggs just shatter?" someone muttered. "I don't even know what happened, but I feel a dull ache in my own crotch," another student whispered. "Did anyone see Su Chen move?" Blood stained Hong Tianfei's crotch as he roared. "Teacher Duan, in the name of my Hong family, I demand you punish this bastard severely." Teacher Duan Kongming's face was grim as he pointed at Su Chen. "Su Chen, you intentionally harmed a classmate and injured a teacher. By school rules, you're coming with me to the academic affairs office. You are facing expulsion," Su Chen roared back. "On what grounds?" Hong Tianfei started the trouble first. Teacher Duan sneered. "On what grounds? I am ordering you now, and I don't need to explain myself to you." Zhang Yueyue was defiant. "I don't accept this," Teacher Duan barked. "What if you don't? Who cares about a common student? Come with me, don't force my hand." Su Chen raised his middle finger, his gaze contemptuous. Teacher Duan Kongming flew into a rage. "You dare insult me? You dare be this disrespectful to a teacher of Tianjing Academy?" Su Chen sneered. "Does someone like you even deserve to be called a teacher?" He raised another middle finger in provocation. Teacher Duan roared, "You're finished. Today I am removing your name from Tianjing Academy." He charged toward Su Chen with killing intent. But before he could take a single step, a cold, sharp longsword was leveled at him. The onlookers' eyes turned into hearts. "It's Senior Murong." A wave of excitement rippled through the students. "Why is the goddess here? Does she really have a connection to Su Chen?" Teacher Duan frowned. "Murong Lush, I am disciplining a freshman. What do you think you're doing?" Murong stood tall, her gaze resolute. "How dare you touch my man?" Su Chen stood behind her, sweat pouring down. "Holy crap, isn't that a bit too direct?" The male students clutched their heads and wailed. "What did I just hear? Senior Murong actually has a boyfriend for real? Why, I'm crying my eyes out," one roared. "Su Chen, you deserve to die." Teacher Duan ground his teeth. "Murong Lush, don't forget that you are a student and I am a teacher." Murong let out a cold laugh. "So what? I am a Tianfu student." Teacher Duan froze in his tracks. "Are you really planning to help this Su Chen?" Murong nodded firmly. "I am." Left with no other choice, Teacher Duan hoisted Hong Tianfei onto his back and slunk away in disgrace. "We're leaving." Before they disappeared, Hong Tianfei turned back and roared, "Su Chen, this isn't over. I'll see just how long you can hide behind a woman's skirts." Once peace returned to the area, Su Chen walked over to Murong. "Thanks for what just happened." She waved it off, her tone cold. "No need, I only did it for myself. After this incident, you will officially hold the status of my boyfriend. From here on out, you'll encounter far more trouble than this. However, staying by my side will keep you relatively more stable." Su Chen shrugged. "Then I really don't need to thank you. Is there anything else? If not, I'm heading out." He stopped and looked at her. "Tianjing Academy is the top institution in the Dragon Zone. Why divide the students into different tiers? Where exactly is the fairness in that?" Murong smiled faintly. "Because the ones who hold power at Tianjing Academy are all the elites of the human race." Su Chen was surprised. "Human race elites? Haven't you heard of them?" She shrugged. "Ah, that's normal. You haven't reached that social circle yet. For now, you just need to understand that if you want a foothold in Tianjing Academy, you must prove your worth. You need to shed the status of an ordinary student and become an elite." Su Chen nodded. "So, are you part of the elite faction too?" Murong shook her head. "I don't count," Su Chen continued. "Senior, one last question. My good brother is currently injured. Is there any way to help him recover?" Murong fell into thought for a moment. "There is a place in the academy called the Medicine King's Secret Realm. If you can harvest a snow lingzi from there, his injuries will be healed," Su Chen said urgently. "Let's go. To the Medicine King's Secret Realm." Murong frowned. The Medicine King's Secret Realm is a 3-star realm, and it's a difficult grade dungeon. For a group of freshies who are barely 2 stars, going in there is essentially suicide. What you should do now is go to the Profession Tower to star up and increase your strength. A moment later, under her guidance, the group arrived before a magnificent, colossal tower. Murong stopped. "This is the star-up tower for the warrior class. The path of a warrior is indeed one filled with challenges." Su Chen looked at the 3 of them, his gaze serious. "Li Lei, since all 3 of us are warriors, let's head in together." He reminded them in a low voice. "Everyone needs to be careful, however, once the test concluded. The three of them walked out dejectedly, their faces filled with disappointment. Li Lei sighed. What happened? Every single one of us is covered in injuries. This is too hard. Zhao Zilong shook his head. To increase one's class star level is truly a death-defying feat. No wonder high-level professionals are so rare. This place isn't meant for ordinary people at all. Zhang Yueyue nodded. It's too dangerous. The people who went in after us haven't come out yet. They've likely died inside. Su Chen could only sigh in sympathy. The path of advancement for a professional was indeed far from easy. Zhao Zilong spoke in a discouraged tone. Honestly, if I wasn't dragging you down, you too might have had a better chance of passing this level. Li Lei quickly interrupted. Zilong, this has nothing to do with you. Even without you, we wouldn't have made it through. Zhang Yueyue chimed in. Exactly, thanks to you, we retreated just in time. If we had been even a second slower, we definitely wouldn't have made it out. Just then, a person stepped out of the tower. Though his face was covered in scars, he looked radiant. Haha, I passed. I finally reached 2-star, he laughed loudly. It took me 2 whole years to craft this black gold hammer. By nearly doubling my strength, I finally managed to clear the star-up trial. Su Chen was curious. Brother, how exactly did you pass? The man shrugged. Sigh. Don't even ask. He pulled out a pile of equipment and tossed it on the ground. This is young Master Luo's god armor. Using god-tier gear like this to pass really yields twice the result with half the effort. He was generous enough to let you use this armor, plus I'll throw in an extra 30 donkeys to accompany you on the trial. Li Lei was shocked. The armor can be worn, but we can bring donkeys in too. The man laughed heartily. The armor and the donkeys are just external tools. They represent your external strength. Give it a try, it'll definitely work. This time, the three of them led Su Chen's donkey herd. They stepped into the tower. The people standing outside watching this bizarre scene could only scratch their heads. It looks like they went the wrong way. This is clearly the Summoner's Profession Star Tower. Another person checked carefully. You're right, the address is clearly written here. A student whispered. I've never seen a summoner bring that many donkeys as pets. It has to be the Summoner Tower. Hurry, find the Warrior Tower. A few minutes later, the three of them walked out, their faces beaming with brilliant smiles. Li Lei cheered. Haha, Brother Su. We're out. Su Chen was surprised. The star-up was a success. Zhang Yueyue nodded. It was, I have to say, after stepping into the 2-star class, I feel like my strength has increased tenfold. Li Lei was beyond excited. As a heavy armor warrior, I feel like my defense has improved significantly. It's practically a qualitative change, Su Chen nodded. In that case, let's head to the Medicine King's secret realm. Not long after, the group arrived at the Medicine King's secret realm area. It was packed with people. Hundreds, if not thousands, were waiting. Li Lei marveled. It looks like the Medicine King's secret realm is a popular dungeon. The area in front of the Medicine King's secret realm was a cacophony of voices. Su Chen frowned. Why are there so many people at this realm? Li Lei explained, his eyes sparkling. It's because all the various spiritual medicines in the Medicine King's secret realm have matured. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity. Zhang Yueyue added. The level cap for entering the Medicine King's secret realm is 3-star. Almost all the 3-star professionals in the academy are here now. And even some 2-stars have come to join the chaos, Zhao Zilong sneered. 2 stars, for a difficult grade dungeon like this, 2 stars entering is no different from seeking death. Just then, a group of people staggered out of the secret realm covered in wounds. Li Lei cried out, It's the Chenchu squad, they're out. Zhang Yueyue whispered. Almost all the main members of the Chenchu squad are 3 stars. They're quite a famous team. Looking at their condition, it was clear they had failed. One member of the Chenchu squad sighed. Sigh failed again. That makes 3 times now. Another added that while the Medicine King's secret realm was originally difficult grade, the dungeon's difficulty had spiked because the spiritual medicines matured only once every 10 years. I'm afraid it has reached nightmare grade by now, another student said dejectedly. Entering a nightmare grade dungeon is pure suicide. Even veteran teams like Chenchu can't do it. Everyone might as well just pack up and go home. Seeing the crowd's discouragement, Su Chen spoke up, his tone firm. This Medicine King's secret realm is too dangerous. The 3 of you just reached 2-star. It's better if I go in alone. Li Lei nodded. That works. If we go in, we'll only hold you back. Zhao Zilong was worried. Brother Su, if there's danger, retreat immediately. Su Chen smiled. Don't worry about the injuries. Relax, I'm going in. Just then a voice called out from a distance. Su Chen. He turned and saw a familiar face. Su Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you trying to grind this Medicine King dungeon too? Su Chen laughed and waved. That's right, what a coincidence. Li Chongyun stood beside a stranger and introduced him. Senior Du, this is my classmate from the Intermediate Academy, Su Chen. He's very formidable. Chongyun turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, let me introduce you. This is Senior Du Tianyi, a sophomore and a 3-star professional. He founded the Tianyi Pro team, and his strength is top tier, Du Tianyi continued with confidence. Every Intermediate Academy student who makes it into Tianjing Academy is formidable, legends even. But once you enter Tianjing Academy, you generally stop being so dazzling and become an ordinary student. Junior Su, you should adjust your mindset from now on. It will help your progress here. Su Chen curled his lip. Is Senior Du an academy descendant? Du Tianyi laughed heartily. You've got a good eye. I suppose you can already see that my aura is different from that of an ordinary student. Su Chen gave a thumbs up, a confident smile on his face. Exactly, this outstanding aura is identical to the ones I've beaten out of the other Academy Scions I've fought before. Upon hearing this, the others immediately showed expressions of anger. One roared, "You brat, do you have any idea what you're blathering about? Stop bragging here," another sneered. "You think you can defeat an Academy Scion? I think you're asking for a beating." However, another waved them off. "Forget it. New calves aren't afraid of tigers, there's no need to bicker with him. Once reality teaches him a lesson later, he'll naturally learn some humility." Li Chongyun looked at Su Chen and asked worriedly, "Su Chen, are you also entering the Medicine King's secret realm?" He nodded. "That's right," Chongyun was surprised. "Then where is your squad?" Su Chen shrugged. "I don't have a squad. I'm going in alone." Changyan's eyes widened. "By yourself? That's way too dangerous." A nearby student sneered. "Is this kid's brain malfunctioning? He wants to swallow the entire Medicine King's secret realm alone?" Another shook his head. "You can tell by the way he talks that he's extremely arrogant and completely unreliable." Du Tianyi acted magnanimously and said, "Chongyun, since you're worried about your classmate, let him join our group. I, Du Tianyi, am a broad-minded person. I won't hold his words against him." He turned to Su Chen. "Su Chen, why don't you come in with us? That way we can look out for each other." Su Chen shook his head, his tone cold. "No thanks, I'm busy." The crowd began to gossip. "This kid really doesn't know what's good for him." Another cursed, clearly thinking he was insane. Li Chongyun tried to defend him. "Senior Du, there are very few people I admire, but Su Chen is one of them. He's truly powerful, not as simple as everyone thinks." Du Tianyi let out a cold laugh. "HMPH, it seems you still have too little experience, Chongyun. Tianjing Academy has always been a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. What does Su Chen amount to? Without exaggeration, an ordinary student like him isn't even qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as us Academy descendants." He tilted his head back. "Come inside and watch the performance of my Tianyi team, then you'll know what true power looks like." Meanwhile, Su Chen had already been teleported into the Medicine King's secret realm. The moment he stepped inside, he was immediately greeted by the rich aroma of herbs. He thought to himself that it lived up to its name. Spiritual medicines that would be priceless outside could be seen everywhere here. Just as he was planning to harvest a few to take out, a massive tree suddenly manifested, opening a gaping maw filled with thorns as it lunged at him. Su Chen reacted with lightning speed, grabbing his summoning bucket and bolting. "This guy's not bad. If I hadn't been fast enough, that ambush would have got me," he muttered. "This Medicine King's secret realm is indeed full of hidden dangers." The giant tree roared and charged straight for Su Chen. He clenched his fist, his gaze icy, and unleashed a powerful heavy punch. The force of the punch exploded like a thunderclap, tearing the tree trunk into countless fragments. Su Chen brushed his hands off and said to himself, "Solved. Back to harvesting spiritual herbs." Just then a group of people passed by. Seeing him buried in his work, they began to whisper. "Look at that kid over there," one called out. "Hey brat, what are you doing?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Harvesting spiritual herbs." "Got a problem?" The man sneered. "No problem. Keep at it. The herbs here are worth a fortune. Harvest as many as you can," another whispered in his ear. "This idiot has to be a newbie." The yellow-haired one laughed loudly. "Ha, there's a Medicine King further ahead. Let's go see if there's still a chance. If our yellow hair squad can seize one Medicine King, we'll definitely become famous at Tianjing Academy." A girl stepped forward, her voice gentle yet serious. "Little brother, you should probably stop harvesting these ordinary spiritual plants." Su Chen had just pulled one up. He turned back and asked, "Why?" She explained. "Because the Medicine King's secret realm has a limit. Each person can only take out a maximum of 3 spiritual medicines." Su Chen froze. "Huh, there's actually a limit like that?" he muttered. No wonder that yellow-haired guy was mocking him. Murong Lush hadn't told him such important information. The girl continued, saying that the students who come here are basically all staring at the Medicine Kings, which are extremely difficult to harvest. Once you harvest one, even if you leave the secret realm in return, you can't reset your previous harvest count. Su Chen's face turned grim. "That's a problem, I've already picked 3. Just then a group of people came rushing from the distance, led by the yellow-haired guy, with a massive 7-cloud lotus following them. The girl shrieked, "The 7-cloud lotus seed has a lotus demon guardian, fall back for now," but a black team member was instantly pierced by a root and collapsed on the spot. Everyone was terrified. It was truly powerful. Its strength was at least that of a 3-star boss. "Run." The entire group fled in a panic, but they hadn't gone far before a massive root system burst through the ground, blocking their path. Everyone was in a state of frantic confusion. "What do we do? We're cut off," the yellow-haired guy shouted. "Fight it. As long as we get the 7-cloud lotus seed and sever the connection between the seed and the demon lotus, it will collapse on its own." The crowd charged forward again with excitement, but the lotus flower suddenly snapped shut, forming a solid barrier. A student shouted. The petals closed, split them in half. Several people swung their weapons and charged, but the blades struck the petals as if they were hitting solid steel. The attack was reflected, and both people were sent flying. This wasn't working. The defensive power of those lotus petals was equivalent to 4-star armor. They were simply impossible to break. Before they could think of another way, roots from behind surged forward, piercing 2 of the students and sending them straight to the leaderboard as they were eliminated. Yellowhair panted heavily. It seemed that obtaining a Medicine King was far from easy. Another student nodded in agreement. Exactly to this day, not a single squad has successfully secured a Medicine King. The remaining 3 fled in a state of panic. Run, let's try somewhere else, but the Lotus Demon's massive root system suddenly erupted, lunging straight for them with terrifying speed. This was bad. The Lotus Demon was too fast. At this rate, they wouldn't even have time to leave the secret realm, let alone escape. The 3 survivors exchanged a quick, cunning look. Let's head toward that idiot. We'll use him to block the demon and buy ourselves some time. One of them nodded with a sinister grin. Great idea. The group immediately charged toward Su Chen. At the same time, Yellow Hair's group was also approaching from the distance. Hurry, they're coming. The 2 of them quickly moved to leave the area, their figures flickering as they retreated. But after only a few steps, Su Chen's foot suddenly sank as if he had stepped into a deep pit of quicksand. Damn it, the ground is turning to sand. Someone is casting magic. He whipped his head around, his gaze sharp and icy as he looked at the 3 students who had just run past. He sneered. This was your doing, wasn't it? The 3 didn't even look back, leaving only the sound of their mocking laughter. Haha, you idiot, just keep playing the hero. Why don't you take that hit from the Lotus Demon for us? Su Chen ground his teeth, his rage boiling over. These bastards, are they looking for death? Junior, you should leave first, the girl said, her tone resolute. You go, what about you? Su Chen shouted back, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. I'll stay behind to block the demon's attack and find a chance to break through, she replied, gripping her long whip tightly, her gaze unwavering. He shook his head violently, his tone firm. How could I? As a man, how could I let a girl save me? Let's fight it together. The girl frowned slightly and spoke seriously. Junior, listen to me, you've only just enrolled. Your strength is still weak. I'm your senior, this is what I should do, but time waited for no one. The ground had completely turned to sand, making every step a struggle. Their speed was so slow it felt like they were being imprisoned. If we hesitate any longer, we won't escape. The girl swung her whip, striking hard at the incoming roots. The blow landed with a crisp cracking sound, but the Lotus Demon was completely unharmed. So strong that move didn't even leave a scratch. Go quickly, she shouted anxiously. But before they could run, massive roots erupted from the ground again. All exits were blocked. They were surrounded on all sides with no way to retreat. It's over, we're in real trouble now, she murmured, sweat rolling down her forehead. Meanwhile, Yellow Hair and his group were hiding behind rocks in the distance, watching secretly. They whispered among themselves, no need to run anymore. Let's stay here and observe the 7-cloud lotus seed some more. We'll be better prepared the next time we enter the secret realm. The group sat still like greedy wolves, staring intently at the scene ahead. Suddenly, a massive root swept across the area, knocking the girl flying. Su Chen rushed over to help her up, his voice filled with panic. Senior, are you all right? I'm afraid we're going to die here. We won't, she replied. Though her breathing was heavy, Yellow Hair's group had just said, if you can get the lotus seed, you can sever the demon's life. He immediately charged toward the lotus demon, his eyes burning with determination. But she hurriedly reached out to stop him. It's no use, she cried urgently. The lotus seed was protected by petals as tough as 4-star armor. It was impossible to reach, but he didn't stop. In the distance, when Yellow Hair saw this, he sneered, is that kid trying to cause trouble? He wants the lotus seed? We've already tried, he's just walking to his death. What a fool, another laughed loudly. Meanwhile, the roots continued to strike down frantically. Su Chen, clutching his bucket, moved with incredible agility, easily dodging every attack. It was hard to believe, but the kid was skillfully evading every one of the Lotus Demon's strikes. The bucket in his hand seemed to be a treasure, making his movements as light as wind-swept clouds. Yellow Hair's group narrowed their eyes, whispering, when he dies, we'll go pick up that bucket. The Lotus Demon's massive roots continued to pierce the ground, but Su Chen wove through them like flowing water, completely unscathed. One of Yellow Hair's lackeys frowned and muttered, this kid is really gutsy. Is he actually going to get close to the lotus? Another sneered mockingly. It's useless. Even if he reaches it, those petals have a defense that even we seniors can't break, let alone a first-year freshman. By now, Su Chen had reached the flower. At that moment, the lotus petals clamped shut, forming an indestructible fortress. He ground his teeth, gathering his strength for a heavy punch aimed directly at the petals. Boom, the punch landed, but he was immediately repelled by the recoil. It won't work. The charging time was too short to break through a defense equivalent to 4-star armor. Yellow Hair's group burst into laughter, their tone dripping with mockery. Has this idiot finally realized the truth? Another chimed in with a childish yet venomous tone. How dare he enter a nightmare-grade dungeon alone? If he doesn't die, who will? Behind him, the girl screamed in desperation, watch out. Suddenly, all the roots turned toward him simultaneously as if to swallow him whole. He took a deep breath. A flash of resolve in his eyes as he decided to gamble. He unleashed Death Disrober and lunged at the lotus demon. A miracle occurred. Those lotus petals shattered instantly, revealing the shimmering seed pod inside. Yellow Hair's group stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. What? How did the petals open on their own? Without hesitation, Su Chen lunged forward and grabbed the seed pod, completely ignoring the roots that were striking like venomous snakes. Come to me. Fast as lightning, he grabbed the pod firmly. A brilliant smile spread across his face. Got it. In an instant, the roots that were attacking so violently suddenly froze, drooping down as if they had lost their life force. Yellow Hair's group was stunned. What did that kid do? He took the 7-cloud lotus seed. He actually succeeded? Su Chen laughed, holding the seed pod in his hands. As expected of a medicine king, just the scent alone is refreshing. But one of Yellow Hair's lackeys roared, his face flushing crimson. Boss, that new kid took the medicine king so easily. I can't accept this, let's go and have a talk with him. The group walked forward aggressively. Su Chen ran back to the girl who cheered in surprise. Hurry and put the 7-cloud lotus seed away. He swallowed and was about to shove it into his pocket when a system notification popped up. Detection complete. You have already harvested 3 types of spiritual medicines. You cannot obtain any more. He stared blankly at the lotus seed in his hand and muttered, "This is a problem." Yellowhair's group approached, one of them sneering. "Hey, looks like he's already picked his 3 medicines. I've never seen someone hold a medicine king and be unable to take it with them." Kid handed over. Another shouted. Su Chen's eyes widened in rage. "You animals, you framed me just now and now you have the nerve to ask me for something? You can't take the medicine king out of here. Even if you come back it won't work," Yellowhair said with a sinister laugh. "If you don't give it to us, what do you plan to do with it?" Su Chen curled his lip, his tone provocative. "Then I'll just feed it to my donkey." "Feed it to a donkey? Are you playing with me? Where would you even get a donkey?" Yellowhair roared. But at that moment Su Chen waved his hand and summoned his donkey. "This kid. If you really dare feed that to a donkey, I'm going to have a serious problem." Su Chen let out a loud, unhesitating laugh. "You idiot, watch me." With that he tossed the 7-cloud lotus seed directly to the donkey. Yellowhair's group wailed in grief, filled with immediate regret. "Stop!" But the donkey ignored them completely. Opening its large mouth and swallowing the lotus seed in one gulp, watching the donkey gorge itself, one of Yellowhair's lackeys roared with wide eyes. "A precious medicine king like the 7-cloud lotus. You actually gave it to a beast. You're making me die of anger." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Your donkey has absorbed the spiritual medicine and grown. Attributes strengthened." In an instant the donkey body began to glow and a shimmering single horn grew from its head. Su Chen smiled brilliantly, his eyes full of mirth. Not a bit had gone to waste. "My donkey evolved again. What a surprise!" Yellowhair's face turned red with rage. He ground his teeth and gave the order. "Beat it to death." His subordinates immediately rushed forward, shouting as they ran. "I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Daring to feed a medicine king to a donkey, kill him." But Su Chen only curled his lip, a flash of cunning in his eyes. "All right, I know how to play this." He waved his hand and shouted, "All donkey assault." In an instant, thousands upon thousands of donkeys emerged like a violent tidal wave. Yellowhair's face turned deathly pale. One of them stammered, What the hell is this, boss? This guy summoned his pets." "What do you mean pets? He clearly summoned a whole herd of donkeys," the leader screamed in panic. "Who has ever seen someone summon 10,000 donkeys at once?" But it was too late. The stampeding donkeys trampled them mercilessly, leaving Yellowhair's group wailing for mercy as the dust settled. Peace returned to the scene. Su Chen turned to the girl and said softly, "Senior, let's go." She nodded, her eyes still wide with surprise. "Oh, okay." With 10,000 donkeys at his back, he swept through the secret realm with an overwhelming momentum. The girl beside Su Chen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Su Chen, are all these donkeys really yours?" He nodded with a faint smile. "Yeah, they're mine." "Then what is your class?" she asked skeptically. "I'm classless." She burst out laughing and shook her head. "Stop joking. Shattering lotus petals and summoning a donkey herd. Those aren't ordinary skills. Even superclass professionals would find that hard to pull off." As they chatted, they suddenly found a cluster of piranha plants blocking their path. Without hesitation, Su Chen roared and charged forward. "Trample them flat." In the blink of an eye, the donkey herd crushed the piranha plants into powder like a whirlwind. He turned around and gave the order, "Donkeys, eat all those spiritual medicines." The entire herd obeyed, sweeping through everything in their path like a storm, leaving not a single herb behind. The girl stood frozen on the spot, stammering, "Su Chen, did you really let the donkeys eat everything?" He shrugged and said with a light laugh, "None of it was wasted. The herbs here will grow back eventually. Consider this medicine king's secret realm officially looted clean by me." The girl laughed, but then asked curiously, "Oh, by the way, why did you come in here alone?" She sighed, her voice low. "Because no squad wanted me." "Why?" he asked in surprise. "Is it because of your class? Is the class you awaken very weak?" She shook her head. Her gaze was resolute. "No, if I were weak, I wouldn't have made it into Tianjing Academy. My class is Dragon Knight." "Dragon Knight," his eyes widened. "Isn't that a very strong class? Why does nobody want you?" She gave a bitter laugh, her tone full of helplessness. "Because I can't find a dragon." "A dragon knight without a dragon? How can that be considered a real dragon knight? I came here alone to find dragon saliva grass. It's one of the medicine kings," according to her. "Dragon saliva grass emits a unique scent that can attract dragons from a distance. It's my last hope," she said, her eyes shining with determination. In the distance, Du Tianyi's squad was walking dejectedly, their faces full of confusion. "Captain, this place is weird," one of them said. "We've been walking for half a day and forget a medicine king. We haven't even seen a single ordinary spiritual herb." Du Tianyi frowned in thought. It was indeed abnormal. Could it be because too many students entered and all the herbs had been picked? Another student shook his head with a cold laugh. "Who would risk their lives to pick ordinary herbs? After all, a person can only take 3 out in their entire life." Du Tianyi waved his hand, ordering them to keep moving to see what lay ahead. Back with Su Chen, system notifications continued to appear. "Your donkey has absorbed the spiritual medicine and entered its growth phase." He let out a loud laugh, his eyes bright. "Good job, these spiritual medicines were incredibly nourishing for the donkeys." Every single one had entered its growth phase. Immediately following was another notification. "Your donkey herd has obtained the group skill, Donkey Roll." He clutched his head and laughed bitterly. "Donkey Roll. The name was truly hilarious. The system explained that donkey roll was a collective skill. It required at least 10 donkeys to activate. The more donkeys involved, the greater the power. It could crush all targets in its path, particularly dealing 100 increased damage to wood-type and grass-type enemies. He nodded and muttered, "Sounds pretty good, especially in a place like the Medicine King's secret realm where we mostly fight wood and grass-type enemies." Just then, the two of them noticed a massive figure ahead. It was a powerful monster of the secret realm, an elite Trent, letting out a world-shaking roar. It waved a hand, swatting 3 of Su Chen's donkeys away. The girl's face turned pale as she whispered, "Maybe we should take a detour. Treants have a violent temper, they're very dangerous." Su Chen curled his lip, a trace of wildness in his eyes. "What's there to be afraid of? We'll just roll right over it." He turned to the donkey herd and shouted, "Let's test the power of donkey roll." He first deployed 10. 10 donkeys immediately began rolling on the ground, charging toward the Trent like a whirlwind. Boom! The impact forced the Trent back a few meters, but it still stood firm. The girl was worried. "It looks like they don't have enough strength." Treants were incredibly tough. It was hard to deal any substantial damage. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, refusing to back down. "It's not that the donkeys are weak, it's that there aren't enough of them yet." He waved his arm and barked a loud command, deploying 50 donkeys to launch an attack. The 50 donkeys rolled in perfect synchronization, their momentum surging toward the treant like a tsunami. In an instant they tore straight through the treant's abdomen, sending it crashing to the ground. The girl stood there dazed, her mouth hanging open. They had actually smashed the treant to pieces. "I knew it. You're an allegorist, aren't you?" He gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. "An allegorist again. You're not the only one to say that, but I'm really not." The girl remained skeptical, her eyes shining. In her mind, only an allegorist could perform such a miracle. Suddenly a faint pure fragrance drifted into his nostrils. He took a deep breath and said in surprise, "What is that smell? It's incredible." The girl cried out in excitement. "It's dragon saliva grass. It's just ahead." But as the two drew closer, they found themselves surrounded by a swarm of ferocious treants guarding the shimmering flowers within. Before their eyes stood 3 glowing medicine kings with one particularly striking plant, the dragon saliva grass, emitting an enchanting aroma. However, 5 massive treants as imposing as city walls were standing guard. Even a 3-star combat squad would find it nearly impossible to break through this defensive line. The girl whispered to herself, her eyes filled with worry. He curled his lip, a flash of defiance in his gaze. "Just 5 treants." He waved his hand and gave a loud command, deploying 500 donkeys to unleash their donkey roll. In an instant the herd rolled forward like a whirlwind, grinding the treants into fine powder. The girl was stunned, her mouth agape. They were all crushed. In just one round of attacks the 5 treants had been completely obliterated. She turned to him, her face full of shock. "Su Chen, are you really a freshman? There's no way this is fake. You're way too talented. If you can clear the Medicine King's secret realm today, a feat unheard of in the history of Tianjing Academy freshmen, I'm afraid only the Murong Lucia back then could even be compared to you." He laughed and scratched his head. "Still haven't surpassed Murong Lucia? That girl really is quite strong." The girl approached the dragon saliva grass, her eyes filled with unbelievable joy. "I'm actually seeing dragon saliva grass." She turned her head, her tone sincere. "Su Chen, could I have this dragon saliva grass? The remaining 2 can be yours, okay?" He waved his hand generously and laughed. "Senior, you're being too formal. Last time, Senior Duan risked her life to save me. You're more than worthy of this herb." The girl trembled with excitement, unable to hide how touched she was. "Su Chen, I actually didn't do anything. By all rights, these 3 medicine kings should belong to you. I owe you one. I, Duan Xingxing, will never forget this." She crouched down, carefully picking the dragon saliva grass, her voice choking up. "I never thought I'd actually get my hands on it. I didn't even have much hope this time," he asked curiously. "Senior Duan, are the locations of the medicine kings in this secret realm fixed?" She shook her head and explained. "The positions of the medicine kings are constantly shifting. They aren't fixed. There are only 7 medicine kings in the entire secret realm, and we've already secured 4. With 3 left, if we want to find the Snow Lingzi, we'll probably have to search every inch of the realm." He gently patted the head of the lead donkey and ordered it to notify the entire herd to search the realm, hunt down the remaining medicine kings, and eat every other spiritual herb along the way. Meanwhile, Du Tianyi's squad was still trudging along, their faces full of confusion. One member complained, "This is weird. It's one thing not to see any spiritual herbs, but we haven't even run into a single demonic beast." Du Tianyi frowned. "I remember there was a medicine king, the 7-cloud lotus seed, in the area ahead. Many have tried to harvest it but failed. Now even the medicine king has vanished. I'm afraid something strange is happening in this secret realm." Another member let out a cold laugh. "Who cares if it's strange? It's actually better for us. We can move forward without any obstacles." In the distance, in a bone-chillingly cold region, Su Chen was shivering, his teeth chattering. "It's too cold." He took a deep breath, his eyes lighting up. "A sudden environmental change like this means a heavenly medicine king must have appeared. It's likely the Snow Lingzi I'm looking for." In the distance, a group of people was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive ice and snow monster. "Everyone use fire to burn it," they roared, exhausting all their fire-based skills. Blazing flames bored as they tried to melt the thick layer of ice on its body. The girl glanced over, her expression grim. That was a snow giant, an elite monster even stronger than a treant. Suddenly the snow giant opened its massive maw and spat out a giant ice ball. Not good, get out of the way, she screamed. The ice ball slammed heavily into the ground, sending everyone flying. Seizing the opportunity, the snow giant drew closer. Its aura terrifying. One person shrieked in terror, "It's over, someone save us!" Su Chen didn't hesitate, waving his hand to command, "Donkey roll, strike." The donkey herd immediately rolled out, sweeping across the grass like a whirlwind to strike the snow giant. Boom! Amidst the sound of impact, the monster stumbled back, the ice on its body shattering. In an instant, the donkeys continued rolling over it, grinding the snow giant into a puddle of melted slush. The crowd cheered in amazement. The snow giant was crushed. "We're saved. See who did it?" A young man stepped forward, his eyes full of gratitude. "Many thanks, brother, for saving us. May I ask your name?" "I'm Su Chen," he replied flatly. The young man froze. "So you're a professional from the Su family. A pleasure to meet you. I am Bai Zhangji of the Bai family." Su Chen shook his head with a faint smile. "My surname is Su, but I have no connection to the Su family." Bai Zhangji frowned, his tone suspicious. "If you aren't a member of the Su family, then you must be the disciple of some high-ranking official in the academy," Su Chen answered. Remaining calm and composed, Bai Zhangji's eyes widened. "Not a disciple of the faculty? Then you're an elite student promoted from the common ranks, chosen by a department?" "I'm just a freshman," Su Chen shrugged. "What?" Bai Zhangji's mouth fell open, his face full of disbelief. "A freshman can defeat a snow giant? That's impossible. How could someone not from a specific department have this kind of strength?" Su Chen let out a cold laugh, not wanting to get involved. "If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way." He turned to leave with the donkey herd and the girl. But Bai Zhangji hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Su Chen. If you're just an ordinary freshman, I think your performance just now was decent. Come follow me." "Follow you?" Su Chen frowned, his tone confused. Bai Zhangji beat his chest, brimming with confidence. "Kid, this is your chance to skyrocket your status. You might even become a departmental disciple later. Hurry up and call me big brother. Consider yourself lucky." The surrounding people also joined in, flatteringly praising Bai Zhangji, making him even more self-important. But Su Chen only responded coldly, "How about you pledge your loyalty to me instead? You can be my lackey from now on." Bai Zhangji froze while Su Chen laughed. "This guy is seriously delusional. Move aside, I don't have time for you." A lackey leaned in and whispered in Bai Zhangji's ear, "Brother Zhangji, this kid is way too arrogant. A common student dares to disrespect an elite disciple. He's practically asking for death." Bai Zhangji narrowed his eyes, his voice low. "Follow him." On the road, Duan Xingxing whispered a warning. "Su Chen, elite disciples are usually very arrogant. You publicly embarrassed Bai Zhangji. I'm afraid he won't let this go easily." Su Chen curled his lip, his tone contemptuous. "So what if he's an elite disciple? They think they're superior, but they're actually just a bunch of fools." Amidst the glaciers, a brilliant light flickered. It was the Medicine King, the Snow Lingzi, radiating its glow. "Finally found it." Su Chen cheered, his gaze burning. But the Snow Lingzi seemed to sense their arrival and immediately built a thick wall of ice as solid as a fortress. "This protective ice is too hard, it won't be easy to break," the girl whispered, her eyes full of worry. Su Chen ground his teeth, his tone resolute. "No matter what, I'm getting that Snow Lingzi." He waved his hand and shouted, deploying 500 donkeys for a donkey roll. The herd immediately rolled and slammed into the ice layer like a violent storm in the distance. Bai Zhangji and his group arrived a step late, only able to stare at the Snow Lingzi growing in the hard ice with a sneer. "Stop dreaming about getting it," Bai Zhangji mocked. "That layer of ice couldn't even be broken by a 4-star professional." Su Chen frowned and muttered, "This ice really is tough. 500 donkeys aren't enough." Without hesitation, he loudly ordered 1,000 donkeys to continue the assault. Just then, Bai Zhangji stepped forward with his lackeys, his eyes full of haughtiness. "Allow me to teach this kid the meaning of an elite disciple's majesty." But before he could even act, the ground suddenly began to vibrate violently. "What's that sound?" A lackey looked back in terror, only to see thousands upon thousands of donkeys sweeping toward them like a tsunami. "Damn it, where did all these donkeys come from?" Bai Zhangji shrieked, his face turning pale. The donkey herd showed no mercy, ruthlessly trampling the group before slamming into the Snow Lingzi's protective ice layer in unison. Crack! The first fissure appeared on the ice wall. The girl cheered in surprise. "I didn't expect your donkey herd to be so miraculous. The more donkeys there are, the stronger the impact." In an instant, the ice layer shattered, revealing the shimmering Snow Lingzi. "The ice is broken, hurry over," she shouted, her eyes sparkling. Bai Zhangji's group was painfully clutching their heads as they scrambled back up. "Damn it, I almost got trampled to death by donkeys," a lackey wailed. "Brother Zhangji, that kid took the Snow Lingzi." Su Chen turned to the girl, his tone gentle. "Senior Duan, I can't take any more spiritual herbs. Please keep this one for me." "No problem," she replied, rushing forward to carefully pick the Snow Lingzi, her movements full of joy. Bai Zhangji's face turned livid as he charged from behind, roaring, "A mere common student dares to touch the Snow Lingzi?" But Su Chen was as fast as lightning. Waving his bucket, he used his agile footwork to dodge the attack. "Su Chen, I'm giving you one last chance." Bai Zhangji pointed at him threateningly. "Obey me and hand over the Snow Lingzi." Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp. "I just saved you people. Is this how you repay me?" Bai Zhangji burst into a loud arrogant laugh. "Haha, repay you? Common students like you should be serving us elite disciples. Tianjing Academy and even the entire human race is supported by elites like us. You only have one path. Follow me." Su Chen raised his middle finger, his face full of disdain. "You're an absolutely hopeless moron." Bai Zhangji went mad with rage. "You dare insult me?" He charged toward Su Chen like a furious gale, but Su Chen showed no fear. Delivering a full power punch, boom! The punch tore through Bai Zhanzi's armor and shattered one of his arms. He wailed in agony. "On my arm, this is insubordination. Kill him!" Bai Zhanji roared, his body transforming into a giant ape as he charged with his lackeys. Su Chen ground his teeth, his rage boiling over. "I haven't been this angry in a long time. Go to hell." Bai Zhanji hadn't expected Su Chen to dare strike back. Su Chen followed up with another world-shaking punch, piercing straight through the ape's body and leaving a massive hole in its chest. His eyes widened, his voice trembling. You really dare to kill me? Fool, you brought this on yourself." The lackeys were ashen, faced with terror. Bai Zhanji had been killed. A common student had killed an elite disciple. "This hasn't happened in centuries," one shrieked in horror. "He's insane, run!" Duan Xingxing pulled on Su Chen worriedly. "Su Chen, you've caused a major disaster. The Bai family is a powerful force among the professional clans. They won't let this go easily. More importantly, killing an elite disciple might trigger the hostility of all elite disciples." Su Chen curled his lip, his gaze icy. "He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. What's the big deal? I don't look for trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Whoever tries to touch me, I'll kill." Seeing his awe-inspiring demeanor, Duan Xingxing nodded, her tone firm. "No matter what, I'll stay by your side and support you." Su Chen laughed loudly. "Good, let's go." The two continued their search for the remaining Medicine Kings. In the distance, Du Tianyi's squad moved forward, one member saying smugly, "Brother Du, at this rate, we'll be able to clear the Medicine King's secret realm. Even if we don't get a Medicine King, clearing the realm will be enough for the Tianyi squad to make a name for itself." But the girl in the team, Yang Yan, said thoughtfully, "I think there's something abnormal about the Medicine King's secret realm. It might be related to Su Chen." Du Tianyi frowned. "What does it have to do with that freshman? You're giving him too much credit." Yang Yan pointed to the ground, her tone certain. "I'm serious. Look at the donkey hoofprints over there." "Donkey hoofprints," one person scoffed. "That kid is lucky just to be alive. What capability could he have to influence the entire realm? Next time I see him, I'll have to teach him a lesson." Meanwhile, Su Chen and Duan Xingxing entered a desolate desert. Before them stood a Medicine King covered in sharp thorns, radiating a dangerous aura. "Finally found it, but these thorns aren't easy to deal with," Su Chen whispered, his gaze sharp. "Let's try." He ordered a donkey to lead the charge, but to his surprise the sharp thorns pierced right through the donkey body. The system issued a cold notification. "You have lost a donkey. Once killed, it cannot be resurrected." Su Chen was stunned. This was the first time a donkey had been killed. Duan Xingxing spoke up worriedly. "We've already harvested so much. If things look bad, let's just withdraw from the secret realm. There's no need to push further." Su Chen frowned, his gaze resolute. "Fine, let's try one more time. Since I can't take these two Medicine Kings with me anyway, I might as well let the lead donkey eat them." He gave the order, and the lead donkey immediately swallowed the two Medicine Kings. Its body began to vibrate as a shimmering light enveloped it, as if it were evolving once more. The system issued a notification. "After absorbing the spiritual medicine, your lead donkey successfully advanced, obtaining the talent skill. Power of evolution." Su Chen's eyes widened as he whispered, "Power of evolution? What kind of skill is that?" Suddenly, the lead donkey held its head high and let out a resounding bray, summoning the entire herd to gather. Dozens of donkeys formed a neat phalanx like an army ready for battle. "What is it doing?" Duan Xingxing asked in surprise from the side. The lead donkey began to emit a dazzling light, channeling power into the front row of the herd. They trembled violently, radiating a domineering aura. It turned out it was helping the other donkeys evolve. Su Chen cheered excitedly. The system continued its notification. "The lead donkey has activated the talent skill Power of Evolution. The donkey herd has begun to diversify, evolving in different directions. 10 of the donkeys evolved into fire attribute soul pets, obtaining the skill Fireball." "This is interesting," Su Chen laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with a sharp glint. The Power of Evolution could turn the donkey herd into soul pets with various abilities, essentially creating a professional squad. Duan Xingxing stood frozen, whispering in shock. Just the thought of such a scene was enough to make one's blood boil. At Su Chen's command, the 10 fire donkeys spat out fireballs in unison, and the dazzling flames shot straight toward the Thorn Medicine King tree. The Medicine King tree shook violently, attempting to resist, but under the relentless bombardment of the fire rain, it quickly withered and collapsed. Duan Xingxing's mouth hung open in shock. 10 donkeys launching long-range fireball attacks simultaneously. "Su Chen, your donkey herd is simply miraculous." From the ashes, a shimmering flower slowly rose. Su Chen leapt up and secured another Medicine King. He casually tossed it to the lead donkey. "Keep eating, keep evolving." The lead donkey swallowed the Medicine King in one gulp, and immediately another group of donkeys stepped forward. Cloaked in the lead donkey light, steel-hard scales shimmering with a cold glint began to grow on their bodies. System notification. The lead donkey has activated the Power of Evolution. 10 donkeys have evolved into defense-type soul pets possessing bronze skin and iron bones. Su Chen clapped in approval, smiling proudly. "Beautifully done. Now we have bronze skin and iron bones too. Look at these scales, they're definitely top-tier meat shields. The two continued deeper into the secret realm. Ahead, a flower hovered silently in midair, emitting a fantastical glow. It was the final Medicine King, Duan Xingxing shouted excitedly. If we get that, we'll clear the Medicine King's secret realm. I heard no one has been able to do that for 100 years. If you succeed, you'll definitely become world famous. But she quickly furrowed her brow, her tone cautious. That floating Medicine King looks very eerie. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Let me test it out first. Duan Xingxing swung her long whip, her figure blurring as she lunged into the air. But where the whip struck was nothing but void. She couldn't touch the Medicine King's body at all. I can't hit it? She was startled and swung her whip several more times, but she only sliced through the air. Suddenly, the Medicine King counterattacked, launching a barrage of poison needles at her like a rainstorm. Watch out, Su Chen roared, immediately commanding a donkey with bronze skin and iron bones to block the front. Thanks to the thick scales, the poison needles clattered to the ground upon impact, leaving the donkey completely unharmed. Duan Xingxing breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "That was close. If your donkey hadn't blocked that attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable." Su Chen nodded, his gaze sharp. The defensive power of the evolved bronze skin and iron bones was indeed staggering. Even the Medicine King's attack couldn't wound it in the slightest. Duan Xingxing moved closer, musing. This Medicine King is too special. Ordinary attacks can't touch it at all. No matter how powerful a monster is, it isn't scary, but an untouchable opponent is the most difficult to deal with. Just then, Du Tianyi and his group appeared, brimming with confidence. One team member saw Su Chen and let out a cold laugh. "Kid, you're actually still alive? Must be dumb luck," another chimed in. Assuming he had survived because the secret realm had malfunctioned and the monsters had vanished. But quickly their gaze was drawn to the Medicine King floating in the air. "Brother Du, look, it's the Medicine King," one cried out. Du Tianyi narrowed his eyes and said smugly, "As expected, it's the Medicine King. Finally, we see the spiritual medicine. Su Chen, this Medicine King belongs to the Tianyi squad." Su Chen shrugged, his tone flat. "Take it if you can. Consider it your lucky day." Du Tianyi laughed loudly, his tone arrogant. "This kid finally recognizes reality. A freshman dares to walk tall. Today I'll teach you how to behave." Li Chongyun stepped forward, looking at Su Chen curiously. "Su Chen, the donkeys didn't eat all the spiritual medicine in the secret realm, did they?" Su Chen smiled faintly and nodded. "That's right, only I'd dare to play this big." Du Tianyi gave the order. "Move, the chance for the Tianyi squad to become famous has arrived. Take down that Medicine King." Two subordinates leaped into the air and lunged at the herb, only to grasp at nothing. "What's going on? Why can't we catch it?" they shouted. In an instant, the Medicine King shot out countless poison needles, turning the two into human pincushions. Their bodies were riddled with wounds as they slammed heavily into the ground. Du Tianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? They died just like that?" Su Chen cursed inwardly and said contemptuously. "Truly a bunch of idiots. If the Medicine King were that easy to take, would it still be here?" Another person refused to give up and tried to step forward, only to be struck by the poison needles as well, collapsing in agony. "Brother Du, it's no good," the last team member shouted in terror. "This Medicine King is too eerie. You can't touch it at all, and its lethality is horrifying. It can't be taken." Du Tianyi gnashed his teeth and decided to retreat, abandoning the Medicine King. Duan Xingxing grabbed Su Chen's hand and said worriedly, "Su Chen, let's go too." "Wait a second, senior." Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk, a flash of cunning in his eyes. "Do you trust me? Please help me chop a slice toward the Medicine King." Having witnessed the countless miracles Su Chen had created, Duan Xingxing agreed without hesitation. "All right," she gripped her short blade and charged straight at the floating Medicine King. Seeing this, Du Tianyi and his group let out contemptuous laughs. Since it couldn't be touched, they thought this foolish woman was just wasting her time. But to everyone's shock, her blade actually connected. The ghostly form of the Medicine King trembled violently. She shouted excitedly, "I hit it!" Du Tianyi and the others stared with wide eyes, faces full of disbelief. "How did she hit the Medicine King?" Su Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. "Just as I expected, that strike carries the rule-based attack attribute, shaving off at least 10 of its health. It is absolutely effective in any situation, a 100 guaranteed hit." He turned to Li Chongyun. "You help me chop a slice too." Li Chongyun nodded, her gaze resolute. "No problem." She swung her blade, the force of the strike vibrating through the void like thunder. The Medicine King's body instantly shattered, transforming into a crystal-clear elixir in the air. That was the instant kill effect, triggered by a tiny probability. Su Chen cheered. "It worked. Changyan's strike did the job." Du Tianyi and the others were completely stunned. The Medicine King was killed. What exactly just happened? Du Tianyi suddenly whirled toward Li Chongyun, shouting urgently, "Chongyun, you got the Medicine King. Give it to me, quick." Li Chongyun held up the elixir, feeling the surging majestic medicinal power within. This should be the essence of the Medicine King. The medicinal power is incredible. Du Tianyi narrowed his eyes, tempting her. "Give it to me immediately. I won't treat you unfairly, and I'll let you join the Academy's elite circle." However, Li Chongyun unexpectedly tossed the elixir to Su Chen. "Su Chen here." Du Tianyi froze, his face turning extremely ugly. "What? Li Chongyun, you dare give the Medicine King to Su Chen?" She replied calmly, "Because it belonged to him in the first place." "Why should it be his?" Du Tianyi roared. "It was clearly you two girls who worked together to kill the Medicine King." Li Changyun shook her head, her tone firm. We only helped Su Chen chop a slice. Without his skill buff we wouldn't have been able to touch the Medicine King at all. Du Tianyi let out a cold laugh. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Li Changyun shrugged, too lazy to explain. Believe it or not, Du Tianyi threatened her in a fit of rage. Li Changyun, get that Medicine King back right now or don't even dream of ever joining the Tianyi squad. Who cares? She replied coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Du Tianyi then turned to Duan Xingxing. Fellow student, you put in work just now too. You deserve a share of the Medicine King. Give it to me and I'll let you join the Tianyi squad. Duan Xingxing let out a cold laugh. I only acted on Su Chen's behalf. The Medicine King is his. Who wants to join your pathetic team? Du Tianyi's face turned red with rage. A subordinate whispered in his ear, Brother Du, these common students are too arrogant. What should we do? He gnashed his teeth, intending to use academy rules to teach these commoners a lesson. He pointed at Su Chen. You, the purple-haired kid, the weakest one. Hand over the Medicine King. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. And if I don't, Du Tianyi smiled sinisterly, then don't even dream of leaving the Medicine King's secret realm today. For a departmental disciple like me, the punishment for killing a common student is hardly heavy. Su Chen held the Medicine King high, his gaze full of provocation. In that case, do you think you can even take this Medicine King? Du Tianyi thought Su Chen was backing down and reached out greedily to take it. Glad you're sensible. Hand it over and kneel to admit your mistake. Su Chen's lips curled, and his next words were like a thunderbolt that left Du Tianyi petrified on the spot. I'd rather feed it to a donkey than give it to you. Du Tianyi's face turned crimson with rage as he roared. You wouldn't dare, are you insane? You're actually going to feed a Medicine King to a donkey? Do you have any idea what you're doing? You're infuriating me. That is a priceless treasure. I've never seen anyone as stupid as you. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his tone as provocative as possible. A priceless treasure? I've taken all 7 Medicine Kings and 5 of them were fed to my donkeys. How about that? Pissed off yet? Du Tianyi ground his teeth, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. You dare lie. One of them was clearly taken with the help of others. You want to claim all 7? I, Du Tianyi, swear that if you actually did that I'll take your last name. Su Chen shrugged, and his final words nearly drove Du Tianyi mad. Fine, then just wait and see. Du Tianyi roared and charged forward. I'll kill you. Just then a portal of light appeared out of thin air before everyone. The crowd cried out, Brother Du, it's the portal for clearing the realm. The Medicine King's secret realm has been cleared. Du Tianyi's worry turned to joy, and he didn't even care about Su Chen anymore, saying through gritted teeth, Lucky you. I'll settle the score with you after we get out. He turned and shouted to his lackeys, Let's go. Clearing the Medicine King's secret realm. This will definitely be the moment the Tianyi squad becomes famous throughout the academy. Li Changyun sighed, looking at Su Chen with regret. It's a shame we let Du Tianyi go out first. The first person to clear the realm should have been you. Su Chen smiled confidently, his gaze like fire. Don't worry, they can't steal the glory of this clearance. Outside the portal the crowd was in a commotion. Why hasn't Brother Su come out yet? Someone wondered. Suddenly the portal pulsed with a magnificent light, its energy fluctuating violently. What's going on? There's a disturbance in the Medicine King's secret realm. Could someone have cleared the Medicine King's secret realm? One person cried out. How is that possible? Who could pass the Medicine King's trial? Since the birth of this secret realm node, no one has ever cleared it. Another whispered to himself. Zhang Yue shouted excitedly, overjoyed in her heart. It had to be Su Chen. No one else could do it. Just then, Du Tianyi led the Tianyi squad out of the portal in high spirits. A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The Tianyi squad cleared the Medicine King's secret realm. This is practically making history. Du Tianyi held his head high, arrogantly announcing, as a departmental disciple, this was always meant to be my achievement. The Tianyi squad has earned its reputation. He glanced sideways at Li Changyun and Duan Xingxing, sneering. Li Changyun and that little girl really don't know the heights of the heavens. They missed out on a chance for greatness. People around them flocked forward to flatter him. Captain Du, is the Tianyi squad still recruiting? I want to join. Captain Du, how did you clear it? Someone asked curiously. Du Tianyi beat his chest and said proudly, Don't get too excited. As departmental disciples and human elites, our Tianyi squad only achieved what we were destined for. Du Tianyi held his head high, speaking with immense pride. If you want to know the secret to clearing it, I can only say it's all thanks to my Du Tianyi's brilliant leadership. No sooner had he spoken than the secret realm shook violently again, and a grand announcement boomed. Medicine King, secret realm clearers, Su Chen, Duan Xingxing. The entire area fell into an instant silence, and the crowd was stunned as if carved from wood. Du Tianyi's boastful smile froze, and he was speechless for a long time before stammering, Our Tianyi squad standards are very high. You can't just join, you must be elite. Wait, was it not the Tianyi squad that cleared it? A lackey pointed forward with a trembling finger. Brother Du, look. Su Chen and Duan Xingxing walked out. Someone whispered to themselves, Duan Xingxing is a sophomore, but the name Su Chen sounds so familiar. Du Tianyi's face was deathly pale as he roared. What? Why did Su Chen clear it? We were clearly the first ones out. Su Chen stepped forward, his tone flat but carrying an icy chill. Because I obtained all the Medicine Kings. Du Tianyi let out a cold, trembling laugh. Are you dreaming? The system must have made a mistake. Just then, the secret realm announcement rang out again. Su Chen has successfully harvested all Medicine Kings in the Medicine King's secret realm. He has become the first person to clear the realm. The crowd erupted. What, all the medicine kings? Du Tianyi was struck as if by lightning, his mouth hanging open for a long time. He really got all 7 medicine kings? Su Chen's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Du Tianyi, remember to take my last name from now on, a red-haired man in the Tianyi squad roared. Fake, this is absolutely fake. How could a common student achieve something that even departmental disciples couldn't? The crowd was in an uproar, their gazes shifting simultaneously to Su Chen. Heavens, getting even 1 medicine king is as hard as climbing to the sky. And yet he got 7. Someone shouted, quick, check his background. Is Su Chen a Tianfu student? Another speculated. Besides Murong Lush, Tianfu students are all extremely mysterious. If he didn't come from Tianfu, who could have managed this? Suddenly, someone shouted in surprise. I remember now. The crowd stirred as the person continued to shout. Su Chen, isn't he the guy who publicly defeated the departmental disciple Hong Tianfei? Another was dumbstruck. Su Chen was just a freshman, neither a Tianfu student nor a departmental disciple, merely a common student. A freshman actually got 7 medicine kings? Are you kidding me? Just then another voice rang out, trembling with shock. Wait, I've discovered a massive secret. Su Chen is Murong Lush's boyfriend. What? The crowd instantly exploded into a frenzy. That guy is Senior Murong's boyfriend. Impossible, one person roared at the top of his lungs. Even if he had obtained 7 medicine kings and cleared the medicine king's secret realm, he still wasn't worthy of Senior Murong. Su Chen clutched his head and sighed. Damn it, as soon as Murong is mentioned, these people act like they've been injected with chicken blood. Du Tianyi narrowed his eyes, staring greedily at Su Chen. Su Chen, you still have a medicine king in your hand, don't you? Su Chen turned to Duan Xingxing and said flatly, Senior, give me the Snow Lingzi. She immediately handed over the medicine king he had previously asked her to keep for him. The crowd in the distance recognized it at a glance and cried out in surprise, it's the Snow Lingzi. Not only can it bring the dead back to life and cure 100 illnesses, but it also has miraculous effects, one person whispered with burning eyes. If only that medicine king were mine. Du Tianyi stepped forward, offering a tempting proposal. Su Chen, give me the Snow Lingzi and I'll forgive your previous insolence. Without a word, Su Chen wound up and delivered a savage slap that sent Du Tianyi reeling. That slap was for you, Du Tianyi roared in a fit of humiliated rage, his face flushing crimson. I am a departmental disciple. Before he could finish, Su Chen landed another resounding slap. I'm hitting you exactly because you're a departmental disciple. So what? Du Tianyi ground his teeth. I am a professional from the Du family. Su Chen delivered yet another slap and said coldly, now you can take my last name and call yourself Su. He trembled all over with rage, his aura suddenly exploding. This is outrageous. I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life, the crowd whispered in worry. A high-level fire warrior. Du Tianyi's strength is definitely far beyond Hong Tianfei's. Su Chen is in danger. Du Tianyi roared as he charged. Now I'll show you the gap between a common student and a departmental disciple. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen unleashed a heavy punch like a thunderclap, sending Du Tianyi flying several meters and scattering his teeth across the ground. Su Chen's lips curled into a sarcastic smirk. The gap really is quite large. Departmental disciples are all trash. The red-haired man panicked and rushed over to help Du Tianyi up. Captain, he hoisted Du Tianyi onto his back and looked back, roaring in fury. Su Chen, you've caused a major disaster. This isn't over. In a quiet corner further away, 2 men were in deep conversation. Hogan, the Magus, spoke in a low voice. Principal, what are your thoughts on the distribution of the medicine kings from the secret realm? Ba Tianju, the principal of Tianjing Academy, replied with a sharp gaze. The 3 Tianfu students each get 1 medicine king. The 2 most outstanding departmental disciples will split 2, and the remaining 2 will be given to the Luo and Song families. They are the 2 strongest professional clans in the Dragon Zone. This distribution is very reasonable, Hogan nodded. Then I'll go find a space mage to forcibly enter the Medicine King's secret realm and retrieve those 7 herbs. Let's go. Just as the 2 rose, a student ran over in a panic, gasping, Principal, something huge has happened at the Medicine King's secret realm. Ba Tianju frowned. What huge thing? Did another student die trying to forcibly harvest a Medicine King? It must be those delusional common students again. Hogan let out a cold snort. Common students truly overate themselves. Departmental disciples would never be so foolishly reckless. But the student shook his head, his voice trembling. No, all the Medicine Kings have been taken. What? Ba Tianju's eyes widened. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Hogan roared. All 7 Medicine Kings were taken? How? Who was it? The student swallowed hard. It was Su Chen, a common student. Hogan froze on the spot, his face twisting into a grotesque mask. Su Chen, a freshman who doesn't belong to any professional clan, a freshman took all 7 Medicine Kings. Have I gone mad or have you? The student answered with certainty. Lord Magus, if you don't believe it, please see for yourself. The secret realm has already displayed the announcement, Ba Tianju said solemnly. Come, let's go take a look. Meanwhile, Su Chen received a new system mission. Leave Tianjing Academy and become the first student to ever drop out. He nearly jumped out of his skin, cursing loudly. System, are you fucking serious? This mission is too absurd. I worked my tail off to get into this top-tier school and now you want me to drop out? Are you sick in the head? He muttered, breathless with rage. Scammy system, this mission is fundamentally impossible to complete. But he soon calmed down and handed the Snow Lingzi to Zhao Zilong. Zilong, eat this sacred medicine. Your injuries will finally be healed. Zhao Zilong took it with trembling hands, his voice full of excitement. All right. Just then Hogan and Batianju appeared, their auras incredibly oppressive. Stop! Batianju's voice rang out like thunder, making everyone's hearts tremble. It's Principal Batianju and Magus Hogan. Su Chen bowed calmly, his tone composed. Greetings, Principal. Greetings, Magus Hogan. Hogan stared fixedly at the snow lingzi in Su Chen's hand. That really is the Medicine King, the snow lingzi. You're Su Chen, right? I am, Su Chen nodded. Batianju narrowed his eyes, his voice low. Did you really obtain 7 Medicine Kings in the secret realm? That's right, Su Chen replied, neither humble nor arrogant. And where are the others? Hogan pressed. Su Chen shrugged. They've all been eaten. An uproar broke out in the surrounding crowd. Eaten by whom? Eaten by my donkey herd, Su Chen said flatly. Hogan and Batianju stood frozen on the spot, completely dumbfounded. Hogan nearly shrieked. You brat, are you kidding me? Su Chen explained calmly. The Medicine Kings couldn't be taken out, so I had no choice but to feed them to the donkeys. Hogan's face turned red with rage, his neck veins bulging. What a reckless waste of God's gifts. Do you have any idea how precious a Medicine King is? Batianju waved him off, cutting him short. Enough. What's done is done. Su Chen, hand over the snow lingzi. Su Chen frowned and asked in return, Principal, on what grounds should I hand over the snow lingzi? Batianju's face darkened. Su Chen, I am the principal of Tianjing Academy, you dare ask me why? Su Chen stood tall, his tone resolute. Principal, I have already given this snow lingzi to my brother to heal his injuries. Hogan let out a cold snort and stroked his beard. Ignorant junior, do you know that the principal's word is as heavy as a mountain? Zhao Zilong worriedly held out the snow lingzi. Su Chen, maybe we should just give it to the principal. My injury isn't an emergency. But Su Chen shook his head, his gaze unwavering. Principal, I can hand over the snow lingzi, but on one condition, heal my brother's injuries. Batianju replied in a deep voice, it's difficult. His injuries have damaged his very foundation. They cannot be cured in a short time. We would have to wait 10 years for the secret realm to reopen and the Medicine Kings to mature again. Unable to cure it in a short time, must wait 10 years for the secret realm to reopen and the herbs to mature. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. 10 years? Sorry, I can't wait that long. I'm not handing over this snow lingzi. Batianju was stunned. Do you realize what you're saying? Su Chen turned his head, his tone decisive. Zilong, eat it now? Zhao Zilong hesitated, looking incredibly conflicted. The surrounding students pointed and whispered, is Su Chen really not afraid of death? He actually dared to refuse the principal. He's the first person to ever do that. How stupid. His professional career is over. One student shook his head. Su Chen roared again, Zilong, eat it? Zhao Zilong gritted his teeth and decided to swallow the snow lingzi. Hogan charged forward in a rage, his aura exploding instantly. His eyes burned with fire as he roared, do you really want to die? Stop right there. Simultaneously, he swung his arm, preparing to launch an attack. But at that moment, Batianju reached out and stopped him, his tone steady. Instructor Hogan, why get so worked up over a common student? I understand the boy's character. Duan Xingxing hurried forward. Speaking out in his defense, Principal, please don't blame Su Chen. He only wanted to save someone. I have here, before she could finish, Batianju raised his hand to cut her off. He looked at Su Chen, his tone calm but laced with a chilling coldness. Senior Duan, there's no need for that. He then turned to Hogan. I'm not angry. Su Chen is a student of Tianjing Academy. He is my disciple. Why would I be angry with my own student? Let's go. Notify the representatives of Tianfu Academy and the Luo and Song families. The Medicine Kings were taken by Su Chen, and there are none left to distribute. Zhao Zilong looked at Su Chen worriedly, whispering, Su Chen, the principal's last sentence was full of killing intent. I'm afraid he's going to pit you against those geniuses and professional clans. Beside them, Li Lei cursed indignantly. Damn it, what kind of place is this Tianjing Academy? From top to bottom, they're nothing but a bunch of scumbags. It's fine, Su Chen said thoughtfully, thinking that the system must have predicted all of this. Perhaps he really couldn't stay at Tianjing Academy much longer. Suddenly, Zhao Zilong's body felt as though it were being injected with new strength as a steady stream of energy gushed forth. He instinctively stood up, moving his body. I can stand, I can actually stand again. Zilong, how do you feel? I feel like my professional skills have advanced from the inside out. He swung his arms, beyond excited, feeling reborn. Stronger and more agile than ever before, Li Lei looked at his old friend and couldn't help but cry out, holy crap, you're really healed. I'm so happy. I'm turning green with envy. Good brother, this state of yours is incredible. The scene shifted as 3 days passed in a flash. Damn it, Li Lei roared. It's been 3 days. Tianjing Academy is completely ignoring us. Not even a single teacher has come to give a lecture. Su Chen nodded, his tone flat. Expected. Having publicly offended the principal, even if he doesn't act personally, that crowd in the academy will definitely target us. He smiled, a flash of determination in his eyes. 3 days of rest is enough. Let's head out. Head out? Where to? Zhao Zilong asked, looking bewildered. Su Chen's tone was confident. Since no one will lead us, I'll take you guys to level up and star up personally. Let's go and sweep every single dungeon in Tianjing Academy. Along the way, the group discussed things enthusiastically. Li Lei reminded them, the freshman apprenticeship ceremony is in 7 days. At that time, the academy's teachers would choose disciples based on the freshman's performance. Zhao Zilong was filled with worry. If no one is willing to teach us, that'll be a problem. There isn't even a decent teacher here. If they won't teach, they won't teach. But if we want to enter the Abyss battlefield to train, we must have a mentor lead the team. Without one, we can't go anywhere. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp. One step at a time. First, we explore the secret realms. I've done my research. Tianjing Academy has as many as 7 spatial nodes, more than any other high-level academy. That's exactly why Tianjing Academy has always remained at the top of the rankings. We've already taken the Medicine King's secret realm. There are 6 more waiting for us. I heard that if you clear all 7, the Academy gives a special reward. A special reward. What is it? Departmental disciples can only choose nightmare difficulty to clear dungeons. What kind of reward is that? Exactly. Clearing all 7 secret realms on nightmare difficulty allows you to be promoted to a departmental disciple. No common student has ever achieved this. Clearly there was a massive chasm between departmental disciples and common students. While common students still had hope of becoming elite disciples, squeezing into the ranks of departmental disciples was practically a pipe dream. The more they thought about it, the more they hated Tianjing Academy. Wasn't this just intentionally dividing professionals into different classes? A crowd had already gathered at the secret realm entrance, all eyes focused on Su Chen's group. Look, Su Chen is here. It really is him. This guy can't sit still for a second. He's already back to tackle another secret realm. Zhao Zilong stepped forward looking quite casual. They arrived at their destination with the secret realm entrance right before them. A guy nearby noticed them and whispered, "Young Master Ling, that's Su Chen. The intel is 100 accurate. Don't mistake him for someone else like last time. Su Chen is already famous throughout Tianjing Academy. Let's go then. Daring to compete with me for Murong Lush? I'd like to see how many heads he has." Su Chen asked Zhao Zilong with a remainingly calm expression, "Are there any restrictions for entering the secret realm? Is the minimum requirement a 2-star professional? The highest difficulty is hell grade, so let's head in." Suddenly, young Master Ling rushed forward trying to block Su Chen's path. Before he could even put on an air of authority, Su Chen shoved him aside. "Don't block the way." Young Master Ling was stunned, not expecting Su Chen's actions to be so decisive. His lackey hurried over and whispered, "Young Master Ling, this kid is truly arrogant, daring to openly offend you." He roared in a rage. "Brat, stop right there." Hearing the voice, Su Chen turned back and replied coldly, "Are you talking to me?" Young Master Ling's eyes widened as he roared, "You little bastard, don't you know who I am?" Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he shot back defiantly, "What does who you are have to do with me?" The man froze, completely blindsided by Su Chen's composed attitude. Heavens, did Su Chen just metaphorically slap young Master Ling's face? Although both are departmental disciples, young Master Ling's backing is far stronger than Detonations. He's a member of the Song family, one of the 2 top-tier professional clans in the Dragon Zone. Su Chen really was incredibly bold, daring to offend anyone. Young Master Ling ground his teeth in rage, the blood rushing to his head. "In my entire life, this is the first time someone has ever snubbed me like this to my face." Su Chen confronted young Master Ling again, making him lose face twice in a row. Ling was driven to madness, letting out a series of cold laughs. "Ha ha ha, good, very good." Watching this, Li Lei could only scratch his head, looking on with a confused face. He's getting snubbed and calling it good? Has this guy been driven insane? Hearing this, young Master Ling's fury boiled over as he roared with malice, "Come on, how do you want to die?" Su Chen didn't even look back, replying lazily, "I can't be bothered with you," before walking straight ahead. As he reached the entrance of the secret realm, a system prompt rang out, "Heart of Machinery detected. Please select difficulty." Without a second thought, Su Chen chose the ultimate challenge, Hell Grade. The 4 of them vanished instantly, teleported into the realm. A stir rippled through the crowd behind them. "Young Master Ling, Su Chen is gone?" Seeing that he had chosen Hell difficulty, young Master Ling ground his teeth and chased after them in a fit of indignation. "Hell difficulty? Are they insane? Are they looking for a death wish? How does trash like that have the nerve to choose Hell Grade?" "Young Master Ling, there's no need for us to enter on Hell difficulty," his subordinates advised. "Those poor brats couldn't possibly afford the internal escape stones for this realm. Once they're in, they won't be coming back. They won't survive. Besides, in nightmare difficulty, teams are teleported to different parallel spaces for training. Even if we go in, we won't run into them. So what's there to fear?" Young Master Ling let out a roar, his eyes burning with defiance. "I guarantee the Ling team is made up entirely of elites. We are going to conquer Hell difficulty right now." He immediately selected Hell Grade and was teleported in. Outside, the onlookers stared with wide stunned eyes. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge Hell difficulty. Young Master Ling's squad was one of the strongest teams at Tianjing Academy, and certainly had the strength to attempt it. As for Su Chen, word was that he had only secured the Medicine King in that previous realm through sheer luck. This time he would likely suffer a crushing defeat, perhaps even lose his life. Stepping into the secret realm, the scene before them was magnificent and shocking. This realm was actually a sprawling grand city, featuring a level of technology far beyond imagination. The main thoroughfare stretched straight toward the finish line, the exit of the Heart of Machinery realm. Suddenly a swarm of mechanical monsters appeared, their metallic surfaces shimmering with a cold, clinical glint. "Watch out, the mechanical freaks are here." "Then let's clear them out as fast as possible." Su Chen waved his hand, summoning scorching flames and charging forward with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the mechanical swarm was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. His companions galloped on their fire donkeys, kicking up clouds of dust at a staggering pace. Following Brother Su really is a total sweep. This feels incredible. We're almost at the end. Stay sharp for danger. Just then, Su Chen abruptly looked up, discovering a colossal mechanical construct. Its massive metallic feet were like mountains crashing down toward them. He shouted, "Get out of the way!" The mechanical foot stomped down, sending the entire group and the donkey herd flying in all directions. What on earth is that thing? High above, a skyscraper-sized mechanical giant loomed, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Whoa, this mechanical monster is way too big. This was the final boss of the Heart of Machinery realm. And by the looks of it, it was going to be extremely difficult to handle. The giant machine roared, its cold electronic voice booming, "Insignificant humans, do not provoke my wrath lest all life be extinguished." Su Chen wasted no time on small talk, immediately ordering the donkey herd to use their skill. Donkey roll, the swarm of donkeys began to spin and charge forward, repeatedly slamming into the mountain-like feet of the giant machine, only to produce a series of crisp metallic clangs against its hardened armor. Its defense was staggering. This Hellgrade boss was several times tougher than the Guardians in the Medicine King realm. The machine's arms began to spray rockets, fire lighting up the sky in a series of violent explosions. Stubborn fools, the fierce assault sent Su Chen's donkey herd flying everywhere. He roared, "Watch out," and immediately ordered the herd to switch to donkey scale armor. Using their thick scaled layers, the donkey herd built a wall of flesh and bone, stubbornly blocking the machine's attacks. But the price was too heavy. "You killed 2 of my donkeys. Once they die, they can't be resurrected. I have to find a way to take this thing down fast." At that moment, Zhao Zilong stepped forward, taking on the form of a female war god, her tone resolute. "Let me." "Zilong, are you sure?" Li Lei asked worriedly. Zilong nodded, her gaze burning like fire. "I've seen the guides. To take this boss down, we have to shatter the mechanical heart on top of its head. This is a job only I can do." Su Chen stared at her, his voice low. "Everyone, give it your all." The boss roared paltry ants. As it swung a massive fist toward Zilong, she skillfully used her footwork, leveraging the momentum of the punch to leap high into the air. However, a rocket suddenly locked onto her. Li Lei roared, "Watch your back." He unleashed a skill, forcefully knocking the rocket off course. A massive explosion echoed in midair, filled with thick smoke. Zilong seized the opening to firmly grip the machine's body, climbing onto its shoulder. "That's way too dangerous. Sister Zilong is truly bold." The boss swung its other arm, slamming it viciously against its own shoulder. Zilong leapt nimbly, landing on a spot at the back of its head that was pulsing with red light. "I found the mechanical heart," Li Lei cheered excitedly. Zilong had succeeded. She gripped her battle axe and lunged forward, barking, "Die, I'm going to destroy you once and for all." Unexpectedly, the machine's head suddenly rotated 180 degrees, its cold metallic eyes staring right at her. "What?" he surprised. An energy core gathered in its mouth, spitting out a terrifying shockwave that sent Zilong flying. Su Chen, frantic with worry, threw his arms wide and shouted, "Zilong!" A donkey understood the signal, galloping forward immediately to catch her on its back and land safely. As soon as she touched the ground, the group rushed over to surround her. "Are you okay?" Su Chen asked urgently. Zilong shook her head, panting heavily. "I'm fine. A Hellgrade boss really isn't that easy to deal with." At that moment, the machine raised both arms, spraying a rain of shells across the sky like fire, pouring down toward the 4 of them. "Damn it, the shells are too dense. How do we dodge?" Zhang Yue pointed toward the front left and screamed, "There's a gap 17 meters that way. Move now." The group sprinted at full speed. No sooner had they reached the position than the surrounding area erupted into a sea of fire, leaving only the spot Yue had pointed to unscathed. Su Chen nodded in admiration. "Zhang Yue, your judgment was spot on," she replied. "My senses are enhanced. I can predict some trajectories, but I haven't had enough rest. Another wave of rockets is coming." "They're coming again, everyone. Charge 9 meters forward," Yue shouted, and the group once again brushed past the wings of death. Su Chen marveled. "This is truly divine. If your ability gets any stronger, you might actually be able to predict the future." Zilong frowned, her tone firm. Just dodging isn't a long-term solution. She made up her mind to charge again, let out a roar of "Kill!" But the giant mechanical arm swept across, fast enough to swat her like a fly. Zilong leapt nimbly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth, her movements as light as if she were swatting a fly. Using the same tactic, she leaped onto the back of the machine's head. "Take this." The machine rotated its head 180 degrees again, a sinister smile appearing on its metallic face. "You're just wasting your time." "What? Does this boss have no blind spots?" Su Chen cried out. Suddenly the machine spat a brilliant shell from its mouth. "It's over." But unexpectedly, Zilong charged directly into its mouth. "What?" Su Chen was stunned. Zilong is way too fierce. She had actually dared to break into its mouth. The boss let out an angry roar, but immediately after, the sound of Zilong's continuous heavy strikes echoed from within, vibrating until the metallic body began to distort and deform. It clutched its head and shrieked in pain, "Damned vermin, get out of me!" Before long, the machine's ear area burst open, and it screamed while slamming its own head. Humans deserve to die. Zilong had clearly discovered its fatal weakness. In an instant, the machine's head completely exploded, and it collapsed in a state of unwilling defeat. Zilong leapt from the wreckage, a shimmering crystal clutched in her hand. "We did it." The boss is down, Li Lei cheered. Sister Zilong is so badass. The machine's massive body came crashing down, making the ground shake violently. A prompt rang out. Congratulations to everyone for clearing the hell difficulty secret realm, Heart of Machinery. Outstanding performance, S-rank attained. Each person received 1 God Slaying point and the item Mechanical Heart, God Slaying points. Su Chen was surprised. He hadn't expected to earn such an honor one day. He looked at the others. According to his previous research, the Mechanical Heart was an extremely rare item, obtainable only upon the first completion of hell difficulty. Li Lei was confused. What is this thing for? Zilong explained. The Mechanical Heart can enhance skills, but it's only effective for mechanical-type classes. Li Lei scratched his head and said awkwardly, I'm a meat shield warrior, does it even work for me? Zilong handed the crystal over. Li Lei, you take it. He shook his head and declined. No, this thing is too precious. I haven't done enough to deserve it. Zilong insisted. Take it. Of the 4 of us, only you can use it. Li Lei still hesitated. A divine item like this should be sold. I'm just an ordinary warrior. I didn't contribute much. Su Chen lost his temper, slamming the table and roaring, enough with the nonsense. You're part of the team. Increasing your strength is the greatest contribution you can make. Li Lei nodded, moved. Brother Su, I understand. I'll take it. I promise to work hard to increase my strength and fight just like Sister Zilong. He immediately absorbed the Mechanical Heart. The crystal's energy flooded into his body, sweat breaking out on his forehead as he radiated a staggering aura. Zhang Yuyue asked curiously. How does it feel? Li Lei replied excitedly. I feel like I'm about to transform. Transform? Su Chen's eyes widened. Li Lei's entire body erupted in a blinding light, the signs of a mutation clearly visible. In an instant he actually transformed into a massive iron hammer suspended in midair. Su Chen stared, dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Holy crap, he turned into a hammer? Zilong frowned. Oh no, what's going on? It might be that Li Lei wasn't a perfect match for the Mechanical Heart, causing a mutation after absorption. The hammer form. Li Lei spoke up. Brother Su, I feel incredibly powerful right now. Su Chen burst out laughing. You can still talk, looks like there's no major issue. Let me test just how strong you are. He reached out and gripped the hammer firmly, a sharp glint in his eyes as he looked for a target. Smash that building over there and tear it down. The hammer whistled through the air, punching a massive hole straight through the building's wall. The whole group was stunned, observing the destructive power, but the building still stood firm. Su Chen scratched his head. The damage seems a bit weak. Suddenly the hammer vibrated violently, causing the entire building to shake with it. In the blink of an eye, the building completely collapsed into rubble. The 3 of them stood there with their mouths hanging open, paralyzed with shock. A single move had leveled a building. It was terrifyingly strong. Zilong analyzed that the hammer's attack style was strange, seemingly specialized in causing internal damage. On the surface it looked fine, but it destroyed the enemy from within. Li Lei transformed back into human form, walking with a majestic air. Brother Su, from now on I am your weapon. Don't worry about me. Use me as much as you like. I guarantee the whole group will have a blast. Su Chen frowned and corrected him. Can you pick some more appropriate words? Let's go. Li Lei. After finishing up, the 4 of them walked out of the secret realm. The crowd outside immediately swarmed them. Holy crap, look, Su Chen and his group are out. Nothing strange about it. They must have brought an escape stone and came out after failing. Though to last this long, these freshmen aren't bad. But just then, the realm announcement rang out. Congratulations to Zhao Zilong, Su Chen, Zhang Yuyue and Li Lei for clearing the hell difficulty secret realm, Heart of Machinery. The crowd was instantly petrified, their mouths hanging open. What? They cleared it? That was hell difficulty. Li Lei smiled smugly. He loved seeing their unfamiliar with the world expressions. Immediately after, the 4 entered the Hellgrade Skeleton Swamp Realm. Su Chen's donkey herd rampaged through, crushing the skeletons to powder. It was much easier than the Heart of Machinery. As expected of Tianjing Academy's 7 great secret realms, the Heart of Machinery was the toughest challenge. With the Medicine King realm already cleared, the remaining 5 realms were relatively simple. Only a few minutes later, the boss appeared and was instantly surrounded by Su Chen's donkey herd, with raging fires igniting all around. He waved his hand and ordered, when the boss is at half health, each of you help me land a hit. The 3 charged forward with total confidence, each landing a finishing blow to instantly kill the boss. Zilong cheered. Cleared. It only took 5 minutes. Let's go. One final push to clear the remaining 4 dungeons. Only half an hour later, the 4 walked out of the secret realm in high spirits, having cleared the final hell grade level. That was great, Su Chen laughed. The crowd outside could only stand there like wooden statues. One guy muttered to himself, have I gone crazy if I haven't lost count? This is the 6th consecutive hell realm Su Chen's group has cleared, right? Another replied, you haven't lost count. Counting the previous Medicine King realm, they had conquered all 7 of Tianjing Academy's spatial nodes, all on hell difficulty. This is terrifying. Who would believe Su Chen is just a freshman? Tianjing Academy was about to face a major earthquake. It was highly likely that another Tianfu star following Murang Lush was about to rise. Meanwhile, other teams were in a pathetic state as they emerged from the secret realms, everyone covered in wounds. One guy panted heavily. Quick, give me a hand. Luckily I ran fast or I would have died in there. Hell difficulty isn't something humans can challenge. I bet no one will clear it in 100 years. Seeing Su Chen, young Master Ling immediately roared, you actually didn't die in there? You still dare to show your face? He pointed at the serious team that had just emerged in a daze. Looking haggard, "Look, the serious team is out too, and clearly they failed." He turned and roared arrogantly at the crowd. "Who cares who's yelling about failure? Our serious squad held out for an hour inside before using an escape stone to get out." He pointed at Su Chen and mocked, "Unlike a piece of trash like Su Chen, bragging about clearing hell difficulty, he probably just pretended to go in and then immediately used an escape stone to run away." Su Chen narrowed his eyes and squeezed Ling's finger hard. Young Master Ling shrieked in pain. "Ah, it hurts," Su Chen replied coldly. "Which of your eyes saw us fail?" Su Chen remained defiant, pointing at him and shouting, "Stop acting like a big shot. You think just because a piece of trash like you can't clear hell difficulty, I can't?" Su Chen tightened his grip, deforming Ling's finger bones. Young Master Ling wailed in pain. "Damn it, you're at it again. Curse you, I'll make sure you get on your knees and call me Grandpa today." Just as the words left his mouth, he suddenly noticed the secret realm announcement board light up with a blinding glare. "Congratulations to Su Chen for clearing Heart of Machinery on Hell difficulty. S-rank attained." He was instantly stunned. What? He actually cleared it? He scanned the other realms. Su Chen cleared Skeleton Swamp on Hell difficulty. S-rank attained. Skeleton Swamp 2, trembling, he continued reading. Wild Beast Deep Forest on Hell difficulty. S-rank attained. More? The remaining 3 realms all lit up with clearance lights as well. Had Su Chen cleared the hell difficulty of every single secret realm in one go? He was completely dumbfounded, his legs giving way as he collapsed to his knees. Clearing all 7 hell difficulty realms. How could a human possibly do that? He muttered to himself, his gaze vacant. No wonder Murong Liuying chose Su Chen as her boyfriend. This kid is terrifyingly strong. The goddess's taste is indeed impeccable. I admit my defeat completely. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. "Convinced now?" Young Master Ling lowered his head, his voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "I'm convinced." Su Chen let out a cold laugh. "Then call me Daddy." He kept his lips tightly shut, saying nothing. Just then, a token shimmered out of the void and flew in front of Su Chen. The system announcement echoed through the surroundings. "Congratulations to Su Chen for breaking the Tianjing Academy record by clearing the hell difficulty of all 7 spatial nodes. Reward, Departmental Disciple title." Su Chen reached out and grabbed the token, letting out a loud laugh. "Ha ha!" In the distance, Magus Hogan came charging over, his face full of shock. "Cleared all 7 nodes on hell difficulty? Who did it?" When he learned it was Su Chen, he froze on the spot. This kid again. The students were abuzz with conversation. Su Chen is the first person to become a departmental disciple without any family background. It's truly enviable. From now on, his resources and connections will far exceed ours, another whispered. "You still don't know the true value of this title. The greatest benefit is that after graduation, departmental disciples can directly enter the elite ranks of the human race." Hogan stepped forward, looking at Su Chen with a complex gaze. "Su Chen, this Magus sees you as a rare talent. If you apologize publicly, I will forgive you and take you as my disciple." The crowd was stunned. Magus Hogan actually wanted to take Su Chen as a disciple? This honor even surpassed the departmental disciple title. But Su Chen crossed his arms, his tone full of challenge. "Apologize? What exactly did I do wrong?" The students' mouths hung open in shock. "Su Chen actually dares to question Magus Hogan?" Hogan roared. "You took the Medicine King and gave it to an ordinary student without permission. Isn't that a waste of a treasure?" Su Chen shot back calmly. "The Medicine King that first obtained by clearing the secret realm was mine to begin with. How can using it to save my brother be called a waste?" Hogan was furious. "So you don't plan to apologize?" Su Chen's tone was resolute. "I'm not in the wrong." Hogan's eyes widened. "Good, very good. This is the first time I've met someone as stubborn as you," he continued coldly. "Su Chen, even if you have the departmental disciple title, you must undergo a vote by all departmental disciples to officially join their ranks. You've offended quite a few people. I'm afraid you'll have a hard time passing this trial." A wave of whispering broke out in the crowd. "It's over now. Magus Hogan is targeting Su Chen. He's offended several departmental disciples before. This is going to be a struggle," one student sighed. Why couldn't a backgroundless person like Su Chen just bow his head? Not only did he lose the chance to be Hogan's disciple, but he also brought trouble upon himself. Hogan immediately summoned all the departmental disciples of Tianjing Academy. A moment later, a red-haired man stepped forward, his tone icy. "I do not agree to Su Chen becoming a departmental disciple." Hong Tianfei also appeared, his legs trembling, but he still spoke up. "I do not agree to Su Chen becoming a departmental disciple. He murdered Bai Zhanji in the Medicine King's secret realm. The Bai family is already on its way and will never let him go," another added spitefully. "This little brat Su Chen laid hands on me before. I will never allow him to join us today." Objections rose one after another. "I disagree. Reject. Any old stray cat or dog thinks they can be a departmental disciple. Rejected." All the departmental disciples voiced their opposition in unison. Magus Hogan laughed triumphantly. "Su Chen, did you hear that clearly? Not a single person agrees to your joining." But just then a fist was raised high, and a voice rang out, "I agree. I agree to Su Chen becoming a departmental disciple. Everyone was shocked. Young Master Ling, what are you talking about? Hogan's eyes widened as well. Young Master Ling replied calmly, Instructor Hogan, based on Su Chen's combat record, it is our honor to have him as a departmental disciple. Someone roared. Su Chen stole your goddess Morang and even hit you, and you're still speaking up for him. Young Master Ling shrugged and said helplessly, I can't help it, he's already beaten me into submission. Hogan's face turned green with rage, and he let out a cold snort. Majority rules. Su Chen, you still won't become a departmental disciple. Su Chen stepped forward, his tone resolute. Instructor Hogan, you've been wrong about one thing from the very beginning. What thing? Hogan barked. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. You think I actually care about this damn title as if it's some grand honor? In my eyes, it's not worth a damn. I have no interest in being a departmental disciple. Since entering Tianjing Academy, I've had only one impression of this group of so-called departmental disciples. They're nothing but a pile of waste, the crowd gasped in shock. Hogan roared, You're too insolent. You dare to offend all the departmental disciples. Without hesitation, Su Chen crushed the departmental disciple token in his hand before the entire crowd. Hogan was struck as if by lightning, standing frozen on the spot. Li Lei let out a loud laugh. Haha, how satisfying, someone shouted in a fit of rage. Arrogant, kill him. Just then, a world-shaking explosion echoed from the sky. The students looked up in terror. What happened? Such a huge commotion. Is it an earthquake? No, wait. Look, a massive black hole appeared in midair. A spatial portal has opened outside the city. Has a new spatial node formed near Tianjing Academy? The crowd was abuzz with speculation. Are those aliens insane? Don't they know there are experts everywhere here? Principal Ba Tianju flew over from the distance, his voice booming like muffled thunder. Activate Level 1 response. All staff and students are forbidden from leaving. Experts 5-star and above follow me outside the city. He glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen, I have an emergency. You're lucky. With that, he flew off. Hogan ground his teeth. Su Chen, you've offended everyone today. Just you wait. He also departed immediately. Someone in the crowd shouted, You brainless piece of trash, just wait until you regret this later. Su Chen rubbed his throbbing head. Li Lei ran over worriedly and asked, Brother Su, did you just level up? If I saw correctly, you should be at 4-star now. It's practically a miracle, he continued. At Tianjing Academy, most students never reach 4-star in their lives, but you did it as a freshman. Zilong nodded. After charging through 6 Hell-grade secret realms, it's time for us to star up too. We can't let Su Chen leave us too far behind. Su Chen shrugged. What's so great about 4-star? It doesn't feel like my body has changed much. Afterward, the group returned to the star-up area. Li Lei cheered excitedly. Brother Su, all 3 of us have reached 3-star. Zilong nodded, his gaze burning. 3-star was the stepping stone to becoming a true powerhouse. After this star-up, I feel like all my abilities have significantly improved. In the distance, Wei Bui shouted Su Chen's name. Su Chen turned back in surprise. Wei Bui, what are you doing here? Wei Bui smiled. Su Chen, I'm here to apply to join your squad to conquer the Fallen God Realm together. Join my team. Su Chen frowned, looking confused. What's the Fallen God Realm all about? Wei Bui asked in surprise. You guys seriously don't know about something this big yet? A massive spatial node appeared outside the city a few days ago with a world-shaking commotion. You all must have seen it. Su Chen nodded. I saw it. The principal and 5-star experts were all deployed. Was that the Fallen God Realm? Wei Bui confirmed. That's right, it's been named Fallen God City and has officially opened. The Alliance is calling for the strongest squads from all academies to participate in its exploration. All squads below 5-star can enter to accumulate military merit. Zilong asked. Why in squad format? Can't individuals participate? Wei Bui shook his head. No, the Fallen God Realm is too dangerous. Although it hasn't completely stabilized, it has already opened to professionals below 5-star. This is unprecedented. Once it stabilizes, it might evolve into a 9-star secret realm. He continued explaining that if a 9-star realm underwent a mutation, such as powerful monsters overflowing, the consequences would be unthinkable. The Alliance suspected this was a conspiracy by foreign gods, so it had to be conquered before it fully formed. To avoid a major catastrophe, Li Lei asked excitedly, Brother Su, are we going? Su Chen laughed loudly. We're going. Military merit is a rare reward. I'm only a captain now. With a bit more merit, I can be promoted to major. Then those professional families can forget about threatening me ever again. Wei Bui added, I'll be entering the Fallen God Realm with you. The first opening of a secret realm usually came with many opportunities. Li Lei asked Wei Bui curiously, What star level are you at now? Wei Bui replied, 2-star. Why is there a problem? Su Chen frowned. What? A 2-star professional dares to barge into a 5-star realm? Are you looking for a death wish? Wei Bui let out a cold laugh. I'm not afraid of death. Opportunities are often found in dangerous places. This is my best chance for a comeback. He shot back with a sharp gaze. What are you afraid of, Su Chen? It looks like I misjudged you. Since when did you become so cowardly? Su Chen replied indifferently. I'm not afraid, I'm just worried you'll drag the whole team down. Wei Bui went silent for a moment, his gaze resolute. I will never implicate you. If we fall into a desperate situation, I will voluntarily return to heaven. Su Chen replied coldly. You really are cold-blooded. A deep voice echoed from the distance. Lord Thundergod, you were looking for me. The old man asked how Su Chen was doing lately. The person replied, Su Chen has entered Tianjing Academy and has been causing quite a stir lately. Not only did he obtain all 7 creation Medicine Kings in the Medicine King's secret realm, but he also cleared the hell difficulty of the remaining 6 realms. Thunder God laughed heartily. Haha, excellent, I knew I didn't misjudge him. He pondered for a moment. The extreme evil demon domain is currently stable. There's no need to worry about foreign gods descending for now. Get ready. I'll leave this place in your care. I have to return to Tianjing Academy, the person asked in shock. May I ask what you are returning to the academy for, my lord? A faint smile touched the Thunder God's lips. To take Su Chen as my disciple. The entire area was stunned. A 9-star Thunder God actually wanted to take a freshman as a disciple. This news was like a thunderbolt. Su Chen truly had luck that only comes once in 1,000 years. The man bowed and replied, yes, I will go prepare immediately. At this time, Su Chen continued forward with his team. Murong Lush was suddenly waiting in the distance and called out, Su Chen, come here for a moment. He was surprised. Senior, are you looking for me? She asked with a serious expression. Have you heard about the Fallen God realm? I just heard. I'm planning to give it a try. I heard there's military merit and opportunity. Murong Lush frowned. Don't go, that place isn't suitable for freshmen. Su Chen shrugged. I'm just hanging around anyway, she said irritably. Why are you so stubborn? Are you sure you have to go? He nodded decisively. I'm sure. She sighed and handed something over. Then take this. Su Chen's eyes widened. It was a skill scroll. Murong Lush nodded. That's right, I promised to help you get a skill with no class requirements. He smiled brilliantly. Senior, you're so good to me. You don't actually like me, do you? She flushed and barked. Don't overthink it. I've placed quite a few bets on you. Don't die too soon. Su Chen laughed. Then thanks, she explained. This is an unopened skill scroll. The skill you get is random, but if you have a luck shard, you might obtain a high-tier professional skill. Luck shards were extremely rare divine items that occasionally appeared on the Abyss battlefield and could significantly boost one's luck. Su Chen frowned. Luck shards? Where on earth am I going to get one of those? Who would even have one? Murong Lush shrugged. I'm just letting you know. Su Chen forced a smile and said, Many thanks, senior. Returning to the lounge, he took out the scroll and muttered to himself, I don't lack skills, but you can never have too many. No one complains about having too many. Suddenly, he let out a cry of surprise. Why is it so hot? He rummaged around and found a box. This was given to him by his second uncle, who said it was a relic left by his parents. It used to be covered in talismans and couldn't be opened. How did the talismans fall off on their own now? He opened the box and a shimmering stone flew out. He truly got exactly what he needed. He never imagined his parents had left behind such a precious treasure. The stone melted into a current of air and seeped into his body. The luck shard had been absorbed. Now let's open the skill scroll. Su Chen immediately activated the scroll. A notification rang out. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-rank skill, Corpse Explosion. He cheered. Holy crap, it really is a top-tier S-rank skill. The luck shard indeed lived up to its name. Pondering the name Corpse Explosion, he muttered. One look and you can tell it has to do with corpses. I'll find a corpse later to test its power. The entire team was ready to go, heading straight for the entrance of the Fallen God realm. A magnificent sight unfolded before them, the invisible pressure making the air feel as if it had frozen. A voice rang out. Please enter your squad name and member information. Li Lei turned to him. Brother Su, our team doesn't have a name yet, you pick one. Su Chen laughed loudly. Let's call it Godslayer, the Godslayer squad, full of dominance. Sooner or later we'll wipe out those fake gods and foreign gods who dare to invade the human race. Once the information was entered, the announcement continued. All students participating in the conquest of the Fallen God realm receive 3 points of military merit. After entering the secret realm, military merit will accumulate based on contribution. Li Lei was amazed. Just for entering they got 3 points of military merit. The rewards are incredibly generous. Zhao Zilong explained with a heavy tone, military merit is the rarest of commodities. It symbolizes power and status. Usually it's only awarded for major contributions to the human race. To be this liberal with it now is unusual. There's definitely a catch. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Such lavish rewards were likely compensation for the terrifying danger of the Fallen God realm. Wei Bui laughed heartily. Brother Su is right, but I'm definitely not backing down. In fact, I'm actually a bit excited. After gaining that hammer transformation, I'm terrifyingly strong. What's there to fear? There's no danger when you're following Brother Su. Li Lei chimed in. This is the chance for the Godslayer squad to make a name for itself. Let's go in. Just then, Duan Xingxing waved from the distance. Su Chen was surprised. Senior Duan, you came too. She walked over and smiled. I've already secured the Dragon Saliva Grass, so this weakened version of the 9-star Fallen God realm is a great place to search for even greater opportunities. I want to take a gamble. People began swarming in from all directions. They're coming, let's go. Even just 3 points of military merit makes it worth it. In the sky, thousands of silhouettes streaked past. With momentum like a surging rainbow, one squad shouted, Origin Squad, may everything go smoothly. Another squad roared, Fanya Squad, we're definitely breaking into the top 10 of the leaderboard this time. Move aside. The Zongnung squad from Tianjing Academy shouted arrogantly. Our entire team is elite, what do you have to compete with us? The Tianwu squad fired back. Is Tianjing really that special? We at Tianwu aren't afraid of you. The Tinling squad also charged in with passion for the sake of humanity. Wei Bui looked up at the sky, marveling that the rewards of this alliance-wide mobilization for the fallen god realm were truly extraordinary. Almost every academy in Dragon City had sent hundreds of squads to participate. Looking at this display, at least 10,000 people had entered. Suddenly, a colossal warship appeared in the sky. A young man stood majestically at the bow, his aura overpowering. It's the Sky Carrier. He is here. The crowd stirred in a frenzy. Li Lei's eyes widened in sheer shock. Holy crap, who is this guy? That's badass. Wei Bui explained. Mingri Tianqing. Li Lei looked bewildered. Who is Mingri Tianqing? Wei Bui continued. There are 3 Tianfu students at Tianjing Academy. Besides Murong Lush, the other is Mingri Tianqing. He is exceptionally powerful. The goal I've always pursued, other teams whispered among themselves with excitement. A Sky Carrier, that's so cool, let's go. Following Mingri Tianqing is much safer. Wait for me, idol. The crowd scrambled to pour into the entrance. Su Chen shouted, we're going in too. The entire team stepped in simultaneously. As they felt solid ground beneath their feet, space began to shift. Zhao Zilong scanned the surroundings and frowned. They were surrounded by desert with not a soul in sight. It seemed that after entering the realm, everyone had been teleported to different locations. The entire formation had been scattered across the realm during transmission. Su Chen turned to Wei Bui and asked, is that Sky Carrier Mingri Tianqing's class talent? Wei Bui nodded. Exactly, he is a god-level mechanic and the Sky Carrier is his signature. I heard it can slay gods with a single strike. The massive carrier streaked past, heading deep into the realm. Other squads shouted, hurry, follow the Sky Carrier. It's safer to stay near Mingri Tianqing. Idol, wait for us. People flooded through the entrance. Su Chen shouted, let's move. The whole team stepped through. Their feet sank slightly as the space transformed. Zhao Zilong surveyed the area, frowning. It's all desert. I don't see anyone. It looks like everyone was separated upon entry. Every squad had been teleported and dispersed. In another independent space, the authoritative figures of several principals were seated around a round table. The Dragon Zone Alliance leader of the professional union tapped the table and asked in a steady voice, does anyone have any further opinions regarding the Fallen Sky secret realm? One principal frowned, his tone worried. Leader, isn't this a bit inappropriate? You know how dangerous this fallen god territory is. This approach currently seems like the safest plan. Old Chin puffed leisurely on his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke as he let out a cold, mocking sneer. Hey, you're safe all right. Sending those children to risk their lives while you hide away like a turtle in its shell. The man's face instantly darkened and he barked. Old Chin, what do you mean by that? Old Chin didn't back down, tilting his head back as he retorted, I don't mean anything, I just wanted to insult you. The sound of a hand slamming against the table echoed through the room, followed by a furious shout, you've gone too far, do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the tension escalate, Grandma Meow hurriedly waved her hand, interjecting in a gentle tone, calm down. The Fallen Sky secret realm is already opened. She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone. Things have already reached this point, what use is arguing? Although the Fallen Sky secret realm is extremely dangerous, it is filled with opportunities. This is a rare chance to cultivate top-tier powerhouses. There are always gains and losses. If that's the case, then let's just wait. When the time comes, we will go to respectfully see the fallen gods return. Unwilling to listen to any more nonsense, Old Chin rose decisively and walked away with a wave of his hand. You guys can see whoever you want. I'm going home to sleep. As his figure disappeared, Magus Hogan shook his head slightly and turned to the Alliance leader. Leader, this is the highest strategic meeting of the Alliance, and as one of the 9 9-star powerhouses, Old Chin is indeed a bit arrogant. The Alliance leader sighed, his gaze deep. It's understandable that Old Chin is angry, but humanity's situation is becoming increasingly difficult. Sacrifices must sometimes be made, he analyzed slowly. Although the Fallen Sky secret realm will sacrifice some of the weak, it will cultivate a few of the strong while simultaneously resolving the crisis. It kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Old Chin really hasn't seen the big picture. Magus Hogan nodded in agreement. As a human elite, Old Chin's ideological awareness is indeed still insufficient. The scene returns to Su Chen's squad. In the vast boundless desert, one member grumbled, this realm is way too big, we've walked for so long without seeing a single person. Suddenly, Zhang Yuyue shuddered slightly, her eyes looking into the distance with alertness. Look, something is coming. The whole team immediately scanned the area, tense. Where? Just then, the sand beneath their feet began to vibrate violently as shockwaves rippled through the ground. Someone shrieked, it's right underneath us. No sooner had the words been spoken than a giant centipede as large as a 2-story building burst through the sand with a ferocious roar. Zhao Zilong transformed instantly without hesitation, swinging her weapon to charge forward. A sharp, fierce strike landed directly on the creature's head. The giant monster wobbled and then collapsed onto the sand, her strike demonstrating its power in just one blow. Zilong's lips curled slightly as she thought triumphantly, not bad. This beast is strong but manageable. Little did they know the enemy was only feigning death. Sensing something wrong, Su Chen shouted a warning, Zilong, watch your back. The bizarre centipede had already lunged toward her. At the critical moment, Su Chen's fire donkey timely released a Vajra protection light curtain. The shield blocked the fatal blow. Zilong broke into a cold sweat, gasping in shock. How is this possible? It's actually not dead. snapping back to reality. Zhao Zilong swung her weapon frantically, launching a series of fatal strikes at the beast's head. She didn't stop to catch her breath until the monster's skull was deeply caved in and it was completely motionless. Zhang Yueyue closed her eyes to sense carefully before nodding with certainty. No heartbeat, I can confirm it's dead. However, an anomaly occurred again. The centipede's mangled corpse twitched once more, resurrecting. Li Lei jumped back, cursing in panic. Holy crap, it resurrected again. Wei Bihui's brow furrowed, a flash of realization in his eyes. I'm afraid this is the most terrifying part of the fallen god realm. He swallowed hard and added tensely. The monsters can't be killed, they can resurrect indefinitely. He turned to the captain and urged, Brother Su, let's fall back for now, we can't win this. Su Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he clenched his fists, his expression unusually calm. No need to retreat. Kill it one more time and I'll settle this. Zilong gritted her teeth and replied briefly, all right, before long under the second assault. The giant centipede collapsed once more. Su Chen gave a cold order. Zhang Yueyue, confirm if this beast is dead. After concentrating for a few seconds, the girl confirmed that the heartbeat had stopped and the life signs within seemed to have vanished. Su Chen's lips curled slightly, and he waved his hand decisively. All right, everyone, move back. His gaze was sharp. Now let me show you the power of an S-rank skill. Instantly, a burst of dark energy erupted as Su Chen unleashed the skill Corpse Explosion. The centipede's massive carcass instantly detonated into countless foul-smelling fragments. Li Lei's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the floor in surprise. Holy crap, it blew into pieces. Wei Bui was equally shocked. What skill is that? Yueyue breathed a sigh of relief and announced happily. It didn't resurrect this time, the beast is dead for good. Corpse Explosion truly lived up to its reputation as an S-rank ultimate skill. Su Chen gave a thumbs up. Leaving the scene, the team continued across the desert. About 10 minutes later, they stumbled upon a tragedy. Another centipede was devouring the mangled remains of an unlucky squad. Within its hideous mandibles, a survivor was struggling in deathly despair. He let out a blood-curdling scream, I don't want to die, help me. Seeing this, Wei Bui murmured dejectedly, This is the fourth wiped-out squad we've seen. His gaze hung heavy. For most squads that landed in the desert, these beasts were an unsolvable threat. Once they failed to escape, everyone died. Thinking about how cruel the fallen god realm was, he shuddered. No sooner had he spoken than two more fierce centipedes turned toward Su Chen's group. He coldly waved his hand, activating Corpse Explosion. Bang bang. The two hideous creatures instantly exploded in mid-air. Su Chen lightly dusted the sand off his clothes. He turned to the team and said, Let's go. He looked up at the golden sea of sand. Since there were no treasures to be seen in this desert, they might as well get out quickly. Just then, a group of people appeared in the sky, soaring past on a magnificent flying carpet. Wei Bui looked up, his gaze curious. That flying carpet is rare. Could it be a divine artifact? He scratched his head and thought, but divine artifacts could only be scavenged on the Abyss battlefield. High above, Wang Yushin's squad was piloting at full speed. Seeing the beautiful silhouette, Li Lei hurriedly waved and joked, That girl up there looks a bit familiar, doesn't she? Zhao Zilong squinted and nodded slightly. That's Wang Yuchan, the daughter of Marshal Wang Longsheng. The girl we met on the train. At the same time, Yuchan looked down and spotted her acquaintances. She cried out in surprise, Oh, it's them! But danger followed close behind. Clouds of dust billowed behind the carpet as a swarm of giant centipedes chased them frantically. Seeing the murderous scene, Li Lei's face turned pale and he stammered, unable to find words. They had actually attracted that many beasts? Despite being chased, Yuchan excitedly waved and shouted, Su Chen, long time no see, you came in too? Seeing the critical situation, she urged anxiously, Su Chen, hurry and get on the carpet. She warned them quickly that these beasts couldn't be killed and were very troublesome. One member on the carpet reported in a panic, Captain, there are 5 of them. The carpet can only seat 6 at most. Fearing for those on the ground, Su Chen only gave a faint smile and replied composedly, Don't worry about us, we can handle these beasts. But Yuchan shook her head resolutely, her tone exceptionally firm. No, we're the ones who lured the beasts here, we can't just ignore you, we're going to fight by your side. Disregarding her own safety, the 3 girls leaped off the carpet to provide support. Seeing such a noble gesture, Wei Bui scratched his head with a smirk and praised softly, This girl is really loyal, not bad. No sooner had he spoken than the swarm of monsters lunged forward. Yuchan quickly summoned a flying sword that radiated a dazzling light, shouting a cold kill. With just one sweep of sword light, she severed the massive bodies of 3 giant centipedes. Seeing the sharp sword move, Li Lei couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the super strong sword immortal class, Wang Yuchan has become much stronger since we last met. Yuchan pulled her sword back for defense and shouted urgently, Su Chen, get on the carpet first, we'll fight as we retreat. The beasts are about to resurrect. Contrary to her panic, Su Chen remained as calm as still water, hands crossed over his chest as he uttered a single sentence, No need. Instantly, he unleashed the skill Corpse Explosion. Before the carcasses could even twitch, they exploded into a rain of blood right before Yushin's eyes, leaving her dumbstruck. She murmured in a daze, her eyes filled with shock and admiration. She hadn't expected the carcasses of all 5 beasts to be blown into powder. This is way too strong. After regaining her composure, she gave an embarrassed smile. You settled these unkillable beasts so effortlessly. I guess I was worrying for nothing. After the commotion subsided, the three girls got back onto the flying carpet. Su Chen looked up and warned sincerely, Yuchan, the fallen god realm is extremely dangerous. Be careful. The female sword immortal gave a gentle smile and waved back. You guys be careful too, Su Chen. I'll come meet up with everyone after I finish my business. The carpet sped away, leaving Wei Bui staring blankly at the beautiful silhouette. He smacked his lips with regret. That girl is really something. Yuchan, what a lovely name. Li Lei nudged his companion in the ribs with his elbow and teased maliciously, What, are you smitten again? Putting the jokes aside, the team continued their journey. Time passed slowly until the golden sands finally began to recede. Li Lei stretched to relax and cheered. 3 hours, we're finally about to walk out of this desert. Suddenly Zhang Yue frowned, sharply pointing toward a pile of scattered rocks and saying there was movement over there. Everyone looked toward the hidden spot and found a squad being besieged by a swarm of centipedes. The sound of weapons clashing was constant as someone battled the beasts. They appeared to be from Tianjing Academy. Su Chen looked deeply into the encirclement and surmised, they're probably here for that pool of water, and that beast is clearly guarding its territory. Meanwhile, that team was still struggling bitterly. These beasts couldn't be killed, making it impossible to get near the pool. Staying in this stalemate was not a long-term solution. Sooner or later, these magic beasts will wear us down completely. On the other side of the battle line, a youth from that squad hurriedly suggested, Let's get out of here and find more people to help us seize the glazed divine water. Another sharp-eyed member spotted the newcomers and shouted, Wait, Captain, someone's coming over there, Brother Su, should we go take a look? Suddenly, a woman with a provocative figure stepped forward and called out his name. Su Chen, how about a partnership? He raised an eyebrow, a calculating look in his eyes. You know me. The woman gave an arrogant smile and flicked her hair. The freshman making waves all over the academy? Of course I know you. She introduced herself with a smug tone. I'm Lin Zhao, a third year at Tianjing Academy and captain of the Shining Light Squad. These are my teammates. Su Chen didn't want to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. What are you doing? Lin Zhao pointed toward the shimmering lake behind the swarm of magic beasts and said excitedly, See that pool behind the beasts? That's a divine spring. It produces glazed divine water, which can significantly strengthen a professional's constitution. Greed flickered in her eyes. In the past, treasures like this only appeared in 9-star secret realms. It's incredibly rare. Money can't buy it. We can work together to seize the glazed divine water. Su Chen calmly put his hands in his pockets and asked coldly, And what kind of cooperation are you proposing? Lin Zhao's expression turned sinister, a cunning smirk playing on her lips. Simple. These magic beasts can't be killed. You help us pin them down and we'll try to seize the divine water. Hearing this, Li Lei immediately spat on the ground and cursed. I knew you were up to no good. Do you take us for fools? We fight the beasts while you snatch the opportunity. The members of the Shining Light Squad roared in anger. This is an opportunity for you. Don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the fact that Su Chen's strength is halfway decent, do you think we'd ever partner with a group of freshmen? Zhao Zilong refused to back down, glaring as she retorted, Who wants to work with you? We can get it ourselves. Lin Zhao let out a cold laugh, her tone contemptuous. Hey, you truly don't know the heights of the heavens, talking so big. She turned to threaten them. Su Chen, these magic beasts are extremely difficult to handle. A single squad will never get that divine water alone. However, Su Chen remained completely unfazed, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Cooperation is fine, but it has to be your team pinning down the beasts while we go for the water. To his surprise, Lin Zhao gave a cold smile and agreed immediately. Fine, strange. I only said that on a whim, and she actually agreed. Once the plan was set, the Shining Light Squad immediately returned to formation to suppress the swarm. Lin Zhao shouted the order. Begin, the beasts are about to riot again. The entire opposing squad charged forward like a storm, their battle cries shaking the air. Kill, pin down the magic beasts. Don't kill them. While fending off sharp claws, Lin Zhao shouted toward Su Chen. Su Chen, go seize the divine water, now. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, Su Chen decisively ordered, Charge, get over there. In the blink of an eye, the members of the Godslayer squad were standing safely by the mist-shrouded lake, the cool moisture hitting their faces. Wei Bui took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with excitement. This water is indeed extraordinary. Just standing near it makes me feel refreshed. Outside the area, Lin Zhao struggled to dodge venomous stingers while urgently asking her Formation Master teammate, How's it going? Is the distance right? The Formation Master was drenched in sweat, but his face held a look of extreme excitement. It's enough, we can cast it now. Let's grab the glazed divine water quickly and get out of here. Just as he finished speaking, a shimmering position swap magic circle enveloped the 5 of them, preparing for spatial transfer. On Su Chen's side, Li Lei rubbed his hands together and walked joyfully toward the water's edge to collect it. Zhang Yu's face suddenly changed, and she reached out to stop him. Wait, Li Lei froze, turning his head in confusion. What is it? There's danger. She narrowed her eyes, staring intently at the bottomless black pool. I can feel a terrifying creature lurking beneath the surface, about to stir. As expected, a great opportunity isn't that easy to claim. No sooner had she spoken than a brilliant light erupted from the ground beneath Su Chen and the others, a formation identical to the one on the other side appearing at their feet. Before anyone could react, space warped, and their bodies were instantly forced to swap positions with the Shining Light Squad at the lakeside. Lin Zhao's teammates shouted in triumph the swap was a success. We've perfectly swapped places with Su Chen and his group. Lin Zhao threw her head back and laughed, incredibly smug. Ha ha ha, the divine water is ours now. At the same time, Su Chen's squad was dropped right into the center of the giant centipede encirclement. Li Lei shrieked in terror, what the hell just happened? Zhao Zilong immediately swung her axe to block a lethal strike from a monster. Before Li Lei could even process it, he muttered blankly, how did we end up over here? Wei Bui gnashed his teeth, radiating killing intent. It had to be Lin Zhao's doing, they swapped our positions. Those insidious snakes, those bastards actually dared to play us, I'm going to kill their entire families. Standing on the opposite shore, Lin Zhao pointed at them, mocking them cruelly. Ha ha, you idiots, did you really think we'd be kind enough to pin down the beast just for you? Too naive, she let out an arrogant snort. Consider this a lesson from your senior on the wickedness of the human heart. Watching Su Chen's group struggle under the siege, a member of the Shining Light Squad urged, forget about them. Grab the divine water quickly before anything else happens. He rubbed his hands together greedily. With this divine water, our constitutions will definitely improve by several levels, and our combat power will double. However, the moment his toes touched the surface, the dream shattered. The entire magical lake began to boil violently, drying up and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lin Zhao's face turned deathly pale with horror. What's going on? Where did the water go? Before she could figure it out, the sandy bottom of the lake collapsed into a deep pit, the earth and stone churning violently. Something was about to emerge. A second later, a colossal super monster roared as it burst from the ground. It carried a suffocatingly terrifying pressure, unfurling a pair of hideous skeletal wings. A mage cried out in terror. It's a flying centipede, Lin Zhao ground her teeth, shouting unwillingly. The flying centipede swallowed the divine water. Kill it and the water will drop. However, the only response to her greed was the horrific death of the dark mage who had just charged forward. He was instantly crushed and swallowed by the creature's jagged mandibles. The teammates were scared out of their wits, trembling as they retreated. San was swallowed in an instant. This is too terrifying. Seeing this scene of karmic retribution, Li Lei burst into a joyful laugh. Haha, serves you right, karma's a bitch. Lin Zhao and the others were in no mood for bickering. Running for their lives, she shrieked in panic. The flying centipede is a boss, it's not something we can handle, damn it, retreat. Seeing the enemy flee in disgrace, Wei Bui shouted curses from behind them. You bastards, don't run if you've got the guts, weren't you going to snatch the opportunity? Where'd all that smugness go? Even so, before she disappeared, Lin Zhao didn't forget to hurl a vicious curse. You're trapped there and you're dead meat, not even your bones will be left. How ironic. After the enemy fled, the attention of the normal centipede swarm focused entirely on Su Chen's squad. Facing the tide of magic beasts, Su Chen remained calm, giving the cold order, handle these ordinary beasts first. Zhao Ziling let out a roar, charging forward like a whirlwind, her axe swinging wildly to cleave through layers of hardened shells. In moments, the centipede carcasses were piled into a bloody hill. Wiping away sweat and panting, Zhao Zilong shouted, Su Chen, you can detonate the corpses now? Su Chen nodded and raised his hand, warning in a low voice. Everyone get back, the force of all these corpses exploding at once will be terrifying. The corpse explosion skill activated once more. A flash of dark red light was followed by a world-shaking explosion, a mushroom cloud roiling toward the sky. Incredible. The power of simultaneous detonations is massive, the effects really do stack. Before the aftershocks could fade, a flying centipede boss flapped its wings and hissed, diving toward Wei Bui with staggering speed. Su Chen cried out, watch out, although the warning was heard. The entire squad was still sent flying over 10 meters by the gale from the monster's wings. Just as they scrambled up, its massive sky-obscuring shadow loomed over them again. They hadn't expected to encounter a flying centipede, a boss that usually only appeared in 4-star dungeons this early. Even more desperate was the fact that the boss tilted its head back and released a piercing sonic wave. As its magic spread, the shattered remains of the ordinary centipedes began to automatically reassemble and resurrect. Li Lei's eyes went wide, his skin crawling. Resurrected? They can still come back even after being blown to pieces? Zhao Zilong ground her teeth, sweat breaking out on her forehead. This must be the flying centipede's ability. She gripped her axe handle tightly, a sense of foreboding in her heart. It was already strong on its own. Now that it could resurrect ordinary beasts, they were in real trouble. The boss gave them no time to think. Diving from the air like a massive arrow, rage flickered in Su Chen's eyes as he clenched his right fist, veins bulging. He roared, everyone move, let me hit it with a charged punch. A terrifying blast of wind erupted from his fist, tearing through the air toward the target. However, the boss flickered like lightning, dodging the lethal blow with ease. Su Chen stood frozen, his face full of shock. What, it dodged? From the back, Wei Bui shouted urgently. The flying centipede is famous for its extreme speed. Ordinary attacks will never hit it. I'm not accepting this, Zhao Zilong roared, leaping into the air. I'll kill it. Her heavy blade swung out with mountain-splitting force, but it only sliced through an afterimage on the ground. Li Lei was frantic, his hands clenched tight. All their attacks were being evaded. Even Zilong couldn't land a hit, and then the worst happened. An armored tail whipped out like a bolt of lightning, striking Zhao Zilong squarely in the ribs and sending her vomiting blood as she spiraled back into the sand. Run, this boss isn't something we can handle. but their retreat was already blocked by a dense swarm of toxic spiders. There were too many beasts, and with the flying centipede's speed, escape was impossible. Suddenly, the monster dived from the sky, its talons gripping Wei Bihui's shoulders as it hauled him into the air. He struggled in terror, screaming, "Someone save me!" Li Lei charged forward frantically, punching the boss's hard shell and shouting, "Get off him!" Seeing his companion so helpless, he cursed in a fit of rage. "Wei Bihui, what the hell are you doing? Why aren't you using your class ability to fight back?" Wei Bihui replied through the pain, his voice bitter. I haven't reached the point where I can use my class power yet." Su Chen, go, save yourself." Su Chen ignored the final words, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. He calmly and decisively assigned tasks. "Zilong, help me pin down the flying centipede for a moment. We'll clear out those ordinary beasts first, then try again." Zhao Zilong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and nodded firmly. With seamless cooperation, the minions on the ground were soon turned into a mountain of corpses. Li Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Those ordinary magic beasts were finally eliminated. High in the air, Zhao Zilong struggled to swing her sword and buy time while the monster remained relentless. Sensing the time was right, Su Chen immediately shouted, "Zilong, lead the flying centipede toward those corpses." Understanding her captain's intent, Zhao Zilong whirled around and sprinted toward the pile of bodies. Driven by the scent of blood, the boss followed blindly, completely unaware it was falling into a corpse bomb trap. Su Chen opened his cold eyes like a god of death, shouting chillingly, "Now corpse explosion, activate." A series of deafening explosions nearly shattered their eardrums. As scorching gales sent sand and dust billowing into the sky, he let out a confident cold laugh. With an explosion of this scale, he didn't believe the creature could still dodge. After the tremor subsided, the once arrogant flying centipede was now just a heap of mangled bloody meat crashing heavily to the ground. Li Lei jumped up to cheer for the victory. "Haha, the beast couldn't dodge that, it's been blasted." The monster struggled with its remaining strength, trying to flap its tattered wings. But it was entirely futile. Zhang Yuyue noticed its shell was slowly mending and warned in a panic, "Kill it quickly, its wounds are healing fast." Su Chen didn't waste a second, leaping into the air like an arrow. He focused all his strength into his right fist, delivering a charged punch like a heavy sledgehammer directly to the monster's vital head. The blow landed squarely on the head, no dodging this time. The skull shattered, and after a pathetic wail, the boss went still. Wei Bihui swallowed hard and asked timidly, "Is it dead for real?" Zhao Zilong stepped forward, gravely reminding Su Chen, "Blow up its carcass too, just to stop it from resurrecting." Su Chen slapped his forehead, blaming himself. "I almost forgot. Everyone get back." At the same time, in a dark, deep cavern, a mysterious man was bound by countless dense tree roots which were constantly pumping a foul-smelling liquid into his withered body. He suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, his raspy, piercing voice echoing with resentment. "I've been woken up. I didn't expect human professionals to be capable of such a fierce attack." Sensing the abundant life force in the distance, a cruel smile touched his lips. "It seems the quality of the people entering this time is quite high." The tree roots continued to contract as he let out a satisfied moan. "Excellent. After so many years of being nourished by human flesh and blood, my body is nearly complete." He stared fixedly at his mangled palm, the flames of ambition burning in his eyes. "Just 3 more fingers and I can return to my peak state." A surge of dark energy roiled frantically around him. He roared maniacally into the void, "Tremble, I shall be the first god to descend upon the human race with a complete body." His eerie laughter echoed between the cold rock walls. "You shall all kneel at my feet. Starting with me, humanity shall begin its dark era." Haha, the scene returns to the cruel desert where a dazzling system notification lights up in front of Su Chen's squad. "Congratulations on slaying the boss-tier monster, the flying centipede. You have earned 5 points of military merit and obtained the flying centipede's drops. The token of resurrection, glazed divine water, and the instant wind skill scroll." 3 beams of precious light slowly descended into their hands from the void. Wei Bihui wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with longing. Although the flying centipede was a nightmare to deal with, the generous rewards made the kill well worth it. He carefully examined the token of resurrection, noting with surprise that it could revive a professional who died within a dungeon. "The drop rate for something like this is incredibly low, yet we actually got our hands on it," he remarked in awe. Adding that even 9-star professionals rarely possess such a treasure, Zilong smiled and pushed the spoils toward Su Chen, saying generously, "Su Chen, you're the one who killed the boss, so the treasures belong to you." "That's right, it's all thanks to Big Brother Su." Su Chen calmly tucked away the platinum card and nodded indifferently. "I'll hold on to the token of resurrection for now, it might come in handy later." He picked up the ancient parchment and examined it closely. There was also a skill scroll called Instant Wind, which likely enhanced speed. Zilong was the most suitable candidate for it. With that, he tossed the scroll to the girl. "Zilong, you take it." Zilong hesitated to accept it, demurring that it was an A-rank scroll and that the ability it granted would be extremely important and too valuable for her to take. "Take it and use it right now. The fallen god's secret realm is far too dangerous. We must find every possible way to increase our strength." Feeling her teammate's sincerity, she gripped the scroll and nodded decisively. "All right." The moment she tore the scroll open, a surge of emerald light poured into her body, merging directly into every inch of her muscle. "Zilong, how do you feel?" She stood on her tiptoes and leapt into the air. Leaving a blurred afterimage behind, she responded excitedly, My speed has increased tenfold. If I face the flying centipede again, I'm confident I can dodge its attacks. Let's use the glazed divine water as well. How exactly do we use this stuff? Wei Bui blinked as a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Drink a bit first to use the glazed divine water to strengthen your internal organs, then soak your body in it. That way your physical toughness will be significantly enhanced from the inside out. Following the instructions, a mouthful of the divine water flowed down his throat, allowing Wei Bui to feel a surge of energy washing over his organs with refreshing power. Seeing his companion's body radiate a brilliant light, Li Lei could not hide his shock. No way, just one sip and your whole body glows. Is the effect really that good? A few minutes later, the sound of burping filled the air as someone joked. I'm full, another chimed in. Me too. Time to soak. Can you feel your muscles hardening? My body feels so much lighter, the girl added with a sense of awe. The glazed divine water truly lived up to its name. Their physical toughness had likely at least doubled. The results were practically comparable to the medicine king they had used before. Zhang Yue rubbed her fair skin, joking happily. I feel like my skin has become even more beautiful, big brother Su. Don't I look prettier now? Wei Bui was the first to jump out of the lake, his muscles bursting with vitality as he shouted proudly. My body has reached its limit. After being baptized by the glazed divine water, I can now hold my own against ordinary warriors based on physical strength alone. As everyone finished dressing and gathered on the shore, Li Lei, his face glowing with health, concluded that this fortuitous encounter was truly fantastic. The overall combat power of the Godslayer squad had increased by at least double. A spirit of adventure surged within him as he swung his limbs about. Our strength is increasing so quickly in this fallen god secret realm, I can't wait to find the next opportunity. However, Su Chen calmly reached out to stop him. Wait a moment, there's still half a lake of water left, we can't let it go to waste. Having said that, he waved his hand and summoned all the steel donkeys from his spatial ring, letting them drink their fill of the precious divine water. After drinking to their heart's content, the donkeys' bodies began to twitch, radiating the familiar light of evolution. A panel popped up. The lead donkey activates the talent skill power of evolution. 10 donkeys grow wings and evolve, obtaining the ability to fly. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. That glazed divine water hadn't been wasted. The donkey herd had evolved once more, most notably the lead donkey with the 2 red patterned horns was roaring in pain as a blinding light enveloped its entire body. It's that donkey is about to evolve again. From the cocoon of light, 2 small horns emerged, winding and majestic like a dragon's. Li Lei marveled. This time its horns have turned into Qilin horns. This pet is way too cool. Su Chen's donkey seemed to have achieved some sort of breakthrough. The cold system notification rang out. Your donkey has consumed glazed divine water. Level increased. Evolved into a first-tier spirit beast. A spirit beast, a donkey evolved into a spirit beast, but what kind of class system was this? To his knowledge, there was no system regarding spirit beast evolution among professionals. Breaking the solemn atmosphere, the newly evolved spirit beast suddenly opened its mouth and blurted out in a perfect foreign wanderer's accent, "Hi brother." The entire group was dumbfounded, nearly falling over in shock. Li Lei pointed at it and stammered, This thing can talk?" He turned and patted the captain's shoulder. "Brother Su, your donkey has become a spirit?" Seeing everyone's stunned faces, the donkey tilted its face up proudly and added another line. "Very good, damn it." Hearing this nonsensical gibberish, Wei Bui scratched his head in confusion. What kind of bird language is it speaking? Witnessing his own pet speaking so haphazardly, Su Chen could only bury his face in his hands, letting out a long, helpless sigh as he groaned inwardly. It can talk now, but it certainly can't speak properly. The group pulled themselves together and continued forward in the silence. Zhao Zilong suddenly asked, "I have a question. What is the criteria for clearing the fallen god secret realm? Do any of you know?" Wei Bui followed behind, shaking his head slightly as he answered thoughtfully, "I'm not sure, but for a spatial node that appeared as suddenly as the fallen god realm, we probably have to figure out the clear conditions for ourselves." Hearing this, Su Chen stopped in his tracks, surveyed his surroundings and squinted as he asked, "Then have you noticed anything wrong with this place?" The surrounding atmosphere was so silent it was hair-raising. Zhang Yue hugged her arms and shivered slightly in agreement. "You're right. My 5 senses far exceed normal people, but I can't hear a single sound here, not even the sound of the wind." Zhao Zilong gripped her weapon tightly. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she reminded the team, "If there's an abnormality, there's definitely a problem. Everyone stay sharp." No sooner had she spoken than Wei Bui suddenly pointed toward the hazy, thick mist, his voice filled with surprise. "Look over there." Everyone stared blankly in the direction he pointed. In the distance, a dense forest had vaguely appeared, and there seemed to be something hanging from the canopy. Li Lei spoke up curiously, "Could we have stumbled upon another opportunity? Let's go check it out." Just then, Zhao Lu and the armless Li Lingxiao suddenly appeared. Zhao Lu swayed her hips as she walked straight toward Su Chen. She spoke arrogantly, "Su Chen, our fates are still tied together. Come back to me and I might let you be my backup." Faced with such shameless words, Su Chen didn't care to engage. He simply let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Call me daddy." Standing beside her, Li Lingxiao, despite having lost both arms, still cut in arrogantly to curse. "Hey Su Chen, you're still as ungrateful as ever." Do you have any idea that Lulu is now the top genius at Tianjing Academy? She's admired by the Academy's elite and has a boundless future. Being Lulu's backup is a blessing you've earned over 3 lifetimes. Su Chen cast a look of extreme contempt at him. Goddamn Li Lingxiao, you really are a lickspittle. At that moment a cacophony of voices rose up, signaling that another squad was approaching. Someone shouted excitedly, "Quick, look at what's up ahead. There must be some kind of spirit fruit on the trees." As expected, the fallen god's secret realm is full of opportunities everywhere. Hurry up! Seeing people trying to snatch the treasure, Li Lingxiao urgently pressed his master. Lulu, let's go too. These people aren't worthy of competing with you for this opportunity. However, as Su Chen walked cautiously to the edge of the woods, his pupils suddenly constricted and the sight before him made his scalp tingle. It turned out that what was hanging above wasn't an opportunity, but people who had been hanged from the trees. He shuddered and cursed. Holy crap, god damn it, those are all people hanging there. The people behind them also turned deathly pale once they saw the truth, shouting in terror, how could these people be hanging from the trees? They're all dead. This place is too terrifying. Zhang Yuyue keenly sensed danger and urgently warned, watch out, there are fluctuations in the air. Without hesitation, Su Chen immediately turned around, shouting the order, everyone retreat now. However, his teammates seemed as if their souls had been drained. Their legs were stiff and their bodies were completely immobilized, unable to resist. Seeing his companions standing there in a daze, he barked anxiously, what are you just standing there for? Go! There was no response at this moment. The group was like puppets on strings, their eyes dull and lifeless. Su Chen sensed something was very wrong. It's over. Everyone has been affected by that power and has lost their minds. He frowned, filled with confusion, but why haven't I been affected? Seeing his companions begin to mechanically walk into the forest of death, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If they go into those woods, there's only one end. They'll be hanged just like those people. I have to stop them. Action followed thought. Su Chen rushed forward, using his body to block their path. He firmly grabbed Zhao Zilong's shoulders and shook her violently. Zilong, stop, wake up! But he was met only with dead silence as Zilong, still unconscious, pushed him aside and continued forward. Suddenly a brilliant light erupted from Zhao Lu's body. A magic book floated in midair, radiating restorative energy. It pulled her back to reality. She gasped for air, clutching her chest in terror. That was close. If I didn't have the Book of Destiny, my mind would have been ensnared too. Witnessing his teammates walking toward their deaths step by step, Su Chen clenched his fists in anger and muttered through gritted teeth, damn it, I can't stop them and I can't wake them up at this moment. Only he and Zhao Lu remained conscious. She walked over slowly, an evil smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Su Chen, why bother stopping them? He glared at her as if looking at a monster. What kind of bullshit are you talking? If I don't stop them, am I supposed to just watch them get hanged one by one? Zhao Lu nonchalantly pointed her slender finger toward the withered branches. There are benefits to them being hanged. Look at the trees. Su Chen squinted and looked over. In the dim light, those swaying corpses were being pierced by thousands upon thousands of red threads. Their flesh and blood were gradually withering away to nourish the bright red fruits that were beginning to form. He suddenly realized the truth, his brain rapidly connecting the information. If I'm not mistaken, these trees are the legendary Blood God fruit trees that only appear in 8-star dungeons or higher. The Blood God fruit tree absorbs the energy of these hanged professionals before it begins to condense the Blood God fruits. And these Blood God fruits are treasures. They can enhance the mental power of professionals like us. Especially for the mage class, it's practically a peerless sacred item. After seeing the truth, he whipped around and let out a barrage of curses at the cold-blooded woman. Zhao Lu, no wonder you're an evil class. You really are a scumbag. You don't care about other people's lives at all. Zhao Lu shrugged, her tone cold and cruel enough to make one's skin crawl. Su Chen, the greatest realization for a professional is to use any means necessary to keep growing stronger. These Blood God fruits are almost ripe. This is a great opportunity for you and me. So don't stop them. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, radiating killing intent. Too bad for you, I'm classless. With that, he waved his hand and commanded his pet herd to charge straight into that eerie forest. Donkeys, breathe fire, burn all these trees to the ground. Seeing the opportunity about to be destroyed, Zhao Lu's eyes widened and she let out a piercing scream. Su Chen, you dare? Regardless of how she roared, the donkey herd, under Su Chen's forced command, opened their mouths simultaneously and spat out rolling pillars of fire. The fire burned fiercely, turning the entire sinful forest into ash. Zhao Lu scratched her head and ears in a frenzy, roaring in a fit of rage. You really deserve to die. You destroyed such a massive opportunity. In that case, you can just die. Her killing intent surged as she raised her scepter high, her lips moving as she began to chant an incantation. However, Su Chen was faster than lightning. He lunged forward like an arrow and snatched the scepter right out of her hand. Zhao Lu froze in terror. You scum! Before she could even react, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that made her see stars. What did you call me? Clutching her swollen cheek, she screamed in resentment. Su Chen, you actually dare to hit me again? Her response was a series of merciless slaps. As he struck her, he humiliated her loudly. A ranged attack mage like you, standing right in front of me to release magic? I think you're just asking for death. Give me back my staff. Slap, another stinging slap. I'm giving you back this slap. She was sent stumbling by the blows. She ground her teeth in rage. Su Chen, you used to be such a lickspittle, yet now you dare. Su Chen found her words increasingly grating, and the force in his hand became even more brutal. Bitch, haven't you realized the truth about yourself yet? Driven into a corner, Zhao Lu ground her teeth and brought out her precious Book of Destiny, frantically roaring out an incantation. Sleeping spirit fire, grant me the fierce, supreme and burning flames. Before the magic could even condense, Su Chen kicked out with all his might, delivering a heavy blow straight to her abdomen. Zhao Lu flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He stood coldly where he was, his mouth curled in contempt. Standing right in front of me, did you really think I'd give you the chance to use some ultimate move? Knowing she couldn't defeat the man before her through violence, Zhao Lu immediately changed her attitude, putting on a pitiful expression. Su Chen, stop hitting me. Actually, I still have feelings for you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone full of mockery. What, you know how to be afraid now? She squeezed out a few crocodile tears and choked out her plea for reconciliation. Think about the happy times we spent together in the past, don't you miss them? I did some wrong things to you before, but that doesn't mean I don't like you. Let's get back together, okay? He felt a wave of disgust so strong his skin crawled, and he replied contemptuously, Oh, is your mother a bit mentally unstable? Suddenly the ground beneath his feet trembled violently and two decaying arms lunged from the earth, clamping firmly onto his ankles. Seeing her plot succeed, Zhao Lu wiped away her tears and tore off her mask of pretense, revealing her sinister nature. I was just stalling for time, Su Chen. I finally finished my incantation. What can you possibly do to me now? Su Chen didn't panic. Instead, his lips curled into a smirk. He snapped his fingers loudly and gave a sharp command. In an instant, the zombie arms detonated into countless fragments of flesh. Zhao Lu's eyes widened in sheer terror. What? Su Chen casually brushed the dust off his clothes. He calmly explained that since they were just corpses, there was nothing to fear. In that case, all he had to do was shout, detonate. Refusing to accept defeat, she gnashed her teeth and activated the forbidden art reincarnation of the underworld. Instantly, a swarm of hideous corpses burst through the ground. Looking at the human remains, Su Chen asked in a low, heavy voice, Zhao Lu, these corpses, they're all people you murdered, aren't they? She let out a maniacal laugh, announcing arrogantly, To have their destinies empower me and pave my path to becoming a powerhouse is already their greatest honor. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, his killing intent dropping to absolute zero. He wasted no more words and immediately activated his corpse explosion skill. Bang, 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 3 massive corpses detonated instantly, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Zhao Lu retreated, trembling, her face deathly pale as she stammered incoherently. What is going on? What did you do to the corpses? Su Chen lunged forward like a phantom, grabbing her by the collar and delivering another resounding slap that she would never forget. Bitch, I'm settling things with you today, once and for all. She collapsed onto the mud, huddling into a ball, her voice shrill with extreme terror. Su Chen, do you really want to kill me? He nodded coldly. I am going to kill you. Light shimmered in his palm as a sharp longsword materialized instantly. Seeing death at her throat, she desperately attempted one last move of psychological manipulation. Has love truly vanished? Su Chen let out a cold laugh, the tip of his sword pointing directly at her throat. Oh, give it a rest. Are you still trying to stall for time? At this critical juncture, that armless simp Li Lingxiao rushed out frantically, blocking the sword's path. He shouted heroically, I won't let you hurt Lulu. The cold blade pierced through flesh. He had used his own body as a human shield to block the fatal blow. Just then, the fires in the forest dispelled the dark magic. The team members, previously under a trance, gradually woke up. Zhang Yueyue clutched her head, her face full of shock. What just happened to me? Wei Bui broke into a cold sweat, panting heavily. That was close. It seems we were just ensnared by some kind of power. Looking at the charred, smoking black trees, Li Lei remarked with lingering fear. The trees were burned down. Someone saved us. That was a narrow escape. We nearly became hanging ghosts. On the other side, the infatuated Li Lingxiao remained standing even after being run through. He twisted his body and his tongue underwent a bizarre mutation, transforming into a hideous gun barrel. His eyes were bloodshot as he fired frantically. Su Chen, I won't allow you to hurt Lulu. Die. Seeing such a deformed weapon, Su Chen felt his skin crawl. He quickly retreated several steps. In this moment of crisis, Su Chen immediately pulled out his miraculous bucket to use as a shield, struggling to dodge the bullets being spat from the other man's mouth. As he dodged, he cursed, Damn it, you can still shoot with your tongue even without hands. Li Lingxiao, you really are the world's strongest simp. You've even trained your tongue to this extent. Seizing the opportunity while her attack dog defended her, Zhao Lu hurriedly chanted an incantation to activate wind escape, her body slowly rising into the air. O spirit of the flowing wind, please take me back to the home I can never return to. Before departing, she looked down at Su Chen, her gaze filled with hatred and arrogance. Su Chen, your growth rate has truly surprised me. If you're willing to return to my side now, I might consider letting you be my #1 backup. Su Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he questioned her loudly, attempting to expose her secret. Zhao Lu, you spend all day finding one person after another to be your backup. Is that related to that Book of Destiny? Hovering in the air, she boasted triumphantly, The Book of Destiny possesses infinite power. With it I can step onto the path of godhood. It's beyond anything you could imagine. He frowned, exposing her secret in a single sentence. Does that Book of Destiny allow you to become stronger by murdering others? These words left Zhao Lu speechless. Daring not to respond, she fled at top speed, leaving behind a venomous threat. Su Chen, you just wait. I won't give you another chance to lay a hand on me. Watching her receding figure, Su Chen muttered to himself, Seeing that she didn't dare answer, it seemed his guess was correct. Zhao Zilong sheathed her weapon and stepped forward, her voice low as she analyzed. The Book of Destiny is one of the 3 legendary weapons for the mage class, and the most mysterious. No one knows its specific details. Zhao Lu possesses an evil-aligned class. As she grows, she will inevitably become a massive threat. While they spoke, the others had already rushed into the charred forest to scavenge for loot. Li Lei excitedly picked up a fruit and cheered. Everyone, look at these, they look like the legendary blood god fruits. The branches are nearly burned to ash, but the fruits are still hanging there. Unexpectedly, they hadn't been damaged by the fire. Blood god fruits can enhance mental power and are a heaven-defying opportunity that every mage dreams of. However, the joy was short-lived. These fruits were not yet ripe. Indeed, since they weren't ripe, they were technically useless. Blood god fruits usually only appear in 8-star dungeons and are considered medicine king grade. This batch was of too low a grade and wouldn't be very effective. What a waste, someone sighed. Unripe blood god fruits are not only ineffective but actually highly toxic. Seeing that they were useless, the other squads began to leave the forest one after another. Before long, only Su Chen's squad remained. Li Lei sighed, rubbing his chin. What a shame. If we could take out a few ripe ones, they'd sell for an astronomical price. Let's go. Wait a second. Wei Bui suddenly waved his hand to stop the group, a trace of shrewd calculation flashing in his eyes. Everyone, help me collect all these blood god fruits. The more the better. Li Lei frowned, questioning him in confusion. Hey Wei Bui, what are you doing? You can't eat unripe fruit. Wei Bui waved him off mysteriously. Stop talking and hurry up. Today I, Wei Bui, am going to grant you all a massive fortune. What exactly was this guy up to? Despite their grumbling, everyone gathered a large pile of the toxic fruit on the sand. Li Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and pointed at him in warning. Wei Bui, we went to a lot of trouble to collect all these. If you dare play us, I'm going to shove every single one of these fruits up your ass. Ignoring the threat, Wei Bui confidently gripped 2 fruits and gave a mysterious smile. It's time for a miracle, a soft light flashed. To everyone's astonishment, those 2 shriveled fruits actually merged into one, their volume visibly increasing. Heavens, 2 became 1. How did he do it? Not only did 2 become 1, but the grade of the blood god fruit had actually improved. It looked like it was close to ripening. Is your talent synthesis? Wei Bui's lips curled into a smug smirk. Exactly, this is my hidden talent. I've never told anyone before. I can merge 2 identical items into one. Li Lei scratched his head, completely impressed. There's actually a skill like this in the world. It's the first time I've ever heard of it. This is practically a god-tier skill. Does that mean that by using your synthesis skill we can create ripe blood god fruits? Precisely. Wei Bui cleared his throat and grabbed 2 more fruits to demonstrate. After the second synthesis was complete, the precious fruit hadn't just grown larger. A faint image of a human face had begun to emerge on the skin. Zhang Yuyue took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. The fruit is starting to smell sweet, it's almost ripe. Wei Bui lowered his head and synthesized one more time. This time the youthful face on the skin became wrinkled, transforming into a white-haired old man, and it radiated a dazzling magnificent light. It was ripe. That was the sign of a fully matured blood god fruit. Now who eats first? Li Lei rubbed his hands together. He excitedly beat his chest and volunteered. Let me try this thing out for everyone to see if there are any side effects. Before he could open his mouth, Su Chen reached out a solid arm to stop him. Wait a moment. Wei Bui, can you keep synthesizing? Bui scratched his head in confusion. Keep synthesizing? You want to create an even higher grade blood god fruit? Su Chen's gaze was resolute as he analyzed calmly. Exactly. Each person can only eat 1 blood god fruit, so we need to maximize the effect. If we're going to eat 1, it should be the best. Alright, I'll try. Wei Bui ground his teeth and exerted his strength, pressing 2 ripe fruits together. A miracle occurred once more as the light flowed and transformed into the image of a golden old man. After the 2 blood god fruits merged, they turned gold. Not only had the color changed, but the very essence of the fruit had undergone a qualitative leap. I've eaten a medicine king before and I can feel the grade of this golden blood god fruit. I'm afraid it's already enough to rival a medicine king. Hearing this, Li Lei's face turned red with excitement. Rivaling a medicine king, just the thought of it made his blood boil. If this were out in the world, people would be fighting to the death for it. However, Su Chen's greed didn't stop there. He put his hands in his pockets and said composedly, "This is just the beginning. Keep going," under the captain's urging. Bui tirelessly synthesized countless fruits. Golden light exploded and the item in his hand finally transformed into a brilliant, almost blinding shooting star. By this point he knelt on the ground in exhaustion, wiping away his sweat. 8 consecutive syntheses is the limit for a blood god fruit. I can't go any further. Li Lei took the shooting star, squinting at it with a look of slight disappointment. Now this fruit looks pretty ordinary. Aside from the unique shape, I can barely feel its aura. Wei Bui immediately countered with confidence. This is absolutely a peerless treasure. Most items I deal with can only be synthesized 3 times at most, but this fruit has been merged 8 times. It has certainly returned to its primordial state, concealing a massive destiny. Hearing this affirmation, Li Lei said decisively, "Then I'll try it first." Staring at the crystal shimmering with a strange light, Su Chen warned cautiously. Li Lei, this fruit far exceeds a medicine king now, you need to think this through. Li Lei clenched his fists and responded with passion. Su Chen, I understand. But I am a professional. When I enter the Abyss battlefield later, the situation will be dire, a matter of life and death. I will never pass up an opportunity to get stronger." As soon as he finished, he heroically tossed the treasure into his mouth and chewed hard. In an instant, a golden light exploded, enveloping his entire body. Li Lei laughed toward the sky, even shedding tears of excitement. "Haha, my mental power has doubled." This feeling of extreme lucidity, it's amazing, seeing him laughing and crying like a madman. Su Chen stepped forward worriedly and shook him. "Li Lei, are you okay?" He was still grinning. "Brother Su, I'm fine." But the words had barely left his mouth when 2 streams of blood erupted from his nose like fountains. "Hey, you're bleeding." Li Lei wiped it away casually and beat his chest confidently. "I'm strong as a." Before he could finish the word ox, his burly body suddenly went stiff and he collapsed onto the ground with a thud, motionless. Su Chen's face went pale instantly. A full 15 minutes passed, it felt as long as a century, before the big guy slowly opened his eyes and woke up. "Li Lei, how do you feel now?" Li Lei blinked, took a deep breath and nodded with a look of comfort. "I don't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, my mind feels clearer than ever before. I feel like I could go 3 days and nights without sleep." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seemed Li Lei had pulled through and his mental power had been enhanced. They could now use the upgraded blood god fruits. After a period of busy work, Wei Bui finally finished the refinement and distributed them to everyone. He wiped his sweat and handed out a shimmering fruit to each person. "That's about it. 1 for each person, and we can sell the rest for a good price." Following instructions, the 4 of them tossed the fruits into their mouths at the same time and began to chew. Thump, thump, thump. 3 figures collapsed one after another, leaving only Su Chen standing tall, scratching his head. He muttered to himself, "Is the effect that good? You just lie flat after eating?" When he woke up from his coma, Li Lei looked at the captain standing there leisurely and asked in confusion, "Brother Su, why didn't you fall down?" Su Chen also looked at his hands blankly. "Yeah, why didn't I play dead like you guys?" "Brother Su, how do you feel right now?" He touched his chest and licked his lips, feeling like he hadn't had enough. His stomach felt very comfortable and his mind was refreshed. "I actually want another one, Brother Su. A professional can only eat 1 blood god fruit. Eating a second one might be harmful to your body." However, a lawless fellow like Su Chen clearly wasn't going to mistreat his bottomless stomach. He grabbed another one and began chewing vigorously. "It's fine, I'm not a professional." Several minutes passed and his body remained as calm as still water with no signs of poisoning. He felt the essence flowing through his internal organs and whispered, "Still nothing. It really is related to my classless status? In that case, I'll keep eating." No sooner said than done. He began popping the divine medicine one after another as if they were sunflower seeds. For 2 whole hours, Wei Bui wiped his sweat and synthesized nonstop like a professional medicine-making machine, asking in a trembling voice, "Su Chen, are you sure you want to keep eating? You've already had 30 high-level blood god fruits." Su Chen's mouth was stuffed full as he answered unclearly, "As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll eat until I die." He closed his eyes, sensing the changes deep within his bone marrow as the intake of fruit increased. "I am in the middle of some kind of metamorphosis. I want to see what I'll eventually become." Suddenly, a violent power like a storm broke through its restraints from his lower dantian and surged forth. He snapped his eyes open. "It's here." A world-shaking sound echoed through the void and an illusory, mysterious 9-story pagoda appeared above Su Chen's head. It radiated a holy light that illuminated half the sky. Wei Bui was dumbstruck, his legs going weak as he retreated in terror. "This is a mental tower." "What is a mental tower?" Bihui's voice was hoarse and filled with awe. "I've seen records of this. A mental tower can connect to the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower. People with a Spirit Soul Tower class are rarer than 9-star professionals." As for Su Chen, his soul felt as if it were being torn apart. He clutched his temples tightly, his eyes rolling back as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. His teammates rushed forward in a panic, shouting, "Brother Su, what's wrong?" Meanwhile, in a serene space outside the secret realm, a white-haired elder with a snowy beard, Old Chin, was walking leisurely along a corridor with his hands behind his back. A look of worry lingered in his eyes as he thought to himself, "Is the appearance of this fallen god secret realm truly just to collect some human bloodlines? Why do I feel so unsettled?" Just then, the old butler came running from a distance looking extremely flustered. Old Chin frowned and asked, "Old Chin, you're back. Why is the house so quiet? Where is my granddaughter?" The butler, drenched in sweat, stammered for a long while before finally squeezing out a sentence. The eldest miss has already gone to the fallen god secret realm." The old man was startled and scolded. "What? Didn't I say she was forbidden from entering the fallen god secret realm?" The butler lowered his head in apology. "The eldest miss snuck out. We couldn't keep an eye on her at all." Old Chin slammed his hand onto the railing, demanding an answer in a fit of rage. "Who did Mio Miao go with? Was it that little girl Morang Lush again?" The butler shook his head repeatedly and reported truthfully, "Miss Morang was away from the academy on business, so the eldest miss went alone." His worry instantly reached its peak, and Old Chin punched a pavilion pillar with all his might. "She went in alone? That girl's courage is getting out of hand. Does she have any idea how dangerous the fallen god secret realm is?" He turned quickly, whispering with a resolute tone, "No, I haven't felt right about the fallen god secret realm from the start. I must contact the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower." As soon as he finished speaking, his brow furrowed slightly. And instantly, an illusory tower of light, identical to the one that had just appeared over Su Chen's head, began to slowly release a dazzling radiance. Back in that burning forest, Su Chen remained in a cross-legged meditative position, his eyes tightly shut as he entered a state of deep trance. Li Lei paced frantically, shouting, "Brother Su, what on earth is happening to you?" Wei Bui quickly pulled him back, warning him with a serious expression, "Don't disturb him. The mental tower is an existence we cannot touch. For Su Chen, this isn't a bad thing." Zhao Zilong rubbed her chin, looking completely bewildered. "This is the first time I've ever heard of something called a mental tower." She pressed further out of curiosity. "Wei Bui, how do you know about this?" Wei Bui dodged her gaze, stammering to cover it up. "Didn't I say I saw it in an ancient book?" Zilong crossed her arms and pushed for the truth. "Where is that ancient book? I want to see it when we get back." Bui clicked his tongue, shrugged irresponsibly, and waved a hand. "I don't know, I forgot." This clumsy excuse made even Li Lei mutter suspiciously, "Forgot? Why do I feel like Wei Bui is hiding something from us?" Meanwhile, Su Chen's consciousness had been sucked into an endless mysterious space within the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower. It was silent and void, with dozens of shimmering crystal doors floating about. Suddenly a rift appeared as a lightning bolt-patterned door manifested, and Su Chen's silhouette stepped into this sacred domain. He looked around the vast, quiet world in a daze. "What is this place?" The silent space gave no response. Suddenly an exquisitely carved golden throne rose from the illusory floor, radiating a heavy sense of oppression. Exhausted to the limit, he instinctively collapsed into the chair and began to ponder. "Is this my consciousness space, or has my consciousness been teleported here?" He looked up, and in the center of the void sky, an ancient towering tower stood suspended, reaching into the clouds. The giant tower was surrounded by a ring of light doors, carrying a sense of supreme majesty. He vaguely guessed, could this be the legendary Supreme Spirit Soul Tower? It was probably the blood god fruit that triggered some kind of breakthrough, allowing me to come here. Although he had stepped into the domain of the gods, he still shook his head in confusion, wanting to know the root of it all. But for now, I still have no idea what this place actually is. Does every light door symbolize one person who can come here? Feeling that staying too long might lead to complications, he resolutely stood up and patted his clothes. "I can't figure it out for now. I'll come back and check it out next time. Let's head back first." Just as the young man's silhouette vanished through the lightning door, the phantom of Old Qin slowly stepped out from an adjacent light door and sat regally upon his own throne. He let out a long breath of expectation. With the powerful deductive abilities of the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower, he might be able to discover something. But when his aged gaze inadvertently swept across the row of chairs of power, his pupils suddenly constricted. He rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Wait, am I seeing things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13. The number of light doors has increased by 1. Old Qin's face darkened, his heart filled with shock. 13 thrones. Has the 13th throne actually appeared? All sorts of questions flooded the powerhouse's mind. Who broke through the constraints? Is it the Sakura Emperor of the Sakura District, or the Dharma King of the Desert District? Perhaps it's the Wolf God or the Blood God." He stroked his beard and whispered. "But why was there no commotion at all? Although the figures here usually don't show their faces, I can usually guess who's who. For a 13th throne to suddenly appear without a sound is truly too far-fetched." As he was deep in thought, another powerhouse's silhouette emerged from the void, walking calmly toward a nearby throne. The newcomer spoke with a smile. "What a coincidence, it's not even the day of the Council of Kings, yet someone is actually here?" Old Qin immediately pulled his hood lower to hide his face and revealed the anomaly in a raspy voice. "Haven't you noticed that 13 thrones have appeared here?" Upon hearing this, the powerhouse immediately scanned the surroundings. His muscles jerked violently as he cried out, "What 13 thrones? Who sat on the 13th throne? Why did I hear absolutely no movement before this?" Back in the real world, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, returning from his journey of consciousness. Li Lei breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, "Brother Su, how are you feeling?" He clenched and unclenched his palms, feeling a never-before-seen surging power flowing through his veins, and smiled slightly. "It feels wonderful. I feel as if I've entered a domain I've never set foot in before." Just then, Wei Bui stepped forward quietly, casting aside his usual playfulness and replacing it with extreme seriousness. "Su Chen, whatever you do, do not tell anyone about the mental tower." Su Chen frowned, seeing through his defense. "Why?" Bui waved his hand decisively to avoid all questions. "There is no why. Everyone here must keep today's events a secret. You must never tell anyone." This heavy warning left the entire squad in deep thought, a massive question mark appearing in everyone's mind. Wei Bui is definitely hiding some shocking secrets from us. Far away, Wang Yuchan and her squad were still cutting through the sky on their flying carpet. She landed the carpet on the edge of a mist-shrouded cliff and frowned as she confirmed her direction. "Is it right here?" She took out a magic compass to check, her gaze turning sharp. "It's here." The tracker showed that the aura of the divine was strongest here. The fallen god was right here. Gazing into the bottomless pitch-black abyss, Wang Yuchan gripped her sword hilt, her voice firm and resolute. "Father, today your daughter will finally avenge you." She turned to look at her companions, giving a decisive order. "The two of you stay here and wait for me. I'll go in alone." But team spirit could not be so easily cast aside. The two grabbed her shoulders tightly and stood firmly by her side. "Yuchan, we're going in together." Wang Yuchan lowered her gaze, giving a serious warning before stepping into the territory of death. The entity inside is a god, and my father died at his hands. Once we step inside, there is only a slim chance of survival. One teammate gripped her weapon, a resolute fire burning in her eyes. General Longshang sacrificed himself for humanity. Just like that day, we have also inherited the general's legacy. Everything is for the human race. Fine, since you've both said so, then let's go in together. Before officially stepping across the nightmare boundary, she took 3 black pills radiating a faint mist from her spatial pouch. These are breath-concealing pills. They can hide everyone's aura. Everyone take one so we can approach the fallen god silently. After swallowing the pill, a friend asked Yuchan worriedly, "What are the chances of success against the fallen god?" She took a deep breath, her fingers gently touching the pendant on her chest. "Before my father passed away, he left me a divine object to deal with the fallen god. As long as I can get close to him, I have an 80% chance of success," the friend urgently suggested. Yuchan, then take the divine object out quickly. "Let's start making a plan now to ensure everything goes perfectly." She shook her head cautiously and whispered, "I can't take it out yet, or the fallen god will sense the artifact's aura, but don't worry. This is something my father traded his life for. As long as I get close to the fallen god, I have confidence I can defeat him." The atmosphere became tragic as her companions sighed with emotion. General Longshang truly was a pillar of the human race, sacrificing himself just to secure a way to deal with the fallen god. General Longshang is the human marshal I admire most. He was a powerhouse who truly protected the commoners, unlike those selfish so-called elites. After General Longshang's sacrifice, the influence of the commoner faction dropped significantly. I'm afraid they no longer have a place in the alliance. By then, the high-level leadership of the human race will probably all be from the elite faction. The scene shifts back to Su Chen's squad, who had now ventured deep into a valley filled with jagged rocks and drifting mist. Dragon Valley? That name sounds a bit strange. Are there actually dragons inside? One person in the squad laughed and waved it off. That's probably impossible. According to Alliance records, dragons, the strongest of creatures, haven't appeared for hundreds of years. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a low roar came from the depths of the valley, making the gravel beneath their feet tremble. Zhang Yuyue shielded her chest, her heartbeat racing with unease. What was goo sound? It's terrifying. With a sound that powerful, could there really be a dragon? Just then, before them, a group of professionals threw down their weapons and ran toward them for their lives, screaming in terror as they fled. "Run, watch your back, they're about to catch up." In the chaotic crowd, Su Chen keenly spotted a familiar figure, Duan Xingxing. Behind her, a dark swarming mass was surging forward. They were hideous, terrifying giant insects. The slowest runner among the refugees was instantly tackled by the swarm, crunched and devoured, until only white bones remained. Seeing death calling their names, a green-haired warrior roared, activating his strongest defensive skill with all his might. "Come on, I don't believe you disgusting crawlers can break my Vajra armor." However, his confidence was quickly shattered as the swarm surrounded him, and the solid Vajra armor began to be riddled with holes like a sponge. He scratched at his body in a panic, howling piteously. "Impossible, how could my defense fail to hold? Get off me, get off!" In just a few seconds the warrior was eaten clean, leaving not even a scrap of bone, though he had bought time for the others to escape. Seeing this skin-crawling scene, Li Lei swallowed hard. What the hell are these bugs? They're terrifying. They can even bite through a defense warrior's heavy armor. These are dragon lice. Dragon lice? I've heard that dragon lice are symbiotic creatures of dragon beasts. Where there are dragon lice, there are dragons. Wei Bui clapped his hands in excitement. So that means there really is a dragon here. But the joy didn't last long as Zhang Yuyue pointed ahead in panic. "The dragon lice are coming, everyone get back." Duan Xingxing watched 2 hideous insects lunging toward her and closed her eyes in despair. "This is bad." Boom, 2 massive fireballs fell from the sky, instantly incinerating the 2 dragon lice into ash. It turned out Su Chen had summoned his fire donkey herd just in time to provide cover fire. He waved and shouted, "Quick, come over here." It would be safe behind the fire donkey herd. It seemed these dragon lice didn't dare to venture into the valley floor. "Su Chen, thank goodness for you." Su Chen motioned with his chin toward the mist and asked curiously, "Sister Xingxing, is there really a dragon in this dragon valley?" Duan Xingxing explained with a serious expression. "I haven't used the dragon saliva grass yet, nor have I seen it with my own eyes, so I can't be 100% sure, but there is a huge possibility of finding dragon saliva grass here. I've been looking for dragon beasts for so long, today I finally have a clear lead." Su Chen squinted his eyes to assess the risk. "What's the situation inside? Is it extremely dangerous?" Recalling the scene within, she couldn't help but shiver. More than just dangerous. The number of dragon lice is absolutely horrifying. The ones just now were only the tip of the iceberg. At this time, more and more professional squads were surging in from all directions, with ambitious murmurs rising and falling. "I heard there's a dragon beast here, is it true or fake?" Once a dragon beast matures, it's an invincible existence. Getting a dragon beast is practically a shortcut to the top. Li Lei crossed his arms and watched the crowded throng, commenting with a frown, "So many professionals have rushed here. Once word of the dragon beast's existence spreads, I'm afraid everyone will lose their minds. This truly is a chance to reach the top in one step." Just as everyone was chomping at the bit to rush in and try their luck, a wall of blazing fire suddenly rose from the ground, sealing off the path. The heat waves radiating from it made the air warp. The crowd grew restless. What's going on? Where did this heat wave come from? Why did the air suddenly get so hot? Everyone look over there, a fire-type powerhouse is coming from the sea of flames. A young girl walked out gracefully. Someone immediately recognized her. It's Hong Zhao, the fire-type melee mage, one of the strongest students at Tianjing Academy. The followers beside Hong Zhao aggressively pushed through the crowd to clear a path, shouting arrogantly, "Out of the way, everyone, we are students of Tianjing Academy. A god-tier pet like a dragon beast isn't something the weak deserve to possess." Hong Zhao stopped, her chin tilted up proudly as she asked the crowd, "Why hasn't anyone gone in?" One student stepped forward submissively to report, "Senior Hong, there are dragon lice everywhere in the valley, we can't break through. Several professionals have already died inside." Hong Zhao said nothing. With a look of contempt she raised a hand and a massive fireball condensed, whistling through the air to incinerate a swarm of dragon lice blocking her path. The crowd seized the opportunity to flatter her, as expected of a fire mage. Hong Zhao was indeed formidable. A mage's attack is powerful to begin with, and with the fire attribute it was even more devastating. At that moment the follower behind Hong Zhao cast a malicious glance at Su Chen. It was Hong Tianfei, the one Su Chen had previously emasculated. He pointed at Su Chen, gnashing his teeth as he cursed. "Su Chen, you animal, I can't believe I ran into you here." Su Chen let out a cold laugh, intentionally using a mocking tone to poke at his sore spot. "Oh, isn't it Eunuch Hong, long time no see." Stung where it hurt most, Hong Tianfei turned red with rage and roared frantically, "Su Chen, you dared to ruin me. Today I'm going to smash your head in, cousin. He's the one who made it so I can't be a man anymore. Kill him." Hong Zhao narrowed her eyes, sizing up the youth before her, and spoke coldly, "You're Su Chen?" Su Chen shrugged indifferently. "The one and only." She pinched her nose, feigning a look of disgust. "You have a stench on you that makes me sick. I don't like you." Su Chen burst into loud laughter, delivering a sharp counterattack. "That's your problem. I don't exactly crave your affection anyway. Maybe look inward for the cause." Hong Tianfei added maliciously from the side, "Bah, you narcissistic bastard, what do you think you are? You think you're worthy of my cousin's liking?" Hong Zhao waved her arms, and a pair of brilliant wings of fire condensed behind her. "HMPH, smooth-tongued. Murong Lush, choosing you as a boyfriend is truly the disgrace of her life." Su Chen raised an eyebrow, mocking her without mercy. "You're sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Her choosing me just means she doesn't give a damn about you, right?" Killing intent surged in Hong Zhao's eyes, and the fireball in her hand began to boil violently. "Today I'll rid her of this disgrace for her." Su Chen turned away contemptuously, leaving behind two words, "You're delusional." Just as both sides were about to clash, the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate violently. People stumbled and cried out in terror, "Is there an earthquake? What's happening?" The vibration is coming from deep within the valley. Heavens, what is that? From beneath the earth. A massive tail covered in sharp spikes suddenly burst through the rock layers, soaring toward the sky. Rubble flew everywhere as the crowd shrieked in excitement. What else could it be? A tail that thick must be a dragon's. A dragon beast? Is there really a dragon beast in the valley? The massive tail appeared only for a moment before sinking back down, leaving a bottomless fissure. The dragon tail is gone. I get it. This is the legendary dragon breath causing the earth to shake. It means the dragon is sleeping. Hong Tianfei hurriedly grabbed his cousin's sleeve, his eyes filled with greed. "Cousin, the dragon beast is fast asleep. This is the perfect chance to subdue it." Greed overrode hatred. Hong Zhao retracted her flames and ordered, "Move, get inside." Before leaving, Hong Tianfei didn't forget to look back and threaten Su Chen. "I'm warning you, if you dare follow us in, my cousin will definitely kill you." Su Chen nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets. "Don't worry, I'm not going in." Thinking the other was afraid, Hong Tianfei tilted his head back smugly. "At least you're sensible." He then roared at his group of lackeys to assert his authority. "Charge in with me." With Hong Zhao clearing the path, the crowd of professionals followed in a swarm. "Hurry, follow Hong Zhao." With a fire attribute mage leading the way, those dragon lice shouldn't be a threat. Watching the crowd line up to court death, Li Lei stepped forward and asked tentatively, "Brother Su, are we really not going in?" Su Chen crossed his arms, a faint smile on his lips. "Do you even have to ask? Senior Duan said earlier that the number of dragon lice inside is terrifyingly high. Let them go in and act as meat shields first." Sure enough, just 10 minutes later, agonized screams echoed from deep within the valley. "Help, someone save me!" The crowd that had just charged in with grand ambitions was now fleeing back in absolute terror. Closely following them was a black swarming tide of dragon lice, dozens of times more ferocious than before. Those at the back were swallowed up by the sea of insects one by one. In the chaos, Hong Zhao desperately grabbed Hong Tianfei by the collar and flew into the sky to save their lives. Her cousin clung to her, trembling, and stammered, "Sis, run, it's too terrifying. There are so many dragon lice inside. They're like mountains, you can never finish killing them." In the distance, Zhang Yue used her talent to sense the area and shook her head helplessly. "It's too tragic. Over 100 professionals went in and only 2 came out alive." "No," Hong Tianfei asked in despair. "Sis, what do we do now? We can't get near the dragon beast at all. There are too many dragon lice." Hong Zhao gritted her teeth and decided to look for Mingri Tianqing. Mingri Tianqing, he could certainly level this place, but would he cooperate with us? The female mage curled her lips confidently. No one can resist the temptation of a dragon beast. With that, she flapped her fire wings and flew away. Only when there was no one left did Su Chen shrug his shoulders and say slowly to the squad, "Everyone's gone now. It's our turn to enter the stage." Duan Xingxing looked at the dense sea of insects at the bottom of the valley and asked worriedly, "Su Chen, the dragon lice haven't been thinned out much. Isn't it too risky to go in like this?" He turned and asked in return, "Can the dragon saliva grass lure the dragon beast out?" She shook her head. "The fragrance of the dragon saliva grass doesn't spread far enough. Taking it out here probably won't lure the dragon beast." Su Chen gave a sly smile. "Since we can't lure the dragon beast out, we'll lure the dragon lice away." Duan Xingxing's eyes widened in surprise. "Lure the dragon lice away? That's even more impossible. They are attracted to the dragon beast. They'll never leave the canyon." He patted Li Lei heavily on the shoulder and announced confidently, "Don't worry, he attracts bugs even more than a dragon beast does." Before Li Lei could react, he was tossed out as bait. Seeing the hungry swarm pounce, he shrieked in mortal terror, "Heavens, there are so many, Brother Su, help!" Su Chen blew a whistle. "Ride your flying fire donkey." A donkey with wings of light appeared instantly. Li Lei didn't have time to think. He instinctively flipped onto the donkey back and soared into the sky, drawing the aggro of all the dragon lice. The sense of security in the air allowed him to regain his arrogance. He slapped the fire donkey rump and provoked them. "Ha ha ha, I can fly, come and chase me if you've got the guts." Seeing this crazy plan succeed so completely, Duan Xingxing was in disbelief. The mountain of insects in the canyon had actually been lured away. "I've never seen this kind of ability before." Su Chen waved and urged everyone, "While we have the chance, let's get in there and find the dragon beast." The deeper they went, the heavier the atmospheric pressure became. Zhang Yue trembled slightly. "We're almost there, right? I can feel an extremely powerful aura here." Wei Bui stepped onto a rock and was struck dumb by the sight before him. "Look over there, it's massive." Coiled in the center of the wide valley was a giant true dragon. Its body covered in golden scales, rising and falling with the rhythm of its deep breathing. Before such a majestic presence, everyone held their breath. A sleeping dragon, the dragon beast, is indeed formidable. It's so staggering. Seeing it with my own eyes, I finally believe it's truly invincible. It hasn't even woken up, but this overwhelming aura alone makes it hard to breathe. Su Chen turned to the female knight beside him. "Senior, you're a dragon knight. Can you really subdue this big guy?" Duan Xingxing swallowed hard, her palms drenched in cold sweat. "I'm not sure. I didn't expect the dragon beast to be so incredible, but this is the only chance I'll ever have in my life. I won't miss it." At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the countless shimmering crystals scattered around the dragon's body. Someone pointed out keenly, "Everyone, look at those crystals scattered around the dragon beast. Is there something special about them?" "They are indeed very special." "Could those be skill advancement stones?" "They're very rare." "They really do look like skill advancement stones." Greed overcame fear if that were the case. "Aren't we about to strike it rich?" "More than just rich. After upgrading our skills, our combat power could jump up several levels." Zhao Zilong didn't hesitate, crouching low as she stepped forward to pick one up for inspection. She confirmed it decisively. "I'll go grab one and see." "That's right, these are skill advancement stones. Fantastic. This opportunity is no less than the blood god fruit we got. In fact, the value of skill advancement stones might be even higher. I get it now. The dragon beast is sleeping here precisely to guard these skill advancement stones." After all, these things were enough to drive any professional mad. For most, skill advancement stones were even more attractive than the dragon beast itself. The agile Zhao Zilong volunteered, "I'll go pick up all these advancement stones." Observing from a distance, Su Chen didn't forget to give a cautious reminder, "Be careful, don't wake the dragon beast." Meanwhile, at the command center outside the secret realm, Old Qin was sweating profusely within the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower, searching for traces of his granddaughter. He poured spiritual energy into the star altar and spoke in a deep voice, "Supreme Spirit Soul Tower, aid me in my deduction. When will this fallen god secret realm depart?" A cold, mechanical voice echoed from the void, "Insufficient computing power." Unable to deduce, Old Qin was stunned. His silver brows furrowed tight. "Insufficient computing power? This is extremely rare." This meant that this fallen god secret realm was far more complex than the people of the Dragon Zone imagined. Even for the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower, deduction was a struggle. He gritted his teeth and threw all his stored spirit stones into the tower, but the answer remained a cold refusal. Insufficient computing power, unable to deduce. In his desperation, the powerhouse sent a transmission to the outside for help. "Still not working? I've put all my resources into the tower. Fellow Taoist on Throne 4, help me, lend me some computing power." A surge of majestic energy came from another throne, accompanied by a steady reply, "Throne 9, remember this, you owe me a favor." Having absorbed enough resources, the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower began to operate frantically, its light wheels spinning rapidly. Finally, the mechanical voice spoke again, unable to deduce the collapse time of the fallen god's secret realm, activating interpretation mode. Old Qin's face turned grim, cold sweat trickling down his back. The interpretation mode of the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower was rarely activated. Every time it meant humanity was facing a massive challenge. It seemed the descent of this fallen god's secret realm was incredibly complex and volatile. A notice board appeared in midair. "Interpretation successful. Result shows the fallen god's secret realm will not depart. Old Chin slammed his hand on the railing, horrified. What? How can this be? Spirit Soul Tower, what do you mean by the secret realm not departing? The system began to reveal the cruel truth. This descent of the fallen god's secret realm was the 5th such occurrence for humanity. After the realm's creator underwent 5 large-scale absorptions of human flesh and blood, his divine body had gradually been repaired. With this descent, he would thoroughly rule the human world, triggering a cataclysm that would shake the heavens. What? The fallen god wants to rule the world? Damn it, I knew this wasn't simple, but I didn't expect this result. The Spirit Soul Tower continued to provide detailed data. Entities like pseudo-gods and fallen gods cannot directly descend to the human world because their divine bodies are too powerful. However, this fallen god was damaged years ago and transformed his divine body into the fallen god's secret realm. By using this method to descend among humans and consuming the flesh and blood of human cultivators over many years, the divine body has been fully repaired. The fallen god will become the first true god to descend upon humanity. The old man's fists clenched so hard his veins bulged. The truth made him curse the stupidity of those in power. Damn it, those fools outside still think the descent of the fallen god's secret realm brings countless opportunities. Even though many ordinary cultivators were sacrificed, it allowed the elite to grow stronger for the sake of the race. Who knew it was planting such a massive seed of doom? The fallen god's secret realm has descended 5 times. While it created many experts, it also allowed the fallen god to fully descend. We're in real trouble now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Old Chin immediately sent out a transnational cooperation signal. Fellow Thrones, regardless of which region you are from, I hope you can support the Dragon Zone and intercept the fallen god. I must return to discuss this. Throne 4, prioritizing the greater good of humanity, responded powerfully. I wish to remind everyone that this concerns the safety of all mankind, not just the Dragon Zone. I hope everyone can set aside regional biases and recognize what is important. Understood. After disconnecting, he looked into the distance and whispered heart-wrenchingly, Meow meow, that girl is still inside. I'm afraid she's in terrible danger this time. I'm worried sick. Returning to the Deadland at the heart of the secret realm, Wang Yushin's group finally approached their target. A teammate pointed at the massive black shadow ahead and said tremblingly, The fallen god is right there. That's right, I can already feel the divine pressure radiating from him. She signaled everyone to slow down. Be careful, my father said the fallen god is hiding in the secret realm to recuperate. We must not wake him or we won't stand a chance. Beneath that eerie ancient tree, the fallen god sat on a throne woven of roots, resting with his eyes closed. The pressure he emitted made Yushin's teammates' teeth chatter. Is that the fallen god? I can barely control the fear inside me. Yuchan, move now, I can't take this pressure and fear any longer. Yuchan manifested a magic treasure radiating the power of holy fire, her eyes full of killing intent. The fallen god is still sleeping, he's dead meat. Father, your daughter has avenged you. But just as she was about to throw the divine object, a cold blade suddenly pierced through her chest from behind. Wang Yuchan stumbled to the ground, looking back at the killer with eyes full of shock. What? Pantu, how could you? Pantu, have you lost your mind? The perpetrator curled his lips into a sinister smile and roughly snatched the divine object from her hand. He spat contemptuously. Wang Yuchan, a lowly ant like you, actually thought you could move against the fallen god? How farcical. Ignoring the dying Yuchan, he walked straight toward the throne. Pantu knelt on the ground with a look of extreme piety. O great fallen god, as a member of the fallen god cult, I, Pantu, pay my respects to my great deity. The blood-red eyes of the evil god slowly opened, his deep, raspy voice echoing in everyone's minds. You have done well, my servant. Witnessing this ultimate betrayal, Wang Yushin's remaining companion swung her weapon and charged frantically. Pantu, you're actually a cultist of the fallen god, I'll kill you. Wang Yuchan screamed with all her might, run, get out of here. However, the fallen god simply flicked a finger and countless thorny roots burst from the ground. The roots coiled tightly around the unfortunate woman and hoisted her into the air. The immense crushing force directly pulverized her body, turning her into a mist of blood and shattered bone. The evil god opened his mouth and inhaled that burst of life force, licking his lips with satisfaction. Exquisite, truly a magnificent flavor. Though I have devoured over 10,000 human professionals, I remain obsessed with human flesh and blood. Collapsed in a pool of blood, Wang Yuchan gritted her teeth and cursed. Monster. The fallen god leaned down, scrutinizing the stubborn girl with a haughty gaze. So you are Wang Longsheng's daughter? He was strong, but a pity he is dead. Do you wish to follow me? Despite her agonizing pain, she kept her head high. Unyielding flames flickered in her eyes. Are you dreaming? You killed my father. I want nothing more than to tear your flesh and eat your heart. He let out a bizarre laugh, mocking the ignorance of humans. No, you are mistaken. Although I was the one who killed Wang Longsheng, in essence he was murdered by your own human race. Wang Yushin's heart skipped a beat as she stared wide-eyed, demanding an answer. Murdered by his own kind? What do you mean by that? The evil god cast out a tempting lure. Submit to me and I shall tell you the truth. I need loyal servants to help me rule this vast mortal world. Hearing this, the traitor Pandu hurriedly kowtowed to claim credit. Fallen god, I am your most loyal servant. Unexpectedly, the fallen god delivered a cold slap, bringing him back to reality with cruel words. No, you betrayed the human race. In my eyes you have no concept of loyalty. Pantu looked up in terror. What? even with her end near. Wang Yuchan burst into laughter, mocking his pathetic fate. Haha, this is the end for traitors, you'll be abandoned wherever you go. The fallen god turned his attention back to Wang Yuchan, delivering a final ultimatum. State your choice, submission or death. Submit or die, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, laying out her conditions forcefully. Submit to you, fine, but kill this traitor first. I hate those who betray humanity most of all. Seeing his life on the line, Pantu kowtowed frantically, begging for mercy. O fallen god, do not listen to her incitement. I am a member of the fallen god cult. I am your servant. Losing patience, the evil god lunged forward like a phantom, firmly grasping Wang Yuchan by the throat and lifting her into the air. He pronounced brutally, you have no right to bargain with me. Defiance means only death. His answer was not submission, but a mouthful of bloody phlegm. Wang Yuchan spat directly onto his face. Insulted, the fallen god's rage instantly erupted, but he did not kill her on the spot. Instead, a morbid smile spread across his face. Very well, I've just thought of a game far more interesting than murder. He thrust a root imbued with dark demonic energy directly into her chest, forcibly injecting her with evil power. Do you not despise traitors? I will transform your body into that of a demon beast, making you an object of scorn for the human race. I want to see how you deal with yourself. Will you still hate me then? Ignoring Wang Yuchan's agonizing struggle during the mutation, the scumbag Pantu stepped forward with a fawning grin, offering the stolen treasure with both hands. Fallen god, this is the object Wang Yuchan intended to use against you. Su Chen meanwhile looked at the formless cube in his hand, which was currently mesmerized by a shimmering teardrop, a confident smile curling on his lips. He secretly felt lucky. He had collected a single tear from Wang Yuchan earlier, and its allure was indeed staggering. The formless cube rotated around the teardrop, its blocks shifting with excited clicks. It analyzed in wonder. This tear contains the aura of a human, a demon, and a god. It is a peerless masterpiece, the only one of its kind in existence. Where did you get this? Do you want it? I want it more than anything. Su Chen immediately threw out a generous lure. If you want it, agree to my terms, sign a contract with me, and swear your loyalty. Not only will I let you out, but I'll give you this tear. Hearing the word contract, the cube suddenly stopped midair, then shook violently, letting out a piercing maniacal laugh. Ha ha, Su Chen frowned, asking in confusion, what are you laughing at? The formless cube stopped laughing, its tone becoming as arrogant as a supreme being. I laugh at your ignorance, you frog in a well. I am the Formless, the representation of miracles and omnipotence. I hold absolute dominance over all tangible things in the universe. I am the pinnacle that no life can touch. You, a low-level life form who cannot even control your own freedom, actually wish to contract me. Seeing the other party putting on airs again, Su Chen's voice instantly turned cold, radiating a faint killing intent. Stop pretending, we can still talk. The cube trembled slightly and was forced to lower its stance, explaining in a more practical manner. My life hierarchy is far above yours. A contract is impossible. To put it simply, I am not an organic life form. I am not a physical body made of flesh like the humans or demon beasts you know. I am an organic life, a miracle of universal creation. Therefore I do not belong to the realm of living spirits and naturally cannot be contracted. Since he couldn't force it, Su Chen settled for the next best thing, proposing Plan B. Then how about you do 10 things for me? 3 at most, the formless cube decided, closing the deal. Deal, now give me the tear. As soon as it received the teardrop, the cube immediately sucked it into its core, spinning rapidly in a state of extreme euphoria. How blissful, to think I would possess such a perfect work of art just like me. This is a masterpiece of the creator. Su Chen shoved his hands into his pockets and said leisurely, the tear is yours. We'll hide here for a bit while I think of what 3 things I want you to do. However, as soon as it swallowed the bait, the formless cube immediately turned hostile, coldly ordering the big fat worm to kill them. The giant worm chirped obediently upon hearing the command. Thus it bared its hideous fangs and prepared to pounce on Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes widened as he cursed. You bastard, you're breaking your word already? The formless cube joked smugly in the air. I'm keeping my word perfectly. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen immediately exercised his newly agreed privilege. First task, you are forbidden from attacking me or my kind. Feeling the suppression of the contract's power, the formless cube froze. Its blocks were locked tight and it could only accept the situation begrudgingly. That's more like it. First task completed. Su Chen cursed through gritted teeth. Formless, you really are an old dog. Unable to bite Su Chen, the formless cube turned its anger toward the stupid giant worm. Big worm, remember this, I cannot attack them. The worm nodded in understanding, then put on the fawning expression of a snarling lapdog. Understood, I can attack. Woof woof, Su Chen broke into a cold sweat at the shamelessness of these monsters and quickly used his next privilege. Second task, make the big worm sign a contract with me. The formless cube resentfully ordered the worm to stop, sign the contract with him. It even comforted its subordinate. It's fine, sign it for now. Once this kid dies, you'll still be Big Brother's loyal hound. The worm obediently wagged its tail to curry favor with Su Chen. Big Brother, I want to roll with you. Su Chen's face turned grim at hearing such blatant psychological manipulation right to his face. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this old dog Formless is truly insidious and cunning. I've already burned 2 of its tasks. I'm losing out big time. Despite his frustration, he reached out his hand. The big worm obediently bit its own toe, squeezing out a drop of crystal-clear bright red blood to offer to Su Chen. He caught it carefully, murmuring an assessment. This is the contract blood of a demon beast. A beast can only produce one drop in its entire life. Unless the master dies, it will follow the contract holder forever. As soon as the blood merged into Su Chen's palm, a mental bond was instantly established. He felt a secret surge of joy. Now that it was bound by a master, it couldn't run away. The contract is a success. This feels completely different from owning the donkey herd. He sensed a faint resistance from the big worm and analyzed, the donkeys are like my arms, they come at a call, but this giant worm, although I can summon it anytime, I can't command it at will. The worm held its chubby head high, announcing, even though you are my master now, my race is noble. You are but a lowly human. I am only listening to Big Brother's words. Su Chen glared at it, making a mental note to thoroughly break this worm's spirit later. Suddenly the arrogant big worm trembled violently, its small eyes widening in terror. What? How can this be? The formless cube flew over and clattered against its head. What are you panicking for? The worm shook all over, retreating several steps and pointing at Su Chen with a trembling finger. He has an aura on him that terrifies me. It is an aura of extreme nobility, filled with supreme majesty. Hearing the worm's description, Su Chen was also stunned, completely baffled. He muttered to himself, an aura? I actually have a special aura. Could it be related to that holy white sacred embryo? The big worm collapsed onto the ground, asking in a trembling voice, who exactly are you? Where did that imperial aura as dazzling as the sun and moon come from? Seeing the other party was intimidated, Su Chen immediately stepped into character, proudly lifting his chin. You are not worthy to know. Do you still want to put on airs in front of me? Completely crushed by the invisible pressure, the worm curled its body in terror, kowtowing repeatedly. Don't be angry. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. From now on I will definitely follow Master's orders. Su Chen rubbed his chin, thinking triumphantly that he had actually managed to cow this big worm. It seemed that sacred embryo had an extraordinary origin. While Su Chen and his group were safely hidden in the donkey space, the fallen god outside was frantically tearing up the ground in his search. He flew to every corner, overturned every stone, but could find no trace whatsoever, nor could he sense even a hint of the boy's aura. He gritted his teeth, asking himself in a fit of rage how the boy had done it. Even a human space archmage could not have escaped so without leaving a trace. The despair of losing the sacred embryo caused him to lose his mind completely. He let out a low growl, black fire erupting from his eyes. No, even if my body is damaged, I absolutely cannot lose the sacred embryo. In that case, I'll just have to force that brat out. Standing in midair, the fallen god spread his wings and used all his remaining divine power to unleash a roar that shook the heavens. In the name of the fallen god, I shall destroy the entire fallen god's secret realm. As this death command was issued, a blood-red translucent barrier appeared, locking down and surrounding every boundary of the secret realm. The fallen god cruelly announced that this was the end of the fallen god's secret realm. In a remote cave deep within, several survivors were hiding together, one of them praying tremulously that the fallen god wouldn't find them here. As long as we can hold out until the experts outside come to our rescue, we win. However, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. The rock walls crumbled, turning into dust from the outside in. The group looked around in panic. What's happening? Seeing giant fissures spreading toward their feet like a demon's maw, they lost their courage, pushing and shoving each other to escape. Run! The boundaries of the secret realm began to contract, and the surface gradually vanished, merging into the void of space. Everyone was running for their lives. One unfortunate youth slipped. The ground he was running on suddenly collapsed, turning into a black hole that slowly swallowed its prey like a quagmire. He pleaded piteously, reaching his hand toward the sky for help. Save me? But no one could help him. The crowd could only scream in despair. It was over. Judgment Day had arrived. The entire fallen god's secret realm was collapsing. The fallen god's voice rang out again, echoing in the mind of every survivor. I am the fallen god. Now I shall destroy the entire fallen god's secret realm, leaving only the central area. Brats who do not wish to die gather in the central zone. Hearing this death announcement, the crowd looked at each other in worry. The fallen god is destroying the world. What should we do? One person gritted their teeth and gave the only choice. Go there. If we don't go, we die right now. Facing the fallen god means death too, but dying later is better than dying now. Outside the dungeon, Old Chin and the various deans remained fixated on the massive energy vortex. Seeing the secret realm contracting at an alarming speed, Old Chin's face turned deathly pale. The fallen god is destroying the secret realm. The worry for his granddaughter's safety caused him to lose his usual composure. He slammed his weapon into the ground, gritting his teeth as he cursed. It's over. The people inside can't be saved. Damn you, you dare kill my granddaughter. This old bag of bones will definitely slay a god today. Back inside the donkey safe space, Su Chen's squad also noticed the abnormality. Wei Bui frowned and asked, does everyone feel the commotion outside? The world outside is collapsing. Your kind out there are all dead. The fallen god definitely wants to force us out. Out? Then we go out. Su Chen nodded, lifting his hand to snap his fingers. Snap. Instantly a teleportation beam enveloped them. Everyone within the donkey space was instantly teleported out by him, appearing in the central zone in the blink of an eye. Around them, thousands of students and professionals were also frantically swarming toward the center. Screams were everywhere. "Run, the secret realm is destroying itself too fast. Only by reaching the center can we survive." Looking at this chaotic scene, Wang Yuchan murmured to herself in pain, "It seems the fallen god's secret realm will bury an entire generation of geniuses from the Dragon Zone. This is a massive loss for humanity." Su Chen's appearance immediately caught the fallen god's attention. He took a deep breath, a cruel smile touching the corners of his mouth. "I sense that brat's aura." As soon as the words fell, the fallen god's figure blurred, tearing through the air as he lunged straight for Su Chen. Sensing the killing intent approaching, Su Chen calmly turned to the Formless cube, entrusting it with this life and death task. "Cube, you definitely know the second task. I want you to go and kill the fallen god." The Formless cube spun confidently, announcing loudly, "No problem. I'm going now and I'll be back in a flash." Su Chen watched as this toy-like block flew toward the deity. Zhang Yue Miao Miao anxiously tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and asked, "Is this cube really a match for the fallen god?" Su Chen scratched his head, feeling uncertain. He was also doubting whether this cube could pull it off. After all, even he couldn't see through the thing. Though it was powerful, it was also incredibly mysterious. However, no sooner had the words left her mouth than a loud bang echoed as the cube was slammed back directly, crashing heavily into the ground at their feet. Su Chen blinked in a daze, and in the next second the massive black shadow of the fallen god loomed over them. Hovering in midair, he reached out his hand, his voice low and raspy as he threatened, "Brat, hand over my sacred embryo immediately." Unwilling to endure such an insult, Formless flipped upright and lunged toward the fallen god's face, cursing loudly, "You guy who looks like a birdman, how dare you strike a great existence such as myself?" Consumed by rage, the cube instantly grew to the size of a skyscraper, rumbling as it charged toward the fallen god. The fallen god frowned, his face full of contempt. "What kind of trick is this?" Immediately, the cube manifested thousands of invisible Formless clones surrounding the evil god from all directions. But the fallen god was no pushover. His bloodshot eyes swept the area, easily seeing through to its true form. With a casual wave of his hand, he swatted Formless away, sending it flying hundreds of meters. It seemed it was no match at all. The fallen god was too strong. The power of his casual strike was likely enough to kill a 9-star expert. Despite the brutal beating, Formless tenaciously flew out from the wreckage, continuing its verbal abuse. "I am the Formless. How dare a low-level life form like you challenge my miracles and omnipotence?" The fallen god let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with disdain. "You ghostly thing, your ability to brag is even greater than a god's. You dare call this god a low-level life form? You truly amuse me. Next, I too shall turn into the Formless and show you how I deal with you." A mocking smirk curled on the fallen god's lips. "Truly ridiculous." With that, he waved his hand and slashed behind him. A sharp, fierce gust of wind split the space, but when it touched Formless, it passed right through as if cutting through air. Formless remained unscathed. Formless laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, how was that? Have you witnessed my wonder and greatness?" But its laughter froze when a circle of mystic light ribbons suddenly bound its cubes tightly. Formless struggled in a panic, darting left and right, yet it couldn't escape. It shrieked resentfully. "A binding-type spell? You low-level life form actually have some skill." Being repeatedly insulted as a low-level life form by an object caused the fallen god's rage to instantly surge to his brain. He raised both hands, summoning the dark soul-burning fire that could incinerate souls, and said one word at a time, "Stop pretending. Now I shall destroy you utterly." Countless pitch-black fireballs poured from his hands, drenching Formless like a torrential rain. The heat radiated was terrifying, causing the surrounding air to warp. Everyone felt the flames, making the area unbearably hot. Watch out, these flames were so intense they could rival a magic-class forbidden spell. The cube might be burned to cinders. However, to the fallen god's surprise, the cube at the center of the sea of fire was perfectly fine. It was even spinning, enjoying the heat, letting out bouts of comfortable groans. "Refreshing, this feels great." This humiliation drove the fallen god completely mad. "You still dare to provoke me? This god is truly angry now." He pressed his palms together, condensing all his spiritual energy to create a massive energy ball of destructive power, forming a super spiral spiritual chi wave. The energy ball spun rapidly like a cataclysmic storm and was hurled directly at Formless as it hovered in the air. A world-shaking explosion erupted, leveling a vast area of the surroundings. But when the dust cleared, Formless was still glowing all over without a single scratch. It provoked him mockingly. "This kind of child's play is just like scratching an itch. Put a little more effort into it." The fallen god's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. That was one of my strongest killing moves." Watching from a distance, Su Chen smacked his lips and concluded. It seemed the cube's combat power was far below the fallen god's, but its ability to take a beating was truly invincible. Formless continued its incessant provocation. "Great existences are eternally undefeated. If you are willing to kiss my ass, perhaps I can forgive your ignorance." A flash of realization suddenly sparked in the fallen god's eyes. Maintaining the tornado, he stared at the cube's structure in contemplation, murmuring, "You remind me of a legendary object." Formless's heart skipped a beat and the cube stopped spinning. Damn it, he didn't actually guess it, did he? To prevent it from escaping, the fallen god immediately released dazzling mystic light chains to lock Formless down, a greedy sneer appearing on his face. This god shall imprison you and slowly dismantle you for research. If you truly are that thing, then this is an unexpected fortune. This god might even be able to take a step further. Now get in there, he waved his arm, intending to throw the cube into a spatial vortex to seal it. Sensing a true threat, Formless trembled violently, crying out for help in terror. Su Chen, brat, save me. Su Chen immediately whistled to summon the donkey. The cube failed. Let's head into the donkey space to hide for a bit. Seeing Su Chen planning to bolt, Formless struggled desperately in its despair. Su Chen, save me, this old guy is going to dismantle me. I'm sorry, but I have no other choice. In its panic, Formless opened a crack and shot a small shimmering fragment directly at Su Chen. He caught the small cube with quick hands. Asking in a daze, what is this? Formless shouted from the distance. That is my true spirit. I want to contract with you. Save me, quick. Standing high above, the fallen god laughed loudly at the sight. So anxious? It seems this god has guessed correctly. If I obtain you, I can even abandon this fallen god's secret realm. Su Chen no longer hesitated and immediately used a drop of blood to sign a contract with the cube's true spirit. A flash of merging light erupted. He clenched his fist, thinking he had finally succeeded. I've signed a contract with the cube, but this contract feels a bit special. The massive cube in the distance was now just an empty shell struggling weakly. It urged, summon me. Su Chen reached his hand out toward its direction and barked. Contract summon. The cube instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the chains and racing toward him, merging directly into his body. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. I've summoned the cube into my body. Watching his prize fly away right before his eyes, the fallen god was livid, his rage boiling over. You've ruined my plans again, brat. Do you really not know how many lives you have? Knowing he couldn't win in a direct confrontation, Su Chen ordered loudly, retreat. The squad members immediately ducked into the flying donkey space. But this time the fallen god was prepared. He smugly opened his claws, imprisoning all the surrounding space. Haha, if I let you escape again, I'd be a god in name only. Su Chen noticed that because the fallen god was busy casting the binding spell, his defense was lax. He signaled his two teammates, according to plan, help me stab him. Murong Liuying Yuchan was the first to react, dashing forward as a blurred afterimage. She had been ready for a long time. Immediately after, Zhang Yuyue also charged forward to assist. Count me in. The fallen god crossed his arms, sneering arrogantly, not taking these mosquito bite attacks seriously at all. Haha, you're truly making me laugh with rage. You actually dare to take the initiative? Do you really think you can wound me? However, when Yushin's longsword, infused with a sudden burst of power, pierced through his thin defensive layer and carved a wound deep enough to see bone into his shoulder, his smile froze. The fallen god's eyes widened, his face full of horror. What? Before he could regain his composure, Zhang Yuyu's spear viciously pierced the evil god's chest. He stumbled back, clutching the wound as he spat a mouthful of blood, roaring in agony. What on earth is going on? Having successfully landed the hit, the two girls immediately retracted their weapons and vanished into the flying donkey space without a trace. The fallen god looked at the dripping divine blood, roaring frantically at the heavens and earth in question. I was actually wounded, and these two attacks actually destroyed 20 of my divine body. Their strength is clearly not great. How could they wound me? Heavens, why? The rage caused him to lose his reason. He frantically swung his palms in a barrage, leveling everything in the vicinity. Inside the safe space, the three of them panted heavily, looking at each other in excitement. Zhang Yuyue cheered. Su Chen, we actually wounded the fallen god. I finally understand why Murong Liuying chose you as her boyfriend. Although my ability is domineering, it was only because we caught the fallen god off guard. Once he's on alert, we won't even have a chance to strike. Exactly. If we encounter the fallen god again, he likely won't give us any openings and will definitely one-shot us. Outside, the fallen god stood amidst the ruins, searching desperately for their auras, but finding nothing. He gnashed his teeth, roaring in a hateful voice, Su Chen, you pest-like fellow is hiding again. Damn it, this god will definitely force you out. By this time, the central area had shrunk to the warning line. The ground cracked, with boiling lava churning below, ready to swallow everything at any moment. The survivors were squeezed onto a narrow patch of open ground, trembling in despair. The entire fallen god's secret realm had collapsed, leaving only this clearing. Now there was nowhere to hide. The fallen god was going to wipe us all out in one go. Grandma Meow tapped the ground with her cane, analyzing with a frown. To kill us, the fallen god wouldn't need to put in this much effort. He must have a purpose. What should we do now? Will the 9-star powerhouses outside come to save us? No sooner had she spoken than the fallen god's massive black shadow descended majestically upon the center. He surveyed the group of hostages, his voice bone-chilling. No one can save you. One student, unable to suppress the terror in his heart, stood up and barked, You monster, how dare you spout such nonsense here? The fallen god didn't even look at him, simply flicking his finger to release a palm strike. Boom, the man who had just spoken was instantly blasted into a mist of blood. The crowd shrieked in terror, someone retreating with a stutter. What kind of strength is this? A single word decided a person's life or death. Was he truly the fallen god? The fallen god released a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai over the entire field, issuing an absolute command, everyone kneel. The terrifying pressure forced everyone present to kneel. Their knees slammed heavily against the rocks, blood flowing freely. The divine aura suffocated them as they bowed their heads in fear. It was too terrifying. This was definitely a god. Among the kneeling crowd, Li Lei was still craning his neck, searching everywhere. Strange, why don't I see Brother Su? With Brother Su's ability, nothing should have happened to them. But now that the secret realm has collapsed, where could they have gone? Standing on high, the fallen god got straight to the point, his voice echoing through the space. Now whether you live or die depends on a single human. The crowd looked at each other in shock. Our lives are in the hands of a human? Who is it? Who has such great influence? It seems the fallen god controlled us just for that person. I just don't know who it is. The fallen god let out a cold laugh and said one word at a time. His name is Su Chen. As soon as this name was spoken, the students of Tianjing Academy were stunned. What? Su Chen? Grandma Miao turned to the students beside her and asked, do you know him? Of course we do. That kid is that troublemaking freshman from Tianjing Academy. What does the fallen god want with a freshman? I don't know either. But this freshman truly takes the road less traveled and caused quite a lot of trouble at Tianjing Academy. It seems Su Chen is fine, otherwise the fallen god wouldn't be looking for him. Hearing these ants discussing below, the fallen god began to lose his patience. Someone actually had the courage to stand up and argue. What fallen god? What does your search for Su Chen have to do with us? If Su Chen offended you, why kill us? The fallen god frowned and waved his hand like he was shooing flies, so noisy. He shot out 2 beams of black light, instantly piercing the chests of the 2 who had just spoken, taking their lives in the blink of an eye. Inside the donkey space, the group was closely monitoring the situation outside via a magic screen. 1 kill per second. The fallen god is forcing us out. Su Chen scratched his head and let out a long sigh. This is tough. Is there any way left to deal with the fallen god? Being able to wound him was already a miracle. In the history of human warfare, this kind of thing rarely happens. To put it bluntly, us against the fallen god is like mortals challenging a god. The gap in strength is too vast. I can't think of any way. Suddenly, Zhang Yuyue raised her hand, her eyes shining. I have an idea, but then she hesitated again. But saying it is useless, it's basically impossible to achieve, Su Chen urged anxiously. Let's hear it first. Zhang Yuyue took a deep breath and proposed a crazy thought. The only life-saving straw is to get those god-level powerhouses into this fallen god secret realm. But they're blocked outside the realm and can't get in. To let them in, there is a special way. Murong Liuying frowned and asked curiously, what way? Zhang Yuyue answered clearly, use the private space channels of the 12 thrones to enter this place. The 12 thrones private space channels? Wouldn't that require there to be a powerhouse of the 12 thrones level already inside the secret realm? Zhang Yuyue nodded in confirmation. Exactly, he once told me that every powerhouse of the 12 thrones can enter a special space through a private channel, and they can enter each other's private channels at will. She sighed dejectedly. This method is simply not feasible. Where would a god-level powerhouse come from in here? I told you guys you wouldn't believe it, however, contrary to everyone's pessimism. A brilliant smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. He clapped his hands in praise. The effort wasn't wasted. This idea is brilliant. It'll be completely stealthy, catching the fallen god off guard. What use is saying this? It can't be achieved. Su Chen crossed his arms, his posture extremely confident. I can achieve it. Wei Bui waved his hand and scoffed. Alright, stop joking. Su Chen stared wide-eyed and said seriously, I'm not joking. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen closed his eyes to concentrate and snapped his fingers. With a thump, a sound like a temple bell rang out. Above his head, a model of a 9-story mental tower shimmering with blinding light appeared and rotated, releasing a radiant and holy pressure. Could this be the mental tower? She hurriedly confirmed her memory. Exactly. This is the mental tower I once saw at his place. She stared at him as if looking at a monster. Su Chen, are you actually a god-level powerhouse? Her brain was in a total mess. No, you're not a god-level powerhouse. How could you have a mental tower? Inside the secret realm, time was in a cruel countdown. The fallen god hovered high in the sky, looking down at the trembling flock of sheep below, his voice cold and heartless. 1 minute has passed. Since Su Chen has not appeared, 60 of you will be executed by me. The students who were called out huddled together in terror, pleading piteously, Fallen God, you cannot slaughter the innocent. Su Chen has nothing to do with us, but in the eyes of the fallen god, human lives were like weeds, not even worth mentioning. His gaze was icy as he coldly flicked his finger. An elder cried out in shock, It's no use, the fallen god possesses a divine body, our attacks cannot wound him at all. The fallen god let out a cold laugh and raised both arms, condensing roiling black fire into a death tornado. Come here, transform into my essence and blood and achieve immortality alongside this god. Under this terrifying pressure, all the flying donkeys and squad members were sent flying, crashing onto the ground in a pathetic state. Wei Bui clutched his waist and groaned, Ow, damn it, it's over. My glorious life hasn't even truly begun and it's already ending. Brother Su, I hope I meet you earlier in the next life. Su Chen scrambled up, brushed the dust off his clothes and glared at him coldly. What are you panicking for? We aren't dead yet. By then, the fallen god had already dived down, slowly hovering before them with a mocking smile. Indeed, you are not dead, but now you are no different from corpses. Faster than words could say, Su Chen flicked his wrist, summoning a small but extremely sharp dagger. He unleashed his high-speed skill to dash between the fallen god's legs. With a flash of the blade, he sliced straight up, Peesh, the movement was clean and decisive. The fallen god's 2 treasures were neatly severed and fell precisely into Su Chen's hand. The fallen god looked down at the non-stop bleeding between his legs, his face twisting with extreme shock. My eggs were cut off? How is this possible? How can a mortal wound my divine body? Su Chen quickly threw the spoils into his storage space, patted the donkey rump and urged, now run for it. Everyone watched this absurd scene in a daze. He castrated the fallen god. What kind of god-tier move was that? Seeing his teammates still frozen in place like wooden statues, Su Chen turned back and roared, what are you staring for? Run. Behind them, the fallen god clutched his lower body in agony, rage causing his muscles to bulge and his face to contort like a demon. Ah, detestable. Just as the fallen god's hatred reached the heavens, 3 magic circles suddenly appeared before him. The 3 imposing deans of the Dragon Zone manifested, and Hogan stroked his beard as he announced loudly, Fallen God, your time has come. However, they had chosen the wrong moment to arrive. The fallen god's fury over losing his treasures instantly erupted. His roar shook the entire secret realm. Bastards, all of you must die. He lunged toward the 3 with a sky-high murderous intent. The fallen god actually dares to curse us. You are the only one who will die. In the blink of an eye, the fallen god closed the distance, pressing right up to Ba Tianju. The elder was greatly startled. What? Before he could even react, the fallen god raised a hand and delivered a resounding slap, making Ba Tianju see stars. What do you think you are? Was I talking to you? The force of this slap was so great it sent Ba Tianju flying into the distance, landing right in the ruins where Mingri Tianqing lay dying. Seeing the dean land beside him, Tianqing cried out, Dean, are you okay? Ba Tianju struggled to lift his head, looking at his disciple in surprise. Mingri Tianqing, you're here too? Tianqing grabbed his sleeve, crying for help. Dean, save me. The elder patted his disciple's hand to comfort him. Don't worry, the 3 of us working together can definitely kill the fallen god. Meanwhile, the fallen god was still frantically looking around, searching for the bastard who had neutered him. He growled a threat. Little brat, you won't escape. Seeing the evil god trying to chase the juniors, Hogan and Grandma Meow exchanged a look and nodded in sync. Grandma Meow struck the ground with her staff. Seeing the berserk fallen god charging over, the 2 elders blocked his path once again. The fallen god gnashed his teeth, forced to temporarily give up the chase. Stop for now, those brats won't escape the secret realm anyway. I'll settle you first, then go repair my divine body. Grandma Meow let out a great shout, channeling all her spiritual energy to unleash their strongest combined strike. Fallen god, let us show you the might of the human race's 9-star powerhouses. However, to the fuming evil god, this provocation was nothing more than adding fuel to the fire. So annoying, I'll take my anger out on you then. He swung his arm down, roaring as he struck. With just a single horizontal sweep, the 3 renowned human 9-star powerhouses were swatted away like strawmen. Not a single one of us could even block a slap from the fallen god. Not far away, Tianqing watched his elders get slapped away and crash into the dirt a second time, his face turning pale with terror. He hurried over to help. Dean, are you okay? But Tianju struggled to pull his head out of the dirt pit, his old face swollen like a pig's head, bruised blue and purple. Even so, he tried his best to maintain his dignity, waving his hand with an awkward smile. I'm fine, I was just testing the fallen god's strength just now. After fleeing for some distance, Su Chen's squad finally dared to stop and catch their breath. It seems the fallen god didn't chase us. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Zhao Zilong poured cold water on their joy. Don't celebrate too early, we can't get out of here at all. Su Chen cut off his eggs. The fallen god will find us sooner or later. At the mention of this, Su Chen unhurriedly fished 2 bright red meatballs out of his spatial pouch and examined them in his hand. The fallen god's eggs don't look that big. When Wei Bui saw those disgusting things, he got goosebumps all over his body. He frowned and backed away. Su Chen, why are you keeping those? Throw them away, quick. Su Chen shook his head with a look of regret. It's such a waste to throw them away. This is a part of a divine body. Do you want to taste them? Bui covered his nose and took several steps back, cursing with a face full of revulsion. Get lost, stop disgusting me. Su Chen glared at him, criticizing him for not knowing value. This is the flesh and blood of a god. It's definitely stronger than the opportunities in the secret realm and will have unimaginable effects. He turned to ask the girls in the team, do any of you want them? The girls immediately covered their mouths and waved their hands, refusing in unison. That's too disgusting, take them away. What kind of perverted ideas are you thinking? Seeing that no one wanted them, Su Chen shrugged and sighed. Fine, then I'll give them to the donkey. With that, he tossed the 2 bloody chunks of meat to the flying donkey. The donkey wasn't picky at all, opening its mouth to catch and swallow them. But only a few seconds later, the blood energy within its body began to boil, and it grew feverishly hot. The donkey opened its mouth and let out a roar, actually sounding like it was cursing its master. Oh my god, you bastard! Su Chen scratched his head, staring blankly at his rolling pet and muttered, is the energy really this massive? The donkey rolled around while shouting, you bastard, what did you feed me? Just then, a system prompt rang out, your donkey has devoured divine flesh and earned a promotion. Evolved into a 2nd-tier spirit beast. Su Chen clapped his hands and laughed loudly. It really worked, the donkey has advanced again. The donkey's entire body ignited with holy fire as if it were wearing a layer of armor. It groaned in pain. Ah, bastard! System prompts continued to jump out. Your donkey has devoured divine flesh and earned an evolution, evolved into a 3rd-tier spirit beast. Su Chen was dumbstruck. The effect is this strong, it didn't stop. Your donkey has devoured divine flesh and earned a promotion, evolved into a 4th-tier spirit beast. Watching his pet undergo consecutive transformations, he crossed his arms and nodded. As expected, the fallen god was the greatest opportunity in this secret realm. Just a tiny bit of flesh and blood allowed the donkey to jump 3 levels. Once the evolution was complete, the donkey stood tall, its eyes shooting out majestic beams of light. The horns on its head shimmered like diamonds, radiating a fierce and lofty aura like an ancient divine beast. Zhao Zilong raised an eyebrow, staring in surprise at the transformed donkey. She took a step back, clearly feeling the heavy pressure emanating from the little fellow. I can feel a kind of pressure coming from the donkey. Wei Bui also swallowed hard beside him, admitting, even I was startled. It feels like it's stronger than me now. At the same time, a brilliant system panel appeared before Su Chen. System prompt: your donkey has advanced and evolved a special skill, Spirit Sniff. He curled his lips into a smile, stroking the donkey's fiery red fur. The fallen god's 2 eggs hadn't gone to waste. The donkey had a new ability, just as Su Chen's squad was celebrating their spoils on the other side of the battlefield. The 3 famous 9-star experts were being beaten into a pathetic state by the fallen god. Hogan clutched his sunken chest, gasping in despair. The gap is too big, we can't win at all, what do we do? It's over. Even the majestic 9-star powerhouses were as fragile as ordinary people before the fallen god, with no power to fight back. The fallen god hovered in midair, looking at them from the corner of his eye, his tone dull. The 3 of you have disappointed me too much. It seems only the god-level powerhouses of the human race can excite me. Next, transform into my flesh and blood. Knowing they couldn't resist, the 3 elders gnashed their teeth and turned to flee for their lives. The fallen god was just about to condense power for a fatal blow when a sudden chill flashed through his mind. He stopped his movements, his blood-red eyes showing confusion as he slowly looked down at his empty crotch. The fallen god's entire body flinched. After touching the forbidden zone, he let out a shrill scream that tore through the silent air. What? My eggs? My eggs were eaten by someone. His extreme panic instantly turned into a sky-toppling rage as he grabbed his head and shrieked, how can this be? Who would be so bored as to eat something like that? Seeing the evil god suddenly clutching his groin and screaming, the 3 9-star experts who were fleeing slammed on the brakes, looking at each other in confusion. What on earth happened to him? But Tianju scratched his head and muttered, I don't know, it sounds like someone stole and ate his eggs. In the blink of an eye, the fallen god went completely berserk. Rolling black energy erupted around him, swallowing the surrounding light. His eyes were bloodshot and brimming with murderous intent. I will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. The shockwave from his rage sent the 3 9-star powerhouses flying dozens of meters. Oh no, the fallen god has gone mad. Let's just negotiate with him, we can't run anyway. What right do we have to negotiate, however? The fallen god ignored those 3 old fogies entirely. His gaze was like a blade, scanning for 10,000 miles to find the true culprit. He gnashed his teeth, squeezing out the words one by one. It's one thing to castrate me. If you gave them back I could have put them back on, but you actually ate them. He clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his palms. No deity had ever suffered such a supreme humiliation. Whoosh. With a sound of tearing air, the fallen god vanished into thin air before the 3, leaving only a giant crater. But Tianju blinked blankly. How did he leave? Hogan wiped away cold sweat and sighed in relief. He went to look for his stolen eggs. It seems those things were very important to him. What do we do now? They couldn't defeat the fallen god. They could only hide for now and wait for the god-level experts from outside to enter. Hey, you two, use my special ability to let all the professionals in the secret realm hide first and wait for rescue. Without hesitation, Grandma Meow immediately struck the ground with her staff and activated an amplification spell. Her voice rang through every corner of the secret realm. All human professionals heed my command. I am the 9-star powerhouse, General Meow. The fallen god has awakened and cannot be resisted. Everyone hide immediately and wait for rescue. The scene returns to the culprit who caused the fallen god's supreme humiliation. Su Chen was leisurely observing his pet, asking curiously, Hey donkey, what is this Spirit Sniff skill for? The donkey pricked up its long ears and let out a proud bray. Oh, Spirit Sniff allows me to find treasures using my sense of smell. Su Chen nodded repeatedly. So it's a treasure hunting function. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the donkey nose began to twitch nonstop, catching an enticing scent in the wind. It jumped up and brayed, There's a scent over there. The donkey eyes lit up as it ran excitedly toward the smell, muttering in a wanderer's tone, Bastard, that's a good treasure. Su Chen gave his squad a look. Let's go, let's have a look. After running for a while, the donkey stopped beside a small mound of dirt. It dug hard with its hooves. Right here. Wei Bui walked forward with great interest, rolling up his sleeves. Let me try digging. He used an earth-type skill, reaching deep into the ground to search. Not long after, he had a look of joy. Found it, there really was something here. But when the item was pulled out, Bihui's smile froze. In his hand he was holding a clump of dark brown animal droppings, emitting a pungent foul stench. Near tears, he threw it into the air in disgust, retching as he cursed. It stinks. This is clearly Earth Spirit rabbit poop. Because Earth Spirit rabbits are low-level monsters with extremely smelly excrement, they have a habit of burying their poop. Damn it, are you actually reliable or not? Bowie clutched his stomach, his face wrinkled. I'm going to throw up. The donkey pretended not to see its mistake and continued to twitch its nose, pointing in another direction. This time it's that way. Just as they were about to follow, Grandma Meow's transmission rang through the sky. "All human professionals heed my command. I am the 9-star powerhouse, General Meow. The fallen god has awakened and cannot be resisted. Everyone hide immediately." It seemed even the 3 9-star experts were no match for the fallen god. Su Chen immediately turned to the whole team and urged, "Let's go, let's hide." Everyone summoned their flying donkeys in unison and charged out at top speed. Facing the wind, Su Chen frowned as he pondered this life-and-death situation. Currently, the only tool to deal with the fallen god was the one-strike skill, but against the terrifying fallen god he likely only had one chance to strike, and the probability of a one-hit kill was far too low. Once the fallen god counterattacked, they would be annihilated in an instant. Therefore, the best outcome was still to evade his pursuit. Unluckily, the fallen god's enraged roar already echoed from behind, gaining ground rapidly. "You dare damage my divine body? Little beast, stay where you are and prepare to die." Wei Bui looked back in a panic. "Damn it, the fallen god is catching up." Su Chen gritted his teeth and made a life-or-death decision. "We split up." "No, if we split, the fallen god will definitely prioritize chasing you." He widened his eyes and explained loudly. "If the fallen god catches us, we're all dead if we stay together. We have a better chance if we flee in different directions. This is the only way for anyone to survive." Tears welled in Duan Xingxing's eyes as she gripped her fire reins tight. Su Chen waved his hand to cut short the emotional parting. "Enough talk, I have my own life-saving tricks. I can slip away easier on my own." Knowing they couldn't sway their captain, the others gritted their teeth and departed. Li Lei nodded heavily. "Take care of yourself, Su Chen." The team immediately scattered in all directions to minimize attention. Meanwhile, in a remote corner deep within the secret realm, a beautiful girl was fleeing for her life, muttering complaints as she ran. The fallen god actually woke up. "If I'd known, I would have gone to the Abyss battlefield with my wife instead of coming here." Spotting a pitch-black cave, her eyes lit up. "A cave up ahead, I'll hide in there first." Just as she ducked into the entrance, Su Chen was brought to the same spot by his donkey. He patted the donkey head in praise. "Good job, there's a treasure here. You'd better be right this time." The woman inside shrunk into a corner in shock, but as the light hit Su Chen's face, she recognized him instantly, her tone laced with hostility. "You're Su Chen?" He nodded and answered frankly, "Yeah, that's me." The girl put her hands on her hips and let out a cold, contemptuous snort. "HMPH, you shameless homewrecker." Su Chen stared at her, pointing at his own face in total bewilderment. "Homewrecker, holy crap, where on earth did that come from?" She took a step forward, accusing him aggressively. "You seduced my wife, what are you if not a homewrecker?" Su Chen's brain stalled for a few seconds. He blinked, trying to process this absurd information. "Wait, you've got me all confused. I seduced your wife, but you're a girl." "You have a wife and I seduced her." "Then who is your wife?" She puffed out her chest and announced with immense pride. "Murong Lilian, she's my wife." Su Chen facepalmed and let out a long sigh. Damn it, is Murong Lilian really living such a colorful life? Seeing him dare to look down on her wife, the girl bristled like a mother cat. "My wife belongs to me alone, you're not allowed to steal her." Too lazy to deal with this crazy girl, Su Chen brushed past her into the depths of the cave, waving her away. "I don't have time for your nonsense. I need to hide in here. The fallen god could catch up at any moment." The girl followed him relentlessly, tugging at his clothes and nagging, "Hey, don't walk away, did you hear me?" Only after reaching a safe depth did he turn back to look her in the eye and clarify seriously, "Now let's get one thing straight. I have absolutely nothing to do with Murong Lilian. She's the one who unilaterally announced I'm her boyfriend." The girl let out a long sigh, her tone turning mournful. "Lilian is so stubborn. Once she decides something, she won't change her mind. What should I do to make her leave you?" He shrugged, callously drawing the line. "That's your problem, it has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to get involved." Suddenly her eyes lit up as she proposed a world-shaking plan. "If Lilian insists on being your wife, then how about I become your wife too?" Su Chen froze on the spot, completely petrified by her logic. The girl grew more excited as she spoke, clapping her hands triumphantly. "If we're both your wives, I can go wherever Lilian goes. Our relationship could even go a step further. Isn't my idea brilliant?" He swallowed hard. He silently marveled to himself. "You're even more abnormal than Murong Lilian." Just as the nonsense reached a stalemate, both froze simultaneously and looked toward the pitch-black depths of the cave. Their keen warrior instincts warned them of approaching danger. Su Chen whispered alertly, "There's a demonic aura ahead, let's check it out." Creeping along the damp path, a horrific sight met their eyes. In the dim light, countless eerie tree roots were tightly coiled around Wang Yushen's body, pumping evil energy into her. Her body was gradually mutating into a demon with bat-like wings. How did this happen? The two hid behind a large rock to observe. The girl huddled close to Su Chen, whispering while shivering, "What kind of monster is that?" "I don't know, but why do I feel a sense of familiarity?" Amidst the tangled roots, Yuchan repeatedly clutched her head, rolling and roaring in extreme agony. "Ah!" Seeing the monster expose a weakness, the girl immediately notched an arrow. A brilliant bolt of light aimed for Yushin's head as she spoke decisively. "The monster seems to be collapsing. This is the best time to strike." Recognizing the demon's true identity, Su Chen paled in shock and reached out to stop her. "Wait!" But it was too late. The girl released her fingers and the light arrow tore through the air, piercing Yushin's bat wings with a squelch as black blood sprayed out. Yuchan instinctively whirled her head around with a piercing scream, her blood-red eyes locking onto the sniper's position. The girl charged forward triumphantly, readying a second arrow. I hit it, kill the monster, but in the blink of an eye the situation shifted. Yuchan vanished from sight and reappeared instantly beside the girl. She shrieked in terror, how can it be so fast? Before she could react, Yuchan reached out with sharp claws, grabbing her by the throat and hoisting her into the air under the suffocating pressure. The girl looked toward the cave entrance in despair, crying for help. Oh no, save Meow Meow! Su Chen lunged forward shouting, stop! Hearing the familiar voice, Yuchan's claws loosened slightly. She stared blankly at the strong figure approaching. In that moment, reason seemed to triumph over evil instinct. She murmured, Su. Recognizing his friend's tragic state, he cried out in pain, I recognize that familiar form too. You're Wang Yuchan, and I'm Su Chen. These words made Yuchan drop her hand, and the girl called Meow Meow fell to the ground with a thud. Meow Meow coughed violently, retreating in fear as she hid behind him and stammered, Su Chen, you know this monster? Su Chen ignored Meow Meow and walked to Yuchan's side, asking heart-wrenchingly, what happened? Yuchan clutched her head, which was splitting from the mutation, and retreated in despair. I'm a monster now. You two leave, forget about me. He grabbed her shoulders and countered firmly, Yuchan, how could you be a monster? You're the daughter of Marshal Wang Longsheng of the human race. Her father's name was like a blade to the heart, and blood tears mixed on Yuchan's deformed face. She sobbed, wipe them away. Su Chen reached out gently, using his thumb to wipe the blood tears from the corner of her eyes. That warmth allowed Yuchan to calm down completely. He asked gently, tell me what happened, why are you here? Yuchan surveyed the gloomy cave and grimly delivered the news. This is the fallen gods. He jumped in fright, cold sweat pouring down. What? It's over. I tried so hard to hide and I ended up hiding in the god's nest. However, the most dangerous place was often the safest. Hiding here might actually be harder for the fallen god to detect than anywhere else. As Yuchan began to recount the bloody betrayal, the atmosphere grew heavy. After finishing, she lowered her head, her voice faint. I've told you everything. That's what happened. Meow Meow shed sympathetic tears. She's so pitiful. Understanding the humiliation and despair of a fallen hero's daughter, Su Chen took a deep breath. He asked in a low voice, you tried to kill the fallen god only to be betrayed and polluted into a demon. What are your plans now? Yuchan looked up at him, her eyes begging for release. Su Chen, kill me. I'm neither human nor ghost now, and the killing instinct inside me keeps erupting. Living will only bring disaster to the human race. Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he decisively rejected her request. Kill you? Are you joking? Not only will I not kill you, but I'm going to fight by your side to kill that fallen god together. Her self-loathing made her shrink back. But I look like this now. He looked directly into her soul, his voice powerful and resonant. Does it matter? Does it matter what you look like? It doesn't. Even now, you're still thinking of the human race. That means no matter how you've been changed, you haven't lost your true self. As long as your nature remains, you can continue to protect humanity just like your father. Yuchan bit her lip, a tiny flicker of hope igniting. Can I still fight for the human race? He patted her shoulder heavily in encouragement. Of course you can definitely do it. Cheer up, we'll fight this battle together. Courage slowly filled her broken heart. She smiled gratefully. I understand, thank you, Su Chen. Just as emotions were high, the fallen god's illusory voice suddenly struck their minds from the void. Human brat, this is the fallen god's secret realm you cannot escape. Su Chen turned pale and asked urgently. The fallen god has found us. Is there any way left to deal with him? Yuchan gritted her teeth and spoke of the final chance. The killing intent used to deal with the fallen god was stolen by Pantu. If we can get it back, there's still a chance to wound him. He frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Just wound him? Can't we kill him? She shook her head helplessly. We could have before, but now the fallen god has almost fully recovered. A one-hit kill is nearly impossible. If he could get in, he could definitely handle the fallen god. But I'm afraid no one can enter now. The fallen god's mount, the dragon beast, has sealed the entrance and exit of the secret realm. Let's move. We can't just sit here and wait for death. We'll find Pandu and take back the killing intent. But he reached out to stop her, whistling to summon his pet. Wait a second. The donkey ran over, sniffing the air everywhere with its nose held high. He patted the donkey back. He turned to Yuchan. Didn't you say there was treasure here? Let it look around. After searching for only a few seconds, the donkey brayed excitedly. Aha! It stopped before a withered ancient tree radiating a dim, dark life force. Yuchan analyzed the trunk. The fallen god uses this ancient tree to absorb the secret realm's energy. Destroying it should cause some damage to him. On command, the donkey opened its large mouth and bit hard into the rough bark, intending to uproot it. With a crack, one of the donkey teeth shattered. It retreated, clutching its mouth and cursing through tears. Damn it, it's too hard. This was the foundation of the fallen god's recovery. Destroying it wouldn't be easy. Having said that, he stepped back to build momentum, channeling his strength into his right hand as he delivered a world-shaking charging punch directly into the trunk. However, the giant tree only shed a few leaves. He rubbed his swollen knuckles and clicked his tongue. I really can't hurt this tree. During the stalemate, Meow Meow stepped forward confidently, reaching out her hands. Maybe I can try, I can soften anything. She chanted a spell and a pink glow enveloped the ancient tree. In just a few seconds, the trunk that was once as hard as pig iron became like soft mud, slowly tilting over. Su Chen stared in admiration. Heavens, how did the tree wither and soften like that? Seeing this, the donkey lunged forward and took a bite. The bark was now as mushy as noodles and it began to chew excitedly, braying triumphantly. The tree is soft, I can eat it now. Not only that, it let out a long string of brays to call its companions. Boys, it's a feast, charge and eat. Dozens of donkeys flew out of the space, tearing at the tree like a swarm of hungry locusts. Meow Meow flicked her hair and turned to Su-Chen to brag. How about that? My ability is pretty impressive, right? I can make anything soft. Hearing this, Su-Chen immediately pressed his legs together, protecting his vitals with both hands as he let out a cold sweat-drenched awkward smile. That's a very unique ability, impressive indeed. Seeing his strange reaction, the girl innocently blinked and added a lethal follow-up. Not only that, I can also make anything that's gone soft become extremely hard. Su-Chen's eyes lit up, an extremely dark and dangerous smile appearing on his face. You can make it hard too. He leaned in toward her, rubbing his hands together like a total rogue. Meow Meow, I have a bold idea. Bang, a fist flew straight into his face. Meow Meow's face was flush red as she cursed angrily. Rogue, I just wanted to reinforce your clothes and skin. How did I become the rogue? She snorted, crossing her arms and pouting. Reinforce clothes and skin? I thought you were going to do that. Think what? Do you have brains in your chest? While they bickered, the donkey herd had picked the trunk clean, revealing a section of underground roots that encased a glowing heart-like object. Su-Chen ran back to the pit and looked down. The tree is eaten, and a blood orb appeared. That bright red blood orb was still thumping like a living heart. Meow Meow covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. This thing looks too eerie, it's terrifying, jumping like a living creature. But the lead donkey pricked up its ears and brayed excitedly. Ola, treasure found? The little donkeys followed suit with excited brays. Su-Chen looked at this pack of greedy pets and clicked his tongue in assessment. Damn it, just as I thought, unreliable. What kind of treasure is this? He seriously analyzed the risk. This thing is likely some kind of demonic entity. This thing is probably very important to the fallen god, otherwise he wouldn't have placed it at the very center. Whatever it is, we cannot let the fallen god have it. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes. Then we destroy it. Meanwhile, on his way back, the fallen god suddenly stopped midair, clutching his chest as a surge of sharp pain struck his mind. His face was filled with horror and rage. What? The ancient tree I used to absorb human blood has been destroyed? How is that possible? That tree was extremely sturdy. He clenched his fist tight, his chest heaving with fury. Curse you. I was only one step away from a full recovery. Now, with the tree destroyed, the reconstruction of my perfect divine body has been severed. Curse you. He suddenly remembered his most precious treasure, his eyes widening in sheer terror. The sacred embryo was still being nurtured beneath the ancient tree. Nothing could be allowed to happen to it. Transforming into a bolt of black lightning, the fallen god charged toward his nest, roaring in a fit of rage. No matter who you are, I will make you suffer the most agonizing death in existence. At the scene, Yuchan was frantically tearing at the membrane on the surface of the sacred embryo with her claws, but it was completely futile. It's no use. This thing isn't as easy to destroy as the ancient tree. Meow Meow was working hard to chant a softening incantation, but even though she was drenched in sweat, the sacred embryo remained motionless. Damn it, this thing is already soft by nature. I can't soften it any further. Su-Chen made a decisive call. We can't destroy it, then we take it with us. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a suffocating aura of malevolence swept over them, weighing heavily on everyone's lungs. The fallen god's thunderous voice echoed from the distance. No one is going anywhere. Su-Chen broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it, is he here already? This pressure is too overwhelming. Can we even escape? The fallen god crashed down before them like a meteorite, his teeth bared as he snarled. It's you again. You not only ruined my divine body, but you also destroyed the ancient tree I used to absorb energy. This god will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Ignoring the suffocating pressure, Su-Chen lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the sacred embryo as he prepared to bolt. The fallen god's eyes bulged as he shrieked, "Lowly human, take your filthy hands off the sacred embryo!" Seeing the evil god nearly upon him, Su-Chen unhesitatingly played his final trump card. With a loud shout, he summoned a hidden skill from the fire donkey pet space. Instantly, the lead donkey massive mouth swung open, forming a pitch-black spatial vortex that sucked Su-Chen and the sacred embryo directly into its belly. The fallen god's grab met only thin air, and he stared blankly at his empty hands. What? Disappeared? From within the closed mouth of the donkey, a roguish voice emerged, urging the two stunned girls, "Get in, quick!" Without time to think, Yuchan grabbed Meow Meow's hand and they jumped into the pitch-black maw with their eyes shut. Whoosh, the donkey mouth snapped shut and the two girls vanished safely, leaving the fallen god standing alone in the clearing. He rubbed his forehead, utterly bewildered. What? Gone again? Is this some kind of space magic? In the void, the donkey poked its head out, twitching its nose and laughing so hard its eyes watered as it mocked the evil god. Ha ha ha. You idiot, you can't figure it out, can you? Humiliated by a beast, the fallen god's madness reached its peak. He swung a fist directly at the donkey mouth. You want to die? The donkey bared its teeth in a smirk and waved a hoof. Idiot, goodbye. Instantly, its silhouette vanished into the void without leaving a trace. The fallen god's punch hit nothing but air, and he was so livid his lungs felt like they would burst. He frantically unleashed black fire, incinerating the entire cave to ash. Damned brat, get out here. After a bout of futile destruction, he stood in the center of the ruins, roaring at the sky and issuing a venomous curse. Damned brat, no matter where you hide, you won't escape the fallen god's secret realm. This god will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Meanwhile, inside the donkey quiet independent dimension, a scene that was both comical and pitiful was unfolding. The formless cube was hovering in midair, frantically delivering a beating to the head of a fat worm. the very same spoils of war Su Chen had captured earlier. The giant worm cradled its head, pleading for mercy in a grievance-filled tone. "Big brother, I really can't cry." The cube angrily added another strike. "If you can't cry, I'll beat you until you do. Cry for me now, I need to collect your tears." Beaten to a pulp, the giant worm wailed while acting shamelessly. "Big brother, stop hitting me." "I'll cry, okay, I'll cry." Seeing it shed tears, the cube stopped to inspect them, then let out a disappointed sigh and tossed the stone aside. "How boring. The tears of a stupid worm like you have no value at all," the giant worm muttered resentfully, protesting its fate as a slave. "Big brother, you beat me into tears countless times every day. Is this really fun?" Just then the space rippled and Su Chen fell from the sky, crashing onto the ground while still clutching the precious sacred embryo. The formless cube jumped in fright, retreating several steps. Someone entered? Am I seeing things? Closely following him, Meow Meow and Yuchan also stumbled onto the soft grass. Meow Meow looked around the endless space filled with flowers, marveling in awe. "I didn't expect the interior of the dragon horse to be an independent dimension. This is incredible. The fallen god definitely won't find us hiding here." The giant worm hid behind the cube, confirming in a stammer. "Big brother, you're not seeing things. Someone really did come in." Su Chen stood up and dusted his clothes, greeting his old acquaintance with a smile. "Formless, long time no see." The cube trembled violently with rage, staring fixedly at the man who had imprisoned it. It pointed at Su Chen and barked an order. "Brat, you actually dare show your face? Big worm, bite him." The chubby giant worm lunged onto its hind legs and obediently let out a series of dog barks. "Woof woof woof." Then it charged straight for Su Chen, prepared to tear into him. Su Chen quickly raised his hands to signal a ceasefire. "Wait, Formless, I came in this time to negotiate with you." The cube flew around him contemptuously, its tone filled with resentment. "You think you're in a position to negotiate with me? Do you have any idea what I've been through being locked in here for so long? I haven't seen the sun, it's been boring beyond belief. And the only way I can kill time every day is by bullying this big worm." The worm also wiped away tears and sobbed. "Ooh, do you know what I've been through? I haven't seen the sun, I'm bored to death, and I get beaten countless times a day." Su Chen lowered his voice to coax it. "Don't get worked up. I came in this time specifically to let you out." The cube stopped mid-air, its blocks rotating, clearly skeptical. "HMPH, would you really be kind enough to let me out?" Su Chen got straight to the point. "As long as you agree to my terms, I'll let you go immediately." But the cube was extremely cunning. It shot out a beam of light to scan the three of them and quickly discovered an anomaly. "Wait, something's not right. Brat, you've definitely run into trouble, otherwise why would you run in here with two little girls to negotiate with me?" Having his thoughts exposed, Su Chen clicked his tongue and thought to himself, "Damn it, this guy isn't easy to fool." The cube trembled with pride at its own sharp reasoning. "That girl just said the god won't find you hiding here. You came in here to hide from a disaster. My analysis is correct, isn't it?" "Big worm, bite him." The fat worm bared its teeth and pounced fiercely again, but this time Yuchan stepped forward in time to block it. She frowned and unleashed a palm strike that sent the giant worm tumbling away. "Get lost." After being hit, the worm rolled several times before crawling up and sniffing the scent lingering on Yuchan's palm. It asked in surprise, "How this aura? Are you and I of the same race?" Yuchan's brow furrowed in disgust, her tone contemptuous. "I am of the human race. Who would be of the same race as a disgusting thing like you?" With a thump, the cube flew over and delivered a hard knock to the worm's stupid head. "Stop talking nonsense and bite them to death. I haven't practiced my moves in a long time." But before the cube could act, Su Chen flashed a sinister smile. He pulled a tiny glass bottle from his pocket containing a single crystal-clear teardrop that radiated a soft light. He held the bottle high and waved it before them. "Formless, look at what this is." The giant worm was just about to lunge when the cube frantically rushed forward to stop it. "Stop!" The cube stared fixedly at the teardrop, its blocks rotating constantly, showing extreme obsession. It murmured greedily to itself, "Beautiful, mysterious, pure to the ultimate degree, shimmering and dazzling. This is the first time I've ever seen such a perfect tear." Su Chen watched as the cube became completely entranced by the tear in his hand. A smile of certain victory curled on his lips. He secretly felt lucky. He had collected a single tear from Wang Yuchan earlier, and its allure was indeed staggering. The formless cube rotated around the teardrop, its blocks shifting with excited clicks. It analyzed in wonder. "This tear contains the aura of a human, a demon, and a god. It is a peerless masterpiece, the only one of its kind in existence. Where did you get this? Do you want it?" "I want it more than anything." He immediately threw out a generous lure. "If you want it, agree to my terms, sign a contract with me, and swear your loyalty. Not only will I let you out, but I'll give you this tear." Hearing the word contract, the cube suddenly stopped mid-air, then shook violently, letting out a piercing maniacal laugh. "Ha ha!" Su Chen frowned, asking in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" The formless cube stopped laughing, its tone becoming as arrogant as a supreme being. "I laugh at your ignorance, you frog in a well. I am the Formless, the representation of miracles and omnipotence. I hold absolute dominance over all tangible things in the universe. I am the pinnacle that no life can touch. You, a low-level life form who cannot even control your own freedom, actually wish to contract me." Seeing the other party putting on airs again, Su Chen's voice instantly turned cold, radiating a faint killing intent. "Stop pretending, we can still talk." The cube trembled slightly and was forced to lower its stance, explaining in a more practical manner. My life hierarchy is far above yours, a contract is impossible. To put it simply, I am not an organic life form. I am not a physical body made of flesh like the humans or demon beasts you know. I am inorganic life, a miracle of universal creation. Therefore I do not belong to the realm of living spirits and naturally cannot be contracted. Since he couldn't force it, Su Chen settled for the next best thing. Proposing plan B, then how about you do 3 things for me? 3 at most, the formless cube decided, closing the deal. Deal. Now give me the tear. As soon as it received the teardrop, the cube immediately sucked it into its core, spinning rapidly in a state of extreme euphoria. How blissful, to think I would possess such a perfect work of art. Just like me, this is a masterpiece of the creator. Su Chen shoved his hands into his pockets and said leisurely, the tear is yours. We'll hide here for a bit while I think of what 3 things I want you to do. However, as soon as it swallowed the bait, the formless cube immediately turned hostile, coldly ordering the giant worm to kill them. The worm chirped obediently upon hearing the command. It bared its hideous fangs and prepared to pounce on Su Chen. He glared at it, cursing, "You bastard, you're breaking your word already?" The formless cube joked smugly in the air. "I'm keeping my word perfectly." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen immediately exercised his newly agreed privilege. "First task, you are forbidden from attacking me or my kind." Feeling the suppression of the contract's power, the formless cube froze. Its blocks were locked tight and it could only accept the situation begrudgingly. "That's more like it. First task completed," Su Chen cursed through gritted teeth. "Formless, you really are an old dog." Unable to bite Su Chen, the formless cube turned its anger toward the stupid giant worm. "Big worm, remember this, I cannot attack them." The worm nodded in understanding, then put on the fawning expression of a snarling lapdog. "Understood, I can attack." Woof woof. Su Chen broke into a cold sweat at the shamelessness of these monsters and quickly used his next privilege. "Second task, make the big worm sign a contract with me." The formless cube resentfully ordered the worm to stop, sign the contract with him. It even comforted its subordinate. "It's fine. Sign it for now. Once this kid dies, you'll still be Big Brother's loyal hound." The worm obediently wagged its tail to curry favor with Su Chen. "Big Brother, I want to roll with you." Hearing such blatant psychological manipulation right to his face, Su Chen's face turned grim, and he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this old dog Formless is truly insidious and cunning. I've already burned 2 of its tasks, I'm losing out big time." Despite his frustration, he reached out his hand. The big worm obediently bit its own toe, squeezing out a drop of crystal clear, bright red blood to offer to Su Chen. He caught it carefully, murmuring an assessment. "This is the contract blood of a demon beast. A beast can only produce 1 drop in its entire life. Unless the master dies, it will follow the contract holder forever." As soon as the blood merged into Su Chen's palm, a mental bond was instantly established. He felt a secret surge of joy. Now that it was bound by a master, it couldn't run away. The contract is a success. This feels completely different from owning the donkey herd. He sensed a faint resistance from the big worm and analyzed. "The donkeys are like my arms, they come at a call. But this giant worm, although I can summon it anytime, I can't command it at will." The worm held its chubby head high, announcing, "Even though you are my master now, my race is noble. You are but a lowly human. I am only listening to Big Brother's words." Su Chen glared at it, making a mental note to thoroughly break this worm's spirit later. Suddenly, the arrogant big worm trembled violently, its small eyes widening in terror. "What? How can this be?" The formless cube flew over and clattered against its head. "What are you panicking for?" The worm shook all over, retreating several steps and pointing at Su Chen with a trembling finger. He has an aura on him that terrifies me. It is an aura of extreme nobility, filled with supreme majesty." Hearing the worm's description, Su Chen was also stunned, completely baffled. He muttered to himself, "An aura? I actually have a special aura. Could it be related to that holy white sacred embryo?" The big worm collapsed onto the ground, asking in a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you? Where did that imperial aura as dazzling as the sun and moon come from?" Seeing the other party was intimidated, Su Chen immediately stepped into character, proudly lifting his chin. "You are not worthy to know. Do you still want to put on airs in front of me?" Completely crushed by the invisible pressure, the worm curled its body in terror, kowtowing repeatedly. Don't be angry. I shouldn't have been disrespectful to you. From now on I will definitely follow Master's orders." Su Chen rubbed his chin, thinking triumphantly that he had actually managed to cow this big worm. It seemed that sacred embryo had an extraordinary origin. While Su Chen and his group were safely hidden in the donkey space, the fallen god outside was frantically tearing up the ground in his search. He flew to every corner, overturned every stone, but could find no trace whatsoever, nor could he sense even a hint of the boy's aura. He gritted his teeth, asking himself in a fit of rage how the boy had done it. Even a human space archmage could not have escaped so without leaving a trace. The despair of losing the sacred embryo caused him to lose his mind completely. He let out a low growl, black fire erupting from his eyes. "No, even if my body is damaged, I absolutely cannot lose the sacred embryo. In that case, I'll just have to force that brat out." Standing in midair, the fallen god spread his wings and used all his remaining divine power. The fallen god let out a roar that shook the heavens, his voice echoing through the 9 firmaments. "In the name of the fallen god, I shall destroy the entire fallen god secret realm." As the death command was issued, a blood-red barrier manifested, sealing and enveloping every boundary of the secret realm. The fallen god cruelly announced that this was the end of the line for the fallen god's secret realm. In a remote cave deep within, several survivors were huddled together. Someone prayed tremulously, believing the fallen god surely couldn't find them here. As long as they could hold out until the powerhouses outside came to the rescue, they would win. However, the ground beneath their feet began to vibrate violently. The rock walls crumbled, turning into dust from the outside in. The crowd looked around in panic. What's happening? Seeing massive fissures spreading toward their feet like the maws of demons, the people lost their courage, pushing and shoving each other as they scrambled to escape. Run for your lives! The boundaries of the secret realm began to contract, and the ground gradually vanished, merging into the void of space. Everyone was running with everything they had. One unfortunate youth slipped. The ground he was running on suddenly collapsed, turning into a black hole that slowly swallowed its prey like a quagmire. He pleaded piteously, reaching his hand toward the sky for help. Save me! But no one could save him. The crowd could only scream in despair. It was over. Judgment Day had arrived, and the entire fallen god's secret realm was collapsing. The fallen god's voice rang out again, echoing in the mind of every survivor. I am the fallen god. Now I shall destroy the entire fallen god's secret realm, leaving only the central area. Brats who do not wish to die, gather in the central zone immediately. Hearing this death announcement, the crowd looked at each other in worry. The fallen god is destroying the world. What should we do? One person gritted their teeth, desperately making the only choice. Let's go there. If we don't go, we die right now. Facing the fallen god means death too, but dying later is better than dying now. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, Old Chin and the various deans remained fixated on the massive energy vortex. Seeing the secret realm contracting at an alarming speed, Old Chin's face turned deathly pale. The fallen god is destroying the secret realm. The worry for his granddaughter's safety caused him to lose his usual composure. He slammed his weapon into the ground, gritting his teeth as he cursed. It's over. The people inside can't be saved. Damn you, you dare lay a hand on my granddaughter? This old bag of bones will definitely slay a god today. Back inside the Flying Donkey safe space, Su Chen's squad also noticed the abnormality. Wei Bui frowned and asked, does everyone feel the commotion outside? The world outside is collapsing, and those of our kind out there are almost all dead. The fallen god is definitely trying to force us out. Go out? Then we'll go out. Su Chen nodded and raised his hand to snap his fingers. With a snap, a teleportation beam instantly enveloped them. Everyone within the donkey space was instantly teleported out, appearing in the central zone in the blink of an eye. Around them, thousands of students and professionals were frantically swarming toward the center point. Screams rose from everywhere. Run, the secret realm is destroying itself too fast. Only by reaching the center can we save our lives. Looking at this chaotic scene, Wang Yuchan murmured in pain, I'm afraid this fallen god's secret realm is going to bury an entire generation of geniuses from the Dragon Zone. This is a massive loss for humanity. Su Chen's appearance immediately caught the fallen god's attention. He took a deep breath, a cruel smile curling on his lips. I sense that brat's aura. As soon as the words fell, the fallen god transformed into a blurred afterimage, tearing through the air as he lunged straight for Su Chen. Sensing the killing intent approaching, Su Chen calmly turned to the Formless cube, entrusting it with a life and death task. Formless, you definitely know the second task. I want you to go and kill the fallen god. The Formless cube spun confidently, announcing loudly, no problem. I'm going now and I'll be back in a flash. Watching this toy fly toward the deity, Meow Meow anxiously tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and asked, is this cube really a match for the fallen god? Su Chen also scratched his head, feeling uncertain. I was wondering that myself. Although it's indeed very strong and incredibly mysterious, I really can't see through it. However, no sooner had the praise been spoken than a loud bang echoed as the cube was slammed back directly, crashing into the ground at their feet. Su Chen blinked in a daze. In the next second, the massive black shadow of the fallen god loomed over them. Hovering in midair, he reached out a hand, his voice low and threatening. Brat, hand over my sacred embryo immediately. Unwilling to endure such an insult, Formless flipped upright and lunged toward the fallen god's face, cursing loudly, you birdman. How dare you strike the great me? In its rage, the cube instantly grew massive, becoming as large as a skyscraper as it crashed toward the fallen god with a roar. The fallen god frowned contemptuously. A petty trick. The cube immediately manifested thousands of invisible clones surrounding the evil god from all directions. But the fallen god was no pushover. His blood-red eyes swept the area, easily seeing through to the true body. With a casual wave of his hand, he swatted Formless away, sending it flying hundreds of meters. It seemed it was no match at all. The fallen god was too strong, the power of a casual strike likely enough to kill a 9-star expert. Despite being knocked back in a pathetic state, Formless flew out from the wreckage and continued its verbal abuse. I am the Formless, how dare a low-level life form like you challenge my omnipotent miracles? The fallen god let out a cold laugh, his tone filled with utter disdain. You ghostly thing, your ability to brag is even greater than a god's. You dare call this god a low-level life form? You truly amuse me. Next, I shall turn into the Formless and show you how I deal with you. The fallen god curled his lips mockingly and waved his hand to slash behind him. A fierce gust of wind split the space, but when it touched Formless, it passed through like it was cutting air, leaving it completely unscathed. Formless laughed triumphantly. Ha, have you witnessed my wonder and greatness? But its laughter froze as a ribbon of mystic light suddenly bound its cubes tightly. Formless struggled in a panic only to find it couldn't escape at all. It shrieked resentfully. "A binding spell? You low-level lifeform actually have some skill." Being repeatedly insulted by an object, the fallen god was driven to total rage. He raised both hands, summoning the dark fire that could incinerate souls, stating one word at a time, "Stop pretending. Now I shall destroy you utterly." Countless black fireballs poured from his hands, drenching Formless like a torrential rain. The heat was terrifying, even warping the air. Everyone felt the blistering heat. Watch out, this fire was too intense, potentially rivaling forbidden spells. The cube was likely to be burned to cinders. However, to the fallen god's surprise, the cube at the center of the sea of fire was perfectly fine. It was even enjoying the heat, letting out satisfied groans. "Refreshing, this feels amazing." This humiliation drove the fallen god completely mad. "You still dare to provoke me? This god is truly angry now." He pressed his palms together, condensing all his spiritual energy to create a massive energy ball of destructive power. Forming a super spiral spiritual chi wave, the energy ball spun rapidly like a cataclysmic storm and was hurled toward Formless by the fallen god. With a world-shaking explosion, a vast area of the surroundings was leveled. But as the dust cleared, Formless was still as pristine as new, without even a single scratch. It provoked him mockingly. "This kind of child's play is just like scratching an itch. Put a little more effort into it." The fallen god's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. That was one of my strongest moves." In the distance, Su Chen assessed the situation. It seems the cube's combat power is far below the fallen god's, but its ability to take a beating is truly invincible. Formless continued its incessant provocation, claiming that as a great existence it was eternally undefeated. "Kiss my ass, perhaps then I can forgive your ignorance." A flash of realization suddenly sparked in the fallen god's eyes. He stared at the cube's structure and said in a low voice, "You remind me of a legendary object." Formless's heart skipped a beat and its blocks stopped spinning. Damn it, he didn't actually guess it, did he? To prevent it from escaping, the fallen god immediately unleashed mystic light chains, locking Formless down tightly. He sneered with a face full of greed. "This god shall imprison you and slowly dismantle you for research. If you truly are that thing, then this is an unexpected fortune. This god might even be able to take a step further. Now get in there." He waved his arm, intending to throw the cube into a spatial vortex to seal it. Formless trembled violently, crying out for help to Su Chen in terror. "Brat Su Chen, save me." Su Chen immediately whistled to summon the donkey. The cube failed. "Let's head into the donkey space to hide." Seeing Su Chen about to bolt, Formless struggled desperately in its despair. "Su Chen, save me, this old guy is going to dismantle me. I'm sorry, but I have no other choice." In its extreme panic, Formless opened a crack and shot a small fragment toward Su Chen. He reached out and caught it, asking blankly what it was. Formless shouted from the distance, "That is my true spirit. Quickly sign a contract with me. Save me." Standing on high, the fallen god laughed loudly at the sight. "So anxious? It seems this god has guessed correctly. If I obtain you, I can even abandon this entire secret realm." Su Chen no longer hesitated, and immediately used a drop of blood for the contract. A flash of merging light erupted, and he clenched his fist with a cheer. "Success, I've contracted the cube, it's just that this contract feels a bit special." In the distance, the massive cube was now just an empty shell, struggling weakly, urging, "Summon me quickly." Su Chen reached out his hand and barked loudly. "Contract summon." The cube instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the shackles and diving into Su Chen's body. He breathed a sigh of relief. "It worked. I've summoned the cube into my body." Seeing his prize fly away right before his eyes, the fallen god was livid, his rage boiling over. "You've ruined my plans again, brat. Do you really think you have multiple lives?" Su Chen, knowing he was no match, shouted a command to his teammates. "Retreat." The group immediately ducked into the flying donkey space. But this time, the fallen god was prepared. He opened his claws, imprisoning the surrounding space. "HMPH, if I let you escape again, I'd be a god in name only." Seeing the fallen god preoccupied with casting the forbidden spell and neglecting his defense, Su Chen gave his two companions a look. "According to plan, help me strike him." Wang Yuchan reacted the fastest, charging out as a blurred afterimage, closely following her. Meow Meow also rushed forward to assist. "Count me in." The fallen god crossed his arms, sneering arrogantly, not taking these attacks seriously. "Haha, you're truly making me laugh with rage. To think you'd actually dare take the initiative. Do you really think you can wound me?" However, as Yushin's longsword pierced through his thin defensive layer and left a wound deep enough to see bone on his shoulder, the fallen god's smile froze. He was struck with horror. "What?" Before he could regain his composure, Meow Meow's long spear pierced his chest. He stumbled back, spitting blood as he roared, "What on earth is going on?" Having succeeded, the two girls immediately retracted into the space, leaving no trace. The fallen god looked at the dripping divine blood, roaring frantically at the heavens and earth in question. "I was actually wounded. My divine body has been 20 destroyed. Their strength is clearly not great. Why could they wound me? Heavens, why?" The rage caused him to lose his reason. He frantically unleashed energy, leveling everything in the vicinity. Inside the safe space, the three of them panted heavily, looking at each other in excitement. Meow Meow cheered. "Su Chen, we actually wounded the fallen god. I finally understand why Liulian chose you as her boyfriend. Although my ability is domineering, we only succeeded because we caught him off guard. Once he's on alert, we won't have another chance. We might even be one-shotted." Outside, the fallen god searched for their aura among the ruins but found nothing. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Su Chen, where have you pests hidden again? Damn it, this god will force you out. Once you appear, I will kill you without hesitation." By this time, the central area had already shrunk to the warning line. The ground cracking open with boiling lava churning below, ready to swallow everything at any moment, the survivors were squeezed onto a narrow patch of open ground, trembling in despair. The entire fallen god's secret realm was collapsing, leaving only this clearing. Now there was nowhere to hide. Fallen god was going to wipe them all out in one go. Grandma Meow leaned on her cane, frowning as she analyzed. If the fallen god wanted to kill us, it would be effortless. He must have another purpose. What should we do now? Will the 9-star powerhouses outside come to save us? No sooner had the words left her mouth than the black shadow of the fallen god descended majestically. He looked down at the hostages, his voice bone-chilling. "No one can save you." One student, unable to suppress his inner fear, stood up and barked, "How dare a mere demon bird spout such nonsense here?" The fallen god didn't even look at him, simply flicking a finger. Bang! That person was instantly blasted into a mist of blood. The crowd let out terrified screams, people shivering uncontrollably. What kind of strength was this? A single word or gesture decided a person's life or death. Was he truly the fallen god? The fallen god released a pressure as heavy as Mount Tai over the entire field. Issuing an absolute command, "Everyone kneel." The terrifying pressure forced everyone to yield, their knees slamming heavily against the gravel. This divine aura was suffocating, and everyone could only bow their heads in despair. It was too terrifying. This was definitely a god. Among the kneeling crowd, Li Lei was still frantically craning his neck. Strange, why don't I see Big Brother Su? With his ability, nothing should have happened. But now that the secret realm is collapsing, where could they have gone? Standing on high, the fallen god got straight to the point, his voice carrying in all directions. "Your lives now depend on a single human." The crowd exchanged shocked glances. "Our lives are in the hands of a human. Who could it be? Who has that kind of influence?" It seemed the fallen god had rounded them up specifically for that person, but they had no idea who. The fallen god curled his lips into a smirk and said one syllable at a time, "His name is Su Chen." As soon as the name was spoken, the students of Tianjing Academy were stunned. "What? Su Chen?" Grandma Meow turned to the students beside her. "Do you know him?" "Of course we do. That kid is a freshman at our academy." "A freshman? Why is the fallen god looking for him?" Someone muttered under their breath. "Who knows, but that freshman is a real troublemaker. He caused quite a stir at Tianjing Academy. It looks like Su Chen is still okay, otherwise the fallen god wouldn't be looking for him." Hearing these ants whispering below, the fallen god began to lose his patience. Someone actually had the courage to stand up and argue. "What, fallen god? What does your search for Su Chen have to do with us? If Su Chen offended you, go kill him." "Why kill us?" The fallen god frowned and waved his hand like he was shooing away a fly, so noisy. He flicked 2 beams of black light from his fingertips. The light instantly pierced the chests of the 2 protesters, snuffing out their lives in the blink of an eye. Inside the dunky space, the group was monitoring the situation outside via a magic screen. 1 kill every second. The fallen god is forcing our hand. Su Chen scratched his head in agitation, letting out a long weary sigh. "This is tough. Is there any way left to deal with him?" Wounding him was already a miracle. In the history of human warfare, such a feat is incredibly rare. To be blunt, us fighting the fallen god is like mortals challenging a deity. The power gap is just too vast. "I can't think of anything." Suddenly, Meow Meow raised her hand, her eyes shining. "I have an idea," but then she hesitated. "Though it's probably useless to even mention it, it's basically impossible to pull off," Su Chen urged her anxiously. "Let's hear it." Meow Meow took a deep breath and proposed a wild idea. "The only life-saving straw is to get those god-level powerhouses into this fallen god secret realm. But they're blocked outside and can't get in. To bring them in, there is one specific method." Wang Yuchan frowned curiously. "What method?" Meow Meow answered flatly. "Using the private space channels of the 12 thrones to enter this place." "The 12 thrones private space channels? Doesn't that require someone of the 12 thrones level to be inside the secret realm already?" Meow Meow nodded. "Exactly. He once told me that every member of the 12 thrones can enter a special space through a private channel, and they can enter each other's channels at will." She sighed dejectedly. "This method isn't feasible. Where would we find a god-level powerhouse in here? I told you guys you wouldn't believe it." However, contrary to everyone's pessimism, a brilliant smile appeared on Su Chen's face. He clapped his hands in approval. "The effort wasn't wasted. That idea is perfect. We can catch the fallen god off guard without him ever suspecting a thing. What's the use of talking? We can't achieve it." Su Chen crossed his arms, looking extremely confident. "I can," Wei Bui scoffed and waved him off. "Alright, stop joking around." Su Chen stared him down and said seriously, "I'm not joking." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Chen closed his eyes to concentrate and snapped his fingers. A deep thrum echoed like a temple bell. Above his head, a glowing 9-story model of the mental tower appeared and rotated, releasing a holy and majestic pressure. "Is this the mental tower?" She quickly checked her memory. "That's right, it's the mental tower I saw with him." She stared at Su Chen as if he were a monster. "Su Chen, are you actually a god-level powerhouse?" Her mind was in a whirl. "No, that's not right. You're not god-level. How can you have a mental tower outside the secret realm?" A cruel countdown was in progress. The fallen god hovered in the sky, looking down at the trembling flock of sheep, his voice cold and heartless. 1 minute has passed. Since Su Chen hasn't shown himself, 60 of you will die. The selected students huddled together in terror, pleading piteously. Fallen God, you can't kill innocent people. Su Chen has nothing to do with us. But in the eyes of the fallen God, human lives were like weeds. Beneath notice, his gaze remained icy as he flicked his finger. Bang, 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 60 lives within the barrier exploded simultaneously. A mist of blood filled the air and mangled limbs scattered across the ground like a rain of blood from hell. The fallen god let out a cold laugh. He issued a brutal command, and now the countdown continues. Witnessing this barbaric slaughter, the crowd fell into a state of extreme panic, wailing in despair. It was too cruel. The fallen god was unreasonable. He was playing with them like ants. If Su Chen didn't appear, they would all be wiped out. What could they do? Anyone could be next. Their only hope of survival was for Su Chen to show himself. Inside the space, Su Chen slapped his thigh in frustration. The fallen god had started the executions. He looked at the group, his voice calm but resolute. I'm going to contact the god-level experts now. But before I go, meow meow, tell me what to do, she replied. Su Chen, he is the ninth throne. You can contact him directly through the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower. Take this token of mine. Show it to my grandfather and he will believe you. Gripping the token, Su Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the mental tower without hesitation, racing toward the Supreme Center. As soon as he entered, he commanded in a low voice, Supreme Spirit Soul Tower, connect me to the ninth throne. The system responded immediately, and the massive tower began to violently drain an invisible force from deep within his body. Su Chen furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, I feel something leaving my body. It seems getting the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower to act requires a corresponding price. Meanwhile, in another dimension outside the secret realm, Old Chin was pacing anxiously, his fists clenched tight. He ground his teeth in rage. Fallen God, if anything happens to my granddaughter, I'll fight you to the death even if it costs me my old life. Just then, a thought from the Supreme Spirit Soul Tower flashed into his mind. Old Chin froze, murmuring, the newly ascended 13th throne is actually contacting me? He didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately entered the consciousness space. To be safe, he pulled his black hood low to hide his face, squinting at the young man before him. You are the newly ascended 13th throne, so young? Su Chen didn't have time for nonsense. He looked the other man in the eye and said calmly, Old Chin, take off the black robe. The old man's figure stiffened, his tone filled with absolute shock. You actually know my true identity, Su Chen answered frankly. My name is Su Chen, a freshman at Tianjing Academy. Old Chin was stunned, crying out in disbelief. What? A freshman? Are you pulling my leg? Su Chen silently reached out and handed over the jade token. If Old Chin didn't believe him, he could look at this. Seeing the familiar object, Old Chin's breath hitched. This belongs to Meow Meow. How did you get your hands on it? Su Chen explained calmly. Meow Meow gave it to me. She said that if I showed you this, you would trust me completely. Hearing this, the old man blurted out in shock. Meow Meow is in the fallen god's secret realm. If you have her things, then you must be. That's right, Su Chen nodded decisively. I've come from inside the fallen god's secret realm. Old Chin sucked in a sharp breath, inwardly shaken that a kid who hadn't even reached god level could awaken a mental tower. Seeing Old Chin lost in thought, Su Chen urged him anxiously. Old Chin, it's an emergency. The fallen god is slaughtering innocents. Quickly rally the other god-level powerhouses to enter the secret realm with me. A look of difficulty appeared on his aged face as Old Chin shook his head dejectedly. Gathering the other god-level experts will be difficult, Su Chen frowned, asking in confusion, why? This is a moment concerning the survival of the human race. Old Chin's gaze darkened as he sighed. Because humanity is not united. Most of the thrones know about the situation in the Dragon Zone, but no one has come. It means they've chosen to stand by and watch. Moreover, I suspect there are traitors from other races among the god-level powerhouses. I don't trust them. The stalemate made Su Chen burn with anxiety. What should they do? The old man's calloused hands suddenly tightened, a fire of resolve igniting in his eyes. I'll go in with you and fight the fallen god to the end. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, testing the waters. Are you sure? Old Chin nodded, calculating this risky move. If we can coordinate a sneak attack, and given the fallen god hasn't fully recovered, I have a 50% chance of winning. A slight smile played on Su Chen's lips as he responded decisively, fine. I'll create the opening for you, Old Chin. Shortly after, their silhouettes emerged from a spatial portal. Seeing her grandfather, Meow Meow's eyes lit up instantly. She choked out, Grandpa, I'm okay. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings and said in a low voice, time is almost up, we need to go out. Wang Yuchan stepped forward saying firmly, I want to go with you. Su Chen, I'm going out too. Su Chen frowned and tried to talk her out of it, saying there was no need to take such a risk. Wang Yuchan shook her head, a stubborn look in her eyes. The fallen god transformed me, he won't kill me easily. One more person means one more chance at victory. Meanwhile, on the plaza outside, the fallen god hovered in the air, delivering a cold verdict to the trembling crowd. Time is almost up. Another 60 of you are going to die. Hearing this, the students burst into tears, screaming in despair, Su Chen, who is Su Chen? Get out here. Another person rushed forward, cursing resentfully. Su Chen, do you have a conscience? You're hiding while everyone dies in your place. Li Lei turned red with rage, shouting in Su Chen's defense, bullshit, it's the fallen god who wants to kill us. What does that have to do with Su Chen? The crowd remained relentless, crying out, where is Su Chen? Please just come out, you're the only one who can save everyone. Amidst the chaos, but Tianju stepped forward, putting on a majestic air as he roared, Su Chen, I am the Dean of Tianjing Academy. For the lives of all the teachers and students, I command you to come out immediately. The other students, grasping at straws, followed suit. The Dean is right, Su Chen, come out now. The fallen god watched the ugly display of humans trampling each other and waved a hand contemptuously. These fools are truly beyond saving. Your time is up. He was about to flick his finger, and the cold gesture made everyone hold their breath. Suddenly, Su Chen's chilling voice rang out from behind. Hold it! He walked forward slowly, appearing before the stunned crowd. His voice carried weight as he announced, I'm here. Only then did the students realize who the person who angered the fallen god was. They began to whisper, Is that Su Chen? He's a freshman at our academy. He's so arrogant. I knew he'd cause trouble, but I didn't expect him to provoke the fallen god. The kid was finally forced out. Seeing Su Chen safe and sound, Li Lei shouted excitedly, Brother Su. Conversely, Wei Bui broke into a cold sweat, warning with worry Su Chen shouldn't have appeared. The fallen god won't let him escape again. The fallen god stared fixedly at his target, his killing intent skyrocketing. Brat, die. Su Chen quickly reached out to stop him. Fallen god, wait a second, he roared brutally. Wait for what? This god won't give you another chance. As soon as the words fell, he flicked his finger. Black flames erupted, instantly reducing Su Chen's body to ash. His companions let out a series of screams. Su Chen, Brother Su, Su Chen is dead. Yushin's eyes turned red as she charged forward frantically. I'll kill you. But just as she was halfway there, a strange light flashed where the ashes lay. A card appeared floating in the air, and the situation reversed instantly. Su Chen stepped out of the void completely unharmed. Whispers broke out among the crowd. That's the token of resurrection. This kid's luck is incredible. He actually has a token of resurrection, something even 9-star powerhouses find hard to get. So what? He's still going to die. The fallen god pointed at him, gritting his teeth. Then I'll just kill you again. Let's see how many tokens you have. In a flash, Su Chen pulled the shimmering sacred embryo from his spatial ring and threatened loudly, Fallen god, if you dare kill me, I'll destroy this sacred embryo. He laughed contemptuously. With your strength, don't overestimate yourself. The sacred embryo is impervious to fire and water. How could someone like you destroy it? But in the next second, Su Chen used his power to pull the sacred embryo back into the system space, making the god miss. Su Chen declared coldly, Then let the sacred embryo disappear forever. Once I die, no one can open the system space I manage. You'll never get your hands on it. The fallen god's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Brat, you dare threaten me? Su Chen shrugged, maintaining a negotiating stance. Fallen god, I'm not trying to threaten you. I just want to talk. The evil god waved his hand, instantly hoisting a group of students into the air. He said cruelly, You think you're worthy to talk to me? Hand over the sacred embryo or I'll kill them. Faced with this suffocating pressure, Su Chen still firmly shook his head. Fallen god, threatening me is useless. As soon as the words fell, the fallen god clenched his fist. The crowd in the air instantly exploded into a mist of blood. Before it was even over, he waved his hand a second time, grabbing a new batch of students. Those suspended in the air were terrified, turning to curse him. Su Chen, do you want us all dead? Fallen god, stop. But the fallen god didn't give them any time. A heartless flick of his finger snuffed out all their lives again. The bloody scene left the people below horrified. The fallen god kills without blinking. He doesn't see us as humans at all. The fallen god's icy gaze locked onto Su Chen again, commanding him to hand over the sacred embryo. The survivors were terrified to the limit. They tearfully pleaded with folded hands, Su Chen, I beg you, if you want to die, go die alone, don't take us with you. Sobbing, Dean, please say something, but Tianju immediately cleared his throat and put on a sanctimonious front. Su Chen, for the sake of everyone, I hope you can sacrifice yourself willingly. Su Chen frowned and mocked him in return. On what grounds should I sacrifice myself? Have I done something wrong? The old dean pointed at his face. Your mistake is becoming the fallen god's enemy. You're dragging us all down with you, brat. Stop struggling. We're all going to die sooner or later. Just give the rest of us a chance to live. Those cowardly students also fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Su Chen, stop going against the fallen god. Just go and die peacefully. See, everyone is hoping for your death. Hearing these heartless and ungrateful words, Li Lei trembled with rage. He drew his weapon, pointed it at their faces, and cursed loudly. To hell with you all. If anyone's going to die, it's you lot. Big brother Su isn't going anywhere. I stand with Su Chen. Saying such things, you're a disgrace to the human race. Zhao Zilong also drew a shimmering saber, stepping in front of him to block the way. Who dares demand Su Chen's death? If you want him dead, you'll have to go through us first. We stand with Big Brother Su forever. Su Chen looked at the old dean, a mocking smile curling on his lips. It seems there are still some who support me, even if they are the minority. In the distance, Hogan loudly incited the crowd, raise your hand if you want Su Chen to die. Instantly, countless hands were raised timidly, but Tianju lifted his chin triumphantly. Su Chen, do you see, if you go to your death peacefully, once I get out, Tianjing Academy will treat you as a heroic savior. Su Chen interrupted flatly, and if I don't? If you don't, what will happen then? The old man threatened sharply. Otherwise, you will be branded a traitor to Tianjing Academy. The academy will strip you of your name. Su Chen let out a cold laugh. Fine, I'll wait for you to do it. The old dean waved his hand in a fit of rage. Su Chen, must you insist on acting willfully? Wang Yuchan immediately stepped forward to block the brunt of the public outcry, hitting back firmly. Who says he's acting alone? We of the Tinling Academy will fight side by side with Su Chen. What right does a creature who is neither human nor ghost like you have to speak? All students of Tinling Academy, listen up. I am Wang Yuchan. Those who support Su Chen, please stand on this side. The students of Tinling Academy recognized her with shock, the crowd erupting into whispers. Is that Marshal Longshang's daughter, Wang Yuchan? How did she end up looking like this? Yuchan announced with a voice like thunder. No matter what I've become, I have the heart of a human fighting for the human race. If you believe in me, please stand here immediately. A wave of students decisively moved toward Su Chen's side, shouting slogans, Join Tinling Academy. Fight for the human race. Every student of Tinling Academy gave Wang Yuchan their unconditional support. Tinling Academy remains united forever and never betrays its own kind. Our Tinling Academy student Su Chen might not be the strongest, but his determination to protect humanity is second to none. He clenched his fists, his eyes shining like stars as he looked at these new teammates, nodding in appreciation. You're all good people. Standing on the opposing side, Hogan gnashed his teeth in fury. Damn it, these ungrateful wretches. The fallen god stood with hands on his hips, watching the drama with great interest. Interesting. More than slaughter, this deity prefers watching you humans cannibalize each other. Grandma Meow looked up at the sky submissively, offering a sycophantic suggestion. Fallen god, since these people dare to defy you, why not just kill them all? He nodded in agreement. This deity was thinking the same thing. Su Chen immediately interrupted loudly. Wait, fallen god, I can give you the sacred embryo. He pointed at Batianju's group and demanded, but I want you to make those shameless scoundrels kneel before me and shout, Grandfather, spare my life. The old dean's eyes widened, his rage boiling over. Su Chen, how dare you? He responded nonchalantly. Whether I dare or not isn't for you to decide. The fallen god let out a loud laugh and nodded in approval. This is a good idea, I'd love to see it. The deans panicked, stammering as they pleaded for mercy. Fallen god, we are those who recognize the signs of the times. You can't listen to him. He waved his hand coldly. Doesn't matter, to me you are all just different kinds of insects. Do exactly as he says. That 9-star powerhouse still tried to preserve a shred of dignity. Fallen god, can we negotiate? As 9-star powerhouses we have our pride. Before the words were finished, the fallen god frowned and flicked his finger. Grandma Meow's body instantly exploded into fragments. He threatened sharply, you still dare to bargain with this deity? You must be tired of living. Witnessing this bloody scene, the remaining 2 old men lost their nerve. They stumbled to the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Su Chen, spare us. What did you just call me? Su Chen, don't go too far. I am a 9-star powerhouse. That is an existence you could never hope to reach. You're nothing but a pile of dog shit right now. Do you want to die? Su Chen calmly lifted his eyes toward the sky. Borrowing a knife to kill. Fallen god, give him a flick of your finger. He revealed a cruel smile. I was thinking the same thing, seeing death calling his name. Hogan's kowtowing became faster than the speed of light as he wailed, Grandpa Su, I was wrong, I beg for your mercy. Laughter broke out among the students. This guy is such a coward. The old man nodded shamelessly. Yes, I am a cowardly grandson. Don't kill me, I'm nothing at all. The fallen god looked at the followers beside him. And you? The crowd hurriedly prostrated themselves, shouting in unison, Grandpa Su, spare our lives, Grandpa Su, spare our lives. But Tianju still let out a cold snort, trying to salvage a bit of face. HMPHI, but Tianju is the dean of Tianjing Academy. How can I kneel to a student? I have dignity, I have a backbone. Someone nearby flattered him to suit the situation. As expected of the dean of Tianjing Academy, desperately protecting the final shred of our academy's dignity. The old dean pointed at Su Chen, whispering a proposal. Su Chen, take back what you said. I'll make you my closed-door disciple. How about it? He shrugged and rejected the offer, not interested, but Tianju roared in anger. Must you force a total fallout with me? What good does this do you? He smiled and replied nonchalantly. Because I feel like it. The old man's face turned purple with rage. Fine, you just wait. We'll settle this once we're back at the academy. Su Chen lazily waved a hand toward the sky. Fallen god, he's threatening me. Kill him, he replied flatly, a small matter. Seeing the light of destruction condensing in the fallen god's hand, but Tianju was scared out of his wits. Casting aside all shame, he screamed, don't kill me. Grandpa Su, spare my life. Su Chen, you are my true ancestor. I was wrong, just let me go like a fart. Don't kill me. From now on I am your true grandson. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. A burst of mocking laughter rang out. Dean, what a backbone you have. Only then did the fallen god slowly descend from midair, reaching out his hand. Brat, they've done as you asked. Can you hand over the sacred embryo now? But Tianju immediately crawled over on his knees. I have a plan. I want to present it to the great fallen god with my own hands. Seeing him standing still, the fallen god grew suspicious. Hold it, brat. What kind of trick are you trying to play now? Just throw the sacred embryo over. He revealed a meaningful smile. What's wrong? Is the fallen god afraid of me? Absurd, he snorted coldly. Would a deity fear an ant? Then I shall go over myself. His teammates shouted in worry. Su Chen, don't go. He looked back and waved to soothe them. It's fine, you two stay right where you are. Meanwhile, Tianju and Hogan were whispering to each other with shifty eyes. How was it? Did my acting just now seem real? The other old man gave a lewd smile. It was perfect. Top-tier acting, not fake at all, just like a real grandson. But Tianju stroked his beard triumphantly. My performance wasn't bad either. Anyway, we've fooled Su Chen. We'll settle accounts with this kid when we get back." He stared at the back of Su Chen walking toward his doom, cursing viciously. "Su Chen will definitely be strangled by the fallen god. He's never coming back." As Su Chen approached, the fallen god tilted his chin up and urged, "Hand it over." He asked with feigned hesitation. "The fallen god won't kill me, right?" he admitted frankly. "Kill you? Of course I will." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, being that direct?" He let out a cold laugh, his gaze contemptuous. "For a weak individual like you, this deity has no need to lie." Su Chen let out a sigh, looking helpless. "All right then, I hope the fallen god can spare my friends." He extinguished the final hope. "Rest assured I won't spare a single one of your friends." While he was smugly reaching out for the sacred embryo, Su Chen suddenly exploded with all his power, launching a violent heavy punch. However, this ferocious strike was easily blocked by the fallen god with just one hand. Effortlessly, the situation fell into a stalemate. Everyone was filled with despair. As expected, ordinary methods couldn't wound the fallen god at all. He looked at Su Chen with pity. "Now I shall send you to the afterlife." In the distance, the traitors were also gloating. "This kid is finished." At this critical juncture, a dazzling rift suddenly tore open in the space behind Su Chen. Old Chin burst through the air like an arrow from a bow. With a roar, he delivered a world-shaking heavy punch that sent the fallen god flying. The crowd was utterly stunned. "What? That was the fallen god. Long time no see." A few sharp-eyed people recognized him. "Is that the god-level powerhouse of the Chin family, Old Chin?" Seizing the moment, Old Chin followed up with a second punch. Su Chen was overjoyed. The plan had finally worked and the sneak attack was a success. Whispers broke out in the crowd. "How did Old Chin get in? Wasn't he unable to enter?" In midair, Old Chin's silhouette was incredibly fast, launching a series of fatal blows against the fallen god. Finally, he dove down from the heights, pinning his opponent deep into the ground. Su Chen stared at the deep pit, asking in confusion, "The fallen god isn't dead yet, is he?" Someone let out a long sigh of admiration. "Hard to say. This is the first time I've ever seen a battle between god-level powerhouses." From the bottom of the massive crater, the fallen god's arrogant laughter echoed in everyone's minds. "Ha." In an instant, he shot back into the sky without so much as a scratch on him. Old Chin gasped in horror. "You're unharmed." He brushed the dust off his clothes and mocked. "Useless thing, this deity let you land so many moves, yet you haven't managed to wound me at all. Human god-level powerhouses are nothing more than pseudo-gods." With that, he launched a kick, brutally sending Old Chin flying dozens of meters. The old man struggled to stand, wiping blood from his lips and admitting bitterly, "Is this the gap? Even after my ambush, the fallen god is still this formidable." He issued a haughty proclamation. "Even if you hadn't come, this deity would have personally gone to slaughter all the powerhouses of your human race." Old Chin refused to back down and immediately activated colossal elephant strength. His body expanded into a giant phantom that reached the heavens, lifting a foot to crush the enemy. However, the fallen god simply threw a light punch, and the massive phantom was pierced through, vanishing into nothingness. Old Chin retracted his aura in a panic, stumbling back. His face was full of daze as he muttered, "How can this be? Was I wrong? The gap between us and a deity is actually this vast." He let out a cold laugh and continued to approach step by step. "You're nothing more than a slightly stronger insect." A barrage of heavy punches fell like a rainstorm, knocking Old Chin into the air. He had completely lost the ability to resist, gnashing his teeth as he admitted, "I underestimated the power of the fallen god." But Tianju seized the chance to mock him. "What's going on? Should we go ask that mediocre Su Chen for the answer?" What Su Chen should be thinking about right now is how to die a quick death. "The fallen god will definitely never let him go," a female student shouted at the old man in a fit of rage. "Enough, you're all a bunch of shameless scoundrels. You don't dare resist the fallen god, so you only bully your own kind." "I despise you," others joined in. "As students of Tianjing Academy, it's shameful that you're so despicable." "I feel disgraced," a thick-skinned old man retorted. "Those two girls sure talk big. If you're so capable, why don't you try dealing with the fallen god yourselves and show me?" "We will, if you have the guts. Let's go together." Seeing Duan Xingxing quietly preparing to charge at the giant dragon, Su Chen hurriedly warned, "Senior Xingxing, Old Chin alone is no match for the fallen god." She gripped her weapon, saying resolutely, "I'm going to subdue that true dragon so the powerhouses outside can enter the secret realm." He tried to stop her out of worry. "Senior, that won't work," but Duan Xingxing's mind was made up. "Whether it works or not, I have to try once. Even if I die, I won't regret it." Hogan stood aside and let out a cold snort, spitting out two venomous words. "Naive, it's just going to your death." Su Chen turned and glared at the old man, barking sharply. "At least she is still fighting for the human race while you two are its disgrace." The old man provoked him. "Then do you dare to challenge the fallen god to save everyone?" His lips curled into a smirk as he shouted back, "Who says I don't dare act against the fallen god? Everyone heed my command. Help me strike once." Instantly, Li Lei was the first to draw his blade and charge. "Big brother Su, I'm ready. Let's do this." Knowing everything depended on this one move, the students of the Alliance also raised their weapons in unison. "Su Chen, what do you want us to do? We'll listen to you." He revealed a warm smile and explained the plan. With so many people helping me strike once, theoretically every strike increases my power by 10. With one hit we can kill the fallen god, but we only have this one chance to strike. Meanwhile, Duan Xingxing had successfully approached the dragon. She shouted, "I am a dragon knight, come with me." However, the giant dragon only let out a contemptuous snort. "Lowly thing, this venerable one doesn't even care to look at you." She didn't give up, suddenly swinging her long whip to lash hard against the dragon's scales, commanding, "Come with me now." This provocative act completely enraged the dragon. It let out a roar, "You seek death." It then opened its massive maw and spat a burst of intense flames, incinerating everything. Duan Xingxing immediately activated her knight's shield to block, but the power gap was too large. She was sent flying back. The cowards below pointed and mocked. As expected, she went to her death. I really don't see the point of this. That's what happens to people who don't know the signs of the times. The scene returns to Su Chen. He raised a hand in signal, shouting solemnly, "Heed my command." Hogan pointed a finger in disdain. "Brat, stop playing these mystical tricks. If you dare act against the fallen god and survive the next second, I'll take your surname." Ignoring the rumors, he waved his hand and ordered, "Everyone move." High in the sky, the fallen god looked down and laughed. "Are you joking?" But as dozens of energy blade glows shot toward him at incredible speed, his smile froze and he cried out in shock, "What is this?" In an instant his body was torn apart by countless blades. He was filled with absolute terror. How is this possible? Under the immense pressure, the fallen god's form exploded in the sky, turning into dust. Cheers instantly swept across the area. "We did it, we killed the fallen god." Some couldn't even believe their eyes. "Did we succeed? We actually killed the fallen god." Extreme joy spread. "We're saved, we won. Did we really succeed?" Some were frightened by this eerie power. God slaying. What kind of skill is this? How was it done? Where did this kid get such massive power? Amidst the cheers, Old Chin's warning suddenly tore through space. "Su Chen, get out of the way." It turned out a severed arm of the fallen god was flying tenaciously toward him. Su Chen screamed in terror. "What?" In an instant, blood splattered. That eerie arm actually tore one of his hands clean off. The crowd recoiled in panic. Just an arm? Is the fallen god not dead? Even worse, starting from that lone arm, countless granulation tissues wriggled and twitched, actually reconstructing his entire body. The perfect fallen god returned once more, laughing maniacally. "Haha, I've been resurrected." Desperate whispers rose from all sides. He had reshaped his body. He hadn't died. He looked at Su Chen with an intrigued gaze. "Human brat, not bad. You actually managed to wound me so heavily." Su Chen was in a dire crisis. He had to break the passage to the secret realm as soon as possible. While all attention was focused on Su Chen, Duan Xingxing suddenly took out the dragon's saliva grass. A strange fragrance wafted out, causing even the rampaging giant dragon to pause. It sniffed and asked loudly, "Ha, what is that smell?" She waved the herb temptingly. "Come here and I'll give you this dragon's saliva grass." But the arrogant dragon immediately roared, releasing a crushing pressure. "Hand it over or die." Duan Xingxing struck back resiliently. "If you dare kill me, I'll destroy this grass instantly." On the other side, the fallen god had already gathered his energy, raising a hand to launch a fatal blow. Su Chen, die this time, it's truly over. Just as the destructive energy was fired, Zhang Yue dashed out like a bolt to block the trajectory, shouting firmly, "I won't let you hurt Brother Su." The brutal skill pierced through the young girl's body. Su Chen rushed over frantically, catching her cooling frame. She weakly gasped her final words, "Brother Su, it's so warm in your arms." With that, she closed her eyes forever. The fallen god clapped and laughed cruelly. "Good, very good. Someone actually died in your place. Let's keep going." A second beam fired. This time, Li Lei charged forward, regardless of his life to block it. He collapsed onto the ground, motionless. The fallen god grew even more excited. How fun again! When the third strike was fired, Zhao Zilong stood firm, roaring, "No one kills Su Chen," watching his close comrades fall in pools of blood one by one. Su Chen's chest heaved violently, his anger reaching its absolute peak. "Bastard, there must be a way to kill the fallen god, there must be." The fallen god relished his powerlessness, mocking, "Su Chen, rage at your own incompetence, watching those close to you die one by one before your eyes. Only then does this god find things interesting." He shouted back in hatred, "Enough, fallen god, if you want to kill someone, kill me." But the deity ignored him, turning to the crowd to provoke them. "Who else wants to die for Su Chen?" Step forward. Without any hesitation, Wei Bui walked to the front to block the way, giving one last piece of advice, "Su Chen, only you can turn the tide in a desperate situation. Don't be angry, calm down and find a solution." The fallen god made a cruel judgment. Another one seeking death. With a palm strike, Wei Bui met the same fate, falling in a pool of blood. The fallen god continued his roll call. "Who else?" A clear female voice rang out firmly. "Me." He frowned at Wang Yuchan. "You are an object I created. Must you betray me too?" She shot back coldly. "I have never submitted to you, so how can there be betrayal?" Her burning fighting spirit seared her heart. She stated firmly, "I, Wang Yuchan, stand wholeheartedly with the human race. That has never changed." The fallen god snorted in anger. How ungrateful! Without a second thought, he waved a hand and fired a sarb arrow that transfixed Wang Yuchan's body. Su Chen's eyes were bloodshot. "Bastard, there must be a way." The fallen god turned and pointed at him. "Su Chen, your turn." However, just as the death move left his hand, countless nameless figures rushed forward simultaneously, forming a wall of flesh and blood to protect him. The fallen god roared in exasperation, "Is there anyone else who wants to die?" Hundreds of Tinling Academy students squared their chests with pride. Shouting their death oath in unison, "All Tinling students prove our resolve with death." Kill one Wang Yuchan and there are countless more. Human tenacity made the fallen god lose control. Madman, you've all gone mad. Fine, the more I kill, the more you come, then all of you can die. Amidst deafening explosions and falling corpses, Su Chen's mind raced at high speed. A thought flashed. The only way to kill the fallen god was to rely on the system. After clearing the obstacles, the fallen god hovered in midair, scanning the survivors with a death-like gaze. Now who else wants to die? But Tianju's faction hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Fallen god, we are all law-abiding citizens. None of us dare resist a great existence like you. Many humble echoes followed. Yes, yes, fallen god, spare us. Those who didn't know their place deserved to die. Someone even thick-skinned enough to flatter him praised. We worship the fallen god. Meanwhile, seeing Su Chen's dire situation, Duan Xingxing was drenched in sweat. Su Chen is in danger. I have to risk everything. She turned to glare at the dragon, threatening it. Beast, if you don't come over now, I'll destroy the dragon's saliva grass immediately. The hungry dragon let out a menacing low growl. Duan Xingxing summoned her courage, swung her arm and threw the herb far away. Driven by instinct, the dragon chased after it, gulping down the treat. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance, Duan Xingxing lashed out with her whip, wrapping it tightly around its hard horns. Using the pull, she leaped onto the dragon's head. The dragon struggled wildly to shake off the intruder, but the girl held on for dear life, shouting, Beast, if I don't subdue you today, I'll die right here. The situation outside the secret realm was also incredibly tense. The Alliance leader observed the spatial portal expanding and blurted out in surprise, Ha, the dragon beast has left. Has the entrance to the fallen god's secret realm opened? He ordered without hesitation. Move in. Back on the bloody battlefield, the fallen god was frantically condensing a massive energy ball for a final strike. It's over. But old Qin suddenly burst out from a distance like a phantom, declaring valiantly, It's not over yet. However, the evil god's combat experience was too vast. He turned easily and reached out, gripping old Qin's throat. Mocking, old man, did you think I was giving you a face? The flesh and blood of a god-level powerhouse is a great tonic for me. At this life-and-death moment, he sensed a killing intent from behind. A hammer-like heavy blow landed, forcing the fallen god to release his grip and fly backward. He roared in rage. Who is it? The Alliance leader's majestic figure appeared. Conversations of shock and awe broke out. It's the Alliance leader. Another god-level powerhouse has arrived. The fallen god licked the blood from his lips and smiled hideously. Good. The two of you will compensate for my losses today. The Alliance leader looked down coldly and commanded, Join me in killing the fallen god. But Tianju and Hogan shifted responsibility onto each other, stammering excuses. Why haven't we moved? The Alliance leader waved them off contemptuously. Stop asking. Ignore these two cowards, the crowd murmured, worried the Alliance leader was no match. But Tianju suggested tremblingly, maybe we should try negotiating with him? But the Alliance leader had already charged into the sky, with old Qin following closely to coordinate the kill, despite giving their all. When the fallen god punched the Alliance leader in the face, the offensive crumbled instantly, accompanied by insulting words, overestimating yourselves. In a flash, the Alliance leader used a displacement skill, appearing abruptly behind the enemy and startling him. He poured all his power into the spatial suffocation skill. A massive coin-shaped pressure crushed the fallen god from high altitude, slamming him into the ground and creating a deep pit. Gasping for air, the leader asked, Is he dead? Old Qin warned. You can't kill him. The fallen god can resurrect infinitely. Sure enough, the fallen god easily shattered the spatial seal and flew up. Squinting to assess, this fellow is a space archmage. Good, my turn. Leaving only an afterimage, he closed in on the leader and delivered a brutal kick to his face. Standing in the distance, Su Chen judged anxiously. No, even two god-level powerhouses are slightly inferior. They are no match for a true god. At this time, but Tianju hurriedly looked for an excuse to flee, shouting at Su Chen, listen well. Tianjing Academy expelled you. You didn't quit on your own. Ignoring the noisy old man, Su Chen focused entirely on the system's notification. I still have one task to complete. Whether I survive depends on what the system gives me as a reward. A virtual notice board lit up before his eyes. Congratulations on achieving this feat. He has quit Tianjing Academy, becoming the first student ever to do so. He clenched his fists and prayed in a low voice, Please give me a divine skill. Success or failure depends on this one move. A mechanical, emotionless voice rang out. Congratulations on obtaining the skill, Protect the King. He muttered with a blank face. Protect the King, what kind of skill is this? Reading the description carefully, he murmured, within a 100-meter range. When someone's level of aversion toward you reaches 100, the Protect the King skill is activated. Shouting that person's name to summon them will cause them to instantly appear before you and block a fatal blow for you. Su Chen frowned in disappointment. This was purely a defensive skill and seemed useless in the current situation. In the sky, old Qin continued to strike frantically, shouting to the leader, Don't hold back, let's use Bloodburst to kill him together. The leader agreed. Exactly what I was thinking, the fallen god mocked. Even if you added up all the god-level powerhouses of your race, you would still be no match for me. The two powerhouses unleashed their ultimate techniques simultaneously. Kill, however, the evil god simply raised a hand slowly, neutralizing all the destructive power effortlessly. Below, but Tianju was dumbstruck. Too strong even for god-level powerhouses, the gap compared to a true deity is just too vast. The fallen god exerted force, blasting the two elders back to the ground, and declared cruelly, "All of you die here so that no one outside can point fingers at us." Witnessing the crushing defeat, the crowd could only sigh, murmuring that even Old Chin and the leader were no match as they fell. The fallen god's blood-red eyes locked onto Su Chen, killing intent flooding the air. "Now it's your turn." At this life-and-death moment, Su Chen urgently asked, "System, who can protect the king for me now?" The system quickly reported the data. Currently within a 100-meter range, but Tianju and Hogan have 100 aversion toward the host, Pantu has 83 aversion, and everyone else is below 50. Hearing that familiar name, Su Chen was startled. Pantu, isn't that the guy who stole Wang Yushin's god-slaying weapon? So he hasn't left yet? The fallen god dove from the sky like an arrow tearing through the firmament, shouting coldly, "Let's see who can save you this time." Hogan, hiding in a corner, clapped his hands excitedly. "Ha ha ha, this kid is finally going to die, I'm so happy." Su Chen immediately circulated his spiritual energy and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher Hogan, protect the king." Hogan, busy mocking him, froze and cursed. "Su Chen, have you been scared, stupid? Me protecting you? What nonsense are you spouting?" As soon as he finished, an invisible force brutally yanked the old man away, planting him firmly in front of Su Chen to serve as a meat shield. Seeing the destructive fist approaching his face, Hogan shrieked in terror, "What? No, fallen god!" The sound of a blade entering flesh was bone-chilling as a single punch completely transfixed the body of this bastard old man. Even the fallen god himself frowned slightly and froze. But Tianju's face turned pale as he stammered, How did this happen?" The fallen god retracted his hand and said with interest, "I didn't expect someone to actually die for you. I must say, you've given this god quite a few shocks." But Tianju turned and asked in a trembling voice, "How is that possible? Why would Hogan die for this kid?" Su Chen let out a cold laugh and threw out a smoke screen. "But Tianju, don't be in a rush. I know you say one thing but mean another. You've wanted to die for me for a long time, haven't you?" The old dean jumped up and denied it flatly. "Bullshit, but Tianju would rather beat myself to death than ever die for you." The fallen god completely lost his patience and continued his charge toward the target. "This god doesn't believe that." Su Chen curled his lips and shouted, "But Tianju, protect the king." Space warped and the old dean's figure was instantly displaced, forming a perfect shield. The old man broke into a cold sweat, crying out, "What on earth is going on?" Su Chen replied lazily, "You say one thing but mean another, no need to explain, everyone understands." Watching the fallen god's fist smash toward him, the old dean was scared out of his wits, clasping his hands and weeping. "It's not like that, fallen god. Listen to me. I really didn't." Su Chen added a mocking blow. "Right, no need to explain." Another fatal blow landed, eliminating yet another despicable villain. Amidst the rising dust, Su Chen quickly retreated to observe. Perfect. Then Su Chen decided to go big, immediately activating the corpse explosion skill on the bodies of the two 9-star powerhouses. A world-shaking explosion erupted, and billowing thick smoke formed a massive mushroom cloud that obscured the sky of the secret realm. Su Chen marveled to himself the bodies of 9-star powerhouses were indeed different. The power of the explosion was truly extraordinary. The crowd gasped in shock. "This power is stronger than our strongest attacks." However, someone remained worried. "This kid is too eerie, but I'm afraid he still can't kill the fallen god." Sure enough, from the mist, the fallen god walked out slowly, his voice bone-chilling. "How many times is this that you've made me bleed?" A weary sigh rose. As expected, this fellow wasn't dead. The two old powerhouses realized this was their chance and shouted in unison, "The fallen god is heavily wounded and his foundation is damaged. Everyone attack together." The two charged forward with all their might, but the tragic outcome remained unchanged. They were only met with resounding slaps and sent flying. The fallen god roared in rage, "All of you get away. No one can stop me from killing this kid today. It's either you die or I do." Watching him trample over the bodies of his comrades, Su Chen's eyes turned red. He spoke painfully to the corpses at his feet, "Everyone, I'm going to have to borrow your bodies." Immediately he closed his eyes and activated mass explosion. The violent blast was deafening, its force so immense that the entire secret realm trembled violently. However, the enemy emerged from the flames without a single scratch on his body, remarking contemptuously, "These things cannot harm me." In the distance, Miao Miao's small figure came racing toward them, shouting, "Su Chen!" He turned to the survivors and called out urgently, "Is anyone still alive? Please help me strike once." Miao Miao was the first to grasp the essence of the skill, leaping forward to swing her weapon. Old Chin also struggled to his feet to provide support. "Count me in, I believe in this strike of yours." Countless attacks coalesced into a brilliant sword light that tore through the fallen god's form, inflicting severe damage. Even so, he laughed arrogantly. "It's useless. This deity possesses an immortal body. Isn't this despairing?" Just as hope was about to vanish, the cold prompt of the system echoed in Su Chen's mind. "Pantu's aversion level toward you has reached 100. Hiding in the distance, Pantu spat on the ground and cursed maliciously. "HMPH, a piece of trash like Su Chen actually dares to challenge a god? What right does he have? The fallen god will surely tear him to shreds." Su Chen's sharp gaze swept the battlefield, noticing the fallen god's opening while he was occupied with suppressing the others. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately activated his system skill, summoning the person with the highest aversion toward him to serve as a scapegoat. He let out a great shout, "Pantu, protect the king." Pandu, still hiding in the corner, blinked blankly at the call. "What?" before he could react, the surrounding space warped. He vanished into thin air and was forcibly teleported in front of Su Chen to block the blow. Simultaneously, the fallen god's destructive fist whistled through the air, tearing the atmosphere. Accompanied by a murderous roar, "Die, lowly human brat!" Just as the fallen god swung his heavy punch, he was shocked to find Pan-Tu suddenly blocking the path of his attack. His movements lagged for a split second, and his blood-red eyes widened in rage. "Have you betrayed me too, my most loyal believer?" Looking at the fist of death inches away, Pan-Tu was scared out of his wits, wailing and begging for mercy. "Fallen god, it's a misunderstanding. I'm a loyal subject." But in his berserk state, how could the fallen god have any patience for explanations? He roared brutally, "Everyone die!" Boom! The heavy 1,000-ton fist struck home. It directly crushed the treacherous believer, Pan-Tu. Before he could even utter his last words, he turned into a plume of mist, his body exploding in a rain of blood. However, within that mist of blood, a glowing orb slowly descended, hovering in midair. Su Chen was quick, lunging forward to snatch the orb as a smile of certain victory curled on his lips. "I've found the killing intent. This is the final blow." Seeing the god-slaying weapon fall into enemy hands, the fallen god's pupils constricted, and he admitted tensely, "That thing can indeed wound me, but can you even hit me?" Su Chen let out a mocking laugh, throwing back a provocative retort. "Who said I was going to use this?" With that, under everyone's stunned gazes, he casually shoved the killing intent orb into his spatial pouch. Seeing his opponent stow away the only weapon that could threaten him, the fallen god breathed a sigh of relief and laughed triumphantly. "So brat, what do you plan to do now?" Su Chen's expression instantly darkened, the images of his companions falling one after another to block blows for him flashing vividly in his mind. He clenched his right fist, condensing all his spiritual energy and sky-toppling rage, until his joints creaked. He said through gritted teeth, "I have never hated a person so much. I have never wanted to kill a person so much." Hovering high in the air, the fallen god crossed his arms and mocked contemptuously. "What use is the anger of a weak human?" Su Chen snapped his head up, his eyes burning with the fires of hatred, roaring like a wild beast. "You killed all my friends. I, Su Chen, will definitely kill you today." The fallen god threw his head back and laughed, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. "Haha, the hollow boasts of an ant." Su Chen bit his lip until it bled, pouring all his life force, soul and will into this final strike. He let out a tragic long-drawn howl. "Now I shall bet all the rage of my life on this one charging punch." He kicked off the ground violently, soaring into the sky like a cannonball as he unleashed his charging punch at the deity. The fallen god remained nonchalant, casually lifting an arm to block while not forgetting to mock him. "Haha, such a limp punch, haven't you eaten?" However, the moment Su Chen's fist touched the defensive layer, the fallen god's smile froze. He felt a surge of destructive energy expanding and frantically doubling from within that small fist. He shrieked in terror. "What is this?" Su Chen roared, pushing the energy to its peak. "Go to hell," the fallen god said wide-eyed. He felt it all in disbelief. How is this possible? The power of this punch was still continuously increasing. "This is bad, I have to get away," but it was too late. Su Chen's fist exploded completely, transforming into a massive shadow of a fist that blotted out the sun, swallowing the fallen god with the force of a collapsing mountain. The horrific pressure locked down the space, leaving the fallen god to struggle in vain amidst his despair. "What? My body is locked by the pressure of the punch. I can't move." In the distance, the Dragon Zone Alliance leader broke into a cold sweat, turning to ask Old Chin, "What level of power is this exactly?" In midair, Su Chen exhausted the last of his strength, letting out one final roar. "Fallen god, eat my punch!" Boom! A deafening sound erupted, accompanied by a tragic shrill wail. No, the terrifying punch landed squarely on the fallen god's chest, slamming him from the firmament directly into the rock-hard ground. The earth collapsed, forming a bed of crater as billowing dust obscured the sunlight. Old Chin stood at the edge of the pit, stroking his beard as he marveled. "Is this an attack that we humans can produce? It's too strong. I'm afraid this boy Su Chen's talent is the greatest in the entire human race." Meow Meow clasped her hands to her chest. With tears in her eyes, she called out his name worriedly. Su Chen. The students of Tianjing Academy and the other powerhouses were also frozen like statues, utterly overwhelmed by the miracle before them. How is this possible? The fallen god was actually struck down by a human. Do humans truly possess this kind of power? It's terrifying. Su Chen knelt on one knee, gasping for breath from exhaustion, his right hand hanging limply and twitching. He raised an eyebrow toward the deep pit, murmuring hoarsely, "Is he dead for good?" Suddenly, a blood-drenched hand reached out from the bottom of the pit, grasping the edge. The mangled fallen god stumbled out. His breath was faint, but his gaze remained arrogant and malicious. "I told you, humans cannot kill gods." Su Chen took a half-step back, cursing under his breath. "This guy is tough." Clutching his sunken chest, the fallen god coughed up several mouthfuls of blackened blood and let out a tragic venomous snicker. "It doesn't compare to your stubbornness. You human trash. I actually couldn't kill you no matter what, and I was even wounded like this by you. Now if you kneel and call me dad, I might spare your life." A mocking smile curled on Su Chen's lips as he saw through the enemy's psychological defense. "Seeing you this anxious only proves that you're already panicking," stung where it hurt. The fallen god argued with a stiff neck. "This deity is not panicking. I'll say it again. You cannot kill me." Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his smile becoming increasingly eerie. "Is that so?" As soon as the words left his lips, he opened his palm and pulled out the killing intent orb he had just snatched from Pan-Tu, tossing it in his hand. Seeing the appearance of his nemesis weapon, the fallen god's face instantly contorted, falling into a state of extreme terror and tension. He backed away step by step, murmuring in a panic, "Damn it, I forgot about that killing intent." Su Chen used all his strength to hurl the orb violently at the fallen god, shouting, "Go!" Paranoid and fearful, the fallen god didn't dare meet it head-on, quickly leaping into the air in an attempt to flee. But Su Chen keenly noticed the distance wasn't enough and immediately turned to shout for reinforcements. "Old Chin, help me," standing nearby. Old Chin was startled for a moment. Seeing the orb heading straight for him, he exclaimed in shock, "What, you brat, you didn't just throw the killing intent at me, did you?" Despite the surprise, Old Chin's reaction was lightning fast. He reached out and caught the orb firmly, using the momentum to spin once in the air before soaring out at the maximum speed of a 9-star powerhouse. Chasing right after the fallen god, he roared valiantly. "Fallen god, endure the wrath of the human race." Using his inertia, Old Chin hurled the orb with all his might like a javelin intended to slay an enemy. The killing intent orb tore through the air, slamming hard against the fallen god's back and sticking to it. Instantly, the orb burst, releasing a glowing viscous liquid. This liquid was as corrosive as strong acid, rapidly spreading and enveloping the fallen god's entire body. No matter how he struggled frantically, he could not shake it off. The fallen god let out a tragic wail, his voice filled with ultimate agony. "No, damn it, this is filth water." In his despair, he began to lower his stance and plead for peace. "Humans, we can sign a peace treaty. I promise never to be an enemy of the human race again." Standing on the ground, Su Chen refused with a cold laugh. "Sign my ass. Right now I just want you dead." The liquid continued to corrode the divine body, emitting hissing white smoke. The fallen god groaned weakly. "Damn it, I am heavily wounded. This filth water is destroying my divine body, not letting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by." Su Chen turned and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone keep going, lend me your strength." Responding to the call, hundreds of survivors shouted in unison, "Right, we're coming." Countless flying daggers, sword lights, and colorful magic skills rained down on the trapped fallen god. Continuous slashes struck the already corroded flesh, causing him to curl into a ball in pain. Moments later, under the incessant barrage, the evil god's massive body began to fall apart, melting into a pool of black sludge. Li Lei stepped forward, cautiously poking the sludge with his sword, and asked curiously, "The fallen god's body has been entirely consumed. Is only a head left? Is he really dead? It looks like there's no life left in him at all." But Su Chen was always cautious, never leaving a loose end. He announced seriously, "Regardless of whether he's dead or not, I'm going to use space magic to subdue him." "Let me do it." Are you a space mage too?" "I'm not a space mage, but I have my own space." Su Chen waved a hand and proudly refused the other's offer. "The fallen god might escape from your space, but in my space he will never find a way out." With that, he summoned the majestic Kirin donkey. The pet opened its large mouth and took a deep breath, sucking the remains and head of the fallen god directly into the system space. Seeing the fallen god completely vanish, the Alliance leader finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "We finally won. Facing a god is truly too difficult." He turned to look at Su Chen, his eyes filled with respect. It was thanks to Su Chen that the situation had been turned around. The Alliance leader's action acted like a spark, causing all the students and survivors to fall to their knees. The crowd shouted with tears in their eyes, "The fallen god is dead. Su Chen actually killed a god. Humans can slay gods too." In the distance, the dragon beast, having lost its master, suddenly let out a mournful cry and bowed its head. It wailed loudly, shedding large tears. Duan Xingxing remained firmly seated on its head, reminding it coldly, "Now that the fallen god is dead, contracting with me is your only way to live." This threat made the giant dragon feel even more aggrieved. It cried harder but didn't dare resist. Old Chin stepped forward and patted Su Chen heavily on the shoulder, his tone full of pride. "Su Chen, this is the first time our human race has ever killed a god of another race. You have performed a great service for the Dragon Zone." Although the fallen god was only a weak, wounded deity who couldn't compare to powerful true gods like the wild gods, it still made human history. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold, mechanical voice echoed through the entire secret realm. "Congratulations to everyone for clearing the high-difficulty world-ending secret realm, the fallen god secret realm." Hearing the clearance announcement, the exhausted students erupted into a massive cheer, their smiles reaching their ears. "Cleared, we actually cleared the strongest world-ending secret realm. I wonder how generous the rewards will be." Amidst the cheering, Old Chin suddenly slammed his hammer handle into the ground, his majestic and booming voice drowning out all the noise. "All rewards from this fallen god secret realm shall belong to Su Chen alone." The crowd instantly fell silent, several greedy professionals widening their eyes as they spoke up in dissatisfaction. "What? The rewards for the fallen god secret realm must be incredibly abundant. Giving them all to one person, isn't that going too far? I admit Su Chen performed the most service, but giving him everything isn't according to the rules. That's right, everyone should have a share of the dungeon rewards. That's the long-standing tradition." Hearing these petty arguments, Old Chin was so enraged his hair and beard stood on end and he cursed loudly. "A bunch of ungrateful wretches, when you were surrendering to the fallen god earlier, I truly wished I could kill you all. We aren't greedy. Just a small portion of the rewards will do." Old Chin slammed the ground again, using his supreme authority to settle the matter. "All of you shut up, the matter is settled. If anyone dares say no, I will send them to the Abyss battlefield immediately." The bloody threat silenced the cowards. They all lowered their heads, not daring to make another sound. At that moment, a system notification rang in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen, in view of your outstanding performance in this danger level assessment secret realm, your evaluation grade is 3S. He was so shocked his eyes widened and shone with light. Another 3S grade was already impossible for most, but this time he had actually secured a 3S. The system continued its broadcast. Congratulations on obtaining God-slaying points. Points 100. Su Chen rubbed his chin in thought, somewhat surprised. 100 God-slaying points. Previously, even with better performance, he had only received 1. This time it was 100. Old Chin explained excitedly. This was a true slaying of a god. No wonder the points are so high. Su Chen is now the professional with the most god-slaying points in the entire human race. God-slaying points will be of great use later on the Abyss battlefield. Even I am envious of so many points. At that moment the system displayed the ultimate reward. Congratulations on obtaining the reward, the granting of 1 wish. Hearing this, the students all widened their eyes, their mouths hanging open in surprise. A granted wish? There's actually a reward like this? Why is it a law-type reward? This is too rare. If this wish was used well, it could even change the course of the human race. Greed sent everyone's imagination soaring into the clouds. One person swallowed hard and daydreamed. If it were me, I'd just wish to become a 9-star powerhouse directly, another chimed in. You're too conservative. Wish to become a god-level powerhouse. I'd also make my skills transform directly into forbidden spells with world-shaking power, hee. Another humble soul made a wish. And as for me, I want Murong Lilian to be my girlfriend. Everyone began to sink into their own daydreams. But this wish wasn't for them, it was Su Chen's opportunity. Old Chin looked at Su Chen with heavy expectations. Su Chen, have you made up your mind? He closed his eyes in thought for a few seconds, then nodded calmly. I have, Old Chin hurriedly reminded him, fearing he would waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Chen, you must consider this wish carefully. This might be the only such chance for the entire human race. It must be used at the most critical moment. Su Chen smiled faintly, his gaze shifting toward the cold bodies of his fallen comrades. He spoke softly, yet his words carried immense weight. My wish is simple, resurrect everyone who died in this battle against the fallen god. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Old Chin clicked his tongue and let out a long sigh, his voice tinged with a bit of complaint yet unable to hide his emotion. I knew this kid would choose that. Perhaps to him this is the most important thing, but for the human race as a whole, it's honestly a bit of a waste. I think Su Chen is doing the right thing. Our race needs people who value loyalty and friendship like this. Meow Meow gave 2 thumbs up, praising him with a bright smile. Su Chen, well done. Meanwhile, the selfish ones were still muttering under their breath, thinking it was a pity. What a waste, an omnipotent wish used just to bring back a few people. If it were me, I'd definitely wish to become the strongest of the human race. Ignoring the gossip, a miracle descended. The light of resurrection was as warm as the morning sun, washing over the ruins. In a pool of blood, Zhao Zilong's fingers twitched slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at her limbs, then wept with joy. I'm actually alive. Nearby, Wang Yuchan also struggled to sit up. The mutated skin had peeled away and she had returned to her original perfect human body. She looked around and broke into a brilliant smile. It looks like we won. Immediately after, the brave comrades who had used their bodies to shield Su Chen from attacks began to wake up one by one, as if rising from a long slumber. Li Lei hugged Wei Bui tightly, jumping for joy as he cheered. Brother Su did it. He killed the fallen god and brought us back to life. Zhang Yuyue sprinted over and threw herself into Su Chen's arms, sobbing, Wow, I get to see Papa Su again. Dozens of Tinling Academy students also stood up, weeping in each other's arms in the joy of their rebirth. We're alive. We've been given a second life. Su Chen is someone truly worthy of us entrusting our lives to. Seeing the smiles beaming on his companions' faces, Su Chen felt immensely gratified. Crossing his arms, he welcomed their return with a smile. Everyone, it's great to see you all again. The crowd responded in unison, their cheers echoing through the entire valley. Us too, Su Chen, we're so happy to see you. The Alliance leader glanced at the spatial clock and cleared his throat as a reminder. All right, since the fallen god is dead, this fallen god's secret realm won't hold up for much longer. It's time to head out. With that, he waved his scepter and opened a radiant spatial portal, leading this team of heroes on their triumphant return. Let's all leave the dungeon together. Let's move out. Meanwhile, Duan Jingjing was still speaking to the dragon. I'll ask you one last time, will you form a contract with me? The dragon continued to weep. Seeing this, Wang Yuchan jumped straight down from its head. If you refuse, then you shall be destroyed along with this fallen god's secret realm. The dragon suddenly let out a deafening roar. Hearing this, Duan Jingjing's face lit up with joy as if she understood. You agree, the dragon finally spoke. I can agree, but I have one condition. You may listen, but this cannot be known by outsiders. I am telling you now via mental transmission. Is that how it is? The dragon continued. If you do not agree to this, I would rather die than form a contract with you. I accept your condition. Let the contract be sealed. Subsequently, the dragon offered a single drop of its immortal blood, and Duan Jingjing was instantly enveloped by its celestial glow. In the sky, the two were finalizing their bond. Look, it seems Sister Duan succeeded. Within the contract space, Duan Jingjing commanded, "Dragon, enter." The dragon immediately dove into her personal spatial dimension. Seeing this, Elder Qin shouted in approval, "Haha, a dragon knight in her complete form. Our dragon region has gained another powerhouse. Indeed, the combat power of a dragon knight is near invincible." A moment later, Su Chen and Zhao Zilong teleported out of the secret realm. Though one of Su Chen's arms was now missing, Zhao Zilong immediately noticed the surge of power within Su Chen's body. "Su Chen, did you rank up again?" Su Chen replied with a smile. "Unfortunately, I'm only a 5-star professional now." 5-star? You're already a 5-star professional before you've even graduated? Is there no justice left in this world? Just then a voice echoed from the distance. "Human Su Chen, for your outstanding performance in the Fallen God secret realm and for saving countless lives, and for your immense contributions to the human race, the Supreme Star Tower makes an exception to promote you to the rank of Major General." A medal promptly appeared before Su Chen's eyes. "My rank jumped from captain straight to Major General. I skipped several levels entirely." The Supreme Star Tower even conferred the commission directly. In the distance, a figure flew toward Elder Qin and the Alliance leader. As soon as the man landed, he asked about the situation. "You're actually back, old dong, or are you only showing up now that everything is over?" Alliance leader, Elder Qin, "You are both here as well. It seems the situation is still under control. We weren't the ones presiding over the situation though." Upon seeing the newcomer, the students began whispering among themselves. "Who is this? Such a powerful aura, could he be a 9-star powerhouse?" 9-star? You're severely underestimating him. This is Principal Dong of our Tianjing Academy. He's a god-tier powerhouse. Principal Dong, you mean the legendary chairman of the board at Tianjing Academy? His status is even loftier than Dean Ba Tianju. He is the true authority of Tianjing Academy. Furthermore, Principal Dong has campaigned in the Abyss battlefields for years and holds a prestigious position within the World Professional Alliance. Principal Dong, you finally arrived. You must seek justice for our Tianjing Academy. Seek justice? What happened? Our Tianjing Academy's Dean Ba Tianju and the 9-star Archmage Huo Gan have both been murdered. Su Chen's journey comes to a temporary pause here, marking the conclusion of Chapter 94 of the original Manhua. The classless underdog has truly forged an unprecedented god-slaying legend, leaving an indelible mark on human history. We hope you've had an intense and thrilling experience here with Bala Manhua recaps. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe to fuel our fire as we continue to uncover even more epic and mind-blowing manhwa masterpieces for you. The world of stories still holds countless gems with mesmerizing journeys waiting to be explored. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next masterpiece.